Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup. As we begin the playoffs, well, not the playoffs, the quarterfinals, we kick it off with a pretty interesting matchup and potentially one of the closest of this initial playoff bracket. It's SKADE going against Tricked, and what could very well be 3 maps, but also could it be one-sided?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing right here. We're talking about SKADE versus Tricked, and we were both talking about how we haven't seen Tricked yet in a playoff performance. You know, they have yet to make their debut throughout all of these winter Pinnacle Cups we've seen them in. They've kind of bombed out in the main Swiss. You know, they've had some good runs, to be fair to them, convincing results. But overall, I mean, this is our introduction into Tricked, and, well, they do have a hell of a start, right? Having to take on a SKADE in the quarterfinals is never an easy task, but there's a little bit of cracks in the armor that they're looking to exploit, and they look to be in relatively hot form as well. I mean, we're talking about a Tricked roster that has gone on a 5-win streak at the moment in best of 3s, taking on many teams, and even pulling off a reverse sweep in the group stage where they started out 0-2.
I'm actually really glad you mentioned that, because I was hoping to point that out, that like they did start this series, or rather this entire event, in a point where any slip up and they were instantly out. In fact, seeing them in that 0-2 bracket, I wouldn't have been surprised to say they aren't going to be making it very far, but here we stand with them right in front of our eyes in what is very much so one of the more winnable games of this quarterfinal stage.
Yeah, I mean, right, they got to avoid Vitality that we've seen that is going to be playing later down the line, and that's a big key as well. I think
Yep.
SKADE probably one of the better matchups that they could have gathered right now. We can see a little bit of hit or miss in their play style, so it's good to see that maybe they have a chance to move on to a potential semifinal run, which again, for their debut in these Pinnacle Winter Series and Pinnacle Cups, for them to make a playoffs this year in 2022 would be a great accomplishment. Not playoffs, rather semifinals, I should say, more accurately, because they already made the playoffs with their victory over For Glory yesterday. And yeah, I will say I really saw some impressive performances, a lot of clutch factors from Larson, but Kier was the one that was kind of the difference maker in that series. So if we can see any of that same energy from those two players right there, getting the closing from Larson and then that clutch, or rather the clutch factor from Larson and then the opening kills and impact from Kier, then they're in for a good ride.
Of course, right? But when we talk about individuals, I feel like that's the biggest downfall for SKADE, because they have the individuals. It's all about whether they show up or not. Usually, a lock for the top of the scoreboard is going to be Fasher. Even in their biggest losses, he's the one dropping numbers and putting up a respectable score. It's always the supporting cast that's a bit of a question mark. We look at Wolfie, we see him drop numbers sometimes. Sometimes he's hitting absolutely everything with the op, and sometimes he couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. And the same goes for, I feel like, almost every one of these players here, where Daff Winberg from Sky have had their moments, Manx have had his moments, and it's all super inconsistent individually, and it all depends, right? If they show up, maybe even two of them show up into the server alongside Fasher, then yeah, this should be a quick 2-0 and Trick should be sent back, because when we talk about Trick's past results, they don't really have anything convincing to talk about, because, I mean, they have tests every now and again against tier 1 opponents, but it's just not anything close, like usually getting smacked down, blown out of the water, and this is another one of those tests where maybe they can make a name for themselves, but again, I think it more relies on the downfall of SKADE than the uprising of Trick to win this series.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there at some points, and you know, Trick, again, like you said, they haven't been able to pass too many of these tests. We've talked about a couple of wins over Sinners, yes, which have been impressive, but Sinners aren't necessarily that same strong team. They have quite a few losses to in that tier 2 region that Trick have lied in for so very long. So we're seeing this this roster try and take on one of the giants, one that has really made a name for themselves, and it's SKADE, and the question is, you know, are they going to be able to pull this one across the line? And that's just not going to be an easy task for them whatsoever, given that they haven't been able to historically take on teams of SKADE's nature.
Right, and well, the thing about this series in general, well, at least another point to keep your eye on, is the fact that the vetoes play a big role for SKADE. Maybe not so much a big role, but rather it's just another hurdle that Trick would have to overcome, because like their good maps are the same or pretty much akin to what SKADE have in their wheelhouse. It's like Trick, they love Vertigo, but if you were to go pick into Vertigo, SKADE would definitely take that game over them. It's like it's their crown jewel, and it just gets so much more difficult because you don't really have that comfortable home map where SKADE are going to lack, where they aren't going to have that experience or results to potentially carry them through it. So again, it's like a lot needs to go right for Trick to find a map, and I think the best chance they'll have is on Nuke, depending on what Trick bring to the table, because I've seen a mixed bag of surprises when it comes to them on that map.
Yeah, no, I mean, they've shown always that they are a force to be reckoned with on Nuke. That's kind of their home turf map, right, where they've had a lot of success in that map individually. Also, another good sign is that they've got that Mirage band going against them, right? So that's always something good. I mean, 20 maps played, all of them being picked against, and all of them, many of them being losses. And so Trick actually allowing for a SKADE to ban into that is huge, right? They don't have to worry about that seemingly crack in their armor that just doesn't really work well for them. They can't really pull that one across the line all that often, and when they do, it's versus teams that maybe don't show the best prowess, but you know, like you said, it kind of lives and dies on Nuke. You know, maybe we can talk about a Vertigo Decider later down the line, but you have to get across the line here with that Nuke map, and you know, there is potential, right? Because that's really where you see Trick thrive quite a bit. But again, I mean, you head over to SKADE, they'll be starting on that CT side, so that's going to already be a good sign for them. And you know, it just doesn't get any easier on Vertigo, where you kind of head into what is so many times, you know, SKADE's really kind of, I don't know how to call it necessarily, but it's like their pocket pick map that they can pick up against some of the best teams and still win.
Right, and it's just another one of those moments where you have to realize how much of an L you've taken just coming into this series in general if you're Tricked. Because again, it's one of the more winnable teams in the quarterfinal stage, considering where we are, but it's still going to be tricky, and the odds reflect that as it's 1-3 off the rip. Into the pistol we go to see if Tricked can't change around their fate.
See if they can pull things around here. We see a little bit of a hall spot coming in very quickly. This is all being heard right under the hay bales. We do see Kier start things off right. Larson as well, able to follow suit. But it is going to be an A-side post plant here as the numbers should be getting punched in soon. There's a little bit of a boost expended over it. Nicely done from Larson to pick one off and a quest through the smoke as well.
And it's such a big pick just because it allows extra time for that smoke to start and fade, trying to get the bomb down. It's all up to Bird from Sky, and just planting the rock, getting that extra cash is good in the long run for ECSTATIC, but for the time being, it's a quick opener from Tricked.
Yeah, fantastic work right there. They came in with a clear game plan. They were able to find 2 opening kills despite Kier being very isolated in that hay bales position, right? He had Larson kind of close by, but that moto smoke, it made him from his teammate completely alone. So ECSTATIC getting punished on some fast-paced aggression coming through. And now we'll see if they can maybe try and work things with a little bit of a force buy here. You can see some investment, a lot of utility actually being brought into this one. Prioritizing the MAC-10s, the pistols, and Tech 9s above the likes of AKs in the mix.
Oh, I love this nade. I always love seeing this. Oh, I thought he was going to bounce it off the roof, man. Never mind. Never mind. Well,
so, interesting one.
Forced up weaponry as ECSTATIC once again look to crack the nutshell of the A site. You already see 2 of them starting to work into the apartments, and Tricked early show some aggression. They take control of Banana. It's a 3-lane setup. Right now, maybe a bit unorthodox, because if one of these setups were to fail, there'd be absolutely no time for rotations, and the first kill's already been found over at Banana. And this is what I'm talking about. You don't really have time to pull these rotates if you're Tricked. ECSTATIC just have free range of the B site now, and you gotta call it a save instantly.
Yeah, that's pretty much the round right there. Maybe I've spoken too soon. Oh my god, 2 kills answered back. And you can see that offers up some encouragement here for Trick to try and pull off a retake. The issue is numbers being punched in. The post plant's going on here towards the B bomb site. And that's going to slow things down.
A lot of utility, though, to try to get in on this. It's like, they're not going to be speechless in on this retake, but somebody's going to have to deliver kills here shortly, and this kill in Banana would mean absolutely everything, and you can already see, again, things haven't gone Tricked's way. They don't have kits. There's not really a reason to just throw your hats into the ring and potentially give away all your weapons, so try to run it back into the next round, force up with the 2 players who don't have that much cash and hope that it works, but maybe a weakness already identified for Tricked.
Yeah, I mean, we're already seeing a really good sign as well for the likes of ECSTATIC. Going down right there, but I mean, what I like to see right now is you have Fasher opening things up, right? I mean, that's their win condition a lot of these times, and right there kicking things off with a double entry on the Banana side of things with a Galil, and then you have the rest of the team that stands right behind them ready to close things down. I mean, that is where ECSTATIC kind of live and die. This is where they thrive in, and Fasher are already starting things off right.
I mean, again, that supporting cast means everything, or maybe not so much, apparently, as it only needed 1-man success in the previous round to find its win. And here's that force buy coming right back at you. 2 MP9s and a CZ on the back of Larson as they go for another fairly aggressive A-side setup. Flashbang into holes, and it's going to work wonders. But a 1-for-1 trade under your weakest weapon of the round, maybe not the best to expect from ECSTATIC. As we enter back into a 4-on-4, health heavily favors the defense here, but utility is a different story.
I have to make do with a little bit limitations in that department for sure, but again, like you said, that HP is looking really good, and at least you do have that sole B player standing pretty tall with a lot of utility in his belt. They've just thrown a top Banana smoke as well, which is rather interesting here. I mean, we got a minute left on the clock, and they might potentially have to wait that one out. On top of that, Bird from Sky is going to be blindsided here very soon. If you see Iceberg going any far forward, he's going to be shot in the back.
Yeah, now they know that this is a fake. They're instantly going to pull rotations over to B. The only job that Prime has to pull off right now is just staying alive. But still, they haven't rotated over. Not even one player's bothered cheating into the MP9 has a big task to accomplish. And on top of second orange as he almost delivers with all of them. But 1 in damage should be good enough. It's all up to the retake once again. But this time a lot more favorable in the scenario. There won't be that much utility to work with on both sides of the coin. But again, health is what you got to keep your eyes on as Dafu's just been falling. It's all up to Wolf. He sat at the back of the first oranges in a 1-on-3. You just want to do some extra damage here. You don't want to let him walk away with all these rifles. And hearing a reload over towards Banana could be leeway to isolate these 1v1s. Quez going to walk into the ankle, and it's a headshot given! Oh, Wolfie! That could have been a big one, because if he finds that extra pick in CT, he can try to play around that timer, work more 1v1 angles, but thankfully for Trick, they come away with the force buy win.
I can't believe they have 2 kits still in the mix right there. That's absolutely wild. But able to answer things back. No, that bomb plan, I want to see if that encourages a investment coming through from the likes of SKADE. Do they want to try and force up? And the answer is swiftly answered. Yes, they will. Have a little maybe extra economy there with AstroPay, getting those online purchases in.
You know it.
Fasher's dropped over an AK to Manx, though, believe it or not.
I like it. Look, I like these ballsy plays from ECSTATIC. I like them showing early that they aren't just going to let them have these rounds for free. They're going to have to earn them. And eventually, we're going to see one of 2 things. We're going to see a shutdown round for ECSTATIC, a lucky win on another one of these ecos, whether force buys, that pulls them across the distance, sends Tricks back to a save, and then they start to take the reins of the game from there. Or this AWP on Larson gets activated early. They show ECSTATIC they're going to be a force to be reckoned with. And it sends shockwaves through Inferno. Either of those can happen on this one round, but those are the 2 results you're looking for.
Yeah, the force buy war is just continuing here. And back to the B side where they've been having a lot of their success. But this is a great reaction. They spread the defense, but oh my god. Wolfie just finds a double opener again. Fasher did it 1 round. This time it's Wolfie's turn. There's a lot of damage being done here, but the post plant's going to ensue, and another one goes down through the smokes. Manx is able to collect, and I think this is going to be a save here. I mean, it's so quickly answered, that P rush, immediately offering up success here for the T side.
And it's really poor utility usage on the defense there from Tricked, right? You'd think, like, they know that the B rush is coming because you could see they were prepping the HEs over the broken wall for something like a push into Banana, because they've done that before in a couple of these past rounds. But as soon as they hear the footsteps, they're even able to back away to the front of the site, but it's just commitment on some of those duels that leads to the undoing, instead of maybe backing up to first oranges, backing up to new box, dumping in a pool molly alongside your teammate in CT, who still has a full belt of utility. That could have easily been a shutdown B hold, and since it's not, the opening kills go their way. ECSTATIC steal another round that they shouldn't be getting close to, and Tricked, it's back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised to see it. I didn't mind the utility in the way that they were throwing it in. I like that they spread that distance in between, you know, that rushing players and the utility that was being thrown out. But then they get just kind of caught with the nades in hand, right? That's where the problem lies in with Wolfie. So quick on the entry prowess right there. You know, pulling his best Fasher impression from round number 2. And he's able this time to find the double entry with the MAC-10. We do have 4 disconnects over on the ECSTATIC camp here. That's never a good sign. You can see some of the faces there.
That would be so funny if you were playing against it. Oh my god. That would be hilarious. Imagine you're just chilling there, you just lose to a B-rush. I mean, I guess it's a good thing for Tricked, right? Smiles on everybody's faces. They're getting a bit of a gag out of it. But whoever this is, I'm not going to lie, bro. I have no idea why the hell you playing back like black bars. That is...
Oh, don't hate on black bars. Come on now.
I'm going to.
But I like that they are kind of keeping composed. You know, it's a frustrating round to lose, right? But it's not the end of the world. You can chalk that one up to a bit of an unfortunate B rush there, and
sure,
not too much to worry about. That's an easy round to kind of realize you need to adjust. You know, maybe start things off when you feel like a B rush is coming. You know, add a third person to your defense, to your B site, and you can answer things back. And so the composure, the smiles even that we're seeing right now, and I believe that's Larson's face, looking nice and good.
Yes, sir. Hey, you know what time it is, though. Okay, well, we got plane room number 1. Yawn.
I mean, there's a window back there. It's.
Is that a window?
I think so. I
mean, yeah, you're right. It is. It is.
I like what we can see, right? It's, I think, a bed in the background right next to the window. That's a power move right there, right? Because there's nothing quite like getting woken up by the sun.
Why do you have a space heater pointed at your desk? Like, I get the cold hands part, but it's like, Where's
It's
your
genius.
PC? Like, definitely not. Like, if
On
that's
the other
angled at
side.
your PC,
On the other side.
you know, I mean, at least
Yeah,
we
you
got
get-
some character here. You got a shelf with a speaker.
Yeah.
Wait, what is up with all these
There's some
clean
trophies.
rooms?
I think there's some trophies back there.
Okay, we got some wallpaper. We're getting fancy. Is that a bed? I think that's a bed.
Yeah, that's a bad. Also, some nice tattoos I could see. It's pretty
It's
sweet.
like I could obviously pick a W for the rooms. Like I could easily pick a winner, but
Who
it's
is it?
a very sad winner.
Larson? Did he win?
Probably.
Well
Like,
done.
You got a nice little shelf there. You got the wallpaper, the floral print. Is that a cat on his bed? Can we go back to that? Can we go back to Larson's camp, please? I actually think I saw a cat chilling on his bed.
Might be.
It looked like something was sleeping there.
A very chill cat.
Cool cat.
I like that the Wi-Fi router is as close to the computer as
Wait.
possible. That's a good move.
Wait, that chair's actually kind of sick.
I agree.
Is that the Oh,
I have no
damn!
idea.
I think I know that. That looks like the chariot.
The Chariot.
Yes,
That's such a good name.
that looks like that RGB chair that was supposed to come out, but I don't ever think did. You know what I'm talking about? Did you ever see that?
No, I haven't seen it, but I like the name. I'm all
Dude,
for a
it was-
chariot.
it
That's
was
such
so
a good name
cool.
for a chair.
It was so cool. I wanted one, but I don't think they were ever like retail available.
Oh, yeah.
But
Well done
those
from Trick
chairs
to
look
grab
so
one of
cool.
those.
Right.
Get the logo on there. At the end of the day, at least we do see some cool stuff go on with the Trick
Oh.
chair. We do have. Oh, it's a boot camp.
All right, y'all win. Y'all win the room. The room. The room competition.
This is sweet. I wonder
Oh
if
my
they're
God.
in Malta.
Oh
I've
my
seen
God.
some
Hold
tweets
on.
saying that they were in Malta.
Did you just see that?
No, I have not. What's going on?
He's drinking a bottle of water, right? I like the health. You keep the health gains going, right? But
Yes, of course.
also, I'm very confident that is a cat chilling on his bed. But he puts it like right in front of his keyboard. Bro, you've got a whole desk that goes an entire wall.
That's a red flag. That's a red flag.
Like, no wonder people are spilling their water bottles on the key. Like, bro, you've got a room. Put anywhere else.
I agree. Coming from like a couple of different lands, right? In the NA region, I've walked past computers and I will literally ask them why they've placed the what.
Look at
is
this!
that? You just, I mean, even if it's not spilled on the PC, right? Because at least in that position, the worst case scenario is you likely spilled on yourself, which is fine. But it's scary, man. The placement of drinks and some players is always it always blows my mind.
It's like, dude, what do you even think of putting it there? Like, I will say, back
My
before,
desk has cup holders.
Does it actually?
It does. It has 2 cup holders.
That is
built in.
sick, dude. What?
It is so sick. I got
Why
it
is
for
this not
$25. It was
Dude.
very cool.
Before I was a cleanly person, I would
Yeah.
just drink a lot of soda, and I remember having just like a 12-pack of Sprite, and I drank all of them in the course of like 2 or 3 days, and I had them placed because obviously you got the Counter-Strike gamer arms where you've got like, that 90-degree angle on your keyboard. And a weird, like, you hold your mouse kind of, it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain.
Yeah,
There's a
okay.
gap. There's a gap
Yeah,
between
yeah.
your
I
arms, a
feel
very
you.
big one.
Correct.
And those 12 cans of soda, like,
No.
filled a perfect gap to where my
No.
my arm could still move and not hit them. But, like, let me tell you, if I was flicking, if I'm double scoped in, I'm left side top mid boxes Mirage, and I'm flicking to the right, there are some cans that are falling on the floor. Not now. I'm a lot more cleanly now, and I also have another desk. So it's like, push comes to shove, there's always that.
That's good. Yeah. Yeah, I'm double cup holdered up right over here at the my setup. So
it's actually so sick.
it is. It's really nice. You have right now, you know, you got your coffee in one cup holder. I actually don't even use the other cup holder because I've got my mouse pad kind of near it. So I again, you know, just not taking any risk, right? So.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We do have all 10 in the server. That's a good sign.
Wait. Oh, baby, we're back. Yes, sir. Good stuff.
We are back at it once again. And we do have, of course, the Force by Wars continuing here as the teams have taken trades on who's been winning rounds here. It's the double ops being, well, I guess I should say 2 ops being brought out on separate sides here. Wolfie investing into that, and Larson getting into his AWP. So both have their game plan set in stone, but again, Bird from Sky this time able to find one through the smoke, and he's got a nade out again. Double entry coming through. This time it's Bird from Sky who finds 2, and that's going to be the round potentially done.
Oh, hold on a second. Because Kier still wants to have something to say about this, but there is absolutely no interest on rotation. So maybe if he finds another cheeky 1D, you put it back to a 3-on-3, there's still plenty of util left, and there's a never mind.
Yeah. I was with you. I was starting to believe, right? We're getting all worked into things here, but then Wolfie's up, able to shut things down. Lovely stuff.
You ever go to one of those grocery stores where you can, like, get, like, fill your own bag of, like, candy or something? Like, you just pick whatever candy you want, and you put as much of it as you want in a bag, and you pay by weight?
Yes. I know what you're talking about.
That's kind of like what we're seeing right now. It's like ECSTATIC literally just say, who wants to get a double entry in B this round?
Yes.
And
It's
this
wild.
time it was Bird from Sky. It is, because that's the 3rd time in a row that exact same situation is played out, and Tricked still don't have an answer. But it's funny because there's a lot of teams where you look at them and like they will actually make that mistake 3 times in a row where they just won't change up their defense, and it will be the exact same thing, rinse and repeat. But Tricked have tried countless different things. You saw in that first round where they get double entry on Banana because they pushed down. They were doing something aggressive. They were trying to take Banana control when they were... Well, then another one came through on that initial B rush. They backed up to the site. They were ready to throw in the utility. Even there, like, they didn't necessarily overextend. I don't really know what Prime was doing with that nade, but still, there's a world where that's not that bad of an option. But now, with only 2 rifles to work with, the 1-for-1 trade is definitely not what Trick were hoping for.
Yeah, that's a nice pickup right there. Wolfie, big job to answer that one back through the smoke, able to find the boost in time. But I'm with you. They got to buckle down on this Banana side of things. That's going to be a big key later down the line. You know, will we ever see any sort of adjustments being made, right? I mean, I guess you kind of talked about the 3 different styles that they've been going for. And I think at the end of the day, they just got to find some sort of trade potential, you know? Maybe get a 2-for-1 or a multi-kill. And that is down to the 2B players. And in this round, they've actually... Uh-oh. Oh, no.
No, dude.
I was about to say, I was like, this is...
No, dude. Wait.
Very slow.
Oh, my God. Oh, dude. Oh, who's going to say it?
So we do have some risk being taken, right? From Trick. They're really getting this good map control right now. Look at this player push up mid. Look at this player push up mid. He's like, where are they? Where have they gone? He's up arches right now. Iceberg is like, I literally see absolutely nothing right now. He's like, where did they go? They have to be here somewhere. He's losing his mind. Okay, now he knows. Okay, one's disconnected.
Knows. Wait, Manx
Oh,
is
they're
back.
back.
Oh,
But
Savior.
it's too late.
Savior.
I think they're all... Yeah, they're back. They're back.
Are they all back?
Yeah, it looks like they're moving around, but they know it's...
No,
it's
I'm
done
not
and
sure,
dusted.
man. What's Wolfie up to?
Yeah, Wolfie's just chilling in spawn. They know it's attack pause and it's a round loss, unfortunately. This sucks. So for them, I feel bad.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate to see, man.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say at this point, because you can already see, like, even ECSTATIC are a bit upset with what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Frustration definitely starting to set in. And, I mean, it's all because that water bottle is placed in front of your keyboard, man. I just, like, I don't...
It's a really frustrating situation to be in, that's for sure. Hopefully that all gets sorted out there. They get the lean backs. I think that I've seen a couple tweets, from Zippel, who's said that they're even boot camping right now in Malta, right? And I thought that maybe that would help out the connection issues, but clearly it's still being a problem, and that's just so sad.
That's very upsetting. Do I see the coach playing over there? It does seem like they're just chilling for now.
Mm-hmm.
That was even leading to be a really good round, too, with that opening pick found above the smoke. The rifle able to, well, not the rifle able to fall off, but still picking up that weapon. I guess maybe still, we got some smiles on ECSTATIC members. You got Wolfie taking a chillax over there in the chair, just relaxing.
I can't tell. See, the thing is about this team is that Fasher and Wolfie, at least from what I can see, look pretty alike, right? So I don't know exactly which one's which.
This guy, man. Well, we're going to take a break, and hopefully when we come back, it will be the end of these technical issues. ECSTATIC, it's a bit unfortunate, but I guess there is still a chance for them to make a resurgence.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Well, looks like we're back into Inferno. The technical difficulties have subsided, and now we head into what's going to be another investment. What seemed like it was so long ago was Trick taking a third round off of these accidental disconnects, and now you just gotta take the L on the chin and work with it.
Make sure you call all your friends. We are back into the action here once again. As again, they are looking to take some ground here towards Banana. They've expended so much utility. They've done a good job at isolating Prime from his teammate here at the moment. But on top of that, you finally see Trick Esports able to fight back just a little bit and hold on to that early ground. You know, this time avoiding that double entry that has been haunting them so often.
I mean, they've certainly had time to discuss it. And,
yeah.
You know, theory crafts new beholds to try to stop something like this from happening. And I mean, I guess it's worked out because SKADE, yeah, they've walked up guard, but I believe making noise that's going to be heard by Trick. They're just trying to play this one contact. Iceberg giving the info over to his boy at the top of Oranges, but now, oh, sick. Okay, well.
There's one.
Bird for Sky, don't do it to him.
Oh, God. It cannot happen. He's gotten right back exactly where his teammate has fallen. That's always a scary sign, right? They found one piece of the puzzle, though one more has joined them up in forces here. Kier's looking to help out in this B-side defense, but you've lost Larson on the other side of the map. So where does that leave you off? The lurking presence coming through from Dafu is good for a kill. A boost above the smoke is a good sign, but there's still 30 seconds to maneuver.
Kier right now is just trying to bait in for Presence. That's all he wants to do in behind this smoke, but Fasher's got the better of the two angles, though. Do they bother clearing out flower pots? They don't, but Prime! Oh my god! Dude, man, come on, man.
Oh.
You gotta win those. Even if he just gets like 1-for-1 traded, it's like, damn, dude. That hurts. I don't even think Quez is getting away with this gun either. Nah, you're not expecting that angle from Dafu.
No,
and it's
not at all.
a quick way to get your fourth, even though it was a very long timer.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a break, right? But they figure things out immediately after getting back into the action here. And I mean, you can see right there, they come in with the force. They come in continuing what works right there, those B-side attacks. On top of that, you know, it's so helpful when you have Dafu as well, finding kills on the lurk, right? Because even if that sets in a little bit of hesitation, a little bit of a movement elsewhere, I mean, you can see that Tricked struggling quite a bit to get the ball moving here on that CT side. And it looks like B's going to be continue where they set their crosshairs. Nade stacks fly right past Iceberg.
And they just, like, know what is going on right now because SKADE continuously run the gauntlet down into the B site, and it's just a refusal to stop, and for good reason, because it's working. Larson now the only one to try to respond, and Fasher makes a statement with that one. The B site is compromised, and there's nothing you're going to do about it.
Fasher's just went up to his entire team. He's like, you heard double entry banana. How about 3? And he just deletes everyone from the server. I mean, I don't know what's going on here. They did try and stack over another man. They brought in the op presence as well of Larson, who's been an effective force here for Tricked before. It's just, I don't know, there's just so many issues here. And Fasher's so hungry to close out after this break, man. They came back firing on all cylinders.
And it's what you need if you want to find some success as SKADE right now. Op recovered 2 with only 1 casualty taken. Their smiles, grins across their faces. They now cower back into T-spawn. And Banana just hoping to keep their weapons. And leaving the ball into the court of Trick to try to respond. It was a force buy that didn't go well. And now, once again, it looks like they're going to have to forfeit up another one of these eco rounds.
Tricky territory you're placed in right now. If you are Tricked, I mean, getting off to a pretty slow start on that CT side is just never a good sign. Now, granted, we have to give them a little bit of benefit of the doubt here. We're heading into a statics map pick. Seems like they have a clear game plan, a clear site they want to exploit, and they just continue to do so often. So we'll see if that trend continues. They've clearly exploited a vulnerability in Trick's setup.
And you can see how much of a detriment it's taken to the CT side of Trick so far, because, I mean, even in a previous round, they go for a 3-man B stack, the AWP's on that side of the map, and it's just still not enough to respond. They only manifest 1 kill, and it's not anything you can allow when you have that many players fended up on towards that one site. As the Deagles continue to swing in, Fasher might just replicate the double entry success. Bird from Sky moving in as well. They spotted the man on top first Oranges. But I kind of want Fasher to find that kill just to keep it going, you know? What are you doing? clue in.
That's wild right there. I mean, now they're trying to close in upon Daffy, who's gonna effective lurk. I mean, at least we do have that double entry makes that was able to find it, but finally we see a little bit of a separation. I mean, in this round, right, not the biggest a deal that you drop it, but yeah, I'm with you, man. I don't know what exactly Iceberg was expecting in that sort of position. Getting caught completely off guard.
Hey, man. Whatever, they take those. Now we go into another rifle, though, as Tricks need to find some, I mean, wielded together success, because it's just been one-sided. Even though it is 6-3, there's rounds where Trick were able to pick up. Remember, one of them was off of 4 players disconnecting. Like, it's nothing that we can hold on to and say, like, there's been promise, because there just hasn't. Now finally trying to shut down these banana takes with raw utility. So far working wonders as Faster blinded up on the angle. Should be a 3 opening pick. And it is a 1-for-1, but one that Trick will take as they keep them out of banana, which has so far been a nightmare avenue for them to try to deal with.
Yeah, you've been able to deal with Faster again. He's that opener for SKADE and has been so consistently, so that's a big pickup right there. Finally, you're able to trade things out, and on top of that, you still see Prime holding on to a lot of this banana control. Now, he has to be careful. Wolfie is ready with the AWP. Oh, that was so close. Nice attempt right there, but no success on that shot, and it will force Prime a little bit more further back.
Well, now we get to see what this A-site defense is made of, as with 50 seconds to go, it does seem where ECSTATIC want to pan out. The bomb currently in the back of Bird from Sky. There's enough utility to get them in on the initial take. Now, the post plant might be a different story. Maybe only one smoke left to fend off against an arch wrap, but the remaining counter utility looks to be depleted over towards the B site, and a lot left onto the shoulders of Larson in from the apartments, but they don't hard clear him. And now knowing what's going on, the crossfire is established, which they both mow them down in. The bomb dropped on the hay bales. It's all up to Wolfie and the 1-on-4. 20 seconds to go, and you're not even going to get close to this one. And it looks like Trick are finally going to be able to take the helm of this game back into somewhat of a doable point. Obviously, there is still a lot of this half to go, but very convincing for them in that round. We need to see more, but a good start.
Yeah, no, that was a great start right there for Trick. And I even like the setup that we saw from ECSTATIC. They have the op lurking and trying to cause the fake right there by throwing his utility and making sure that he scopes in, trying to make sure that his noise is heard with that AWP, because usually that op is a part of the pack. But it was all a fake, and it was 2 players that were stacked over towards A, just in the perfect crossfire. You can see from Larson and Quez, there's just no getting past that angle without a flashbang or anything of the likes. And ECSTATIC, they didn't have that in their game plan right there.
Well, now it's up to a different strat in the book as the op once again reinvested. ECSTATIC have plenty of money to throw these buys out onto the table, and the op looks to go all the way up banana, but a bit strained, and even in Broom, Faster's burning at the stake, but still he's good for a kill. Nades continue to rain in. He has to get out of dodge, but Prime says absolutely not. You're taking a bruising to fall off, and look at all this damage dealt over towards banana. Trick, they put up a really good defense and finally find a convincing way to shut them out of that portion of the map, demanding respect, and Prime does the exact same thing. Walks up with another kill, almost drops the smoke. And I guess it is going to come out late than never, as it's thrown deep by Kier, who gets tagged off of the angle. Still a 3-on-2, but manageable, as ECSTATIC have a lot of damage to try to work with right now.
Kier getting onto that AWP. He's made noise, though. You cannot afford to drop there. Almost being bested through the smoke. That was terrifying. But still holding on, Kier, onto the op. That's a big pickup right there, because again, 10 HP. You can't really offer up too much defense if you are low with a rifle. Yeah, I just noticed, will they bring in another rotators? My question here at the moment. Kiers has to watch CT spawn and banana, and I think they're going to be happy with a retake scenario.
I mean, yeah, I'm not even too surprised at this either. You've got Kier on the EWP. He's got a gap in these smokes. Maybe even try to play around it, but somehow through it, he tags up Dafu. And it's a great way to shut him out of this B site. The AK sprays through, and Manx is just going to go ahead and stick to the plant for good reason, because he finds himself in a 1v3 post-plant situation with an ace skill to try to maneuver with in CT. Quest, the only man at 100 HP, is tagged up with a flash coming through on banana. You need to find this kill, and you need to do it soon. That's a good way to deliver on one of them, and even flicks for the second. 1v1 as he knows the last is in CT spawn. Just playing this timer to its fullest extent. The AK, maybe not the most on bullets, but Still enough to work around this kill. 5 left in the chamber. There is a kit to go, but Quez wants to defuse this from an off angle, tapping it in the smoke. The last 5 bullets come through. Now opting to spam on the Glock. Quez, you've got to find this kill, and he does. But does he have time to get the defuse off? I think he just barely will. Tricked by the skin of their teeth. Deny the 1v3.
Oh, man, what a play from Quez. That's exactly how you want to play the post plant scenario. Get the smoke of the bomb, tap it, and if you can, try and fake things out, man, because you saw how hungry he was for that clutch. Makes diving over the coffins to try and close that one out and finish the job he started. Just not able to in time. Still, there's plenty of damage towards the tail end. But I like what I'm seeing from Tricked. We see that banana adjustment. We see them showing a little bit less respect than initially given at the start of this game, where they were just kind of trying to play on default positions on site. Now they're feeling a whole lot more confident, and Larson certainly so, as he gets run boosted in towards mid.
Footsteps heard over and all as the smokes bloom. Nades deployed right behind it, but still, you're going to need some assistance onto your boiler player unless you want to give up complete control of brackets, because right now, it's a very loose grip on most parts of this map. And it seems like they're already paying an indefinite price. Wolfie not only spotted in middle, but the AK of Boiler cements that they have absolutely no map control on what's going on right now. Crossfire established, but Manx can give away this man advantage. 4-on-4 we swing back into, but you've still got Kier stuck in the cubby, and with only a flashbang left, he's just got to take a ballsy peek in to hope that it goes well. Fire burns all around the archway, but it's not going to be good enough to add up to a tricked round. Look, 4-on-2 with the B site compromised. This one's just done.
They're in CT spawn right now. They found the B pick, and they just kept on running.
I mean, the thing is, right now with Tricked, and I think this is why ECSTATIC were a bit shoddy on going for quick B plays in the past couple of rounds, is because they showed that they were not scared to add an extra man to the situation over at B, to throw that op on the B side of things to try to help out on the defense with Larson being posted up there. And when you find that opening pick in middle, or at least when you just hear that shot rain off in bracket, knowing what the money is going to look like because of how close it was in the last round, you're not going to be able to walk in and afford another op, so you're not going to be double opping. You know there's only the one in play, and it's most likely going to be on Larson, so you hear the shot fired off in mid, and instantly you know there's only going to be 2 defenders on B. They find the opening pick, and from there it's all set in stone.
Not even holding onto these rifles, are they? At least one of them, potentially. Prime should be safe and sound, but I'm with you, man. They find that opening kill onto the likes of Larson, and then the response that comes through from ECSTATIC after that, in terms of working the other parts of the map, are so incredibly effective right there. They find not only that kill towards B that helps out in taking that site, but also Manx goes through that, you know, arch side smoke right there and finds a quick 1-for-1 trade as Wolfie's available, standing right behind him for that trade that was offered up right there. And so every step of the way you have Tricked, or rather ECSTATIC, utilizing themselves as a pack and finding, you know, effective trades, good opening kills, and so much going right now in the game plan of ECSTATIC here as they answer things back.
Quez alongside Kier, they have a very, very aggressive hold in on the apartments with a tag coming through Manx. Oh, I think he heard it. Just know that somebody's going to push up. He does, but not knowing who it was, the trade is instantly delivered. The MP9 still sits eagerly awaiting its prey in halls. A close-range angle with the SMG is usually beneficial for it, but not on low HP. Though, we are still into a 4-on-4 with a weapon thrown into the hands of, I believe, rather no, Larson didn't end up picking up the AK in halls, so there is still a weapon lying on the ground as ECSTATIC take their sweet time in this one.
Don't want to make any risky plays right now in this 4v4, so they're happy to hold on to that. And now look at this aggression from Larson. He's been spotted out, but he's able to get that rifle and run away. That's perfectly timed. On top of that, coupled with the fact that they've just smoked towards Banana here. Bird from Sky, knowing the angle in which they smoked it from, but not able to find the kill here. There's 40 seconds
Look,
left.
Quez! Oh my god! Quez has not only cleared out the entirety of all middle, but now he's going into Mexi. He's going to hear all these footsteps running away, and even faster. Not a single man going to be attentive on the Mexi push. It's all about waiting, playing the timer. The SMG, though, only getting one, and it's all it has to do. Because it's made itself a nuisance. You have to keep somebody back here wary for it, but still, he's able to double down the bomb on its solo mission into the site, and he's thankfully able to find the kill, but 1-on-2 for Dafu. 1 HP, the great separator. And the MP9, the only way to give it back is to let it go charging in solo. That's what he's just done. The reload heard, the flash thrown over as he looks to play the 1v1. Another flash thrown in as well. Half HP is Quez. He was tagged up in the early round, and Dafu is a single-handed clutch master. 3 kills found on 1 HP for an ECSTATIC 8th.
You gotta be kidding me, man. The last headshot he hit was so ridiculous. Able to play the headshotting over the first as well, man. Perfection from Dafu. Left last man standing for a static. And look where it leaves the likes of Tricked off here on the CT side, man. It's so hard to bounce back in these sort of positions. You're walking into the second half with at very best a 9-6, given that you only have 3 P250s in the mix here. Like, surely you're not able to win around like this. Pull it out of the hat. So they like to push down middle. There's a bit of a gap, but filled in from Dafu. Continues his success, and we'll find 3.
Look, man, there's a chance for a couple of kills to come through. Prime's doubled down on the USP and a weapon to be picked up. Oh, man, don't let him get away with this one. Look, 3 kills. That is not shabby. You walk into that round with 1 P250. That is good stuff from Trick, but we can't keep saying good stuff from Trick because even though some of these rounds are starting to get closer than anticipated, we need to see more in the success category, just in totality of these rounds. And right now you can see Larsson's contemplating bringing out the op, but in the end he'll just stick to the rifle.
Yeah, I mean, it's good damage, right? But like you said, not the biggest of factors here, especially with the last round of the half coming up. I want to top a banana smoke right now for Bird from Sky. He's looking to get that down early and try and grab this control. Avoid a lot of that utility that's going to be raining down here. But in the meat, oh, that's very unfortunate.
Yikers. Do you think ECSTATIC abused that, though? Because it already seemed like they were going for a passive banana hold.
Well, right now, I mean, if you were looking to be, you know, grabbing that early control, you need that bottom banana smoke. And so you can see with that mist smoke, it seems like they've kind of fallen off of that game plan and have elected in towards a just standard, you know, CT coffin setup.
Oh my god, this setup is going to be borderline unbreakable. Even finding one in middle for absolutely free. The trade not found, and now running up. Manx and Dafu continue to try to eke their way back into this round. With the nade bouncing through, there's still a man on the cross, but such a shot converted by Bags. And we instantly fall back into a 3-on-3. Iceberg should be left solo with the reins of the B site in mind. And Basher is about to walk up through the smoke, completely uncontested, or rather, I thought it would be. He still takes a couple of bullets to the chest before all is said and done. It's a 2-on-3 retake. Molly will deny the plant for some time, but this is really going to fall down to what Prime can get done. As his teammate's on 11 HP, there's not really much for him to hope for. On the EWP, look, maybe he's able to pick off one and ease the work that Prime has to do, but still, you've got to be the one to find some of these picks. In from CT, catch the angle onto Manx, but Fasher, all knowing to this banana flank to come through, leaves it all up to him in the 1-on-2. And you should know where both of these remaining players are, but how are you going to break apart this crossfire with only 1 flashbang in your arsenal? You don't have a kit either, and Fasher just decides to take the fight. Give him a chance knowing that he won't win it.
Fasher just crab walking out of the covey right there. And there's a lot of moments right now for Trick where you're just wondering what exactly they could do to win the round. And the answer is, it's not much, right? You have a static nailing opening kills. I mean, even Makes on that second entry that he was able to find towards brackets. Quez was on such a wide off angle. He gets jiggled out. He gets a couple bullets off. And then he just gets one tap. Deleted. And there's just not much that you could do up against a static roster that's playing this lights out. So credit where it's due. Trick, they've had some nice adjustments. They've had some attempts at disrespecting a static. But it's all been falling flat here in the first half.
Well, the pistol could get him bouncing right back in as there's only 3 on the A side defense, but uncleared, and Boiler goes Manx as him and Dafu are an absolute army! 1 bullet left in the mag, but it still connects for a head. And as Larsson's left solo dolo on the P250, he's only hoping for a better KD as he walks away from this round. Head in hands, ecstatic, or dominating Tricked right now.
Oh my god. Again, it's just another one of those rounds where they just walked into the wrong side of things. A cool idea that they had going on. They were going to dive through the smoke. They expected that to not be expected, but how ready were the likes of ECSTATIC for that play? And even Manx just nailing that last bullet. Getting denied entry to that A bomb site here. It's a full Glock eco in this one. Bringing absolutely nothing. So this should be 12 here for ECSTATIC. And you'd imagine that they're getting closer and closer to figuring things out here, taking it into Nuke.
Oh, wow.
Cool.
I mean, I like the innovation. It's not going to work, but I like it. Well, actually, you know what?
P250s.
Hold on to that thought, because, like, what are they really hoping to go for there now that I think about it? Because it's like, if they're expecting an alt push to come through from ECSTATIC, maybe they're just hoping for somebody to, like, swing through in halls, and that's what they were trying to find, and I guess I could see it working out there. But if they were hoping to counter an alt play, all of them were still going to be blind.
It's a fair point. That and also the distance in which the Glocks really fall off there.
Yep.
You know, you probably need some P250s, right, in the mix. Although I will talk a little bit about the purchasing choice here from SKADE. Almost had no utility in that last round. Only one MP9 in the mix. And now, in this first gun round, I think Tricked are going to really struggle with the investments that are being brought out. It's a lot of A1Ss and stuff on Moss and Dafu, and only Bird from Sky really lacking in the weaponry at the moment. With the MP9, it's still very strong here. And a triple nade down Banana as well. But really, the issue is towards A at the moment. They're rushing in quickly towards brackets.
Look, man, right now, if you're Tricked, you gotta try changing up the pace. You gotta try changing something up, because even, I guess we haven't seen much of this T side so far. In fact, only 2 rounds, but you're already starting to eke towards the final destination. Daffy with the Tomas wants to get a bit aggro in Arch, and it gets a taste of his own medicine. As Iceberg finds one, the cross is covered by Fasher, wanting a triple, but 2 is more than enough. Helping out in the initial site defense, there are still 2 CTs here set up fairly well. Crossfire established. Wolfie and Pitt means everything, though. If he falls, so does the A site. But as he tucks back in, it is still so tense in this situation. Tricked, just hold on to the map control they have and see if anybody wants to overextend from SKADE. Now pulling the pin with the utility. And as Wolfie starts to level them out, he's left the only man standing on the A side. Bird from Sky's flank has him stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the IGL's found 2 at long range on the SMG.
Oh, man. Can you make it a little bit scary? They're able to find that blinded up headshot, 180ing, but still, just not enough to close that one out right there. Once you lose that apartments player and Wolfie's still able to hold his position towards Pitt, that round becomes near impossible despite some effective entries. And now, again, tough decisions ahead of Tricked. Obviously, they're going to try and save into it, get maybe one last chance at a rifle round here. As the likelihood that this goes SKADE's way is there. Everything you could ask for in this investment, utility, all in the mix. And this time a slower pace to that A-side aggression here in this round as Wolfie picks one off with his AWP.
Yeah, it just doesn't... I can't really separate where the confidence ends and, like, the... what's the word I'm looking for? Because I don't want to make it sound disrespectful, but the skill begins, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, a lot of these rounds where SKADE are allowing them to be close, like, you look at how they're playing, and it just doesn't seem like they're necessarily giving it their 100, knowing that Tricked are the inferior opponent. It's like... it's another one of these tests that they just simply probably aren't going to pass, right?
And it shows in the multi-kills that SKADE are able to get. Some of the trades just aren't there in certain ways, right? Where, you know, likely that you should find a quick trade. You should be able to find that response. And I mean, right there, it's obvious that that eco should get swept away, right? But in some of these cases, it's certainly a bit lacking in the trick department. And you know, they've had some good signs. They've had some good adaptations, right? Where their game plans have worked. But in the grand scheme of things, hasn't been consistent success.
I'm with you. Well, only one rifle buy left to try to respond for the entirety of Inferno. It all comes down to this and what Tricked are made of right here and right now. So far, so pretty successful, I'd like to say, as they baited out a lot of the utility of the CT side alongside damage onto the op and Wolfie. But once again, they're going to try to run it up into the A site, which so far hasn't been that much success. Still 3 on the defense, but they have full control of brackets right now.
Very solid control, though Wolfie's looking to grab it right back. He has to be careful walking into these angles. In the meantime, Banana becomes compromised there. Here's trying to hold on, but not for long here. And again, Dafu looking to double down, but Quez has an answer to it. A's become a little bit lacking here in presence. It's just Manx in the big pit at the moment.
But there are 1v1s to be taken around the board. Right now, there's only one in lane, one in arch, and the other coming in from the apartments.
Ooh.
But Prime thankfully deals with him. So now it looks like they will be able to find some form of T-sided success, or maybe I shouldn't speak too soon. As Fasher's caught the timing on Dequez, a smoke blooms over in the archway, but maybe even looking for a flash through it. You can see the utility thrown over to his teammate. Nade gonna be bouncing in as well, but it misses the mark. That could have been big. To take Larson down to a bit of a less chunky margin would have been so more manageable in this retake, though still, he gives away a bit of a peek, gives away the info. Bird from Sky wants to take it the distance as he runs up. The headshot's not good enough. And it leaves it to Fasher. 1 on 2 with the last man soon to be spotted in lane. But Larson is an army right now. Or at least, close to it as he doubles down on a very low HP margin. Trick thankfully come away with at least one round.
I mean, not easy to do at all for Larson either, right? You're up against Faster, your teammate's on 1 HP, and you know you have to do most of the heavy lifting in that round right there, and he does. He holds very steady. And get tricked on the board here for the T side, which is a good sign here, but again, not just enough to topple that economy here. It's still going to be another investment coming through for a static, so you haven't hit that mark just yet. But maybe you can start to make a name for yourself here in the second half if you're able to string 2 together. Bird from Sky has been taken care of early. What a lovely pickup.
Well, hold on a second. Maybe there is still something left of this game. Because at this point, I still don't think Trick can win it. But we're just looking for something to hold on to for hope on map 2 for a Trick. Because they're starting out on the T side of Nuke. Which is going to be way more difficult to find success, to get openers, and to get rounds. But if you can start to build up something here, get yourself some more confidence to go into that map, then all it takes is a pistol conversion and a couple of rifles behind it to call it a done and dusted T-half. So again, you're not looking for a map victory at this point if you're Trick. You're looking to wake up.
Yeah, get a little warmed up into the server here on the T side. Fasher spotted out a gun barrel, but he's been taken care of. Now it's Iceberg's time to find a double entry there, as Prime will actually be able to clear out a quick trade on a Manx, and I think this is kind of an easy save call here. You've lost B. Plans should come through, and Wolfie and Dafu likely to concede this one, give up 7. Ooh. And like you said, get a little warmed up into the server here.
And I like this from Trick. They don't just let them have the guns for free, knowing that hunting both of these rifles down will be so impactful, but they've exchanged positions. Prime, does he expect them to have already pushed into the T apartment? It doesn't look like he has. It's just a mulligan called by the both of these teams. They're okay keeping their weapons into the next round for the both of them. I guess the money not comfortable enough for Trick to have more than one player go here on a hunt. Prime at least has them cornered. Or at least he should be, right? Because they've already crept in a T-spawn. Eventually, you'll realize that they can't be in the A site. They're not making any noise. They're not even scoping in with the op. So he'll still get a bit investigative. See if he can't mark down one of these guns.
Maybe. I mean, they're a little bit too far removed, but you do see some players going quickly in towards T-spawn. They do hit the brakes a little bit, so we'll call it a day. There you go. 7 on the board. Getting their T side activated here. These spies can still be tricky here if you see Wolfie having that AWP. He can do a whole lot with that to try and open up rounds. Coupled with Dafu.
These have been convincing rounds, though. Like, yeah. They have been really well played by Trick. I mean, you can even see some of the shots that they've converted are pretty damn good. And I guess even if ECSTATIC just start to fizzle out the little flame that Trick started to brew up on this T side at this point, there's something to hope for going into the next map. And I'll say that it could be a hot take as ever, but still, I've seen enough to think that there's a chance.
They don't want to cut him out at all just yet, but right now they do start things off the wrong way here. Dafu is able to pick off one. They've actually adjusted nicely to this. Wolfie is here with the AWP and is going to cut off this line.
They've heard the op scope, but I wonder if Iceberg swings in unknowingly or not. Barrel spotted deep, and even a second player spotted right behind it as he tucks into the cubby. This is the worst thing he could have done because now you're going to get hard cleared. And I guess you baited in for Manx. I wonder if the repeat comes through. It almost certainly seems like it will. And even shotgun hopping picks up one, trying to double down. Still responds with more than he should have been allowed to. Sitting in the middle of the site now, Dafu, the man who opened up the round, has to be the one to close it. 48 seconds, and timing is everything. If they clear the close angle and take him out, then it looks like this round will probably go the way you'd expected. But I guess there is some form of a chance as Quez on 1 HP is something to keep your eye on. If they find him or even take down Kier with a lucky shot from this now recovered AK, this round gets thrown right back up into the air.
There's potential here. Quez is on very low HP. But they've gotten themselves some good post plants here, and that A-bomb set is incredibly tricky, although that is a wonderful smoke. Landing right in front of
so sick.
Pit.
This is so big, too. Right? Oh, there goes Quez. You know that he's coming out from the apartments, and the trades found instantaneously, but still. Bird from Skies picked up the EWP, and I wonder if you even bother going back in for this. Wait, he's got a kit. Oh my god, it's been smoked off as well, trying to find the spam. Bird from Skies taking the bomb. No way! It looks like he's gonna pull this off! Oh my god, Bird from Sky! He's the IGL for a reason, because his brain is huge. 15-7, and that's how ECSTATIC find map point.
Oh man, what a way to win it out right there, right? They throw the perfect utility. They have a kit for the defuse, and that's extremely hard to expect right there from Kier. Can't really blame him too much right there for giving that one over. But still, what a heartbreaking round to lose there. Just kind of stop that momentum on your T side. Oh, boy.
That's gonna hurt. That's gonna leave a sour taste in your mouth. Now they've got to, again, take the L on the chin, work from the deficit, and, again, just try to tribute up some of these rounds. You're playing for pride at this point, and that Molotov nade combo, oh, I thought they extra really bounced that fire into the sandbags. That could have been huge. It would have potential opening pick for them, too. But Fasher, counting his lucky stars, I guess stays in the round for a little bit longer.
It would have been really nice to gather that, but exactly right. You have chunked him down quite a bit. As they look to hold on to this card positioning. Getting that smoke down here. Getting some more utility out of these T-side players. But Bracket is being prioritized here. Wolfie's caught off guard here. And he does go down to Quest and the apartments here. No answer back from Manx as Prime finds a second. And that's going to be the A site. Called clear. They'll grab that control for free and stay afloat for a little while longer. Fasher's going to be blindsided as well. And with only 2 alive here, they should be comfortable to close things out and stay alive.
And I wonder if Tricks go for these hunts now. You know that they are pinned into this part of the map. You know that they either have to be in B or towards CT right now. And even though you don't have the most cash built up right now if you're tricked, it's more about limiting the guns that ECSTATIC can come away with in this round. Even knowing that they're coming down banana, you've now spotted out the both of them, and the other response can be made. The alt posts up on the angle. Larson can't hit the shot on the angle. And I guess they are starting to work a bit of room to maneuver with as Bird from Sky tucks back in behind the sanctuary of his own piece of utility. And it looks like they will be able to walk into these rounds, rather these next upcoming rounds with the rifles. It's not the AWP, and it's by no stretch anything that you can be that happy with, but it's better than nothing.
Not bad at all. Able to hold on to those 2 rifles. I mean, it was enough in the round where Bird from Sky was able to sneak off a defuse. Even a couple kits brought into this one. But again, they're tricked. Showing that they do have a little bit to work with from their T sides and can find some success here. And like you said, I mean, that's even more important when we talk about heading into Nuke here. But it's going to be a force buy here. They're able to get 4 rifles across the line with plenty of utility. Even, you know, only having that 1.57 in the mix isn't too bad whatsoever. I'm surprised with the investment that they're able to bring to the table.
Well, this is just another way that Trick can start to make this game ever so much closer, because if you're able to convert this round right here, you all of a sudden turn this to 15-10. And again, it's just an entirely different game from that point.
No doubt. Get those double digits to really prove yourself as a more competitive affair. But they are finding a huge gap. Look at this. They're able to sneak their way through arches and might be able to blindside the opposition. You'd sneak their way into a CT spawn. They'll cut off rotations. There's so much going on right now for Tricked in their favor. And Fasher's going to learn this soon.
Ooh. It's unfortunate that he's allowed to get there, but now that's going to cause some chaos over at the B site, stir things up and make them interesting, as Bird from Sky is the only man left on 1 HP. He'll talk into construction, maybe hoping to play for a rotation and a retake, but his prime CT angle has now been given away. The take becomes a bit more difficult. Bird from Sky, hard cleared though, leaves it all up to a 3-on-3 retake, or the 3-on-4. And again, it seems like ECSTATIC have no interest in going for it, knowing that a save lingers on the horizon. They decide to keep their guns again.
Has to be called in, right? It's like you said, they can get caught in this trap of, you know, giving double digits over to Trick, which likely could be the case here, given that they won't have the most being brought into this next one. But 3 rifles, again, is still closable. Well, the Tricked, I feel like they're all of a sudden finding this sort of mechanical, this entry ability that just wasn't there in the CT side. And for Tricked, I feel like it's so surprising to see them struggle on the CT side, more so than on the T side in some of those opening exchanges.
Oh.
What an easy call in for the save there. Timeout called from Static.
There is still room to
See if they take this time to plug in their MSI gear.
There is still room to make this game work.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to, count my chickens before they hatch, but eventually, if Tricked keep adding up these converted rounds, either, right, because with the way ECSTATIC are playing it right now, they're literally allowing like 5-on-2s. Like, you think of it that way. If they go into the B site, or like, because they're going to start stacking the B site at some point if they start to favor it. But here's how it is. Tricked, at this point, you play the 50-50, you pick right, it's a 5-on-2, you pick wrong, it's a 5-on-3. If you walk out of that engagement with a man advantage in the round, SKADE instantly call it a save. And that's going to be big because it just allows Trick to find all this easy T-sided success. They don't have to worry about retakes, or eventually SKADE are going to crack. They're going to give up an eco, and that will allow Trick to put their foot right back in the door of this game. Obviously, there is still this round to worry about because it's not the most of unwinnable situations. It's a shoe-in save, but they still have rifles to work with.
Look at this utility. Iceberg down low. But inside of Broom, Kier's going to find the first. There's a trade from Fasher. They'll be able to get out of dodge he is for now. And even able to line up a second kill. That's massive right there, putting the advantage in favor of SKADE. Big pickups there from Fasher as he's able to continue off that success in the first half. Now Wolfie looking to take his turn in towards middle.
No utility. It's just the CZ in hand, and I think he understands that as close as he gets, it might not be enough to overpower the AK-47s that come at him. 3-on-4, though, and you don't need to go for an aggressive fight, because with players holding the line like this, there's no reason to give him ways back into the round. 4-on-2 as the remaining pieces of utility will soon fly over the head of the A site. And the defense lies on what Manx and Wolfie can get done. Look, you're only looking to stop one of these T's right now. Your crossfire gets instantly obliterated, then, well, that's worst case scenario. But as Wolfie's picked off one on the CZ, you're looking to shotgun off, maybe even against the Tech 9. He's above you, though, running out of bullets. He's got to reload, and the assistance is brought in from Library. One bullet needs to connect, and Wolfie ends it with his CZ. It's a shoe-in save that allows SKADE to take us to Nuke.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
on to Nuke we go, with maybe a bit more to hope for Tricked after a fairly convincing T-side. I say fairly convincing with only 4 rounds attributed up in the end. There's something to work off of here.
Fast A rush in the mix. There's a Pinnacle odds favoring heavily in one-sided favor for a SKADE here, and for good reason, as they're tearing through this A bomb site, but offering up fantastic defense. One through the smoke as well, and Quez and Larson, they're forced to adjust their game plan here. They are sneaking their way back in towards that A bomb site, but Quez has to figure out a way to punch in those numbers. Under the say 5 Larson, he won't be able to get it down.
And, I mean, you're really relying on Larson to do the heavy lifting in this round. If you're Quez walking away with 1 kill, it's better than you would expect for a situation like this. But now flashing in through heaven, it seems like they've got a bit of a lineup for this one. And that's exactly what I just said. If he's able to get 1, you're happy with it. Bird from Sky taking an offensive angle on the hot run out will put things to a quick closer, and ECSTATIC are able to hold off on the pistol.
Played that one really well right there, tapping the bomb, forcing him out, but then repositioning to such a wide off angle, and having Fasher still able to cover that right there. Great start for ECSTATIC as they kick things off the right way. We'll see what they elect to buy into here, though, over on the Tricked side of things. See if they use their AstroPay to withdraw any weapons with those online purchases. It looks like they will. No surprise that they get such heavy weaponry there. With the bomb plant in the mix.
Yes, sir. And you get it quickly, too. It's, like, on demand.
No doubt. Easy. As you like right there. Just like AstroPay's, you know, many different companies that you can shop with. With all that being said, open into a really crucial round here. Those doors have been blown open.
But nobody decides to peek through. Quez was just holding the line, waiting for somebody to go for an overextension, but Tricked now decided to play the timer to its fullest extent. There's not that much utility to be brewed up here, but there should be enough smokes to allow for safe passageway through outside, but past that is the big question mark. There are a couple of CTs with smokes now, so I wonder, right? You get those smokes down outside, you maybe find a kill on your pathing down into the lower site, and you use that extra smoke, maybe attributed by the CT side themselves, to help assist your ramp take, but still, you've got to find these kills before too long. Flash is perfectly placed outside, but Bird from Sky is just not able to find success off of it, and I think he spotted the head of Larson over on Silo, but for the time being, he just tucks back into lower.
Yeah, I mean, main game plan is to really spot out a lot of that information right there. Obviously hunting for a kill, but, you know, once he spots all those members, he does get a lot of information to the rest of his team, although that is a lovely pickup. Larson able to nail a scout edge shot and makes his sideline now. It still leaves a lot of pressure on Bird from Sky, though, here holding off against all of these players hitting the lower bomb site. There's only 20 seconds.
Yeah, he doesn't need to do anything super aggressive. As soon as that Molotov's thrown through, all he has to do is deny the bomb plant, and they might let the single door go a bit uncleared. No, Iceberg knows all his nooks and crannies, and he instantly shuts him down, taking lobby control in response. It looks like ECSTATIC are checked out of this round, and this is that start that I was waiting for from Tricked, because Flash and the pan rounds are going to be okay on a map like Nuke. You pick up a round like this, you drop the next, and you keep flip-flopping these rounds. Eventually, you've added up to a very convincing half. It's the T side of Nuke. You're only expecting 5 in totality.
Yeah, that's a lovely start right there. I mean, Larson finding that opening pick with a scout is a great way to kick things off, but then you follow it up with what was a really worrying movement of that clock, right? You're heading into that B bomb site. Was still Bird from Sky ready to cause some havoc in that direction. But a big kill from Iceberg. I mean, that's pretty much the round definer right there. If Bird from Sky is able to find 1 or 2, that's likelihood that that just doesn't swing the same way there.
Right. Again, that timer could have been very uneasing for Tricked, and it could have gone a number of ways. It does all come down to that initial pick, that initial flight from Bird from Sky and Iceberg that really separates the round victor from itself. But there are still weapons to work with here, and the force pack from ECSTATIC cements themselves as contenders in this round. There are 2 pistols on the board, but it's the rifles that you look forward to for a saving grace. With a little bit of utility sprinkled onto the mix, this definitely could be converted.
Yeah, no doubt. These rounds are always scary on Nuke, right? It's never easy to deal with force buys on this map with all of the different close range angles that you can gather. Oh, this is a good reaction here coming through from the likes of Trick, just continuing to do what works. A variation of these outside smokes rolling on off here, and gonna have that pack unit actually just seemingly leaving Iceberg here alone. We'll have to deal with Bird from Sky maneuvering around those smokes and hoping to create a gap here. But none given.
I do like the Trick they're taking their sweet time at some point on these defaults, because you do have to work up outside control or your takes always become instantly one-dimensional. Though ENCE is still yet to fall off of this ramp angle, and he might get punished for it here. On the rifle, almost gets killed with the flashbang as the assist, but now the rifle start to chirp up for the CT side. It's a 2-on-3. It's left to almost only the M4s. And it could very well be rifles around the board here in a moment as Wolfie's coming through on a ramp flank. He's got them crunched into a lower take right now, but what can Trix do to respond?
It's a good question. I mean, good news is that Wolfie is going to kind of keep them contained here, cut off the rotation elsewhere. Asher, well timed on his peak right there. Door opens as an alarm bell.
Oh, man.
And just enough time for him to double down and put Trick Esports right back where they started here in round number 2.
5-0 goes the star that you'd expect to shine through from ECSTATIC. And it's very uneasing to know that he's off to a hot start. Can't be leading to any good thoughts brewing in the back of the minds of Trick. The buy's brought back out, but as you weren't able to get that bomb down in the previous round, it's a bit strained, lackluster on some of the buys. You've got Kieran a Deagle, Quez on a Galil. There's not that much utility to work with right now. And Stricts are really going to have to just reach into some Hail Mary type of play to try to win this round.
No doubt. They really need something to swing their way right there. And like you said, maybe it's a shutdown for Fasher, who has been firing on all cylinders. That's some nice damage on a Bird from Sky there. Nothing quite found out back. Keeping him at bay with that smoke. Oh, man, continuing to find that spam. Quez is nailing it. But he finally does take a chunk off his shoulders. And again, with this outer yard movement here, expending a lot of that utility. I mean, this leaves them with only one smoke left, and there's some gaps to be exploited here from the CT side. Bird from Sky almost nailing the spam. Oh, and there it is.
Oh, there you go. It's as easy as you like the A1S and smoke spams. They're the best combo in the game right now, and it doesn't look like the pain ends there. As you can see, Wolfie are still putting bullets in behind the smoke wall. Finally, though, as it dissipates, it's some good news for Trick as Prime brings a headshot back. The job isn't done, though, as there's still a very deeply established crossfire outside. And Q with the bomb on his back still has yet to account for Bird from Sky, who's pushing up. Timing could be everything on the angle, but you left eye peeking, and it's still able to work out well for you. Quez on the Galil is the only hope left for Trick as the bomb lies on the ground in the big garage. The entire CT force wants to put their all into it, but you've still got this hot flank from Manx. Again, it's up to timing. Quez could very easily find this pick if he's looking the right way at the right time, but a flashbang assists them in recovering the bomb, and they go in for a suicide mission to the A site, 13 seconds, and everything just has to go perfectly, but you walk into the angles, and that's the way it's expected to go.
Yeah, I mean, Bird from Sky right there, while he does go down, the fact that he's dropped the bomb and forces those last two players remaining to go and recover just chunks off so much time off the clock. There's just no real chance to punch in the bomb there, and wonderful from the remaining two players to really realize that and make sure that they capitalize off of it accordingly. And this round, it's just going to be Glocks here, so nothing too much to be said about it. Shouldn't be able to get too much done.
Well, the op now invested, so things turn from bad to worse. His Trick was already a bit labored in the success category. Now it's going to come even harder.
Yeah, it shouldn't be easy whatsoever. We'll see if they got the EMSI monitors plugged in. Maybe they got that 360 hertz going on. Maybe someone on Trick won the giveaway that's going on in their socials.
Sure as hell don't look like it. Looks like ECSTATIC are the ones winning those giveaways, man. I mean, everybody's just firing off right now. That's definitely assisted by them 360 hertz, man. Let me tell you. Especially on land.
Yeah. How quick it is. There you go. It's going to be Manx that needs a lot of the heavy lifting in this round here. The flashes are coming through, sure, but he hasn't found anything just yet. He still has so much distance to cover, though. And so he's safe for now as the A1S has come through in support here. The USPs are out as well, and then it's all cleaned up. Everyone's chiming in for a kill or two there. Bird from Sky actually grabbing the most of it. As the Pinnacle odds, they're still heavily favoring ECSTATIC, even more so now as they start to kind of run away with things on their CT side.
Yeah, it's a bit worrying to see them get to this hot of a start. after trading that initial round, you'd think that maybe Trick were going to say a bit more here on this offense. Obviously, there's still a very long half to go where they only need 3 rounds really in. But they haven't even done that much eco damage in the past couple of rounds to ECSTATIC, and now they're just going to try another quick hit into the A site. So far, it's worked wonders. Is behind the silo faster. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. The flashes blind him up for long enough to Kier to find the kill. And as the op looks to vacate, it does seem like ECSTATIC have already called this one a save. 3 on 5. They have no interest in going back into this one. It's Inferno syndrome all over again, but it's going to add up and equivalent to a tricked converted round. And there's guns to be taken, so this MAC 10 on Larson can upgrade.
Yeah, that's a really well put together round right there from Tricked. Nicely done on the entry ability right there. They just remained so composed, especially trying to deal with likes of Fasher, who was still hovering around that back smoke there. Clean stuff from them, which you love to see. And I mean, that does a little bit of conditioning right for ECSTATIC.
Oh, I'm
it's
sorry.
a flashbang.
I thought he had a smoke pulled out. I was like, what the?
Just gotta pop that if he ever takes any point of contact with that op there. Maybe allow for Wolfie to get out, but they're not going to be tested. Trick holding on to their rifles here, making sure that they can bring that in to future rounds, and probably for the best. But I like that from Trick. They pull that one really early in the half right there, and that might, you know, call for ECSTATIC to bring more presence early on in the rounds towards that A bomb site, so that that does not happen once again. You know, where they don't struggle to offer up that defense and they have 3 players. So early on, setting some good conditioning, and this is kind of what Trick thrive in on their T sides. This is why they're really good at Nuke, is that they can kind of win those quick A-pop rounds and find success off the back of that.
And again, it's just a flash in the pan round that Trick take the distance, and another one could start to send shockwaves to the CT side, whose money still hasn't been buffered up to a safety net range just yet. You're still looking for a little more success to add to the tally mark, but Quez, after the reload's hurt and Mini's been able to sneak down in through the vents, so it's going to make a lower take just a bit easier. You'll still need a smoke wall, but they could also use this to wrap around through Secret, potentially go for a crunch into Mini. Do some decent damage to Bird from Sky and work from there, but look at how far Quez is, man. He's going to spot absolutely nobody home, and maybe they just use this to take it into the B site.
Yeah, here's what's so good now is that once they do gather some of that secret control, although this is wild, Bird from Sky is going to really throw a wrench in their system. And
there's 3 or 2. Oh my god. Even if Bird from Sky finds one right here, all it takes is him to turn around. They don't know that Quez is still stuck down into the lower site, so if you find this trade, then things turn from bad to worse. As there's still 2 men here making a quick play down low where they think it's all said and done, but Quez, now he's the one needing to deliver on some work. 2 CTs potentially lined up for him, but now, yeah, as his gambit's given away, he's got to find a double. Fasher not able to respond, and only a Dick answered with. So there is still a situation where ECSTATIC can come out on top. As they try to work their way into the B site, Manx has now given up his angle as well. Atop the Raptors, Kier takes a bit of an aggressive fight, not finding a single tag. This one's unwinnable. ECSTATIC, this round should have never gone their way. Look, even though Bird from Sky finds 2, why doesn't Quez turn around to help them?
I mean, I think it was just a little bit too late, right? His position there was so far forward that he was designed to cut off the rotator from ramp, so that there was never any players on site to deal with. So the game plan was set in stone. They just didn't expect 3 players to drop from Vince, because how could you? How on earth could you expect ECSTATIC to make that much of a gamble in towards that B bomb site? What a phenomenal read from Bird from Sky right there.
It could even be attributed up to how loud they were making those footsteps in outside. I mean, they get Quez all the way established. You know what? Forget that thought, because Larson's just found a massively impactful opening pick in the ramp room, which again looks to speed up the game plan of Tricked. His flashes are thrown back in by Wolfie. His op looks to vacate the vicinity, let him have control of the ramp room and work from there, because with how CT-sided this map is, that's usually not enough to give you a converted round.
Not at all here. You have to be careful, and things like that are why rounds like this don't go exactly as planned for Tricked once you find that man advantage. Fasher has drop bomb in his control here. It's going to be forced to be recovered, and he's made his move past the ramp room and in towards spawn here. There is 1 player in the outer yard to deal with, though, and Fasher is covering that line now.
Oh, perfectly played, though. You could see the bait coming through. They threw smokes and baited out the attention from Fasher. It allowed him to find the kill, but still Dafu lingers around these smokes. Yet to make a noise, though. There's been nothing audible given over, but the safe play made by Tricked. They get the bomb, they take it into the ramp room, and are going to try to hit the lower site from there. Dafu should be here on a timely rotation, so he could deny this plant, but it does seem like taking control, or rather taking space in the control room. Should start to lead to the beginning of the end here. He opens up the double doors, the bomb plant denied, but still, he's finding them all! The A1S! It's buffed in for good reason. He may have just single-handedly won this round. It's Larson 1-on-2, but it is the AWP in play, spotting a man in on the rafters. Oh my god, it's so tense, it's so close. The op shot missed, and the Molotov heard round the world bounces behind the site. He still needs to isolate one of these picks. Flash and Molly combo continue to rain through, and this one seems unwinnable just with the way they're playing, with how smart they're going, but now getting up a one-on-one. It's up to Wolfie, creeping in with the AWP. He'll have to jump down from the rafters, trying to jiggle in. He spotted the shoulder. He knows where Wolfie is, but jumping down with the dualies. He's found the kill, and he'll find a defuse right behind it.
The dualies, man, the flying dualies right there from Wolfie. Finish the job. Unbelievable. That's a nice closer there, and you have to give credit, man. Larson was fighting tooth and nail to get out of that position. Even able to find a kill there, making it so much more doable, but not enough. And that's what we're talking about right there. You know, that slight complication with the bomb going down inside of the lobby right there completely throws that ramp control and kind of nullifies it. It allows for Dafu to make that timely rotation, as you mentioned, and close things down in favor of a static.
I think it's just miscommunication from Trick there. I really do, because look, they had no idea what was going around, or rather, what was going on over around those single and double door positions, because they had no control of the back lanes. So, for all they know, the remaining ecstatic force could have been there and met them at the seams, and it even seemed like Trick knew about that. But after the Molotovs came through to deny that peek in from control, it seemed like the call was a bit late. They tried to plant the bomb where nobody could have assisted him, and he was completely solo in the middle of the site, whereas if he just keeps his gun out, that's a completely different round. And Trick, there's so many points in time where that round should have been theirs, but they make this small or maybe even massive mistake that just leads to their own undoing.
And SKADE, I mean, they've already proven to be a team that can exploit that consistently. From Inferno here, jumping up with the A1S. Here's Dafu to finish the job here. And Kier, not long for this world, will drop as well. 7-2. Need to see a little more out of this G side here before I can feel too comfortable, because, you know, Tricked, this is their home turf. This is the map that they so often like, but SKADE are no slouches on this, so if they give themselves enough buffer here heading into that second half, it can be very terrifying. And they're already trying to do so here with 7 on the board.
I don't know, man. I've been fooled by halves that look like this once before, and I won't be fooled again. You never know how quickly one of them like this can just swing back into Trick's favor again with the little amounts of success you need on the CT side of Nuke. It's like this half is by no means over yet. There's always a room for you to bring this one back.
Yeah, that's true. Especially if you can break that economy now. What's so tricky about dealing with the static roster is that, you know, in rounds where they do lose a couple of those opening picks, you know, if it is a double opener coming through from Tricked and it's a 5v3, they save very effectively. But this is great positions from Wolfie here. He's going to shut down the entirety of that ramp position. Quez waiting for that smoke to fade. It does favor him, and there you go. What a phenomenal double entry.
Oh, but you've still got this flank to worry about. His impact might be limited, or maybe not. He's just triple entried into the A site. And that's not one you're going to ever respond upon if you're ecstatic, even still looking for a quick lobby flank. Now dropping Larson as he falls down off of the roof. So alarm bells ring off in their heads as they continue to look to hold strong in against this offense. Pushing into the A site. The cross for the time being was held in for Mini, but it looks like Manx and Wolfie are going to start to back away and call it a day. Or maybe they won't. One kill coming back, get a 2-on-2 retake with the positions you have if you're ecstatic. Don't actually seem all that unwinnable, but you still have to go through Quez, who is so far on a tear of his own in this round with 3 kills to his name. He won't be getting the 4th. But, actually he could, maybe, if Wolfie walks into the angle. The AWP, as he knows where the remaining 2 players are, he fires a shot off into the wild blue. It just won't connect out. And unfortunately so, at least for ecstatic fans, it looks like Tricked are going to be able to get right back to winning ways. And that money's still yet to be broken. I like that from Wolfie, but the money will still yet to be broken for ecstatic. You are going to see a couple of investments in the future, but 3 rounds, again, it's not bad. Look, you've still got 5 left in the half. You only really need 1. 2 is what you're aiming for, but still, it's not a bad trajectory right now for Tricked.
Not at all. And that was a really important round to win right there, to try and make a half for themselves. If you're able to string 2 together, I mean, that's the key, right? If they can do just that, if they can find themselves 2 rounds in a row, that can really change the tides. If we take a look at this Pinnacle replay and what was offered up here, it was a lot of heavy lifting done from Quez, this looked like a turnaround point, and you know, a potential mistake being made there from Trick to give that round back to them, but they only lose 2 in that position, and they do figure things out there on out.
Tricked. I want to say they've been really good at baiting out this utility from SKADE. I mean, besides that 1v2 where there was Molotovs and flashes galore to go against if you were Larson, it's like they've been doing a really good job at making them expend smokes on the single door, throwing the Molotovs to stop a quick push into the A site, which Tricked have shown they're not scared to do. And from that point, like, it's just really been reliant on what these weapons and arms can get done for SKADE, and it's been night and day when it just comes to the raw mechanics, and that's a big opening kill, again by Quez, delivered. Alongside that, a dink onto the mini player and Bird from Sky causes some chaos into the A site. The flash will force him down, and there's still so many angles to clear. The crossfire well established again, and they still don't know about a second vent player as Fasher doubles down, even looking for a third. And again, it's the A1S buff that finds it, and it leaves it to Larson. This time 1-on-3, a bit more unwinnable than the last clutch he was attempted, but he does have the bomb on his back, so he has the liberty of going to whichever side he chooses, or rather pleases.
See what he can gather here in this position. He knows that Fasher's behind the smoke, right? Surely. And so that's always going to be an angle that he can rely on. But the teammates have come through and support. And spotting it out. But it's too little too late. Bird from Sky going to drop him. And it will be an immediate answer back there. The Pinnacle odds, they stay relatively the same here. Just kind of extending in favor of a static at the moment. 1.08 to 8.38. And head on over to Pinnacle. If you utilize code CUP22, you can make sure that you can show your support there over at pinnacle.com/welcome.
Yes, sir. Again, back to the ecos, says Tricked, as it's only pistols invested here. In fact, Larson with only a deagle, not even armor to work with. Just really hoping to manifest a bomb plant into this one, though already spotted. It seems like the game plan's given away. His Prime's headed back in towards the ladder. The nade won't do the final blow, and maybe even just trying to fake out that roof play.
Oof. Smoke's gone a little bit deep. Oh my god, this is absurd from Fasher. That's a little bit too much, but maybe it's exactly what he needs. Finding himself 2 kills right there as he dives back out as well. How is he so safe?
I mean, it seems like they've been lacking some of that confidence that we saw over on Inferno, so seeing plays like that just could, you know, lead to the waking up of SKADE once more from what we saw in that first map. The pistols have so far been leveled out at the seams. That one won't be a missed smoke, though. Bomb spotted over and hot. This round should just be done here fairly shortly. Tricked. Maybe taking a bit more time than they should to lose the round, because this, look, let me tell you. There is no golden brick road that is getting you back into this round, and I'm sorry to tell you, Tricked, but this is going to be 9 for SKADE. They know the bomb isn't hot. Like, this is... Wait, what? Do they not? Oh my god, wait. Hold on. Iceberg now gonna make his move on the reloading Dafu, and that's gonna be a free avenue to get this bomb down with an M4 to be picked up as well. They have control of the ramp room. Now he has to stay alive behind the silo. He goes up the fence, is Bird from Sky, and that would have been a massive pick. Knowing how low Fasher is, that could have also added up to it as well. 1-on-4 for Kier. He comes around through hell, trying to deny Wolfie a kill. But there are so many ways that that round could have just been thrown into the sky. Because if he finds that kill onto the vents rotator, he knows Fasher's low HP at the back of the site. Look, man, I was just scared. I was.
I mean, yeah, I was with you there. That was probably the best case scenario for Tricked in that round. Like you said, I thought they knew that bomb was tucked in there, but I thought they Houdini'd out of there. At least they got themselves a little extra bread with that bomb plant.
Yep.
It's a very good sign.
Again, though, like, we still do need to see a couple more conversions before all is said and done, because if SKADE walk away with the remaining 3 rounds, then it's a nightmare scenario for you on this T side, but they have done the opening pick again, with respectable damage added up as well. They know there was a mini player and somebody still sitting close on the EWP as they heard the scope, but vent rotation made. It seems like Fasher's position will be at least noted for the time being by Tricked, who look to make an advance into the lower bomb site. Larson leading the charge on the op. Trying to clear out control. Molotov dumped in. Bird from Sky could be another name on the scoreboard right now as Tricked find themselves in a 5-on-2 that looks unlosable. And somehow Kier's been able to sneak into heaven. Dafu, you're not getting away, my friend. Wolfie you are going to have to pull some incredible shenanigans to walk away with the op in your hands. Spotted outside as well. I wonder if the hunt will be on.
It's well worth it. We'll see if they can drop him. They know exactly where his location is, so they can start to hone in upon him. His flank is cut off as well. You can see the position he's currently stuck in. There's just no getting out of here, surely.
Certainly not. Well,
okay.
I mean, there was a way where he finds a kill there, but nah. Stomping around. Prime is not being quiet about it. Maybe it was all a bait. Because they walk away with the kill, and Quez is currently having a game of himself. 12-9 right now, topping the scoreboard for his team by a pretty decent margin. But, again, now you found that 4th round. If anything, you walk away 11-4 down going into the CT side, and there's a very easy chance for you to get back into this game. I say easy, but a very, realistic chance for it to happen. Anything further from this point, and ECSTATIC are going to start to get shaken up, especially if you convert here, because Wolfie's probably going to buy an op. You're walking into this round very, very fragile on the money, and that could very easily end as a 9-6 score, where Trick were once looking to be decimated in the first 10 rounds.
Yeah, no, this is the turnaround point here. You win this round, in likelihood that you close things out 9-6, about a comfortable Nuke T side that you can gather, really. I mean, that is a lot of teams' goals, to figure out that sort of half on the T side. It's what a lot of good teams can gather here. Give yourself so much cushion heading into that next half, and we'll see if they're able to do that. But this round is near all important in the half in terms of what sort of cushion they can give themselves here. And we'll see if they can continue to rely on Quez, who's been so effective in that squeaky door position. Look at this from Bird from Sky. What a lovely angle to pick one off early.
I love it too, because they've yet to do anything this aggressive outside. ECSTATIC have usually forfeited up the aggressive map control in this avenue, and they have been punished for it, but now caught with the Molotov here. Not from the afterlife, but I could have said the same if it was a couple of his other teammates, because it is a 4-on-3 right now. Yeah, Trick, you've got outside control, but it's pretty much a swapping of positions. ECSTATIC, not only with a man advantage, but have now cleared out the entirety of ramp, lobby, top hut. And even though you did the heavy lifting of taking one of the hardest spots of the map to take, you still have more work to try to do. Maybe even hearing that jump on top silo, though, could start to unravel the little scheme that ECSTATIC had put together.
Well, I mean, this is the best case scenario for Trick at the moment. They've moved quickly in towards midi. You've dropped faster as well. And you have a player tucked in towards heaven, so the positions are prime right now for the rest of Trick.
And this bomb is about to go down. Prime. If he found that kill in CT spawn, the round was done as it stood. But again, I don't like this from ECSTATIC. Like, this is upsetting to see. Because it was a 3-on-3 there, and it already looked like they were transitioning into a retake. Like, before that extra kill came in from Larson, you could start to see Wolfie on his op was starting to cheat away. Same with Manx under Heaven, who didn't actually commit to a fight. He was starting to back away towards CT. It's like ECSTATIC are literally in 3-on-3s where they're favored and they aren't going for retakes. They're giving so much respect and room to this Tricked T side, which just allows them to keep building and building these rounds and snowballing them together.
And on top of that, you saw ECSTATIC make a couple of over-rotations, right? I mean, you have a huge flank coming through from Faster that never gets pulled off in time. And, I mean, he pretty much gave up his life diving down from mini. On top of that, you also have some issues lying in the fact that you kind of sent a couple players down towards B, so that leaves the A-bomb site very exposed, out of yard exposed, and that was exploited perfectly from Trick, who were able to make great work despite that being in a 4v3 and despite that being, limited in map control and being quickly taken back from ECSTATIC. That's a phenomenal round put from them. And again, one more. I mean, even a 5-10 half is pretty solid here on the T side.
Well, I don't think they're done just yet. They want to go for another play into the A side to cap a very beautiful half-off in style. Still 3 men on the defense, and everybody's tucked into the vent side. Shutting them down, though. It leaves it to Kier. 1-on-3, and he's doubled down, but look at the health. Only 6 points to work with as he goes for a long rotation in through Heaven, but Manx, I'm almost certain he'd expect something like this. And he's going to be heard going back in towards Hut. Oh, look at this from Kier. I absolutely adore this. In what world, if you're Manx, do you expect... Dude, it is a battle of the Brainiacs right now. He's literally going to try to go around and flank outside. This is actually so crazy. It's like we're watching an anime right now or something, with 2 Brainiacs going against each other, outthinking one another. And by the time Kier knows that he can get this bomb and get into the site, Manx will have already gone all the way around in through CT. One smoke, one flash. And honestly, if he can grab this bomb, I wouldn't even be that surprised if he decided to take it down the vents into the lower side of the map, because there's no way that Manx can get there. Even if he's gone for some super cheeky rotation, you went through ramp. He couldn't have gone there. It's a safe play to go down through the vents, but now cutting him off for mini, Manx has got the angle, and he's going to walk away with a 10th round. Ecstatic. What a beautiful way to cap off that half, even though it's like decent from both sides. 10-5 is a one where you both can shake on it. It's a really good way to end it off.
Yeah, a big win to kind of stop some of that momentum right there coming through from Trick, who are stringing things together and looking pretty nice doing so. So head into the first round of pistol in action. We'll see if that's enough to support Trick here in the second half. They're going to need a whole lot of support as the full armor is coming out here. They've completely bought into their firepower ability, and it's hard to blame them. They've been hitting so many blinding shots right now and dealing with outer yard already.
This is a pistol that you just must win. There is no way to get back into this game without a conversion right here, but oh my god, thankfully Prime has bailed Iceberg out of a very sticky situation. Now as they converted to the lower side, it's a 2-on-5. They found the trade into Kier, but still.
Oh,
I won't say still just yet. Because even though it's not a man advantage, they've spotted out a vent player with the bomb going down. It's not impossible. Never mind. Cool. Awesome. Sweet. I should just stop talking sometimes. Spawn and the fuse are going to come through, and Trick finally have a pistol conversion under their belt.
I mean, I was with you. 2v3 post plant on a pistol is not bad at all. They just never allowed any sort of movement from the post plant start. And so Trick kicking things off exactly how was necessary. Winning that pistol and allowing for a little more comfortability heading into the second half. You're going to see a very good investment come through here from Tricked. And of course, the counterpart is true. Static able to afford all they can.
LOL. Ecstatic. Knowing that the comeback is very much so a reality, would look to put a quick halt to it right here, right now, with a force buy coming through off of the bomb plant. They've only got 3 rifles to work with. The utility, again, is going to be a bit of an issue, but not the opening pick. As Fasher's delivered onto the head of Prime, a big disadvantage is given over to the hands of Tricked. Now looking to convert into lower. Kier will be quick on the response with the rotation on the MP9, but the bomb sticks around, and for good reason, because even though he put up a big risk on the board for Ecstatic, he'll walk away with another pick. Smoking off the ramp room and even transitioning up to an upper take. Wow, this is so big from them. Not a single kill responded upon, and it's Larson 1-on-5. He's on the right side to try to find a kill or two, but with Manx holding the line, he's given all the info necessary over to Ecstatic to convert this round.
Yeah, Larson's just going to call this one off, right? And that's not even a safe call as well. Fasher is closing in on the ramp room. That's an easy angle. He's toned in. He's definitely clued in at the moment. And the Pinnacle odds showing that right now for Ecstatic, as they've got completely, up from 8 to now 12 at the moment, and it just continues to favor them later down the line. And now the investments, of course, I mean, we're seeing a force buy from Trick, who are trying to hold steady, trying to keep themselves in good standing, but with that answer back from Ecstatic and how easy it was to find that response, it's hard to imagine we'll see any sort of follow-up with a different result, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need a miracle to start working your way if you're Tricked right now. With only pistols and a scout to work with, they've already given up control of the ramp room, playing a very passive approach to this round. I guess for good reason, but you still need to at least walk away with a tag here if you're Larson. But now, getting forced down, they decide to take Havit and Grunts into the A site right behind it. A big problem left for the initial defenders, as there's only 2 here, but Iceberg will still look to respond with a nice little Deeg shot of his own. The scout looking to make its transition up as well. Could go a bit uncleared now. Footstep given, and, well, he looks at a couple of players, but he's not able to fire off a shot in time. Still a 3-on-4, as Kira slipped the net for a potential opener onto that site. No, only puts in a couple of tags before he gives up the position. But he's still looking to take these gunfights. He's not scared right now, and this is what you need if you're Tricked. You can't be scared. You need confidence to win a round like this, but as Quez falls, so do your chances of conversions.
This is going to be that B bomb site compromise at the moment, and already taking forward positioning towards the ramp room here. Fasher taking that headshot angle, which is so perfect, so hard to cross.
Oh, but Prime still isn't done answering just yet. 1-on-3, Fasher has slipped the net for 2 of them, but Kier is laser accurate with the Galil. He is doing so well right now alongside Quez. And I guess it's enough to keep Tricked alive for at least one more CT-sided round, but the more you let these bomb plants come through, the more you're going to be at risk of going against a force buy, which I assume we'll see again from ECSTATIC, considering not only the amount of map control they were allowed to take, but with the amount of money they have, the bomb going down, and as close as it was.
No doubt. Definitely going to use their Entropiq. Get some more investments in the mix there, that's for sure. Accepted in 1,000 sites online. And Counter-Strike is one of them, of course.
Yes, sir.
So they do get their guns on out here. This is a scary round for Trick, but nonetheless, that's a big response. That's a lifeline, because I didn't expect too much, right? With the dominance that ECSTATIC were showing, and the map control that they were able to gather, I didn't expect them to succeed so well right there, Trick, and they proved me wrong. And now, again, you know, only 4 rounds to close the distance on the CT side of Nuke. You really don't count them out too much by winning that round right there alone.
Well, there's definitely been a standard set right now for Trick to try to continue this little comeback. Only 4 rounds separate these two squads, and a beautiful, well, at least a shutdown conversion right here from Trick could lead to a very big decreasing in that gap. Though the MP9 is still a factor that I wonder about. Iceberg sits atop the hut. It's an angle that you're usually going to find one, and it's about the trades that really sets apart teams. Though again, ECSTATIC take a lot of time to try to work up this map control. It does seem like they're going to go for an A hit with the lackluster map control they've taken. With the amount of utility they have, you're probably just going to try to get something working out into the upper site. That's exactly what they do with the flash blinds up Iceberg. He doesn't turn away, and neither does Kier. Oh, man. 3 on 5, ECSTATIC. What have you just done?
Just the perfect pop right there. Now they're going to cut off this ramp room. Again, it's about saving these rifles at this point, right? I mean, there's no getting back into this one. They've already called it off, it seems, as you see them heading away further and further. Quez not able to make the great escape. 1 rifle less being brought into it, and Larson's trying to stand sturdy. He does drop makes, but that's, again, a valuable trade that you'll take. Prime left last man standing, and both of these teams, just the force buy wars that we've seen, a very similar sign to Inferno here. Uh-oh. Larson, or rather Prime, I should say. He's not so safe either. Ooh.
You're fighting your way out of the situation to try to keep your rifle, but it's a very, very flawed save that you've got going on there, because still, you've given up the 12th round. You've let ECSTATIC come right back out into the driver's seat, and you've ruined your own money. And again, Tricked have to rely on a desperate force buy to get them back into this game.
Maybe Prime's just giving them just enough right there to try and follow up some sort of success, right? I mean, that wasn't a clean round this time. That wasn't, 4 or 5 alive, in which ECSTATIC won their last force, and you even have more to bring into the table. But again, if you do come collapsing here, it could be disastrous. A fast ramp maneuver coming through, all 5 members just fully rushing into Quez, who drops off, getting that HE down, but forced to retreat.
And there's so many footsteps being heard, pitter-pattering, stomping into the B side. He's got to walk away with at least 1. And I guess he's done just that. With damage inflicted on that labored HE, they're still looking to add up some damage into the mark. 3 on 3 as the bomb looks to go down. Manx holding the line, won't allow a single door push to come through. And it falls to the backs of Kier and Prime. You lose this, you probably lose the game, and your playoff berth instantly falls to shambles. There is no room for a save. There is no more room for error. You've got to hope an overextension goes your way through the smoke here. Thankfully finds one, and as the reload's heard, Prime has good info on where the remaining players are. And Bird from Sky has to be a bit cautious with the footsteps he takes. Not holding the right angle, though, again gives up another kill. And Wolfie's now left 1v2. At the back of the site, Kier hits a beautiful shot to end it off. Trick still stay alive.
Back to the force by wars, they just keep going. No one's able to put an end to things right there. No one's able to put 2 and 2 together.
And it's so crazy. It's so crazy to think that Trick, they get the hard work done. They win these force buy rounds that you never expect them to have a chance in. And then against some pistols, lackluster utility, they just drop the ball. They don't turn from flashes. They give away opening picks.
Yeah, that's just it, right? I mean, I feel like whoever starts things off with the opening kill oftentimes is going to go their way right now in this matchup, which is a good sign, but a lot of those have been on ecos, right? So that's where the problems lie in right now for both these teams. They have to figure out a way to buckle down up against these anti-ecos, and someone surely has to put 2 rounds in a row. And again, I mean, it has to be Tricked right now, right? Surely with the investments, surely with the buys that they bring in, the utility, everything you could ask for up against a couple Tech 9s and nearly no utility here. But I've been proven wrong before, so I don't want to hold too much to that statement.
Oh, not again, man. I was worried there for a second that Wolfie was just going to single-handedly annihilate their side. I'm not going to lie to you. But apparently Tricked are actually the victors in the interaction. 2-on-4 as Wolfie not only gets a team kill, but a bit unfortunately only walks away with 1 as well. Tricked a quick shutdown round, and that's what they needed. One where they are able to establish that safety net, where they are able to build a bit of a buffer on the economy. And again, we didn't expect much out of them on Inferno, but like, if they're able to pull this off, do we have any hopes for Vertigo?
Yes, I think so, for sure. I mean, again, it comes down to what they can pull together on Nuke. If they can really walk into Vertigo with a lot of the momentum, then certainly sets your expectations somewhat high for them. But again, it's still a little bit of a pathway to get here. We got a full Glock eco in the mix. We'll take this time to shout out our lovely sponsors over at MSI. Again, they're doing a little giveaway going on right now. They've got a 360 hertz monitor, 1 millisecond response time. So if you want to get in that, go and check out MSI. Of course, thank you for sponsoring this one of the Pinnacle Cup number 3. The ramp rush is in order, though. Quez, Sinace in the cards. No, Lars actually helps out for quite a bit, but it is a full house between the two. They'll take it happily.
Again, I am surprised to see some of these rounds go as like cleanly as they are. You even saw on the CT side where Stack were able to shut down a couple of those Glock ecos. And usually when you go for a 5-man pressure into the ramp room with usually only 1 on the defense, 2 at max, you usually see somebody fall. But respectable teams, as they've done fairly well to like shut down these rounds where they shouldn't be losing many players.
Dope. This utility usage is so perfect.
And Molotov misses though, and now Bird from Sky has to take a raw aim duel that he won't win. Quez, even though he misses his own utility, he walks away with an opening pick. That's not even onto the low HP Dafu.
It's a big pickup right there. We'll see if they can parlay that into a gun round success. I mean, you could be talking about tied scorelines here very shortly. And a nice credit card peek coming through from Prime. Gathers a little bit of information. He's willing to take that risk and walks away. Not necessarily empty-handed. It's a lot of information, but really not too much scarred either. 74 HP, still healthy, and keeping SKADE at bay here. Again, there's only 2 smokes left, so they can't really throw those outer yard cross smokes safely. It limits their options so much, and they still have very effective positions right now. I mean, Quez is still holding steady towards the ramp, taking a headshot angle. How do you get past this one? They've thrown their last 2 smokes already.
And did he spot the foot of a man crossing? I think he did. Faster still wants to take this fight. He wants to commit to the aim duel, though. And very smart from Quez. Just puts in a couple of bullets, falls off. 30 seconds to go, and they're deciding to lurk out through the single door, baiting in for all of this distraction plague here. Drops the bomb, falls away. He even finds the other player in through squeaky door. It's 1v4 for Wolfie. And this is not the way you could have let a round go out if you're ecstatic. You've got to try to mount up a bomb plant here. Like, are they trying to play against this timer right now? I thought maybe they were going to try to kill him after time, but still. What a way to close it out. Prime, beautiful headshot to end us off. Tricked again. 1 away now from tying this up. A game that was once 7-2. Looked like they were getting decimated. Down and out for the count after coming in off of an awful performance on Inferno. They've turned to switch. They've started to activate here on the CT side of Nuke. And I guess better late than never, because the series isn't over, and they're really starting to make something of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it right now. Those Pinnacle odds, I mean, what were they at? 1-12? Now they're at 1-4, so they're starting to believe, and I think it all came down to finally stringing 2 rounds together, right? I mean, that was what was necessary. You know, whatever team was going to do that first was going to run away with a little bit of that momentum right now. And we're seeing that Trick, when they were finally able to do so, have really been able to rally a lot of success here. It's a SKADE calling a double timeout and getting 2 of those back-to-back, so you know there's going to be a big game plan set in stone. A lot of utility going to be purchased up here potentially. You can see it right now. I mean, Bird from Sky rocking a set. Same for Dafu.
I mean, look, credit where credit's due for ecstatic, even on rounds like this, where they've invested this much utility, where it seems like they've had some set super fast game plan. It has worked wonders. So, I'm going to hold my breath for a moment, because I would not be surprised if ecstatic sneak away with something here.
That's just it, right? I mean, they call the set strategy in with the double timeout, so you know that they have something up their sleeve that they're going to try and utilize. Bird from Sky, a vent dive potentially, but he's just diving straight through, doesn't care about anything, and he will sneak his way down, taking minimal damage.
Wait, whoa, hold on. That wasn't the game plan. The game plan wasn't a quick vent drop or a fast A play. It was just to get Bird from Sky down vents to try to cause some chaos, which they've done. You can see the rotations that have been pulled. But you're still going to have to go through Prime and outside as the smokes soon fly over. At least I thought they would. But still 3 and all these players backed up towards T-spawn. I feel like they're going to try to throw some outer yard smokes. But, like, what do they have to deal with Prime? The answer's nothing, as he spotted them out. He knows what the game plan is. And it looks like all of the tricks have been pulled out of the bag for ecstatic. And it's just not going to work. Even a bit labored on the smokes as Prime looks to play around one of their own. Should hear the footsteps dropping down in. Tries to find a spam and a kill on the spray, but only damage added up. 50 seconds to go, and maybe they go for a lower hit.
It's also telegraphed here, so sure you can go for that lower hit, right? But they have so much presence already backed up. Larson is ready with the AWP. They're all hovering back up towards the A-bomb site, and that's exactly where it would really look to go. Secret is where they're lying right now. 30 seconds left on the clock, and they are starting to make their move back towards A.
Yeah, but there's still so many defenders you're going to have to go through. It's not weakened up. You haven't pulled everybody off. Wait a second, they're going around through CT? Oh my lord, this is actually a big crack in the armor right now from Tricked, but apparently they're able to respond in time. Prime has been able to maneuver in, and it does look like the chaotic round will come to a very hastily close. Above them on the rafters, Bird from Sky picks off one with the Tech 9. That's all it will be. 1 kill, 12 rounds given to Tricked as they tie it up, and this one is getting close.
Yeah, they were able to deal with all the fancy footwork thrown in from Bird from Sky right there, right? All of the different rotations. All well read into right there from Tricked. I mean, they had forward positioning every step of the way. You know, even, early on you saw that Prime was outer yard, spamming him down through the smoke, looking to gather that damage, rotating off as well. I mean, it was read in upon every step from Tricked, so that attempt at double timeout just gets swiped away here, and Quez able to find 2 through the smoke to start this round off. Are you kidding me? Answered back from Wolfie, sure, but that's still a man advantage held onto, and Quez gets away for free.
And look at all the map control they've taken off of it as well. Larson's gotten a very aggro angle to cut off a ramp rotation. They can now use that reinforcement wherever they want. And you can see what they've done with it. They decided to position him down for a secret push, which you'll hear coming through right now. Wolfie on his AWP will need a little more magic to go his way if they want to convert up to an ecstatically converted round. Seems like it's felt like forever since ecstatic have had the lead, even though they've just now given away giving it away.
Yeah, it's just been, what is that, a 5-round spree here at the moment. Minx has just been smoked off as well, so kept at bay for a little while longer here. But I like the movement we're seeing. Static trying to gather their control for an A-side split. You have a player in towards Squeaky if they can just figure out a way to deal with Kier. That can be the tide turner here for this round, but again, that's no easy task. The positioning from Kier's very strong here. He's not giving over any fights, and he's ready for this sort of peak coming through from Fasher shortly.
I mean, the health is my biggest concern right now, because as soon as they pull the pin on the execute, you've only really got to land 1 bullet, but Larson's already made quick work of this. Even him shutting down that bomb is the end of days. 1 versus 3, and he even ends it off with what I thought was a 1-tap. No, I just was still looking at the kill feed. But another one of these rounds where Tricked survived with 3 or more players. You can see the money starting to get out of hand. The bomb didn't go down, so you might be seeing another save call from ecstatic, and we are very close to Tricked taking their map pick. And I said, Nuke is probably where you were going to look to see their best gameplay, and so far they have delivered on that.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk about the back and forth here, I think that this could have gone the wrong way, right, for Tricked. They lost a couple of ecos, but the fact that they were able to answer it back with a couple of ecos was phenomenal. Now Iceberg somehow missing that spray.
Well, at least they knew about his presence. Into the A site they go, though, and so far 2 for 2. Look, oh my lord, hold on a second. There is a very, very possible world where they walk away with a round here. The positioning isn't that great right now from Trick. And wait, where are they
What's
going?
going
They're
on?
going around through Secret.
No
Oh my
way.
god. Around the world they go. Only 1 kill required on the A site to find themselves a successful retake, and Prime is taking his sweet time. Not yet to go in. All you need to do is take care of Wolfie, and little would you know that this round is done. He tucks into Hot. He tries to play against the bomb. To it outside, and you still need to find this man. Larsen's fallen. It's an eco round win. Is that really how you get back into this game? It is. ECSTATIC take a tied game again.
Oh man, they didn't like that lead being taken away from them. They want it right back. Now still, Trick, it's not the end of the world, but that is a tough round to lose, to turn that momentum back and finally give ECSTATIC something. I mean, these rounds have been so few and far between. We've seen a 6-round spree for Trick to finally gather the lead, and now, all of a sudden...
This is crazy. And I wonder if that's going to send a bit of a dismantling of mentality to Trick right now. To lose a round like that, obviously, eventually, you were probably going to drop another one of these T-sided rounds, but something like that is just so unfortunate to have to deal with. Thankfully, though, for them, Prime is yet to slow down as he finds an opening pick. Responded, though, Bird from Sky has gotten all the way into CT.
Kidding me?
They hear the footsteps, though, or at least you think they would, trying to find the response. He's spotted out in hell. This off of Larsen can still look to respond, but missing the shot. Quez is going to get pressured down, but when he has put his back against the wall, he cannot be stopped. 3 kills answered in the ramp from the IGL in Bird from Sky. He's left 1v4 and he's taken down with haste. Iceberg, again, doesn't let the bomb go down, and another fast play from ECSTATIC. This time won't work out for them.
It's amazing stuff right there from Quez, man, pulling that one back. That's the first time that we've seen him have an impactful 3K, and that's such an important turn of events as well. When we finally see them slip, Quez is like, you know, where we can get right back up. And now force buy here from ECSTATIC. I mean, kind of a force buy. They have ops, they have AKs in the mix, but a couple Mac 10s as well. Can be a worrying sign here.
Trick have been very good at finding these opening picks so far in this half, and I don't imagine that stops now, especially with the very much so weakened weaponry, but a bit of utility missed over in the ramp room. Only the smoke lands. And Prime takes a passive approach into this round as he sits in NBK. Wolfie, I feel like he's weary of this angle. With how he was clearing that on the AWP, I'd imagine he's expectant of somebody to be sat here. But when in doubt, crunch into the A side. It's worked so far from ECSTATIC, but as Wolfie's already been put down, the bomb is next up on the chopping block. Bird from Sky is found. And it looks like ECSTATIC's force buy dreams are starting to crumble in front of them. A minute on the clock, and utility isn't that great. 1 smoke, 2 flashes, 2 mollies, 1 nade. And ECSTATIC have that and an AK and a Mac 10 to try to pick themselves back up into this game. Again, you drop the round here, and this game is pretty much done. 2 on 5, made 1. It's Dafu all alone on the Mac 10. And he's not even being quiet about it. Pretty much tells him, screams in fact, that I am in lobby. Finish this round, take me down, and potentially take us to Vertigo, where again we say it's the crown jewel from ECSTATIC, but maybe Trick are going to have something left to say about it.
I think so. That is how they close. Dafu able to find 1 kill in, but that's all he'll gather. And Tricked, so close to finishing the job. It's not over just yet, right? And this can be where you kind of choke on to things here. You struggle to finish a job. You struggle to close out. That can't be the case. You want a swift and easy, comfortable Vertigo here. 16-13 would be huge for them. Again, proving that Nuke is such a scary force for this roster. We'll see if they're able to find that up against what is lacking weaponry. Mac 10 in the mix here. A couple Galils. And again, that utility presence that's just not there.
Did they once again try something quick? I thought they were going to, but Manx has been able to creep out into the single vent. But nobody on Hot will be giving themselves away. He's got a lot of info, though, as he hears the smokes continue to bloom through. Kier, oh my god, that spam was inches away from finding another opening pick. Wait, does he know about somebody being here? Like, the smoke's now subsided. He could very easily take this opening pick, but doesn't seem like he's aware that somebody is going to be here. Kier, oh my god, dude, like, it's like peak or don't, man. Pick a choice right now. He jumps on top of Tetris, and there's the opening pick they were waiting for. Still traded out by Larsen and his aunt. The smoke wall blooms in. Prime should hear footsteps around it. And I don't think he'll be peppering in any bullets. But now, oh my god, that was actually so smart. Bird from Sky catches him trying to pick him off on the cross. And again, a disadvantage handed the way of Tricked. We've yet to see them work out of one of these situations. Now would be a good time to change it.
40 seconds left. They hit the brakes here. This is kind of where they thrive at. Man advantage. You know, you can spread that defense thin. And, I mean, Bird from Sky, his positioning is so very good.
Oh,
But
no.
Always made a sound cue. That's everything. Iceberg? What?
Was he spotted? Yeah, he was. Okay. Bird from Sky knows. And he might be able to use this as leeway to get himself into the A side. But if Iceberg doesn't offer himself back up, then some real problems are going to be attributed. No. 2 on 4. Still comfortable with tucking into lower. Do they have time to go up their vents? I don't think they do. No, they just have to commit into the lower site right now. If it's shut down by Quiz, then the game ends with that. 10 seconds to go and Larson has a chance. The bomb dropped, though, and he takes his sweet time to get around to the other side of the silo. If there's any weapon you want in these 1v1s, it is the AWP. Even what the? Oh my god! Bird from Sky's fallen! He knows he's close, Larson, though! Can't hit this shot! What was that flick?
I couldn't even see it, man. Where did that come from? That is unbelievable, but they have fallen at the finish line right there. A 1v1 just goes narrowly awry.
I thought he
as
denied
he
the
nearly
plant.
pulls it back.
I thought he denied the plant, dude.
Where was that flick from?
I don't know, man, but that was wild. That was wild.
Oh. I mean, this is what I'm talking about right here, right? I mean, you hit the finish line. It's the 30th round, and you know how close you are to closing this one out. But this is strange territory for SKADE. They've been here before. They've been here recently versus Entropiq. So what's another overtime on Nuke to deal with? Look how composed they look. I mean, Bird from Skies, he's calling things in. He's smiling as well.
Yeah, man. This guy's always got something to bring off of the dome when they need it the most. Not surprised to see him smiling like that. But still, you've got one more round to go through before you can reach the promised land of overtime. And it is still a bye that doesn't necessarily favor you. But a lot of util dumps to try to fake out some pressure for a quick A play. Wolfie on top of the silo, though, if you swing in, would be a massive mistake to give up considering how impactful he's been in some of these rounds. Thankfully for him, Larson's vacated the angle. As he peeks in, it looks like Fasher won't be able to walk away with an opening pick, or maybe he will.
Oof.
On the repeat, decides to take down the offer single-handedly, 4 on 5, and again, now you're working from the deficit, and make that double time. 3 on 5 in the last round of regulation. Trick, they had a 2-round chance to close this game out, but it wasn't enough. Looks like ECSTATIC do have something left up their sleeve. And even Iceberg shouldn't be long for this world. He's slipped the net for a very, very close peek under the blacktop. Bequez instantly left 1v5, has nothing to say. ECSTATIC had brought this to overtime. And even think to that one round where that incredible flick from Larson comes through. And then he misses the easy shot into the man close to the wall. You'd think that would have been it. That would have been Tricked, already kissing themselves up to vertigo. Imagine if they don't close it out now. Imagine if ECSTATIC take this in OT.
Oh, I mean, that's a terrifying prospect right there. Trick, they've come so close to the finish line, but all of a sudden, there's 2 rounds in a row from ECSTATIC out of nowhere. They're able to figure things out at the most crucial turn points, and you're exactly right, man. Bird from Sky, every time you see this guy heading to overtime, that's exactly when he starts to really thrive once the pressure mounts.
Yeah, there is definitely pressure laid on right now. And Tricked, honestly, might be a bit shaken up, considering how, I'm not going to say how much of a lead, because it was only 15-13, and it wasn't, it's not the most of chokes to see them pick up 2 rounds in a row. But I still just thought it was done when they find 2 on that initial lower defense, when Quez at the back of the site doubles down, drops the bomb. I just really wish Larson hadn't gone for that long vent rotation. I'm stuck on that round.
It's just the fashion in which they were able to pull things back, right? Because you're so close to finishing the job. You know, you've found so many rounds in a row. What's one more at 15? But that's when you fall flat. That's when finally they answer things back, right? And that's the issue here. You know, that's kind of that choke factor coming into a mix, which is just brutal to now head into overtime after that fact. But before we get into this, we do have a little bit of a tech pause, and I want to give a quick shout out to some of our sponsors over at MSI. Like I've said before, they're doing a big giveaway. It's for a monitor, right? So it's 360 hertz, 1 millisecond response time.
Yep.
You want to get on that, right? As soon as possible. On top of that, of course, we do have AstroPay. So if you maybe don't have the luck of winning that, maybe you can purchase the monitor on MSI's website, which AstroPay can facilitate right there. There you go. You can use one for the other. We are into the action here once again. So enough talking. Into the game. Oh.
Well, it doesn't seem like Trichter faced one bit as they're right back to finding up these opening picks. Larson's AWP to deliver it as well, and Bird from Skies once again crept into the sanctuary of CT spawn. Apparently uncleared behind it. But another fight taken. Prime given the call leads to another man deficit for ECSTATIC to work with. And I feel like neither of these teams have been that good at closing out situations where they're down by one person.
No, it's been so rare that we've seen it. I mean, maybe a couple rounds from ECSTATIC on the CT side, but in the second half, opening kills have decided the round. This is a wild play from Fasher, though. Might be able to blindside one, but even this reposition from Prime is so good. If Fasher tries to cross this line, he should have a massive advantage over him, but he's ready for this angle, it seems, or sneaking underneath it.
My guy is an absolute ninja. And I wonder if Fasher decides to clear out the orange box with this angle in mind.
God.
No, he's going to use this to take leverage into the A site. And Prime's going to have no idea what hit him. This could win them the round single-handedly, even finding the double at the back of the silo. Wide open is the site. 3-on-3, and Prime can't respond. The bomb going to go down. You're playing post plants. Henry takes the op of Larson. Shouldn't be able to get much done. Just trying to distract the Heaven player of Fasher. Assist that rotation from Prime. But as another man falls, it seems like this one's done. It's destined for failure, a 3-on-5. And we just speak about how ECSTATIC have yet to drop a round like this, or rather have yet to pick up a round like this, and now they do in perfect fashion.
And overtime of all things, right after we've already seen Trick choke a couple of those rounds. Now we head into the first round of overtime where, those early picks have decided rounds, and finally it's not the case, right? I mean, where did that come from? Fasher slipping the biggest gap. Perfection from him. That's the playmaking you need from this guy, man. I mean, we've talked about him so much. I feel like this roster's so reliant on whether he performs or not, and he sure has right there. I mean, that is just incredible.
It's so perfect from him, dude. And we were trying to highlight on what Prime was doing, but it just seems like it was a bit, negligent on a peak coming through, or a play coming through in the way Fasher did it.
It's hard to expect that level right there, but I mean, what a play. And what a time to make it. Needed to try and follow up on that success here. We'll see if that one round is enough here. As Trick look to answer things back. Quez has been so solid in the ramp room. And he might be tested here once again, but they're not too interested in committing to this.
Slow and steady now for ECSTATIC. You've already gotten one round on this T side, so you want to be smart about working anything more, because usually with a situation like this, it's not surprising to see, like, even if Trick were to come back and win this half 17-16, it would not be surprising to see ECSTATIC just sweep away their CT side. So it's already a bit of a monumental task that Trick are going to have to accomplish, just now they're the ones in the back seat. After having control on a very long portion of the CT side, it seems like it just hasn't been enough. Did he spot a barrel or something there? Because Wolfie just instantly went back to that angle.
Seems like he's so very prepared for this, right? I mean, might be a little bit of research or just understanding of your opposition. But he's exactly right. And where this player lies in, but there's no getting past Larson on these angles. These tripwire shots he's usually good for, and Bird from Sky drops as well to the AWP presence, who's hungry to answer things back, and Wolfie finally gets this opportunity, but misses it twice.
Can't hit the rebound, but still a fairly weakened up A side. If they were to clear the Raptors, then this round would be done and dusted, but maybe still left to say something about it. Nah, Dafu gets shut down right behind his boys. We're tied up. It does look like Trick are still going to be on a pace to try to close out this half 17-16. But again, I am still worried about that T side.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be too worried, right? Because we have seen some promise on those gun rounds. They've certainly shown it once they were able to get them out. But I'm with you, right? That one round, and on top of that, the choking that's kind of taken place. A couple of opportunities that Trick have had. They've come so close to the finish line, but they haven't quite gotten the map victory just yet. I can see where you're coming from with the you know, singular round and the hot start that we've seen SKADE gather.
We've yet to see another one of these fast plays from ECSTATIC, and I mean, surprisingly so, because there's been a lot of times where it just works wonders for them. And they've yet to go for one of these pace changes again, but maybe for good reasoning, as now Prime's been dealt with outside. He's been a nuisance for them for a majority of that CT side. Now already having dealt with him, things become a bit more difficult for Tricked. Even posted up close, shotgun off won't connect, and they'll be able to fall away. Luckily enough for Kier to drop in the Molotov, and they will be able to try to cement themselves in this 4-on-5, but still needing a conversion right past it. Larson and Iceberg respond with it. Not done, though. Manx has found another to open themselves up into the A site. Rotations are going to be a bit strained, but the bomb's dropped in lower, so it doesn't matter what work you get done over at the upper site. You've still got to respond against the op, and Larson timing is everything as they drop down. But again, the shotgun op can't correspond to a kill. And it's left to Quez. The top fragger of Tricked, as it seems like they're going to try to go into the lower site. Dafu, oh my god. He is running and gunning, clearing out the A site, but if he would have waited one more second, he would have baited them in, trying to pick up the opper, but Wolfie catches the frag first. ECSTATIC walk into the CT side with a round advantage.
Oh my god, man, that's the huge one right there, right? If we were talking about walking it into that T side with 2 rounds, you know, you've given yourself a little room to work with. All you need to gather one is to secure double overtime. In this case, now your backs are so far against that wall, and you got to pull every strategy out of the hat right now. That's not an easy task whatsoever to do if you are the likes of ECSTATIC, or rather Tricked, I should say. But again, they figured out success before, but I mean, when you talk about it, it's Nuke now with investments that are just going to be all out. There's never going to be really a save factor with that 16k overtime. You're always going to have the money.
So Tricked are facing one of the biggest uphill battles of this series, in my honest opinion here, but maybe Quez can make it manageable as he's picked off the opener. Wolfie dealt with leads to an advantage again for Tricked. We saw a couple of these for them in that first half of OD, but it usually wasn't enough. Now they're going to have to make it work as outside smokes litter the area. Still have a couple more kills to find, but look at all the utility they've baited out right now from ECSTATIC.
This is phenomenal. They've set themselves up for success, and Quez continues to be such an effective presence here in that squeaky door position. 2 players mulling out of position. It only swings him into the fight, but Iceberg doubling down, and Bird from Sky soon to fall afterwards. That's exactly how you want to start your T side of overtime right there. Perfection coming through from Iceberg.
That is so sick from Iceberg, man. That is so nice from him. He's been quiet this entire game. And no, this entire series he's been quiet. So it's good that he's able to finally respond with something of an answer for Tricked. But again, you need one more. One more round. You go to double overtime. You try to run it back and work from there. Obviously, though, again, you mentioned 16 KOT means there won't be any issues on investments for ECSTATIC.
It's going to be a little bit of cushion, though, right there. Weight off the shoulders of these Tricked members. And oh my god, Larson almost kicks these off exactly as needed. Getting a couple mollies out of the pockets of these Tricked members, though. Entered back with one of a static zone, so they hold on to this ramp positions rather effectively and keep Tricked's initial game plan of an opening kill at bay for now. But again, still good standing for Tricked at the moment as they try and readjust towards the outer yard.
Waiting for the push to come through. Manx will give it over, but Kier, what are you looking at? Oh my god. That would have been a round changer for Tricked. It would have been so massive. But now, again, needing to work from a disadvantage, they've gotten control of Secret, and luckily enough, the rotations have yet to be pulled. So you are still working against only 1 or 2 men, but Larson's op, they probably won't have much to chirp up in this round, but the bomb is still in lobby. It doesn't seem like they're too confident in going for a lower take just yet. They're waiting to see if these players can't find anything. But you're going to have to make some form of an audio cue, and Wolfie's op won't be spotted. Though it does look like eventually they're going to try to attempt an ace like take Wolfie. Oh, he can't shotgun off him down! And what have you just done, Prime? Doubling down, pulling rotations, Tricked Esports. Go wherever you want right now. 23 seconds, and this bomb can easily go down at B. Iceberg holding the vent rotations, and it leaves it all up to Dafu. Prime, again, a hero for a Tricked, and it'll give them another chance at map point. This time on the T side of things, 5 kills could send us to Vertigo.
How did Prime just get away with that round, man? What was that right there? Double entry on the B bomb set when they were holding the perfect crossfire. There was no getting past that, right? Surely not, but he clears out both of those B players and saves the day for Tricked right there. What a phenomenal round from him, and again, they just managed to figure things out. They're fighting tooth and nail. One to finish the job again. They've put themselves up on map point.
And even quickly throwing in these outside smokes, I wonder if Bird from Sky wants to go for a response. No, he won't. A lot of utility thrown both ways, but it looks like they want to attempt a fast A-play. Iceberg going to catch a fully blinded up Basher, and the A site's left weak. And in the second bench, though, Bird from Sky is burning alive. 2 kills found by Quez, 2 on 3, and an upshot missed. 1v3 for Wolfie. A couple of big whiffs in the past couple of rounds. Now he needs to deliver on some connections, finding one, and even a chance on the second, running through into the front of Silo, but Kier's got the angle, and Trick stay alive, pick up their pick, and go to Vertigo. A very stylish way to end it. Multi-kills round the board, but the T side is what sets them apart, and now a lot to hope for heading to the 9th round of Vertigo. Let's see if they can't reverse sweep.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Well, after a stellar way to end off overtime on Nuke, Trick looked to try to complete the reverse sweep against SKADE, and I'm glad to see that they've woken up. After how shaky it was on Inferno, it's good to see that there is still something to make of this game.
Yeah, and you can almost always entrust in a good tricked nuke that could oftentimes help them out in trying to move the series along the lines there, and that's exactly what we got out of them. And so it's such a promising sign that they head into what is their bread and butter map pick, and they succeed on it and thrive even. So heading into Vertigo now, I mean, they even have better win percentage, like you said, a little less competition on this map historically, but nonetheless, after that victory and, you know, denying the choke factor right there that I was kind of hoping didn't come through, we get a third map decider, which should be incredibly exciting.
Well, either incredibly exciting or very underwhelming compared to what SKADE are going to show us. Again, I did say I feel like that this series more relies on, at least if Trick are going to win, more relies on SKADE to... don't tell me. Don't tell me.
This one.
Oh, no.
Little tech action in the mix.
Oh, no, X-Man. Oh,
Looks
no.
like it's only one player, though, which is good, right?
That's true, but if there's anybody you don't want having tech issues, it is Fasher.
That's true. That's a good point. Very fair. Very fair. Nonetheless, should be able to get that one sorted out relatively easy, I'd hope. But, I mean, you got to be really impressed with what Trick were able to put up in that last map. They were looking very comfortable.
Yeah.
Figured things out, even in overtime. You know, talk about, you know, what I thought was for sure going to be a choke, right? Because they went on a 7-1 run spree where they were able to close things out. I think it was actually even eventually 8-1 as they found themselves map point. They only lost that one Tech 9 round, which was just a little flash in the pan there, maybe some mistakes being capitalized on. But then you start to see 2 rounds turn together from SKADE to take it into OT, and that's when I was really starting to lose hope and Tricked, especially as they lost that first round in overtime. You do start to worry. But they figured it out.
Yeah. Well, a bit later than anticipated, but we're into it no less. The pistol now begins as SKADE choose the CT side of Vertigo after a knife round conversion. And it looks like back to the same old. At least what they were going to attempt. There's 2 of them go to the right side, 1 on the left of ramp. And nobody from Trick opts to peek in just yet.
See what sort of vision they can gather on ramp here. This is oftentimes what we see SKADE go for. This ramp control, have someone jump spotting. making sure that they gather that early information game. They have those early alarm bells, and this is a really good way to play things out. Dafu's taking a couple of fights, and that long range certainly going to favor him. Quez dropped early, and Prime's picked up his P250 to try and trade things out, but it's just going to be 1v1 duels. Is that really what they're going for in this round?
I mean, look, you've got confidence oozing in from the previous game, so you might as well. Couple of shots come through, and Dafu is looking absolutely laser accurate right now on the USP to kick off this game. And they even spotted the remainder of the force as he continues his swings and his peaks. He wants more, but his greed leads to the undoing of him as Larson doubles down on the trades. Still requiring more to bring us back into even Stevens, but it's better than it once looked like. Wolfie, even though creeping up at the side hole, oh, he's definitely going to catch the timing out of these two players. No way you're expectant of a push to come through this late. Larson with the bomb now spotted. 1v3 as he wants to make his onslaught into the A site, but lackluster of the knowing in the flank leads to an ecstatic pistol, and now it's, you can already see just the comfort on the likes of ecstatic to begin this game.
Yeah, this is another map. I've kind of mentioned this before, but they have a very strong Inferno, right? Their Vertigo is a map that they've relied on to beat some of the best opposition. You know, consistently have taken on Entropiq on this map, and, you know, with wavering results, but for the most part, in the green in that direction. So this is definitely going to be a tricky task for Trick to finish the job, but nonetheless, this is a full eco in this one. So we give a quick shout out over to our lovely partners over at Pinnacle, of course. You can utilize them. If you're interested in that, you can go and check them out using the link over at Welcome22, pinnacle.com/Welcome22. Make sure you're 18 years older, of course, and you use Cup22. You can enter in over to the home of esports betting. Nothing too crazy happening, just a kill in the mix there, and I don't think anything will be of this round here. It's a little bit of Glock Digston, Dafu down, but Manx will just recover.
Yeah, he's just going to get out of there. There's no reason to stick around. You do not want to give up your M4, so just leave it to Manx as he gets the quick ace on the anti-eco. It's impressive stuff. Look, again, you shut down the pistols where you should be. And I believe in all of these rounds where they just walk in with only, like, Glocks or maybe a P250, they have yet to drop a kill. Like, they've done so well on these rounds.
Yeah, on the CT side more so than anything, right? I mean, that's really key to building up strong CT sides as well. Making sure that you find that economic comfort in the mixer. Makes the spotted one towards the left, and he will just go for the blinding fight right there. Full confidence exuding. And he wins out on that duel. He gets away as well, free of charge. He takes a little bit of damage, but that's a worthy trade.
Of course, and they continue to add up this HP infliction through the smoke over an A ramp. Refreshing it too if things weren't bad enough. There's only flashes really left in the belts of Tricked right now as they try to manifest a trade. It seems like at every avenue it's just met by some form of devastation, whether it's HP damage, whether it's a smoke being responded. But they are doing really good at stalling out the likes of Tricked now with only one smoke, one flash, one volley remaining, and even that flash has just been used up.
Bird from Sky is so very low. He continues to try and jump spot things towards the ramp, but actually the movement in towards B is the real game plan here, and it's a decent little read they've got going on, but an off-angle healed for Minx. He's on 40 HP, so not a lot will be required to do him in. And yeah, that's exactly what happens. Quez blindsiding him.
I mean, likewise, from what we saw from Trick, there's not that much utility to respond upon, but Dafu, he didn't even mean to get the other kill, but now he may be going to go in for a third, but no. Oh, that's a bit of an overextension, if I do say so myself. Look, if he just backs it off, keeps holding the angle, he might even walk away with 3 there, if not all 4, but giving away that pick, sitting in the fire and the flames, the adrenaline ran through him, and you could see the price he paid for it.
Yeah, I'm with you, right? You find those 2 kills right there, you swing things back into your favor, and in the chaos, you can maybe just try and group up. But he definitely tried to close that one out himself, single-handedly, and that's where things went wrong right there. That's for sure. A bit problematic there for SKADE, but not the end of the world, right? They still have one last chance at investing if they can win this round. It'll certainly help out.
There is still weapons that have been invested for SKADE. They put a lot onto the line right now with that little establishment, or at least safety belt that they had bought themselves on the anti-eco. But It's still very loose, right? You're gonna need to convert this round a bit more convincingly than most of your others. And I'm still, like, keen to see what ECSTATIC are really gonna have in store for us for the majority of this game, because so far it's been basic stuff, you know, just a couple of smokes over at B, utility at the A ramp, and fairly passive on the A defense. Usually when those smokes fade, they back away and wait for Trick to make the first response. So I wonder if we'll see anything special coming from them. Flying behind the smoke, won't bother clearing this close angle, and I'm out some with an opening pick, if not two. Bird from Sky is an absolute demon over at the sandbags on ramp. I have seen him pull off impossible multi-kills here multiple times before. The 38 seconds, and Trick have gotten in their own pathing for a lot of the portions of this round. Rotations pulled as well, so it's not like it's any easy feat to get into this A site.
Double reaggression here. They're going to send Bird from Sky as a sacrifice, potentially, and just allow Dafu to play behind him. There's 20 seconds left on the clock, so obviously you have to pull the pin here soon.
They haven't even cleared out the entirety of the site. Wolfie is just trying to bait in for presence. He's not even the man to worry about right now, but he's still going to find them all. Even the third stolen away from him. They had to put an end to his reign of terror, and only his teammates could do it. But everybody decides to upgrade to the rifles now. Fasher has to reinvest, unluckily for himself. But shutting down a round like that without allowing a bomb plant means, again, it's back to square one. It's back to eco territory. And this isn't going to be one of those maps where it's so forgiving if you get only like 4 or 5 rounds on the T side.
Not at all. I mean, this is what they do best, right? I mean, you talked about Bird from Sky from that sandbags position. That guy just seems to have not only the best multi-kills that he can usually bring in any map, but on top of that, the best information games as well. I mean, that's what they provide. That's why their Vertigo is stronger than many other teams. That's why they're even able to take, you know, in the previous Pinnacle Winner Cup, that's why they're even able to take them so very close on Heroic. And I mean, it's so hard to deal with here. Even if you're a roster like Trick, you might be able to adjust and read into that. He's such a hard player to clear out of that position. And you can even see it in this round. He's just jump spotting it out. It allows for everyone else to make their moves. And Wolfie going to continue to aggress with 3 of his teammates close behind him. It's a nice trade from Kier, though.
1-for-1s. Look, you'll take those on a buy like this, but you're only walking in with the Deadly Desert Eagles. But now it looks like that slow, or rather little success comes to a very quick closer. It's a 2-on-4. You still got to deal with Manx behind the white boxes, and yeah, it's a bit of a cracking of the glass slipper, isn't it? 45 seconds, bomb spotted, last man alongside it, obviously, and you can see all the rotations being made, the movements, adjustments that ECSTATIC throw into the mix. Kier even walks away with a nice little one-shot, or rather headshot, before it's all said and done. But as it stands, Tricked, with every round they let slip through the cracks, is just further that these odds are going to start to split away from themselves. Already 1-3 and almost 4.
Yeah, Kier's hitting some nice shots, so that's a good sign. Again, I mean, I talked about their matchup versus For Glory, where he was kind of a star rifler for them in that series alone, and looks to try and continue that success in playoffs throughout. Definitely needed here. He's got his MSI gear plugged in, the 360 hertz monitor. Might have won the giveaway here, but Manx is delivering it right back. And Quez, who has also been kind of a secondary entry as well, has been bested early, losing that opening exchange. Oh.
Well, Icebergs responded pretty quickly, and it's going to force some B-sided rotations. It's exactly what Tricked want, because you can see them once again trying to work up at the E-ramp. But again, like, time tells us that even when these opening picks have been traded out, even when you're looking at 4-on-4s, it's just not been enough. And I love watching Bird from Sky. Like, if you want to learn how to play ramp well, you just watch this man, because he is so good at fending it down, even when he's all on his own. The angle being held, though, and it looks like he could get caught by Iceberg. Yep. Advantage given, and of course, it's as soon as I say something about it.
Yeah, I mean, he's oftentimes going for those slivers, and I think that was right in from Trick. That's some nice damage, and the Molly's delaying that bomb plant. It's going to be punched in. The HE could stop it, just not in time. So close, but the Molly finishes the job, and now with 3v3 as we equalize in territory, there's still plenty of retake utility to pull this off as well.
3-on-3, up in play though, so Wolfie won't have much impact in this one. It'll be fairly limited as the flashbangs soon loom over to sight. 2 men blinded up, but the trade is 1-for-1. Prime, middle of it is Larson's angle now given up as well. Wolfie, I don't think you're working back in this one on 2, my friend. The shotgun off on Vertigo. This is not the map to try to pull it off. Tricked. We're easily able to capitalize on that one.
Well done. Exactly what you need right there from Tricked. getting that advantage. And you know what we've been talking about so often is dealing with Bird from Sky in such a pesky position, that sandbag spot. Got to be one of the best players to do it right there from that position. But in this case, he was playing that small little angle, and they knew exactly what was likely going to be in store right there. We had even a player walking up on that wall, and he was just avoiding that slight angle, knew, and had the presence of mind to get away from that positioning. Lurk smoke thrown out towards ramp to try and isolate Bird from Sky for the rest. And it's going to be a fast B movement. The flash is so good from Dafu.
Ooh. I didn't know Quez had crossed.
Yeah,
I thought for a second there he was going to be able to get away with absolute murder, but still behind this smoke, Manx lies on the 5-7 prime. A lackluster clear, and I thought he would have been good for the trade, but still the B site cracked wide open. ECSTATIC went for a force buy, and it won't pan out their favor.
Should be able to get those numbers punched in there with ease, and likelihood that Fasher, Wolfie, and Bird from Sky going to be holding on to their weaponry right here. Phenomenal work from Tricked again to continue their T-side success. And we were talking about it, you know, 10-5, definitely enough when you're talking about Nuke. Vertigo, you'd ideally like to have a little bit more T-side success. And that's what Tricked have been finding early on.
I guess it's good to see them respond, because I was wondering if ECSTATIC were just going to be able to sweep away this game like we saw in Inferno, where they got a lot of the opening picks going their way, where it didn't really seem like Tricked had the firepower to trade it out. And you can literally see, as time has gone on, it's been way different just in the category of aiming. Like on map 1, ECSTATIC, it wasn't very difficult for them to find openers. It wasn't very difficult for them to take map control. And we even saw that replicated with multiple double entries into that B site uncontested. Then you head into Nuke. It's a bit of a different story. Even towards the end of Inferno, you started to see some of the stars for Trick start to wake up and aim a bit better, win their duels more consistently, but the score had just been a bit too far gone to work back at that point. Then we saw a more manageable spot for them to be in on Nuke. They take it the distance, and even here they've woken up earlier than maybe anticipated.
Yeah, we have seen really solid CT sides all throughout for Static. I mean, we didn't get to see too much on Inferno because they had so heavily won that first half T side. But CT side, it was very lights out. You know, they had consistent success. We didn't see too many rounds for Tricked. But now, I mean, if you can get activated early, and that's kind of been a difference here as well. I mean, we've seen early starts go in favor of a Static quite a bit. In this case, it doesn't seem to be the same thing. Now, they still have to get across this spy here, and Wolfie is looking to change the tides here just a little bit. So we get back into the favor of a Static as he kicks things off exactly what is needed, finding an opening pick with that AWP, which he's been able to save over.
Smoke soon to fade. Bird from Sky, a very ample opportunity to walk away with one. Oh, and imagine he gets the headshot there. That could have very easily been a 2K. Still, though, 4-on-3, they'll take it. A site cracked wide open. They should be able to get this bomb down. It's all about playing the retake. I feel Wolfie still trying to respond in time. The op trying to hold the pinch, and somehow walks away with that kill. Looking for the double, but the flick won't connect. Still, two-man advantage now manifested. There's no utility to stop in this bomb plant, but very, very doable for this retake here. Even dumps in the final HE, rather, one of the final two. As he tucks back in for the side hall angle. There's plenty of smokes left across this CT side, though, so you dump one on the bomb. You try to play protect the president and work from there. This is going to be
tricky. Way
closer than it should. Quez answering with the first, tapping the bomb, yet to get another peek. They haven't player shut down, and it's all T-sided success. 2-on-4, and Kier and Quez both answer back.
Oh, man. I mean, right now, that's a duo that you want in that position, last standing, right? Kier's already proven to be incredibly effective so far in Vertigo and in playoffs alone. And then Quez has been finding so many openers right there, man. That is incredible. Finally, you see Wolfie miss a shot when he was lighting up as well. And at the perfect time for Trick to capitalize here. But of course, they do have investments being brought out once again. Very good ones at that. Rifles abound here. So they look to spam through the smoke here. Bird from Sky. I feel like Tricked are so aware of the game plan though right now.
That's fair.
And you could see it in the last round, right? Bird from Sky goes down quick towards ramp. And that triggers an immediate reaction to rush after they find that 1-for-1 trade. They don't expect anyone else to be there, and they were exactly right.
And we kind of see the exact same thing the other day that we saw against Heroic, or rather from ECSTATIC and Heroic, where It was actually, hold on, I'll pause that thought for a second because Wolfie may have caught the timing of a lifetime in from middle of trying to pull a boost off. Oh my lord, but do they check this? Do they check this? No, they don't. Spotting a double, or rather spotting them both. Just not able to cock back the shot in time. Still walking away with one is good. But Larson, dude, he is ready. Bird from Sky's got to mix it up. As smart as he is, we don't usually see him make mistakes like that twice in a row. Rather, I think that's actually the third time in succession that he's fallen in that exact angle. And that's what I was trying to hint at. Back when we saw the heroic game, they were continuously punishing Bird from Sky on that angle. And it does kind of seem a bit one-dimensional from him sometimes on the CT side. But they are still giving a respectable chance to Fasher as they come walking into his sight. Heavily guarded up. Here's the footsteps of Larson. And he almost even answers with the pick. But he thankfully puts a halt to it. 5-4. Tricked take a lead.
Oh, I mean, that would have been a 1v4 that would have broke your heart right there if you were tricked, right? And Larson bails him out in a big way. Able to find that op headshot. And a timeout called from SKADE. It's much needed. Because like you said, they're reading in upon it right there just a little bit, right? You're seeing some of the game plan set in stone. Some of the win conditions here on Vertigo for SKADE get punished, actually. Not just necessarily figured out, but also punished. And alleviate or figuring out, you know, a lot of opening kills for Tricked in their favor here, and maybe an adjustment required.
Yeah, something's got to change. And again, I still feel like it lives and dies with what Bird from Sky is doing over at ramp, because he's one of the first players in the entire round to take that contact. Yeah, sure, Wolfie finds the opener and then gets traded out in middle before he actually falls, but you think of how important it is to stall out Trick's A ramp control, or even just the T-size ramp control in general, or to try to demand respect. But when you play the same angle every single time, and you don't mix it up, and you keep letting these openers get picked up by SKADE, like, rather by Trick, it's going to become one-dimensional. It's going to be easy to find rounds against this CT side. Now they're staring down the barrel of a 2-round deficit. This is considered a T-sided map. In fact, one of the last left in the pool like it. But they are starting to walk away with this half. This is what, their 5th unanswered round?
Yeah, big string together here. Prime. Oh my god, Larson. That's exactly what you want out of your upper. No, it's an eco, right? Sure. But the fact that he's been finding multiple openers. Two rounds prior on a big gun round. I mean, you just continue to see his impact here. Great stuff from him. And now we'll see if he can continue that forward. I don't even know. So I always thought that Sandbags was supposed to block bullets, right? But I feel like he's had a couple wall bangs right there that have been dropping some of these SKADE members.
Yeah, I think you can shoot through some parts of it. Because the top part of it, it's like, you know, it's very thin. I'm not sure about the entire thing. I don't think you can. I know you can shoot through the cracks, though. So, yeah, that's something.
Oh, that was a lovely adjustment right there from Wolfie. That's a big pickup there. And, well, Manx, again, consistently been pushing down these stairs. Is able to find followed-up success.
2-on-4, Tricked. It seems like their pace is going to come to a very big and crashing halt. Less Kieran Larson can respond, but already missing the jump. They know what's going on, and they're going to pull a rotation accordingly. Larson trying to maneuver this one in the 2-on-4. And it seems like they're on 2 different game plans right now. Or actually, I'm not too sure. Mullying out the white bin, but Larson is not going quick enough to try to punish this.
Oh!
Well, hold on, because they might know that there's still a player over in that triple area, because, again, you throw that molly and a smoke is instantly responded upon, so you probably know about one other player's presence. At least. Uh-oh.
Oh, my God.
They've just shut down Fasher. Some problems are really going to start to arise here shortly. I would not be surprised to see Larson switch over the AWP. Look at Manx. He sits idly standing by behind the white boxes. 1 for 1. Both sides of the map have a player on the defense right now, and I think Kier's just trying to pull in some presence. Wolfie in his op, though. Again, we've seen him miss a couple of crucial ones. Oh my god, Kier. Does he clear this out? No. So far, it's just going to be utility thrown through, and oh my god, this could be actually so huge. Now spotted out for. There's 15 seconds to go. Lars team don't really have much time to work with. And that was his only chance to pick this round up. Trying to stick the plant. Manx doesn't have to go in for the peak. And now he can potentially pick him up. Okay. That was too close for comfort.
That's the best way to put it right there, man. 4v2. It comes down to a couple of whiffed op shots there from Larson. It's hard to blame him, man. Those were fast reactions that he needed to nail. And Manx is eventually able to put an end to that chaos. But they almost pulled that one off right there. And SKADE, you know, after that first early string of rounds that they've been able to gather, it doesn't seem like too much is coming easily to them.
Well, it's what SKADE needed to get back on track. Let's be real. You lose a round like that, and this is easily going to just start to spiral downhill uncontrollably. Though I wonder, what do you think this half score is going to be? Because I can honestly see it going either way. Any score you throw out right now, I don't think would be unrealistic.
With you. I mean, it just depends on who's able to buckle down here. And after that timeout, they were able to follow up some nice success. They've also gathered into a double op setup here as Bert from Sky's wielding the secondary. So keep an eye on how that impacts things. This is a nice angle here from Quez and already good damage done to Manx, who's been pretty lights out towards the B side of things.
Here's the only issue. Both of those ops are on A right now, and obviously long range angles like A ramp, it's not like you're going to be useless with that weapon, but like they take B right now, your retake is going to get like a multiple amount of more difficult. Because opping on retake, it's just next to impossible, though thankfully Wolfie's the one making a quick transition, even holding the angles, sitting in the open, it works. 4 on 3 as Trick's B take is shut down.
Denied entry right there, forcing some readjustment back into the op of Bird from Sky, who again is taking a different approach, right? This is unfamiliar territory for this guy. He's inside hall, he's not tucked in towards sandbags right now, but he does have an early alarm bell if anyone does want to take this control, and he'll also have very effective bomb plant denial if he remains in this position unchecked. But it seems like he's going to be tested here with Larson's op.
Well, and that's not a test he's going to pass. Akin to what we've said of Trick for a majority of their runs. But still holding the Bird from Sky? Okay. You see, being a Smash player, the only word that comes into my mind is react? Hello?
I don't know, maybe you didn't see him over the smoke.
I don't know what res you'd be playing to not see him there.
That's a good question there. Trick calling a timeout though. And now we do see a little comfort here from SKADE. I'd say 9-6 is about par for the course, but you definitely want to close things out.
2x2.
2x2. That's a new one.
Literally see it if it walks into the line of the op scope. That's why it's 2x2. You know, so you have that one extra pixel of vision, the other one's the black line.
They say it's a goat res.
With how delusional people are on their res, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
The calling going in right there though from Tricked. Hey, that is just very impactful right there. I mean, they're setting some game plan. They're trying to rally things back in favor of them because they've figured out success before. All they need to do is kind of re-grab some of that control that they've once had, and I mean, we'll see if that sort of inspiration can come through.
I like this from SKADE. You could see they're getting a bit hungry for info sometimes, but I guess Dafu's going to get punished for it. Timing is the undoing of him. Straight. No, I thought it'd be picked up, but Dafu, another Bird from Sky, isn't able to respond. 3 on 5 with full mid control for Trick right now. And they can really go whichever site they want to at this point. Even walking up through the elevator smoke faster could get caught blindsided with this one. Unbeknowing to what's just happened, they've quickly gone into the A site, and they're not even being quiet about it anymore. Iceberg, look at this long flank, though.
God.
Dude, it's a battle of the Brainiacs again. And Fasher's going to be able to walk away with one. Manx has shut down the flank and Iceberg, so somehow SKADE don't come away unwinnable. Even dropping the bomb faster on the double is ready to fight.
How does he get out of this position though? Smoke is exactly how, man. What is going on? Manx from the top ropes is able to take down Quez, and it's just Larson. How has he become in this position? And Fasher to close it to full house between the duo in a 2v5 that it gets pulled out of nowhere.
That's the SKADE magic, baby. That's all it is. You only need 2 players to show up. And I mean, look, I talked about the supporting cast and what a requirement it was going to be in this series for ECSTATIC. And just for them to find success in general, that's what we're seeing. Wolfie, he's one of those supporting crew members. Manx is delivering as well. We saw that on Nuke. We saw it on Inferno. And it usually is the proper formula for ECSTATIC to convert a game like this. Even double nading deep into the B steps finds an opening pick. You don't need vision to pick up the opener.
Oh, that's quite nice. Great way to kick things off here. And actually, there's something to be said about this one. Prime's able to find some control towards that B-bomb site, get himself a gun. The mid-lurk, though, dropping. He's going to make things near impossible here. No kills on the way out there. Fasher able to finish the job. Stack up some extra bank, extra bread. Those Pinnacle odds. Now, they've really closed the distance there since Nuke. I believe we were talking 1.05 to 12. Now we've moved a little bit closer there in the live odds.
Yeah, ECSTATIC have definitely turned the tides of this game, and Pinnacle agrees. Again, this is usually considered to be one of the last remaining T-sided maps in the pool. Well, right now, Trick are not making it look that way. And again, I guess it was a lot more CT-sided success that we bring over from Nuke. Their offense wasn't bad. Let's not cut any corners. Like, it was their offense that won them Nuke in general. In fact, picking up, what, every single T-sided round in overtime? No, I think they dropped one, but no, it was every single round. Anywho, ignore that. Fasher's just doubled down in the A ramp, and that's what you got to keep your eyes on right now, because he may have single-handedly dismantled this round from Trick.
It looks like it. Manx is on the flank as well. And all perfect timing as they turn their attention back towards the ramp. 9-6 is how we close things down. ECSTATIC, you got to be happy with that, right? You know, you've been able to work a little bit of magic there towards the tail, and you even get a 2v5 in the mix as well. So it's just unbelievable stuff. And maybe that's just enough to try and move things into their semifinals. I mean, that has to be their goal, right?
Yeah. I mean, they woke up. This could be the beginning of the end. Again, you win this pistol, and you could start to take the helms of this game. We saw how deadly they could be on Inferno. It was put on a masterful display. But I guess to the contrary of that, we've seen how deadly Trick can be on the defense. You'll still need a pistol conversion, I feel. But maybe not so much the end of the world as I'm making it out to be. As the flash comes into the B ramp, it seems like Quez and Gear are trying to make quick work of this one. One kill traded out by the IGL man himself, but Quez on the off angle could be a bit of a difficult clearing.
They also have a sandbags player. Nade stack for him, though. Oh my god, Prime drops now. And it's going to make this bomb plant a lot more easy. There's no deterrence utility, just one smoke, so they'll be able to punch in those numbers with safety.
3-on-3 post plant. Only one smoke left stands between Tricked and what could be another lost pistol round. They've only converted one this entire series. They'll need another, but that advantage that they had mounted up in the early round is dispersed from them fairly quickly. That smoke now deployed on the bomb as we enter into about 20 seconds left on the round. Fasher still picking up names. 2-on-2. Iceberg doesn't decide to stick it, just taps it for now. They don't hear him on the bomb just yet, pulling out the knife, trying to get him inside of the smoke. McQuez has got the headshot, and Iceberg sticks the defuse for a 7th.
That's phenomenal right there. Exactly how you want to play that. You have that player playing on the top ropes of the default box, and then you have one defusing just in the safety of that short cubby, especially with that Ivy player or short, I don't know, side hole player is what some people call it. There's a lot of different names, but as he goes down, that really starts to swing things in your favor by diffusing in that position. It's exactly what you need right there for Tricked, but will that be enough? Because, of course, you got that investment coming through right back. A high-low setup in towards mid. I like this from Kieran Larson.
I like the ballsy call from ECSTATIC to make this force buy. They always like keeping the pressure on. Even when they play super passive, they are really good at applying pressure. And this is, I mean, like, this is just another reason why. When they've lost the pistols, and they've only lost one, now 2, but when they had lost the other pistol, they had instantly forced back up. They weren't scared to. We've even seen it from them in the past, but maybe they should be given a little more credit to Trick to have so far, I'd say, demanded it.
Look at this position, man. How do you try and clear this out now? I mean, they've tried to take that early ramp control, and they've hit just such a brick wall. And now they're forced to wait out that smoke. They still have to deal with multiple members here and retake all of the side hole space. There's so much that you have to gather here. which they will try and do late in the round, but again, they're operating with a man disadvantage here. And with only 45 seconds left on the clock.
They're going to hear the pins being pulled, and they decide to take it aggressive instead. Iceberg gets one, but the trades are tenfold back in their favor. All up to Manx with the deagle on a headshot angle. They line up for him, but he just can't find the pick. Strict, keep it going, and they try to bring this comeback again onto the table.
It's 2 in a row. 2 big rounds right there gathered. And now you're going to see limited investment come through. SKADE. They went for the risky force, didn't pan out. Now they're going to see if they can whip out the Astro Pay, getting any sort of purchases. It's easy, sure, but even an Astro Pay is not enough to bring in any rifles or anything that's too deadly. Although Bird from Sky fully investing. He might have went a little bit too crazy with the Astro Pay, but we'll see what they have in store.
Hey man, look, I've seen him work with a MAC-10 before, so I would not be surprised to see him just run with the SMG into the next round. First kill, that's actually delivered, but trades aren't that bad behind him. In fact, 2 for 2 is going to start to benefit the likes of ECSTATIC here as they attempt the brawl into the A site. And don't let them lose another eco round. They've dropped so many of these this series.
Cannot afford anything else, right? I mean, that would be completely disastrous. Although that smoke towards side hall is perfectly timed right now. You can see that it causes a little bit of pressure here. Larson spotted out and towards the headshot angle, and he drops as well. Bird from Sky able to best him. There's a flank coming through. That's going to be needing to figure out. They're trying to pull through towards Quez, and it comes down to what he can do. How much can he gather? 1, 2, and a third. Quick headshot onto Wolfie. Denies any sort of trade potential, and he will bring things back again.
Thank God again, Quez. There are so many heroes right now for Trick. We saw Prime have his heroic moments over on Nuke. Same with Quez, same with Kier, same with Larson. And this is just another one of them. Chalked up to the highlight reel. That one's going in the montage right there. Perfectly held on the flank. Now is the test of rifles. It's a war of attrition from ECSTATIC.
At least you've done great damage in that last round. You made it close, just not able to pull it across the line. Oh my god, a lot of damage being taken here in this quick ramp control, but it's denied again. Another wall hit here from ECSTATIC as their early game plan is consistently getting punished here just a little bit. And the failure to grab this control, the failure to move past these smokes is so overwhelming.
Tag comes through, and that one tag single-handedly cements them with a health lead. But keep your eye on the utility belts this round because so far they've been depleted fairly quickly. And usually both of these teams have been very good at keeping their utility into the late round and very good at playing a passive setup and a passive game plan, but apparently Prime doesn't want to play passive. Flashed in, doubles down, still hears more behind this smoke, but the trade's found through it. And Dafu shows, look man, you can find as many opening picks as you want. It's not going to provide you the sanctuary of me to stop spamming.
Still, you have one hanging around close by. Iceberg letting one slip by the gap, but getting that reload off in time and escaping towards the back lines of sight. That allows for Larson to strike. And with the Glock, sure, Wolfie will find one he's being flanked in upon. So this round on a timer here. Kier to finish the job again on the flank here. The ops retrieved. Then we toss over to Larson, and things look even better here for Trick.
Yeah, this is nuts. I mean, like, Trickter starting to turn a new leaf. If you would have looked at them now, if you even would have looked at a part of Inferno, just tuned out, said, yeah, this series is done, 2-0, you'd be shell-shocked by just the resurgence of Trick in this series, and what I thought was going to be an unwinnable Vertigo map, because, again, they have been battle-tested. We can put that on the table. It's not like Trick have no experience on this map, but it's nowhere near the likes of ECSTATIC. I definitely thought it was just going to be shut down one-sided if it even got this far, but it's quite the opposite. Prime, again, shutting them down. This was a force from ECSTATIC as well. You walk out of this round without a bomb plant, and that would be the worst-case scenario. It's 1v3 on Burt from Sky. On 1 health, Gear shuts it down and upgrades to the AK 11-9. A 2-round lead established, and eventually ECSTATIC are going to have to crack the barrier of giving up a save.
Tidied up right there. I mean, again, you're just seeing consistently cleaned up rounds right there. Coming through from Trick to Esports, and now the Pinnacle odds starting to favor them. How the tables have turned between these two teams, and this isn't an easy task to take ECSTATIC on. Vertigo's terrifying. But in the way that Trick are doing it, it just seems like every step of the way they have these perfect counters to the game plans here. And back to the ramp control, the vying here from Bird from Sky. The attempts at gathering this up against what has been Prime and Iceberg, locking things down, finding so many multi-kills. How do they get past this? It's so hard for them, and the spam continues to rain down in.
And this is just like Vertigo in a nutshell right now. It goes to show like how questionable it is when teams just neglect ramp control. Like, there's a lot of teams who don't bother throwing in the early smokes, who don't bother fighting for it in the early round, and just look at how far it's gotten tricked on this CT side. Have won multiple rounds now just because of how the early interactions go at this part of the map. And again, that might be the case as creeping up, Prime's gonna find the opener combined with the up. Everybody's falling. Not a single kill responded upon. Wolfie in the 1-on-5, not yet spotted on the P250, but the trades delivered. The op should be recovered, and Tricked are up to 12.
That's just another clean round right there coming through as well, where you have so many members alive. I mean, we've seen a flawless CT side. I'm just not realizing it's 6 in a row that Tricked have found themselves in, and they show no signs of stopping at the moment. They haven't struggled any step of the way. They've figured things out every single time. And I mean, it's all come down to that ramp control right now. Static, they're hitting this brick wall of this defense. Larson is being such an effective member now and joining forces with the likes of Prime and Iceberg, and there's just no getting past this trio.
Everybody's starting to activate the pistons for Tricked. They all want to close this game out, and they're so close to the reverse sweep that another one of these annihilation type rounds could lead to the end of it. 4 separate Tricked from what would be one of their deepest playoff runs to date. It would be so huge, a resurgence from a team that was seemingly decimated a couple of months back. And what a resurgence they've made. An opening pick delivered here, wanting more, but the flash is perfectly placed. Kier able to get away alive. But still, take a glance over at the health of the CT side right now. That Molotov finally accrues a trade back, but oh, Kier isn't done. He wants more. Dafu's slipped the net above the Guardian smoke. He'll go, and this could easily lead for him to find the player in quad. Oh my god, dude! How has he been able to get here? Iceberg taken down. He still expects somebody to be at the B site, but Kier's now dropped the ball. 3 on 4. And with most players on low health, I can't imagine Trick to attempt this one. This should be ecstatic going up to double digits.
Yeah, this is a good call to save right now for Tricked, right? This is a needed one. Sure, you can give up around. You can chalk that one up to good timing there from Daff, who was able to slip a big net and find that flank onto the B side. But the issue can lie in, you know, a lot of those A side plays, they haven't been working, might be attributed to the fact that Tricked are sending so many early resources in that direction. And sure, it's taken a while for SKADE to realize that fact, but if this is a start to something, maybe they have found the reactions necessary. Maybe they have figured things out just a little bit.
I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself. I'm not going to lie to you. Like,
yeah, that's fair.
I don't know. We don't know if there's a flash in the pan round yet. Because ecstatic, I mean, yeah, they do well to pick it up, and they do it convincingly alongside that with 4 players remaining alive. But it's just the early round utility damage that might not be necessarily replicable. Right? Imagine if you don't have 3, even 4 players as low as they were in this round from Trick. They find that opening pick. It's 5 on 4. Won't be as easy to creep into B. Alongside that, Dafu catches, again, an unreplicable timing in middle that just leads to them winning the round and converting into the B site.
I'll see if they can follow up on that success again. It's all about stringing things together here on your T side. It's what we've seen SKADE do pretty effectively on Inferno. A big win condition for them. Kier is blindsided there. He gets away free of charge, safe and sound. And a great flash setup there for SKADE, trying to figure things out early on, trying to find that early pick. Doesn't exactly go their way.
And ecstatic now either have to just dump in utility or just vacate. And even though they do the worst of both worlds there, not only do they throw the util, but Trick decided to take the map control right back, even flashing deep. Iceberg knows that nobody's home. Dafu will catch him looking the wrong way, though. He wasn't sitting close, my friend. He was on the opposite wall. Larson's op still yet to go test it over in the A ramp. There's plenty of utility to stall them out with 50 seconds left on the clock. ECSTATIC are taking their sweet time, but the bomb wants to go towards B. Kier has to respond here in the headshot angle, and he only delivers on one so far, but doubling down means that could be the end of the round. They're attempting a B play right now, and it doesn't matter if they find the pick. They won't, unfortunately enough for them, because Quez and Co. are too much of an army to go through. 1v4 for Fasher, and Kier is lights out right now. A triple, upgrades to an AK, gets himself his 22nd kill, and puts them right back to square one.
I mean, this is just wild stuff right now from Tricked. And how many rounds have we seen Kier and Quez shut things down just as a duo? I mean, that's not the first time on Vertigo. That's not the first time this series right now for these two. Just up the server there. The Pinnacle odds starting more and more so in Trick's favor as they call a timeout of their own. Has to feel good, man. I imagine there's nothing but smiling faces over on their their webcam, because they are nailing everything. I mean, look at this defense that Kier's offering up. This guy is turning into such a star in playoffs right now for Tricked.
And you think of how he was barely able to get away alive after, I believe, Wolfie missed an op shot on the retreat. This round is, again, entirely different if it doesn't come through, because you can just see how pressured they are to make things work after that bomb gets shut down in middle. Because here's the problem for ECSTATIC right now. They take so long to do something initially that if something goes wrong, instant chaos. It all delves down to them just saying, okay, guys, we gotta go, we gotta try to get these kills, and we gotta hope it goes our way. It's like, I don't want to rip on the passive playstyle because it's worked a decent amount this series, but at the same time, we've also seen a lot of that, where they take way too much time and don't leave any room for error, where they are super one-dimensional on the pace, and Tricked have read into it. Like, it's not going to work anymore. We spoke of how good they are at adapting. They've already done that here. So, ECSTATIC, you've got to change it up again.
Yeah, they got to figure something out right now. They got to continually find success. It's been one T-side round. That's all that they've been able to muster up so far. Lining up some fast B-nades, though, is Dafu, and we've seen this play being done once before. But, I mean, this is an issue here. You line up these flashes, it's not going to mean anything if you don't have this control towards B-ramp. They're going to have to wait this one out for a little while until that smoke fades away and until they fall off in towards a more passive line, which is now happening.
Actually, I'm not too sure. Just dumping another ramp smoke, but this time they don't respect it. They decide to go through it, met by a Molotov, finally shown some haste. Or they're slowing it down. The op of Wolfie looks to try and respond, but again, like, this is just what I'm talking about in that timer. There's a minute now tipped off of the clock, and they're just walking into a ramp. That's a problem. ECSTATIC, by the time they're even close to setting up this utility, there's going to be like 30 or less seconds on the clock. And again, at that point, everything has to go the way you want. If it doesn't, you lose the round.
They're going to lose their mid-lurk here soon as well. And there's no flashes for Dafu to get across this line, but maybe he can get some timing. But a tripwire shot nailed from Larson is going to answer things back swiftly. And he's going to make the quick rotation over towards A as well.
Like this from Prime, he's going to spot the legs under the smoke, even almost going for a multi-kill. One is more than enough, though, as Kier could go uncleared. Nobody looking his direction, and all the util now exposed. This should be the round, or maybe not. Bird from Sky clears it. And everything does go their way. Quez 1-on-3 in from the flank that Wolfie holds. ECSTATIC are ready to respond with another round. And again, there's so many ways that round could have failed. It all comes down to that sandbags player, too. You drop Bird from Sky, the round is done.
Oh my god,
Thankfully, they're able to hold on to it and get themselves another T-sided success. Still needing more, though.
Can't believe Bird from Sky was so aware to check that one right there. That is phenomenal work from him. There you go. It's 11, man. They found themselves another. Again, there's still very strong investments being thrown out here from Tricked. It's not over just yet. The pressure is still on for ECSTATIC to close things down, and you've still built yourself up such a good cushion here. But a lot of players lining up for a B execute here, and relatively quickly they're past the smoke and past the flashes. They've passed Quez as well here, who only finds one. A lot of damage sure on the Fasher, but this is a site compromise.
I don't know if there's that much utility to get yourselves back into it with how aggressive Fasher is as well. This almost seems like it's destined for a savior shortly. Molly jumped through. They're trying to buy some extra time for wait out these smokes to fade, and it even spreads to Fasher. I don't know if that was a missed Molly on the plant, but still, they'll take that. 3-on-3. This seems winnable now. But Bird from Sky has picked up his teammate's position, holding a flashbang out. As the smoke is deployed, he's given up his angle. Iceberg tries to come through and pick off the timing, but him alongside Wolfie have shut it down. And look at how well that works, Exner. They change up the pace. They do something quickly. And look at how well it works. Why don't they do that earlier? Why do they wait till they're down this badly to do it?
I'm with you. I'm not even necessarily sure if it's a pace change. I'm just talking about the bomb site targets alone, right? Because we've seen that Trick have put in towards this A ramp control, and it's been hefty. A lot of times stacking over 3 members early, utilizing all the utility and keeping them there for quite some time in order to get those one-way smokes down and the like. So, yeah, I mean, you can tell right now, Static, they've taken a prioritization elsewhere, right? They've been trying more so mid control. They've had a dedicated mid lurk and Dafu. And on top of that, in this round, you finally see them trying towards B quickly. It works out very, very well.
Well, this is a bit of a wonky buy if you ask me. Oh, but I love the peek from Larson. Inches away from a connection. And it would have been the way that Trick needed this round to start off faster. I don't think he's been spotted below the grater there, so he'll live to tell the tale of another day, or at least for the time being. Still waiting around now. The USP is going to spot one coming into the yellow tarp. And what the hell? Province just found 2. They picked up an AK. Bird from Sky. He gets the trade, but still damage dealt. Molly inside hall, and Wolfie falls. This is USP's, and 1 off, 2 on 3, and Larson's ready to fight back. 1v3 for the IGL as the bomb lies on the ground.
Make a move here. He's going to quickly head into bomb site, but noise is being heard. He's made the footsteps. He's revealed his position here. And again, to collect that bomb, finally doing so, but this is nearly impossible here. I mean, you have Kier on this flank. Activate some early alarm bells. He's tucked off in towards the ladder, but he has that rotation cut off. I mean, all you have to do if you're tricked is until you see Kier spot him out, cuddle on that A bomb site. They have the perfect situation.
You can just wait this out. 35 seconds. There's no reason to overextend. Take your time. This is your round to lose, Tricked. All posted up for the peak, holding the line, won't find the kill, and now it's 1v2. Just against the default pistols. Molly smoke combo thrown through as he vacates back into CT, but Kier, though, he's the man to keep your eye on. As he comes up through ramp, he wants to try to find a gun. Without one of these weapons, this round is unwinnable. But the timing of the 1v1 means pretty much everything, and Kier has nailed the headshot, even recovering the op trick. They walk into this round with 1 gun, and it doesn't get more than 1 kill. Prime, I don't know how he does it. He just crept behind him. He gets 2 kills on the USP. Tricked have just stolen a round. They've robbed them.
Doesn't get any worse than that right there. That's one that makes you sick to your stomach right there if you're a Static. I cannot believe it. What a robbery right there. Prime, man.
And now it almost seems like the gods want them to close this out. It almost seems destined. Gonna be another ramp take, but Wolfie this time cracks open the opener. And they once again do not have to respect the ramp smoke. 4 on 5 with full B steps control in Quez's back pocket. They'll need to pull rotations though. But still, I guess, biting their tongue for the time being. You don't want to get too crazy with the rotations. You don't want to leave Quez all by his lonesome, but since nobody's here, honestly, I feel like you might as well just stack all your reinforcements in A and hope it works. If it doesn't, you save it in the next round, try to run it back. Oh, flashing through. Kier isn't ready to give this round up. Does not want to go home empty-handed, but only picking up 2. It's not going to be enough. Quez stops his rotation before it's even made. 14-13 ecstatic, a bit labored, but still walk away with their 13th. And there should be an investment to come through in the next round. Quez, I don't know how well he'll be able to drop, but maybe 1 or 2 rounds lost bonus accrued up behind him, could throw a gun over to Iceberg, Prime, Kier, Larson, can all throw a buy into their own selves. And Kier honestly might even be able to throw like an op over to Larson. If you want any chance of just making sure this game closes out your way, you probably want to get that into his hands. Let's be real.
Into the semifinals, and who's going to drop out? No second chances here as they do vast completely.
And this is such a big round for both of these teams. Tricked, the funds, they lie into the success of this round right now. If you drop it, you forfeit up the lead. And then you don't want to be having to work from the back burner to potentially go to overtime. But the same kind of goes for ECSTATIC, right? While you will probably be able to throw an investment onto the table after this round, it's like you'd be in the same boat the Tricked are right now and going the distance. It doesn't get more tense than that. Not much utility to come into this round, though, so it mainly relies on what they're going to be able to get done with these weapons. And Prime actually walks me with an opening pick. The SMG is good enough for it. Now they continue to go for these re-aggressions, but doesn't seem like they're so lucky on the repeak, so maybe they are 1-for-1 trade, and they'll take that with how low Prime was. But still, the SMG's collapsing upon them. Though Kier has full control of Connector, and this could be a bit of a tricky one to deal with. Quez is somehow crept through middle as well, and he's pulled all the distraction. Manx thinks he has a free reign into the B side, but he doesn't. Wolfie, another shotgun up miss. Trick, take series point.
That is unbelievable right there. Able to pull off another big round right there with MP9s in the mix as well. Just the pressure that's mounted on them, and they continue to thrive underneath it. That's just surreal.
And it's just the confidence to go for those trades. Wolfie, he's missed a lot of these shotgun ops this series. It's so unfortunate. I mean, look, it still would have been a 1-on-2. Probably not that winnable. And obviously more so than if you were to have connected that shot. I don't know, man. I feel like it's all kind of left in the sky right now. Everybody knows what's up. It's so hard to just break down the feelings for ECSTATIC right now. Again, after such a dominant map one where you think this series is almost destined to be theirs, they try to take in middle to close this one out, but they're the ones getting closed out upon. Both of their rifles drop, the bomb lies on the ground. Kier and Quez, again, what better of a dynamic duo to end it? Once again, a full house between those two stars, and Tricked steal the series from ECSTATIC.
That is just wild right there, man. What a showing from this Tricked roster. I mean, again, they have not been able to make playoffs here throughout the entirety of the 2022. They hop in to this Pinnacle Cup number 3, and they make it into the semifinals over the likes of ECSTATIC. That is just unbelievable, and what a way they've been able to get here.
Where has this Tricked been? Like, where have these guys been for the past 3 months? Kier and Quez looked so good today. Usually we look at these games, and it's honestly usually Quez sitting towards the bottom of the scoreboards, not really finding that much success. Kier, every now and then he strikes gold, but this was a different mind that they went in today, because it was nothing but diamonds for them. Everybody was fragging out of their minds. You can find hero plays and highlights for every single member of that Tricked team this series, and it was just beautifully played, bro. I'm so glad they're moving on after a performance like that.
Yeah, I mean, they fought hard. Right? They certainly deserve it for what they've been able to put up right there. That is an incredibly impressive result. And again, you know, ECSTATIC on both of those maps, not easy at all. Vertigo is a map that they've taken heroic recently to overtime in, and have proven that they are incredibly effective. Same case on Nuke, where they were able to topple Entropiq recently in results. So just the fact that they've been able to close this out against a team that's been putting so much work and has been proving themselves is phenomenal for them. As I mean, they move on, look at the team that they're going to take on. It's either going to be SKADE, potentially, and more likely Vitality. I mean, that right there, like getting a chance to play Vitality and just alone is a massive accomplishment, being able to make it all the distance.
I mean, I'm kind of with you when we say Vitality's kind of favored in that one. I don't even really want to give that much of a benefit of a doubt to SKADE to bring that series back. But yeah, look, this is Tricked's first actual test that they've passed. They have been given so many chances to take series against teams like Apex, like Young Ninjas, like... I mean, I even think they got a chance against a couple of other tier 1 teams, maybe top 15, but they've just never been able to strike anything consistently successful. This is their first time with a win like this under their belt. And again, one of their deepest runs to date, where this Tricked team goes 0-2 to start the main Swiss. Ever since then, it has been nothing but W's for them.
Yeah, and that's the more incredible part, right? They just losing both of their opening matches in that Swiss stage, and the fact that even in this matchup alone, they're able to pull off a reverse sweep. Inferno started things off, and I was expecting that to be a 2-0, especially as we headed into the 5.5. We saw the SKADE really showing their dominance at that, and so I mean, it's just so incredible that Tricked is just consistently able to improve in this sort of rapid fashion, and as kind of a diamond that's emerging. I mean, you mentioned Quez, but Kier in this series and in the last series alone in his playoff berth has been just shining so very bright for the Tricked roster, so you gotta give credit to him as well.
And if we keep seeing performances like that from Tricked, I would not be surprised to see them continue this super deep run. Look, it was just so well played by every single individual on Tricked today. They may not have the most clutches under their belt, but it's not the clutches that I'm looking forward to. It's more in the fact that everybody was able to perform individually in multi-kills. If their site was to get taken, then it seemed like they always had a tough, like a 2K or 3K up their sleeve. On the T side of things, for the majority of this series, everybody was able to pull it out of the hat. You think back to overtime on Nuke, where Prime, Quez, and Kier all had their moments. Even Iceberg shined for a little bit. You think here, where everybody starts to fire off towards the end of the game, and it just looks unstoppable.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And one of those unstoppable forces was a Larson, who we do have on the line with us ready to talk things up. Larson, I mean, you had an incredible 3-map series there. You kicked things off on Inferno, but I mean, how are you feeling after that amazing victory and pulling off that reverse sweep?
Of course, it feels really good. It's some guys we have wanted to play for a while, and we were hungry to win. So it was important for us to show to our fellow Danes that we can still manage to win against them, even though it's a while ago we played against them.
Yeah, I mean, so I want to talk about your Pinnacle Cup so far and your year as a whole, right? You started out 0-2 in the main Swiss stage, and you're able to pull off, you know, a reverse sweep in that department. I mean, how does it feel to even make your kind of debut in, you know, the Pinnacle Cup? This is your first playoff run, and you're making it pretty deep.
Yeah, it has been a curse for us. I think we have been 2-0 and still managing not to get to the playoff stage. So it means a lot to us to finally get to the playoff stage for sure. But it also shows that we are kind of hungry to win. So for us, it means a lot to go to the playoffs, but we want to go further than this for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, upcoming, you have a pretty tricky team. You can either have, I'm thinking potentially it could be Vitality. I mean, what would it mean to try and maybe take them on in general, or maybe even take upset victory over one of those two teams?
I think we have played against SKADE a lot, and we keep it's mixed who's winning. We win and they win, so it's kind of random. But for us, it would mean a lot, I think, to play against Vitality, just to kind of get a really hard test and just to show everybody that we are capable of playing against the best teams in the world.
Yeah, stuff. And I want to thank you for coming on the interview, and I want to wish you the best of luck in your future matchups, of course. Congratulations on your victory today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course. And we are back
cool.
here.
That was kind of cool. I liked getting to look into the mind of Larson. Look, maybe there were a couple of points in time where maybe he had, missed a couple of crucial shots. You think back to Nuke, where there were some times where he could have had round-defining and potentially game-winning shots. But I'm glad to see that actually didn't carry that much of a torch for them to lose this series. But still, I mean, it's really impressive stuff from Trick. They have a very tough matchup, as we just spoke of, in Vitality. But we got to move on. We're already a bit behind schedule. Coming up next after a short break is Copenhagen versus ENCE.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
welcome back to the Pinnacle Cup as we head into our second best of 3 of the day, and it's going to be a bit difficult to follow up the previous, if I'm being completely honest with you. It was a highlight reel of a series, Tricked and Ecstatic, even going the distance. Look, I wouldn't have been surprised if we went to overtime on map 3 there too, with how it was looking there for a second, but still, if there's any series that can follow it up, I'm certain this one will deliver. ENCE in Copenhagen Flames, probably one of my most anticipated matches of the day. I absolutely love watching the Copenhagen Flames, and I don't think I'd be able to hide that, bro. These guys can look so good, especially when they're on their peak and when they're in their peak form. It seems like it's an impossible team to stop, but going up against it, it's almost the exact same thing. In fact, maybe even some more convincing results as of recent with how they looked in Pro League, only dropping one series to Furia, convincingly winning against other tier 1 teams, including Vitality and Outsiders alongside FaZe. There are a lot of convincing results to go under the belts of ENCE, so honestly, this is probably an uphill battle for the Flames, and I don't really think that's going to surprise anybody. We'll take another glance at the bracket before we get too deep into things, and you could see at the upper side of things, you saw Tricked, but we're going to the lower side of these ones. And look, for both of these teams, it's probably the easier path to Grand Finals, if I'm going to be completely honest with you. Obviously, you've got the bracket demons on the other side and the likes of Vitality, but here you don't have to worry about that. And I'm sure if you're Copenhagen or ENCE, you want to play against a team like Vitality. You want to prove that just because they're one of the invites and one of the best in the world does not mean that you aren't going to be able to contend against them. And they're looking pretty decent right now. Again, like with the form that ENCE have taken in the past couple of series, it's been impressive. You remember, FaZe come off of winning one of the biggest events of the year, and ENCE make clockwork of them. And it's not even like it was an online event. Like, that was a straight up LAN. Maybe it will be a bit different. Obviously, online can provide its own different kind of environment that maybe some of these players aren't going to be used to, especially considering ENCE are still on LAN. They are still technically boot camping over at Pro League. So this is just going to be another one of those games into it. And apparently, we're going to be having a stand-in in the first map in the likes of Key playing for Madden. I'm just getting this, and I think that's going to be a bit interesting. Maybe a bit of a fork in the road for ENCE. That could cause some difficulty. Look, Madden might not be the most impactful player for ENCE, but still, just having one of your key players not being there always throws in that extra fact that you're not going to have chemistry with this other person. He's your stand-in for a reason. Maybe it's not going to be the ENCE that we're used to seeing, and maybe there's going to be a couple of hiccups where you don't see what you're used to seeing from ENCE. But on the other side of things, it's the Copenhagen Flames, which, look, if there's anybody who knows an encyclopedia's worth of knowledge about a team, it's me on these guys, because they have looked phenomenal in the past, and I always like seeing them do, be successful when you've got everybody firing off on all cylinders. It's very difficult to stop a team like this, especially every now and then when Hooksy adds into the performance, usually not the one noted as much for it. It just makes it so much more difficult to counter them. Obviously, Nikita's on the op. He can be a star. Same with Yabi. Same with Zyphon. Same with Roy. In fact, Roy's usually the guy you expect to be the heavy hitter. Then on the other side of things, you've got ENCE. Now with that stand-in that we just discussed, Key. And I'm not too sure if that's going to be playing that big of a role. Madden, he won't be here. Other than that, though, Hades is always someone to keep your eye on. Explosive with the op at some point. Same with Spinks, who's also usually a star for this ENCE team. And when Hades isn't firing off, when Dia isn't delivering, when Snappy isn't converting, Spinks is always there to get your back. And it's usually, like, I always like to talk about the separation between these tier 2 and tier 1 teams and these tier 2 teams that emerge as tier 1 prospects. It's never because they have 1 or 2 stars. It's always because they have anybody with that star potential, where anybody on the roster can frag out and carry them through it. But we'll head into the vetoes to see why I think this series is going to be so interesting, right? Because look, I'm not going to pull any punches. I like getting a little sneak peek at the vetoes beforehand. It helps me be a bit more knowledgeable to tell you about what's going to happen. And you go into a series like this, and you're starting off on Mirage. Now, I'm not saying Copenhagen or Mirage demons, but they're most certainly not unknowing on that map. Then you head to Vertigo, which is usually a very strong suit and very big comfort pick from them. I wouldn't be surprised if either one of these teams steals it away in 2 maps, is essentially what I'm trying to say. And I think there is an added benefit of Mirage, at least for ENCE, in the fact that they're playing with that stand-in, and usually on a map like that, it's very puggy. You can fit with a stand-in, you can make it work. Then you go to Overpass, which is also kind of establishing itself as that extra puggy map. Vertigo is where I'm really a bit worried for Copenhagen Flames, where my head starts to turn on a swivel, wondering what kind of the Flames are we going to see there, or even ENCE. Are they really going to be able to stand up to the test of the Flames on that map? I'm not sure. Obviously, it's always an added benefit to start on your CT side, especially in a meta like this. That's something to keep your eyes on. Then you go to Overpass. I don't know, man. Something about this series tells me that we're not going to be seeing 3 maps. I couldn't tell you who's going to take it in 2, but I definitely feel like whoever starts to come away emergent in that first map and as a dominant force should be fairly steamroller-ish, like pacing to close this one out. And again, I think this one kind of comes down to the individuals and individual performance, because obviously usually the undoing of these teams is when you don't have many of the individuals performing. Like, you look at Copenhagen Flames, you look at a lot of their success, and it usually comes when you've got not only Dignitas hitting op shots and Roy finding beautiful entry picks, but a supporting cast around him that usually does masterful work. And the same kind of goes for ENCE. When Hades isn't hitting shots with the op, it just kind of seems like it's a downhill spiral, especially when you also don't have Sphinx behind him. And that's what I'm talking about. Both of these teams having a super heavy supporting cast who, where everybody can be that star impact, or have that star impact, have that fragging potential that saves their team from weird deficits. But again, I really just want to solidify that, like, it's going to be a big deal having a sub in a spot like this. And it's just, the best way I could put it is I just don't see a way for you to have success. I'm also kind of wondering why Key is standing in. I don't necessarily have that update as it stands, but I mean, it's hard to put more of a picture on this series, because I wish we could say that this is going to be the stock standard ENCE, but we really can't, especially considering they're the ones coming from that LAN environment. And usually you'd think there's a LAN buff, but you also got to remember, Copenhagen, they're well versed in these tier 2 events. They've been around the block for a very long time. They've been playing them recently. They've been playing them for the past couple of months. So it's like you're going not only into their home turfs map-wise, but just environment-wise. You're going into the online type scene where they're usually the better team. And a lot of these matchups, they've pulled a lot of upsets out of the hat in tournaments like this. And ENCE could just be another one of those victims that's going to be, unfortunately, chalked up to just a statistic for them. But obviously, look, if you're going to see anything from ENCE, it's going to be on Mirage. That's really the only spot where I could see them contesting, because when you head to Vertigo in the past, it doesn't look that comfortable for them. And maybe even not the most of puggy teams, because you also think of a map like Inferno where that's somewhat puggy, but that's the Insta-ban event, so maybe not that comfortable on maps like that. I'm not too sure, but I most certainly think with that stand-in of K, you're going to have to see somebody else pick up the role of that star fragger in Madden. Maybe not so much. Again, Madden isn't usually your star fragger. He's usually just one of those players that's a really good support and is really good at holding down at least his own spot on the map. But again, it's just like a lot of your setups are going to have to be arranged because of that. And for the Flames, vice versa. Well, it's not really vice versa now, is it? I feel like they go into this series just with that inherent advantage in mind. Even though that ENCE might be the favorites, right? Being one of these invites. Copenhagen, they've been invited to these events before. It's not like they're completely unfending of themselves. It's only the recent results that gets me a bit uneasy about Copenhagen Flames, because they do have some fairly convincing wins out of their belt, double taking down Endpoint in this event alone. Remember, being that they're not an invite, they had to qualify in through the main Swiss, and to get to where they are now, they took Endpoint out of playoffs. Those gatekeepers that started to show up towards the end of the main Swiss, they were gone because of them. But over in the main Swiss, I actually lost to the Blue Jays 2-0, and the Blue Jays are even going through a bit of roster troubles of their own, which is why I'm a bit worried about them. Even in the past, some shaky results against Heroic, they got dumpstered in the previous Pinnacle Winter Series. It wasn't really that close. It was 16-9, 16-7, and it does kind of seem like since that Cinderella run from Copenhagen Flames at the Major, there has been a decline in performance. It has been a fall-off, and they've kind of fallen back into that Tier 2 realm where they had just gotten done emerging from. So I don't really know what kind of a cap to put on Copenhagen, if I'm being completely honest with you. Whereas, are we going to see them contest against ENCE, or are we going to see them fall to the realm of them? Well, we're about to find out as we head into Mirage. And into the pistol we go. ENCE, again, as I said, no surprise to say that they are the favorites, but I wonder if those odds swing after spotting out K here.
Yeah, we'll have to check that one out. You did a great job answering, leading up to the matchup. Much appreciated in that sense. But we do head into things here. And right now, all 5 members on ENCE, they're leading into a B-side attack here. It seems to be pretty well read upon. But now you kind of see Hooksy fade away into things more towards market. And so we might see a B-side retake setup going on here, depending on how interested ENCE are in
Oh. Smoke flies in pretty quickly. Yabby's going to be the first to respond, but maybe not so much as he instantly dealt with. Dia's Glock is too powerful to overcome there, and now the crunch even coming through in market. They are getting blindsided from every direction, and Dignitas is the only one left to respond. It's a 2-on-4 that you most certainly aren't going to contest in.
Yeah, there's no getting back into this one. Haiti already has those rotations cut off here, so it's going to be really tricky taking care of Siphon. Just swing with his teammate on the reload, but it's all the Glock body shots to finish the job. And ENCE, they pick up a nice little pistol. Around right.
Well, I don't think the Flames are going to be buying back into this one. Just keep the USPs and let ENCE work their magic with the invested rifles. It's an unfortunate way to end your pistol, but still, ENCE, they take it by storm. They walk out into the B site uncontested. They go. The first pick convincingly goes their way, and then at that point, it's almost down for failure. Yabby all lonesome on the site. Look, he's a star in his own right, but still, even if he got one and got traded, it's still up around for a retake. B site, it's so difficult to crack into.
Yeah, never an easy task. Do you have Snappy hold things down? Top mid, he has a lot of USPs to deal with, and he's doing so swiftly. We'll get taken down eventually, but he goes down swinging at time here.
Well, good enough for the kill and a one in middle, but Dignitas recovering the MAC-10. I can only imagine he's going to try to work another pick. And that's probably the goal for the Flames right now. It's baiting in for him. You want him to get as many picks as possible. Remember, an extra $600 would just mean absolute magnitudes in getting that op out early, but apparently just can't lock it in. Long range MAC-10 is usually not the name of the game. Look like ENCE take a very quick 2-0. Wow, okay, that was closer than it should have been.
ENCE right now. We'll see if they go for this buys on it. We'll see if the A1S are enough to deter what's going to be thrown at them here from ENCE, who have been able to clean up a couple of solid rounds in a row. Gathering themselves the pistol in the following. And already you see that this is being taken heavily. There's been a molly for the mids, but I think that still now, so it's not much information grabbed above the smoke.
Right now, it does seem like ENCE are lining up for a mid to B crunch. You can see, especially with the setup they've got rocking, but so far, it's only them getting decimated through the smoke. Dignitas doubles down. It looks like he doesn't need the op to find an impact. He just needs to have a rifle in hands. They continue their pathing in through the apartments, where Hooksy's here to approach him. His days was stolen by Roy for the CT side of Flames.
It's off, right? You get those gun rounds. You know, Dignitas already proven that he doesn't need that AWP to hold down. He just finds himself a big multi-kill, putting things immediately into the 5v3, and that on top of it was ENCE's game plan kind of shut down as well, because they spent so much utility in towards mid control early on that once it doesn't go right, it's hard to really pull things back because you're already so much here. And in this round, the game plan seems to be just hitting that B bomb site here. They got an early molly to deter it, but a little bit of a contact play could be in the mix here from ENCE.
Ooh. Maybe not so much contact, more of just waiting out the Molotov, because as soon as they dump that smoke on top of it, they decide to put their foot on the gas. Into the site they go, and so far not a kill yet to be responded by Copenhagen Flames, who had a setup trying to counter something like this. Oh, Hooksy through the smoke. It's a bit labored on the spray, but finds it no less as they still sit around the default site. There's so many players you've got to try to find right now, but not able to lock in the kills. It seems like it's all one-sided. The Roy and Zyphon have other plans. 1v2 for Snappy as somehow Chaos mounts out in his favor. 5 bullets left in the mag, and he has to put them all on the target. But Roy holds his nerve, holds the line. Copenhagen double down and tie it up early.
What a beautiful clothesline right there from Roy to close things down. That is phenomenal. As he's able to move Copenhagen Flames away from getting that potentially disastrous kind of B rush right there in the mix. That would be a statement round from ENCE. You know, just rushing in towards B like in the fashion that they did, and then getting a comfortable round victory. But it was Zyphon and Roy that were able to pull that one back from the brinks and keep things in good stead here. Not only that, but They should be able to follow that success on up because ENCE aren't bringing too much into this round. It's just a couple of pistols here. Hades has a deagle in hand.
Well, will that be able to attribute to much? I'm not sure. You're not really hoping for much, though, to be quite frank with you. Maybe just a couple of kills in a bomb plant's the end goal for ENCE here.
Yeah, start off the right way either. And pretty early on here, Dignitas is available for the secondary and third. Anything else, they just keep jiggling him, but he's so lightning fast, it doesn't matter.
Can't keep testing him. Keep giving him these kills, then he's going to keep eating you alive. The bomb dropped in his welcoming vision. He should be able to walk away with 4. Nah. The young gun and Zyphon will steal it away, but the flames right behind it steal the lead.
Shifting around there. It's Pinnacle odds, though. Keep things all over the place here. And again, you know, what are we going to see out of this ENCE? They're playing with key. It's so far slow to start, right? But we give them the grace as a stand-in. Going for this mid-execute. We've seen a lot of fast-paced plays coming through from ENCE, and I wonder if that's going to continue. It certainly is. Dihal able to nail that opening kill on a Yabi. And that's a big pickup right there. 4v5 early on. Not too often that we've seen that on the gun rounds here.
Right, and shutting down mid-control usually as a CT is just integral to consistent round success. So for ENCE to find that opening pick, to deny them any chance of doing so, just greatly increases their chances of conversion rate. But look at this from Zyphon. With that opening pick not being found, he decides to take matters into his own hands. This boost comes through. Oh, this is going to be scary. Shoulder spotted, but Roy can't lock in the kill. Dia barely with the advantage somehow on the left eye peek, and now they're just trying to buy time for Zyphon's flank as he goes all the way around through T-spawn. And Dignitas' op is still yet to ring out a shot in towards CT. Sits in ticket and waits for his prey to come walking into his welcoming arms. Zyphon's flank is seconds away from activating too.
This is the one angle he needs to watch right now, is towards Palace, deleting that second prong of approach. But you also have Zyphon on that flank, still pulling things down here. They're all hovering inside this connector smoke, but that will fade away, and they line up for one. Not that second kill in the snap, just tap away eventually and finish job. Coupled with that kill coming through on the AWP of Dignitas, they have to recover the bomb. There's only 28 seconds left, and the CT smoke thrown in, but it seems too little too late at the moment.
Well, I'm not sure because Zyphon's getting flanked right now from Catwalk. K gonna be the man to try to put it in. 18 seconds though, you're right. They will just end up having to take the destination into the A site. 1v1 for Dignitas, and he's still over in CT. 10 seconds to go, my friend. You don't have time to slow down. Dignitas knows it, takes the fight, gives him a chance, and wins it.
Yeah, those are the shots that Dignitas is just not going to miss either. 9 and 3 at the moment. And off of, you know, what was a slow pistol and following, Copenhagen Flames have shown some serious dominance as of late. 4 rounds in a row, and a lot of them being very, very clean. Not the first multi-kill that Dignitas has gotten. I mean, so far it's been 3 in the first 4 rounds that they've won.
And that's 4 unanswered rounds so far from the Flames, sending ENCE packing right back to an eco. And they want to quickly try to take at least one man into the B site once again. I don't know if Snappy's been spotted, but it certainly does look like he has. You can see all this utility flying through him. They only spot one man, but they respond with so much utility and Yabi.
What?
Oh, that's a bit of an unfortunate spam now, isn't it? Only takes 1 or 2 bullets to pop the head off of him, and the Catwalk player falls. An honorable death, but ENCE might use that to get some leverage into this round.
Happy? Looking to move in off that opening pick that he's gathered. I mean, that's a great way to kick this one off. Now they're looking to close in upon mid. Roy is available for the trade back. That nade looks right on target. Just a little bit of chip damage, not too much, but nonetheless, that 4v4, now that we're equalized, it gets a little less unsettling here for the CT side. Roy's got to be careful with the angles he's choosing. He's so careful, though, and able to answer back with a snappy.
It does look like that opening kill is just not going to lead to anywhere close to a round conversion. Hades walking up, but even though the bomb is spotted with a man in sandwich, Zyphon is just too difficult to overcome. Another multi-kill for him, recovering the AWP, dropping it back over to Dignitas as the Flames now walk up to 5 in a row.
Definitely zoned in right now. They got their 3 60 hertz monitors going on over at MSI. That's at least what Copenhagen Flames are dealing with right now, it seems like, with how fast that they're shooting and how quick they're reacting. Some of the stuff that's being thrown at them from ENCE. Again, they seem to be hitting these brick walls quite consistently here. This time, some mid-aggression coming through. Roy not able to best Diha, who finds, again, another opening pick in his favor.
Oh, and even doubling down on 1 HP, that's such a big kill to find. The nade can't find the trade, and now all of a sudden the Flames have to try to convert another 3-on-5. But Yabby's at least dealt the final blow to Dia, so the double kill demon is now dealt with. But out into the B apartments, Hades a bit uncharacteristically so. Doesn't bother clearing the corners, and by doing so allows Hooksy to find us back into a 3-on-3. For the Flames, that's a lifesaver, as he's going to be able to upgrade to the AWP. No, in fact, just leaves the sniper on the ground for now. Though Yabby is still caring about top con. It's not like it's the end of days for the Flames just yet. ENCE, they walked into this round with a 5-on-3, and so far they have not been able to respond from that point forward. And now walking up into the angle, Snappy K, do they bother clearing this corner? No, the barrel going to be spotted, but Yabby not going to be able to best him in the kill. Zyphon spotting even more, and Connector just hopes that Hooksy has enough time to come through on rotation, and maybe even a bit bit overextensive, jumping up on top of Ticket. Leaves it all up to the IGL to attempt the clutch.
An impossible one either, just no utility to get back into this round here. Snappy's hovering close towards jungle as well. Soon to be spotted out is Hooksy, or definitely not going to be clearing this angle, so that's going to make things near impossible. They have a perfect situation here on ENCE.
Oh, this is such a strong crossfire, too. Even if Hooksy found that opening pick, that round was destined for failure. ENCE was a round they should have converted nonetheless, but still, it was very scary for a point in time there. And even think if Yabby finds that kill in top con, like, it's a completely different round where Flames are easily getting themselves a 6th.
Yeah, crossfire far too much to deal with. We do have a tech pause in the mix there. Hopefully to get resolved here quickly. But, I mean, this has been a very fast 8 rounds, right? Or I guess, yeah, 8 rounds in total that we've seen so far. This is our 9th, but the way ENCE have been playing, it's
fast.
decided to very quick who's going to close out that round, who's going to find those opening kills, right? I mean, obviously we've seen Copenhagen Flames bring opening kills back in their favor, but they are not hitting the brakes whatsoever. ENCE are so quick on the aggression.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a very big pace change from our previous series where it was super slow, very methodical, minute-and-a-half defaults. Now it's just in-your-face aggression, untamed pace. Very exciting to watch so far, and I hope that pace keeps up because I am loving it from both sides.
Yeah, no, it's a really cool pace change. It's good to see ENCE just kind of utilizing some of the tools that we know they have. You know, effectively, Diha's been finding lovely opening kills towards middle quite a bit. You know, it's been rare that we've seen him go unsuccessful in that mid-opening duel. That's just disgusting from Snappy. I don't know what to say about that. Yabby's had the most unfortunate start, I feel like, in this early stage.
It's just a tilter.
It's a good way to put it.
That's just one of those moments where, you know, what happens, you call it out, you mute your mic, and there's a desk around you that is not living for very much longer.
Just taking a beating.
Oh, wow. Oh, my lord. That is a convincing way to win the opening pick. Hades not even landing a tag. And through the smoke, Snappy walking through this would be an absolute foresight. Rather, oversight. Zyphon close on the FAMAS was almost guaranteed another free pick, but one Molotov smoke combo into the Palace is going to completely shut down the game plan of ENCE. In fact, the transition instantly made, and it's going to be heard by Dignitas in the EWP, even posted up on the cross to B. He might not even bother firing a shot. Oh, but he does, and he gives him a lot of info in doing so, but still, what can you do to possibly respond? You're still down 5-on-4.
And this time you are forced to kind of take a slower approach as that initial game plan comes collapsing with Yabby finding the opening pick right there, making good use and looking to turn his fortunes around. Oh, but Dignitas a little bit overexposed, and it's Diha again who's able to swing things back in favor of ENCE.
This is a risky angle from Roy. Risky. And it's going to be a round deciding, round dictating. The victor is going to be the man who wins this engagement, because if Roy walks away with one, then the round probably lives and dies there. Look, you're going to continue to shut down this con push. Give him the 1v1s. He'll eat you up. All three of them fall, and they leave it to Snappy, the late man coming through ramp. The footsteps heard. ENCE, that one round was flash in the pan as it looks like Copenhagen Flames look to once again double the score.
Those are the type of fights as well that Roy just thrives in right there. You give him multiple chances to take 1v1 duels, and he's not going to shy away from those fights, man. Even just, you know, a connector flash, right? Been thrown in there. They had players top mid.
Yep.
They just didn't have that proper utility right there from ENCE. And, you know, you could potentially chalk that one up to, you know, some struggles with the stand-ins and some lacking ability here with the, you know, roster not being fully formed, right? But nonetheless, Roy getting away with 3 kills. And look at the way they fight this angle. I mean, D-Hop swinging in one by one. They all try and find the trade right there, but none of them able to deal with it.
It's a super weird off angle. I can't really blame him for it, but still just really unfortunate. Are they going to try a quick play into A? I mean, you get to see him kind of turning up the pace as they have 3 players once again quickly making their way into Palace. They wanted to try to do this last round, but after the first kill had come through in middle, they called it off. Now they look to explode through. On the balcony lies Siphon, but can't find the kill. And now they try to muster up a trade here as 3 members sit in Palace. A one-tap on the Krieg levels out Yabi. And again, so unfortunate from him, or rather for him in this game so far, as even Snappy's now been spotted in connector. It'll be an A play, and there's not really much they can say against it, except an attempt to try to find in these kills. Dignitas continues to get this information, but yet to find one of these picks, and the rotations just aren't being delivered.
Oh my god. The bullets that rain through the ticket booth just never end right now. He actually has a little gap in that smoke, and he's buying more and more time for this flank to come on through. Roy is going to activate through Palace here, and they have yet to plant the bomb as well, so things can become very scary here.
I actually wonder if Roy bothers even killing this player, right? I feel like you just let him stay alive. Yeah, wait for them to try to get this bomb down, because they are not going to expect you to be in Palace, or maybe you just take the fight anyway. Doubling down. Looks like ENCE once again have been leveled out. You've given Roy too much time. Smiles on his face like the emojis on Twitter. Hades and K, they both found a pick for themselves in this round, but they'll need more. And Roy is yet to be tagged up. They still look to contest the bomb and sandwich with 20 seconds to go. And that's going to be a bit of an issue, because now with Hades positioning, it could just be a lineup in the middle of the site, but now dropped into the open. You can't bother crossing back. 13 seconds. Hooksy is just continuing to be a nuisance in jungle, spotting him back on the cross, and now trying to stick the bomb. Roy's going to swing out, even spotting that the defuse, rather the plant's coming through. And the Flames get themselves a 7th, a quadra from Roy. And a beautifully placed flank mounts the Flames another successful round.
Yeah, 7 kills in the last 2 rounds from this guy, man. He just continues to be such a masterclass for this Copenhagen Flames team right now. I feel like he can just do no wrong at the moment. And what a perfect play this is. Look how quick he is able to find this player in sandwich. He just knows exactly what's going on. He has his teammates effectively communicating as well, and it's all just right into the palm of his hands, exactly where you want him to be right there, ENCE. Hitting those breaks and keeping them at bay. And now, I mean, they're going to try to go with what's once worked. I saw that Molly miss there, Hooksy. But I'll have to rush accordingly.
And there's no Molotov to go in a window. You're just going to have to hit your shots here, my friend. Completely blinded off. A 1-for-1 is not the answer you were looking for. And even K doubling down on the Tech 9. So many pistols to go against. And they can be a tornado if you let them get that close. K is found 3. The Tech 9 is doing so well right now, and he even wants some more. Siphon finally says absolutely not, and puts the shenanigans to quick rest. The Copenhagen Flames walk up to 8-3, and these odds are soon going to start shifting ever so much more in their favor.
I've seen volatility in the odds so far, but as Copenhagen start to extend their lead on the map pick events, you have to imagine that sows their confidence here over at Pinnacle. This is at least a gun round here going for ENCE. They do have a lot to be bringing out into this one. Aggression coming through here towards middle. Ready for a little boost action here. Hades might need to get activated with the AWP. Just a little bit more leg shot onto Yabi. And now finally he does get a little bit of luck his way, as it isn't him completely falling. He'll just walk away with a little bit of HP off his shoulders.
Right, but ENCE decide to slow it down. It's been so fast from them this whole game, so hasn't worked. Why not try something else? Can't really blame them. You got to get creative at some point before the lead continues to get even more out of hand, which it already is, be it CT-sided map, but not this much so far. Dignitas, though, has already found the opener on to Hades. And D, has his barrel been spotted? No, but soon it will be if he continues this overextension. Roy will spot it, but he decides to delve back into underpass anyway.
Oh, man, Dignitas played that so perfect as well. He had a smoke, but he doesn't even use it. He's going to join in this B-side rotation here. He's actually going to swap places, tossing that smoke in. But this could be problematic here in transition. They get caught off guard.
Well, once again, a B-take going to commence, but this time HooXi's not able to find the opener. 34 seconds, and the only man here is Dignitas behind the empty pillar. They're continuing to crunch him down as he sits in the fire and the flames. He'll burn alive at the stake, 2-on-4, and the Flames have no interest in retaking the B site. Once more, they call it a save, and ENCE right back out to a converted round.
I mean, that was that awkward position I was talking about right there. They had themselves really good standings with HooXi close by in apartments, ready to deal with that sort of aggression. Even there was a smoke down that ENCE just ended up running through. But he sacrifices that positioning to go and grab a smoke from Dignitas, and that's exactly when ENCE strike. You know, maybe a little bit of fortune in the timing, right? But nonetheless, Copenhagen Flames giving up that B bomb site there and allowing ENCE maybe a claw back into this half.
Yeah, this would be a big way to start to remake your campaign if you're ENCE. Obviously, more work still needing to be done, but I'd say a 10-5 score is manageable, right? So if you go 2 for 1 in these upcoming rounds, it's not the end of the world. It's not like you haven't seen a comeback like that before on Mirage, especially the CT side of it, no less. But that's if it's 10-5, because right now, the Flames are going on to what's going to be a really weak force buy. You win this, you easily force their hand for a 6, then all of a sudden it looks like you're about to have an 8-7.5.
Yeah, and that could be huge right there. That could be, and you know, the difference in between could be a little bit of a worrying scoreline in
I love
a very comforting half.
Oh, no!
Gee.
HooXi is just left for dead here. There's nothing he can get done except buy some extra time. Like, really, what do you have to accomplish? Wait, how would they allowed him to get 2 kills? What the? And even getting away alive? That's...
Are you kidding me?
That is absurd. That is crazy. HooXi should be a dead man. He's a dead man walking as it stands, but it's still a 4-on-3. And have dropped the ball hard. 1 kill, I mean, look, it shouldn't have happened, but sure, the second, how?
I'm with you. That is mind-blowing right there. He's gotten away with murder and then some.
It's like...
Roy.
That boost obviously requires 2 members. They shut it down.
Well, they knew he was there.
Maybe
he just got away with some crazy shots.
Maybe they didn't know because he took that fight when he wasn't on the boost, so maybe they just thought he was jumping around and under. That's really the only way I can think about, because I don't think you just let him have that much room to work with.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I haven't thought about that. He was kind of swinging away. Nonetheless, they have to deal with the cards they've been dealt at the moment, and jungle smoke, there is still a player hovering out towards mid. That's a nice smoke from Diha, sure, but as he goes down, that's your second prong of approach taken care of, and Zyphon even able to find himself success in single-handedly defending that A bomb site from ramp, denying access right there. And it's right back to familiar territory, just struggling to close out those T-side rounds.
And that was the one chance they had to start to recuperate on this half that has so far been so out of touch. And remember, like, 2 of these rounds come from that initial pistol conversion. Imagine if the Flames don't lose that pistol. Like, what is this score right now? Is it 13-0? Is it just 11-2? I don't know, man, but it's still not great.
Yeah, we've seen really limited gun rounds here. Only 2 so far from ENCE found out. And those were off of some mistakes from Copenhagen Flames that were pretty evident when you were watching things back. I mean, we'll see if they can get anything else going here. You're totally thrown back and forth. It's a nice job from Sap to keep him at bay. But it seems like they're just so equally hungry to take this control right back. It's the back and forth, the push and pull between these 2 teams. But Roy's going to win out in that ramp control for now.
Right now, HooXi's left to the lone reins of the B site. Yaba isn't too far behind over in ladder. But if he gets pushed down, I'm not too sure what he'll be able to deliver upon. With a minute left to go, though, ENCE need to make an intention. Like, they don't really have a target picked out just yet. That bomb's still cheating over towards B, and it looks like that'll probably be the final destination for them. But is HooXi rotating off, or is he just playing a more passive approach? I think he's playing it passive. He's only got an HE to try to rein in upon them, and if they throw a flash over, I assume he'll be dumping that in the apartments.
He has no support, though. I mean, look at the closest rotator nearby. That's just Jabby, and he's in window right now. He's being tested. He needs to just buy time here with no utility. I mean, he lands the HE nicely, but that's all.
Oh, has he been spotted, though? He even sees 3 of them trying to cross their way into the site. Yabby! I thought he doubled down for sure. They bought time for this retaking force to come through. Bomb's gone down. It's an honest-to-God 4-on-3, but these rotations are so late, so strained. And Dignitas is just hoping that something's gifted over to him. Pushing up mid. Roy's going to be caught on this catwalk flank, but depending on the timing, they might still be inspired to go for this retake. Roy's actually flicked apart for that kill. This isn't all that unwinnable, but they're still going to need to start to speed it up. A man over at bench, the head not spotted. Hades is taken down, and they still get to clear him out. Knowing somebody's here, though, through it, they found a frag, or at least they found a shot. And now it's all up to Snappy in the apartments. Somebody's got to stick this bomb, and it looks like Roy's going to be the man to try to do it. Siphon playing to protect the president, and he hits all 3 of them on the spam. Snappy's got him.
A big clutch right there from Snappy. He'll go down with the ship, but that's exactly what you want your leader to do right there. Pull things across the line for ENCE right there and completely deliver them what should be a more comfortable half heading into this one. You're talking about limited investments here and a huge momentum building round right there for ENCE. That is absurd.
And it leaves Copenhagen down in the dumps going into this last of the first. I mean, this half instantly spins around with the impact of that one round, or maybe not. Like, Roy just doubles down on the SMG. 2 guns lie on the ground for anybody to pick up. But I don't know how far you'll be getting away with him if Dignitas gives up that kill in middle. Only fires off a Dig shot before falling off. 30 seconds deplete from the clock, and so does the mentality of ENCE in this round.
Just a wild start right there. Bombs in the palm of their hands at the moment. They've kept Roy around here, but he has no support. They're waiting on this flank. And I think he hears the footsteps of this player nearby. He will drop him, though. D-Hall was so prepared for that. That's phenomenal.
That was Hooksy's assistance as the smoke fades. He's got to dump this utility. He's got to use it well. That bomb is still sitting in his lap. I wonder if eventually he just looks to concede it. Look, is it going to be worth continuing to take this risk? Hades flashes in, gives up the advantage in the shadow, but still doubles down with the Krieg, and it looks like Roy's 2K will go completely unnoticed in the grand scheme of the round. Even spotted going back. The Deagle is accounted for in the stairwell, and it leaves it to the young gun and Yabby. Been here for about half a year. What can he get done? The answer is nothing. A full house between Dia and Hades, and it's a bit more competitive than you would have anticipated considering the score at one point, but and still in a point to try to make this game recoverable.
Yeah, they really made a little run of things there towards the tail end. I mean, we see the string of rounds together, and so Copenhagen Flames were holding on to most of that momentum on the CT side, but 9-6 isn't too bad there for ENCE heading into that CT side, which they should feel a little more comfortable in. Roy's gotten away with so much this series.
Yeah, he is definitely crept by with a couple that he shouldn't have. But now it's
to put it.
The Flames giving their hand to the T-sided pistol, but being stacked up upon ENCE have the proper read for a B-site take. Quick smokes come through, or at least just one on catwalk, and Dignitas is going to try to make his valiant attempt in through middle. So many USPs firing off at Yabby, but in the blink of an eye, everybody falls. Left, right, center, it's up to the op as he picks apart one, and even a low HP man and the likes of, I believe, Dia. But still, you've got so many targets you've got to try to go through that this one's borderline impossible. He found a leeway to find at least another, so still looking to do some damage here. Again, though, the main problem right now just lies in the fact that Hades is on 100 HP. You know, there's still a man gushed up by your own hands. But how do you possibly work your way back into this one as soon as you swing into a crossfire? I mean, look, all it takes is 2 body shots, but Hades ends it off in style, a conversion onto the head, and ends it right back in this game.
Should be able to close the distance there very quickly as well. No bomb plant, so you got to wonder, you know, what Copenhagen Flames are going to do. But we have a tech pause in the mix there. Do you want to take this time to shout out people over at AstroPay? If you're interested doing any sort of online shopping or looking to maybe make a little deposit or withdrawal, make sure that you head on over to AstroPay. Very easy to utilize. Many companies accept them, of course. Important when you're online shopping that the company that you're shopping at is like, yeah, you can pay me. That's cool.
Yes, sir.
With AstroPay, that's more and more frequent.
It's just easy. It's really all it is. It's just so much easier. No hassle, nothing.
It's crazy. I mean, they're succeeding quite nicely. Obviously, you have some of the X factors being Diha and Hades, but man, Spinks hasn't even necessarily shown up into the server just yet, right? He's sitting at 3 kills right now, and it's competitive in this one, right? And usually that's not the case. Obviously, you have a full force. You know, all 5 members of this team have proven themselves as effective pieces, but Spinks is usually the consistent factor, and he's sitting a little bit low.
Well, not much of an expectation for the Flames in this round. They're just going to try to pop out of Palace and get the bomb down. They pulled the distraction of the con player, but you still have to work around this SMG and under balcony, and the kill doesn't seem to be delivered anytime soon. Kate, with an absolute farm full of cash, only leaves ENCE in the deficit by 1 round. The odds swing back in their favor, and the rifle round could dictate whether that's a falsehood or not.
Yeah, here's where the real test is going to lie in here for sure. This is where Copenhagen started off that success in the first half, right? With the gun rounds coming on through. They're able to string a whole lot afterwards. And so we'll see if that remains a bit of a truth here. Bonus in action, though, for ENCE, right? They got a couple MP9s in the mix and a FAMAS, so definitely lacking a bit in the firepower department. Left to deal with a lot of this mid-aggression.
Yeah, I mean, again, your T side kind of lives and dies with how well you maneuver around middle, and so far it's fairly well as they found the opening pick off of Royce Galil. Even he's able to upgrade, doubling down though. Look, on 1 HP. It doesn't matter what HP margin you give to this guy. He's always a paid trade to take care of. Yabby, he'll continue the damage up catwalk as D is on a rotation. It might be a bit too far too gone though. He's spotted on the cross. Nikita's carries the bomb. That won't be denied. And he even still got Hooksy lying around in towards window.
Ooh, Hooksy missing this opportunity slimly, but now he's going to start to pull the pin on this flank, and oh, D-Hawk gets away just in time. MP9 around the corner is able to best him. So okay, able to answer that problem here, and the rest of the Copenhagen Flames members off to hold on to the rifles. Roy, again, I feel like he does so much in that round. Finds the 2 entries, and then his death is immediately traded by Yabby. I mean, that you couldn't ask for any more impact from the guy, right? I mean, that's just wild.
No, that was just really, really well played by the Flames. I mean, look, they take that opener the distance, right? Like, all it takes is 1 pick, and you could just see all the shockwaves ascend through ENCE's defense, where they're pulling rotations. It's a bit chaotic. They've only got 1 man left on the B site, and when that kill is initially found, it's like, well, the round's kind of done. It doesn't matter even if Dia did pick up Nikita's on that cross to the site. The bomb was still going to be recoverable and plantable.
Tech pause in the mix. A couple of those, but before that we get things. I've gotten word that apparently Spinks might be a little sick, so maybe that's why his performance isn't the best right now, but he also can turn things around. There's plenty of time to go throughout this series, right? So,
right.
Again.
Look, it happens. They all get sick. Especially with the pandemic. It's like, what, are you going to blame him? No.
No doubt. I mean, they still are working out quite well. I mean, obviously that last round was a little bit tricky to deal with. It was a bonus, right? But they've been doing a good job. I mean, where he's maybe dropped off a little bit, Diha and Hades have filled in that gap. Even Kay's doing a great job as well. So it's not the end of the world showing up if you have those other ping into the role here. D-Hop up towards short early on, misses his opportunity. Roy able to narrowly walk away, but it's an A play here quickly.
Hades has picked up the opener, and Zyphon's going to be a bit lackluster on the site clearance, so Kay gets a sneaky one, and Hades is still posted up from the triple angle. I really don't think there's going to be much to say about this route as they all come funneling in. One by one they fall, and unless the IGL has one hell of a response, this one does look like it's just going to go the way of ENCE, continuing to pepper in bullets behind that smoke. Another trade could be had over on B, but Roy has slipped the net. This should be a bit of an unwinnable duel for him. And even coming out through Sandwich, K will sit in the fire, and the Flames to find the kill into the IGL. It's a team ace for ENCE, adding up to 9 rounds.
Yeah, a big answer back right there as well. I mean, super quick. After you see Copenhagen Flames find a lot of that early success, they get swatted right back down here. Good defense offered up here. I mean, we got a couple of deagles in the mix from Zyphon and Yappy. I mean, a little bit lacking in the firepower. Dignitas on the glass cannon. It's workable, but you have to be worried.
It's desperation station right now for the Flames, who really do not want to let ENCE get away with this tie game. And so far, they're doing well to prohibit that. I mean, Hooksy's already found the opener and not even a tag found on him. That's just a clean 5-on-4 gifted over, and utility continues to be expended by ENCE, who really don't want to let this continue to stretch away from them. But even they're worried about what's going on right now. You can see with one op shot fired over towards A, they've transitioned another man over on the rotation. That's also because Snappy's pushed all the way through the apartments with a kill delivered onto Hooksy. That weapon will be retrievable, but it gives another alarm over to ENCE on what's happening. Oh, but what a flick from Roy. He's just shut down Spinks and Con with full mid control. The Flames have another avenue to try to respond.
Roy was so patient in his underpass lurk right there, and finally striking at the perfect time to set some chaos in the comms of the ENCE roster here. Dignitas finding a quick trade on B as well is going to leave it completely clear. DL's trying to make the transition in, and he slipped the gap, actually.
Oh, and he stopped making the footsteps. No, I don't know if Dignitas spotted him or what, but that is still, even if you know he's there, that is a beautiful shot. The bomb instantly going to go down. The Flames will not concede the lead. They'll continue extending it once again to a 2 gap as ENCE are stuck on a wall named 9 rounds. They should be able to throw an investment onto the table into the next, but if it goes the way that this one did, then all of a sudden the Flames should be able to start carrying this to the finish line.
No doubt. You really struggle on that CT side if you can't find consistent success. I mean, that's going to bring some economic issues later down the line as well. I mean, I don't think it'll start right now. I imagine that ENCE are going to look to buy back into this one coming up and keep that competitiveness and the back and forth nature of this series so far. But Copenhagen Flames has shown a lot of prowess here. And now you have Dignitas finding some nice shots, even like you said, hitting that one where he was pretty much, could have been the decider. If you're able to get too much space there, Diha, he could have shut that round down and caused a disaster on that B bomb site. But Dignitas was the difference maker right there.
Yeah, he looked lights out with the op that round. And when you let him get warmed up like that, boy, is it not going to be welcoming if you're playing for ENCE right now. But still, it's not unrecoverable. You've got an investment still to be played with right now, and the gap is not getting insurmountable. It's only 2, still to the point where if you convert one of these rounds, you should be equivalating up to a tie game before the rifles are brought back out. That's always easier said than done. Dignitas on the cross and middle. There's only 1 bullet from Fatality, but there's just no nades or Molotovs to force that kill.
Yeah, he's able to back away safely as well. So getting out of dodge there. But still, he's going to be on notice. On low HP, that's definitely a great way to kick things off here if you're ENCE hungry. To buy back, answer back here, and deny Copenhagen Flames a 2-round spree that they're looking for to break the economy here. Well, jump spotting deep into the apartments from Snappy, trying to get that early alarm bell. There's a slight gap there. You can see it just barely.
Oh. Alright, that's a big opening kill. Especially with how low Dignitas is to already take down the IGL, put yourselves into a 4-on-5. They're making work of this buy right now, and they're doing it pretty respectably. So, but Zyphon answers back with a head of his own, and knowing that that's going to be the guy spotting into the apartments, they know, quickly get out onto B. The only man to respond is Thea, and he even falls. Zyphon, the man to double down. He hears footsteps in market. With all the utility they have to keep them shut out, there's just no way to find yourselves back into the site. 2-on-4 is Spinks K against the world. They call it a save, and the Flames have just shut down another ENCE buy.
That was such a cool round right there. You saw exactly what was going on in Zyphon's head, right? You find that kill. You know that in that position specifically, when you're jump spotting there, you're jump spotting deep into apartments. So likelihood that they're gambling a rotation, you know, a heavier A presence off the back of that, is exactly the right read right there. So Zyphon just barreling through after finding that pick and finding the secondary one on Catwalk. That is amazing stuff. Great presence of mind right there from Zyphon.
Well, oh well. What a way to convert the round 2. I wonder, right? Because obviously, I mean, there was a question in my mind as to whether or not ENCE would try to throw a gambled force buy into the mix, but this will probably just once again be that fill-in save. But this is such a beautiful shot from Zyphon. It's a round winner right there, too. Because even if that player in Van goes 1 for 1, Dia isn't so distracted on Catwalk. It's just allowing yourselves to buy extra time for rotations and so many more spots where the round could go awry. But it is just going to be that save, or at least that makeshift save. 2 rifles, a couple of USPs, but for the most part, just Copenhagen favor to try to find this 13th.
Yeah, they got a lot going their way right now. I mean, everyone having individual impact rounds. We've already seen Dignitas. Roy's been doing so much for the roster. And now you have Siphon doing big work right there on the double opener to deliver them into a round like this. I mean, odds are you should move up to 13, dealing with a couple of USPs, although that hasn't been a consistency today.
Well, very slow. You got to respect it from the Flames not wanting to give anything over. But now the Flames continue to, I guess, keep this slow pace play going. Like, they've still yet to really make a move. Maybe just trying to bait out the ENCE defense. But so far they've kind of done. You've got what I'd argue is a B-sided stack, but I'm not too sure. Is K still over at the A site right now? No. No, right now it's just Hades jump spotting in the USP. Oh, well, oh my god. That's the op dropped, and that could cause some serious issues because even though it is still 3 USPs inbound, it's like you got the op out of their hands. You're going to be able to use that on the retake. The bomb's still yet to go down. And all of a sudden, if Hades finds a couple of lucky shots through that smoke, there's only 16 seconds. Guys, the bomb's got to go down, and they're even pushing through the smoke. The Flames, no way they drop around like this. Crossing back to the site, somebody's got to get the bomb down, and nobody's finding it. The USPs somehow come away valiant.
What was the game plan right there for Copenhagen Flames? What was going on in their head right there? They had the A bomb set, and I'm sure they didn't know it was exactly fully clear in which it was. They had to clear out under balcony. There was a lot of different angles in which they had to find, but finally, then, this is what we're talking about. This is what we can expect from Spinks. Able to find 3 kills right there, isolate 3 different 1v1s while everyone's turning their attention towards jungle. And yeah, I mean, for good reason, Copenhagen Flames calling a timeout at the moment because it is needed to try and mentally reset after that one.
That hurts. That is a tough pill to swallow because for the longest time they had site control, but they just hesitated. They didn't get the bomb down. And again, you don't want them to, you don't want to go super fast into what could be a site stack. Again, there are 2 rifles in play. You've got to be weary about that, so you can't just go gung-ho in. But you also can't give them a minute and 40 seconds until you even think about going into the site because they're just going to try to send all their reinforcements in. There's not really anything to lose.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what it was, right? ENCE were just playing with nothing to lose right there, and Copenhagen Flames, I think, were the opposite. Had everything to lose, and that might have been leading to their very slow playstyle in that round. Looking to maybe turn up the heat a little bit. You do have one peeking down towards mid. D-Hall holding a bit of a forward angle, but now he's been smoked off.
Well, Nikita's trying to fish for this opening pick to be found at bottom con. And even jumping across on catwalk space. You can't respond to that, dude. It's so unlucky, but it's also so stylish. The Flames re-smoke window as they take complete dominance over mid right now.
To spiral off that momentum right there, man. Nikita's a blinding opener. Catwalk has a big gap in it. E-bombs they only bringing in 1 player. Hades misses his first, and Nikita's is there to capitalize once he tries to go for the repeak. And I don't know how longer K is for this world at the moment. Playing behind the smoke is Yabby. Got to get your gun out here and waiting for the smoke to fade away. There could be answers back in hesitation. K's able to find that pick. Yabby not expecting that sort of aggression. And now we're in a 4v3, making it a 3v3 with Hooksy very low on HP. And bombs out of the control. It's towards top mid.
Oh, this is bad. This is really bad. They have complete control of the B site, but do they really have time to get it over there in one piece? It looks like they might, but Siphon, my friend, you can't take your sweet time. You can't dilly-dally. You've literally just got to go. A smoke deployed on Catwalk, and Nikita's ensuring that a cat push doesn't come through is vital to the success of the round, even spotting a man in on the market cross, but they are just going to try to deny this bomb plant from going down. Nikita's can't find these kills, and the round lives and dies with that. Siphon doesn't even stick to plan as Nico's missed the opening shot, and again, steal away around because of the timer.
That's another head and hands moment. That's now 2 in a row right there for the Flames. Bombs towards the top and middle in a 3v3 where you have full control of B. You even have a lurk in towards ramp right there, and Yabi, who could have maybe made the rotation back, but instead tucks in towards ramp, and once he goes down, I mean, I don't know. That's 2 in a row now. How do you try and figure things out from here? You've given yourself so many opportunities to move forward, but those small mistakes are just haunting. And it's a force buy from the Flames now. ENCE could tie things up and rally a lead off the back of this.
It's so much desperation from the Flames, and now they're just going to attempt a quick B hit, hoping that everything goes right. The only one here, at least in time, is going to be Snappy. I thought there'd be a cut-off smoke, or like the smoke's coming through to cut off this Cat player, but no, they're walking into the crossfire. And it's some unwelcoming Jaws. Yabi and Hooksy, though, have just pistols of gods. 3-on-3 retake stays the case, no less. Dude, what is going on? Why is this the round you win? Oh, man, it's 1v3 for K, and he's already checked out.
Just mind-blowing equally. So much success from ENCE. I mean, so many robberies. And Copenhagen Flames, I feel like that was a tilt buy, right? Like, they were frustrated. They lose 2 in a row. They know they had sights. They know they were playing the better CS right there, but some small mistakes, some little, you know, fundamental mishaps taking place have come back to bite them right there. But the force buy, you know, whether it be tilted or not, it works out perfectly, and you can see Yabi on an A1S, and Dignitas able to grab himself an AWP in this round. And now they figure things out.
I'm mind blown. Like, you look into some of these rounds and wonder, how do the Flames lose those? And you look at a round like that, and how do the Flames win it? Like, I won't hide that I like the Flames. I take those, but it's still so shocking to see that that's the round they win.
I'm with you. It's just mind-bending right there. I mean, able to win a big one right there, despite losing a couple of key, you know, winnable rounds in the past 3. Able to pull that one out of the hat, out of nowhere right there. Is going to send ENCE right back to, you know, kind of where they started in a rough territory here. You know, economy is in questionable positionings for a couple of these members here. So I'll be interested to see what exactly they're going to go for in this round and see if they want to get a little success going on with a force buy of their own, answer back. Right now, it just seems like a little bit of stress mounting on that ENCE roster. And to be fair, I'd be stressed too, because look at this one. Deagle and MP9 in the mix, but not much else.
Yeah, it's I like, it's just so desperate from both of these teams, who continuously throw buys and buys onto the table. Nobody wants to be the man to take that save this late into the game, because it means absolutely detrimental effects, especially for ENCE, who's this is your map pick, and it only seemingly is going to go downhill as you head to Vertigo. Not much utility, so it's going to rely on what they can get done with the weaponry. Spinks on Catwalk has a bit of a, well, at least a fairly good angle for himself, but should be able to find him some success. But Nikos, you keep an eye on him for the past couple of rounds, and when he's had this off, he is very much so loved just walking up Cat with it and trying to work that opening pick onto a potential ticket or rather even CT player. Like, you can just see how far he's allowed to get, and that's also a reason why Copenhagen Flames have had so much dominance in middle, because of how hard it is to counter that off when you let it get so far up. And again, he's just worked another one of those picks.
Well done. Exactly what you want from your operator, creating so much space for the rest of his team to move up. Now they have themselves a third prong of approach here towards Connector, although they're lacking the A ramp presence, and that's where one lies in at the moment. Could be problematic as K in this position, but they seem so aware. Look at that, mullied off of position. They're just gonna get those numbers punched in, but there's a gap.
That's a problem.
He's able to capitalize.
And even drops a smoke on that Molotov. Now you have to worry about him as Nikos looks to push him down with the pistol in hand, dude.
What?
Relax, homie. You don't gotta keep doing this 1-on-2, and they know the last remaining players in CT with the up in hand. He decides to take the initiative, and Zyphon says, hell no. Sit down, no forced buy win for you. The Flames have leveled them out once again, and ENCE will probably have to play for overtime.
Yeah, I mean, they're forcing into this.
No
Not
way.
looking to play for overtime. They are not looking to get anywhere near giving over 15 to Copenhagen Flames. They know how close they were to taking that lead back, but they fumbled at the finish line here, and this is risky. I mean, this is all important right here to win this round, and it's 3 Deagles to do so.
No surprise again to see the Flames instantly take mid-control, or at least just Hooksy. He doesn't want to let that go unchecked in this round, but a smoke and Palace will put a bit of a halt to the plans of the Flames, as it looked like they wanted to go in for an E-sided conversion. K, he'll still be a bit of a task to try to deal with at the top of the balcony, though, Yabby, it does seem like he's eerie of somebody being here.
Already can be. The smoke's going to fade in favor of Key, but he's only good for 1. A big trade, and that mid-lurk is going to come in for a kill as well. It leaves Hades in a near spot. Missing the first deal shot is everything. He's going to drop and solo that A bomb site.
1v4 for D, and he has no chance to respond back into this one from Connector. He'll at least level out Hooksy, but that's just the Mac 10. You're not really getting much off of that, my friend. There's not even a reason to save it, if I'm being completely honest with you, trying to fake out the window jump, but at this point, you just got to go for it. Molly and Connector, and he actually almost takes care of Dignitas, but still, the Flames 4 chances to close this one out and send ENCE packing, head to their home turf with a map lead.
That'd be everything right there for the Flames, right? I mean, obviously you're up against this ENCE roster. They're looking very good fresh off of Pro League. Now they're heading into this matchup, and you know, you do have a stand-in, right? So if you're the Flames and you're trying to prove yourself as a team that's moving into that Tier 1 realm and trying to you know, remain competitive here, this is exactly the win you need to start things off with. A nice 2-0 potentially over ENCE. Now that's just assuming they win Vertigo here in this one alone.
True.
But it's a good result so far on Mirage nonetheless.
Hooksy has now heard the tags of a couple bullets land through that smoke and Connector, so they know that somebody was here, but for the time being, it does look like the Flames are just trying to end this one off with a quick B hit. 2 on the defense, 1 from Cat, 1 in Van. It's an MP9 and a Deagle to try to stand tall against them, but the Molotov forces him under window and now jumping out. They've yet to actually clear him, so this SMG is good for 1. Walking into the crossfire, the bombs now drop. And it looks like ENCE are still ready to try to respond with at least 1 more round, but Dignitas has other intentions. The AWP is so strong to try to go against, but maybe not strong enough, as they are stuck in the apartments right now, trying desperately to grasp onto any success. Spinks sitting under the van here, but Dignitas' success is limited to 2. It's up to Hooksy, a 1v3 required. The IGL has to stand tall as ENCE triumphantly stand with 3 members sitting around him, an AK, an MP9, and a Deagle. There's a very clear way to get back into this round, and that's if he takes down the van player first, but the barrel spotted gives it all up to Hades, who takes his weapon of choice and a double.
Ooh, even able to toss an AK over to Diha as well, making things even better there for the round victory events. You do have plenty of money in Dignitas. I mean, maybe he could buy a hero op and the rest could maybe half purchase into this one, but the Flames calling it a timeout. And knowing how close they are to closing things down.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was your easiest chance of closing out the game if you were the Flames. So now, from this point forward, it's going to be an uphill battle to try to shut it down, especially considering they were able to stay alive with 3 members. They all upgrade to weapons, or rather to rifles, AKs, AWP now on the cards as well. So you're going to have to work for this win now, right? I mean, only against those Deagles and the MP9s. I honestly never fancy a B take to end off a game, especially on Mirage. It's like knowing that they have those super close range weapons. When you've got to go into B, like at some point you have to deal with falling inaccuracy. And when you go against a weapon like a Deagle or an MP9, you're just giving it that extra chance to mow you down.
Really good. Gus is going with a classic though, and it works out well. Opening things up. He has support though, but it's only good for 1 there. Spinks finds it, but it's quickly traded out by Hooksy.
Oh, no way Spinks finds that headshot. We're still back 3-on-3 with only 1 to defend the A site right now. Hades has just barely not caught the timing out of Yabby. So the young gun and his Deagle could crack a dome in CT if he's not too careful right now. Trying to bait in for him. He hears the scope and even swings in. Oh, but only hits the leg. He's able to find safe passageway into CT. Upgrade to the op, and not only that, but Roy's got another in con. This is 1v3. This is the game. Spinks, quiet all day. And now the M4 needs to ace just to stay alive. Yabby, the off angle on Ticket should be good enough, or no, he falls off. So a chance emerges. There's no kit, so time is of the essence. He needs to be quick with this one. And behind default lies Zyphin, alongside that, the Star and Roy. A well-placed molly could lead to the undoing of them as he starts to dump in this utility. One to cross, one for ramp, trying to level out some of these angles. And 1v1s are to potentially be taken right now. But eventually he's going to have to get on this bomb. Roy coming through from jungle, but there is just no time. He'll take the fights, try to extend the KD, but in the end, it's the Flames taking map 1, 16-12, and a really well played, or really well done CT side and T side in combination. For the most part of that game, it looked one-sided. Now they head to Virgo to try to close this series 2-0.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Well, welcome to Vertigo, where the Flames now field a one-map advantage and head to what's supposed to be more comfortable for them with a fairly decent lead. ENCE didn't look that well put together on Mirage, and if that stays the same here, then I don't imagine this series goes anything past a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine that Flames are going to be feeling even more confident, even more comfortable on their map pick. No, they do see Made back into the server, so maybe that could be a good sign, a turning point here potentially. See if that's the case, though.
Nope. Plenty of utility as it seems like they want to attempt a B-crunch. Flashes and smokes galore with a dink even found through the smoke onto Hades, but still, now comes the task of dealing with the B defenders, which they make quick work of. Even at the back of the site, those Spinks causes to be more of a problem than it seemed like he was worth, but doubling down, they still expect a man to be behind this mid-smoke. Siphon could get timing. He will, spinning around on the dualies. Dignitas ensures that he won't fall and puts it to a 2-on-1 where HooXi is barely able to escape in behind the white boxes. And this could all come down to Madden. Oh, I just realized it's Madden back. That's fun. His electricity was out, by the way, for those of you who don't know. But won't matter. He still will be out of this round.
Yeah, the lights still go out nonetheless. But nice and tidy there for the Copenhagen Flames roster. And that pistol is really well set up, right? They had that quick mid-aggression coming through with the flashbang and smoke that landed very quickly. I mean, it seemed almost impossible for Inferno to that with the pace in which we were over on the Flames side of things. So already they're coming in with a good start here. But a force bite in response here for ENCE. We'll see how that pans out for them. They've gone heavy with the investment.
Hey, man, you got to get the ball rolling somehow. And better to do it early than later into the game, especially in a map like this where the Flames can easily start to take it the distance if you let them. And really good at keeping momentum as well. They're one of those teams that's so good at that. But Yabby's been having a rough going today, man. Like, holy. He's been getting annihilated in the first couple of rounds here. We saw how unlucky he was getting in some of the engagements on Mirage, but might not even just be him unlucky in this round because alongside him, Roy's now fallen, and it is just Eagles, but still, you've got to give him some form of respect because now you're in a 3-on-5.
Have a boost above the smoke here, but they're going to disassemble it, and now they have a player, Spinks, tucked in towards the back lines of sight. Oh, but tapped away his HooXi's deleted him immediately. That's going to be an opening into the site.
More work needing to be done, but the IGL delivers another one tap, tippity tapping him up through the smoke. And not usually known for his fragging prowess, HooXi is apparently turning a new tide here, though Madden's flank on the MP7's good for one. Doesn't seem like it's all sunshine and rainbows just yet, but he is farming right now. HooXi even wants a fourth. Getting spotted from the boost and from the flank. They know about two members' positions, but now as the nade bounces over, it's left to the young gun and Siphon. Dia on 1 HP sits alongside the Guardian wall. The bomb dropped in the middle of the B site with 18 seconds. Siphon, this timer's going to be your mortal enemy unless you get it down here shortly. There is a way he can plant it, though, safely for himself. Smoke deployed at the middle of the site, and he even taps it, going up for the peak. 7 seconds to go, and he's going to be able to get this bomb down. No way! He taps it again! Dia trying to spam it up, but no! He hasn't gotten it! Siphon, what are you doing, man?
Oh, man. Just thinking that he could bait him out. Dia, I think he was a little too nervous to peek around the corner there. He was so low on HP, and Siphon didn't realize how comfortable it was to plant right there inside that smoke. He had no clue. An answer back there from ENCE off of that mistake alone, and it looked like HooXi was going to claw that one back. He was nailing every last shot, but didn't have enough in the tank there to deal with it.
And it's just another one of those rounds where the Flames like get the better of themselves because of the timer. Where we saw a couple of those over on Mirage, and are certainly masters of working the clock.
Definitely utilizing that up against the Flames quite a bit here. The flashbang's going to pop off there, and Roy's going to start to scale up accordingly. He has a big gap being slipped here. Snappy able to find that first kill, but Roy's right around the corner.
Roy still wants to take some initiative, but that initiative's only going to lead to his own grave. Early put as well as Snappy triples up at the A ramp. It was a force buy going nowhere near the way of the Flames' intentions. And now Siphon left all alone in middle, 1v5. This time it's an unwinnable clutch with a minute to go, and the bomb's dropped in no man's land. So doing damage is all you'll be able to attribute up. It's maybe you just want to deny the ace of Snappy. Dia, though, an elevator Ah, it's a bit closer than he would have been comfortable with, but still wins the duel with 12 HP to spare.
Yeah, well done from Diha. Make sure he keeps that health nice and high, that money stacked up nice and high. Looking like the entire ENCE roster using AstroPay after a couple of those rounds successfully.
Cha-ching.
Making those easy withdrawals right there with the buying of the rifles. That's what you can do with AstroPay, with deposit with ease. I think this round should be another easy one here for this side of ENCE, who are only dealing with the Glocks. No big deal.
You ever played Galaga?
I have not. Well, yes, I have, but I haven't played it too much.
I just watched the Flames, like, all 5 of them run into ramp and do a little circle around the box, and it almost felt like those Galaga ships when they come in. Because then, like, 2 of them peeked out, 1 of them went back towards B, 1 sat there in the corner. Uh-oh.
Snappy's got 8 kills in the last 2 rounds.
That's not what I'm worried about, X-Men.
We're still early. We're too early for that.
My radar's going off.
Don't you worry. Roy's too good. He's too good.
Surely not. Surely not.
There's just no possibility.
It's not a possibility, right? All he's got to do is, you know, throw a couple of nades with his boys and he'll be fine. Uh-oh, he doesn't have an HE. Monka W.
Shouldn't be a problem long term here. He has been playing so very well. I mean, even on the T side over on Mirage, he was finding so many multi-kill entries. The guy was an absolute menace. He's looking to just get that off early here with the shenanigans. Finds the first pick on the maid, and rather one more around the corner, but is able to make the successful escape.
Snappy wants to find some resurgence for the kill found in the side hall. Would not be difficult to avenge his fallen brother, but I love this re-aggression from Snappy, the confidence oozing from him. His 12th kill of the game, and we're only 5 rounds in. This guy is killing it right now.
It's really good to see. I mean, he was a big factor in some of those matchups in Pro League right now. He's showing it right there, right now in this matchup alone, and needs to, because this is going to have to be a reverse sweep. Helmed by the leader himself here so far, at least. Roy deleted it. D-Hop nailing the opening duel there and looking for more. He does find the 3K. Lovely stuff in the headshot angle. And now Zyphon, the last man standing, as Hades is able to easily clear things out there.
Maybe all they needed was to get Madden back into the server, because even though he hasn't been having the most of impact when it just comes to raw fragging ability, it's just about comfort. Especially on a map like Vertigo, where you need everything to go your way against the Flames. Right now, it's that exact story. Nothing's going right for the Flames. Not a single rifle conversion yet after that pistol win. It's all been one-sided. And ENCE are now going on what should be their 5th round in a row.
Walking down that CT side. Saw Copenhagen Flames that was coming through with some serious game plans. They had a really good pistol execute, but since then, ENCE has proven to be a serious force here on Vertigo. Not looking to give up any space here. Roy's taking a lot of space, though, in the meantime. And that's a lovely 1D. Able to delete Snappy. One of the heavy hitters here.
Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised that it's the pistols starting off like this? Dignitas recovers the AK, but I imagine he's going to toss that over to Roy or Yabby, considering they have armor. Trade him for the Deagles. That's very good trade, at least for Roy. Licking his lips with the newly acquired rifle. And now a minute to go, the Flames once again want to converge into the B site. Right now, there's a very big gap to exploit as well in the likes of middle. With a 1-for-1 incurring on the B site, some chaos is going to be incurred. With complete control of it, you're going to be able to get this bomb down. Even spotting Madden on the op in mid. 1 bullet connecting from Hooksy right now, and he falls. This is 3-on-4 retake, and I wonder if ENCE even bother going in for this. No utility either. This is almost unwinnable.
Yeah, they still have to deal with that mid lurk, so that's going to be more time clicked off the clock here. And Hooksy has not revealed face. He knows the value of staying alive in his position. When will he finally decide to pull the pin on this flank, though? That's what I'm wondering.
Probably as soon as that flashbang comes through, but soon he'll have to change up the pace, because if he keeps it, this one, oh, never mind, screw that pace. Roy on 1 HP has already delivered on a triple, and Hades even hears the footsteps stomping around the middle. There's nothing he can do. Sat behind the back of the generator. It's all about bait and switch. Hades getting 2. And he might be able to walk away with all 3 of them. No, Roy holding the line on 1 HP. It's another quad for him.
just so wild. He even retrieves the op on his way out, right? That's what we're talking about. You know, you had your radar going. You were thinking, you know, I feel a 007, Agent Bond, but it's never going to be Roy, man. That guy's never going to be silent for too long. And he chirps up with 4 kills in this round, a round that should have no business going in favor of the Flames right there.
This is just so well played by him. He starts off the round with a 1D, somehow is able to get the rifle into his hands off of Nikita's recovery, and then it's just a fate set in stone at that point forward. And it's good to see him start to wake up after a bit of a slow start, because you take a look at a couple of these rounds, and a lot of the opening picks are just coming down to raw aim and the fact that the Flames are getting out-aimed right now by ENCE. So they need somebody to be able to fill in for that little gap that's been created.
No doubt. And now they have a lot to work with here in this one. Dignitas has his AWP, so maybe you can see some more fight for ramp control more effectively in this one. They have a side hall smoke thrown in, maybe a bit of a one-way to work off of, but it's only been met with a cheesehead smoke as well. And Siphon's quick in his lurk maneuvers out towards middle.
Well, first kill could be found if Madden accidentally overextends. Roy, another opening pick. The AK that he was given in the previous round continues to take names with him, doubling down. The A site ripped apart. And alongside Siphon, there's not much to hope onto right now. If you're ENCE in this round, it's 1-on-5. You blink and you're out of it, ENCE. The Molly just barely not giving away Hades' position. That's if they didn't hear the footsteps. Knowing you're in a 1-on-5, this is unwinnable, but a nice little quick scope will keep the gun in his hands for now. As the bomb looks to make its mission into the B site, there's no way ENCE are able to convert this round, but Hades is just hoping to hold on to his op. Oh my god, bro, relax. Ain't gonna be doing stuff like that. Damn.
Siphon? Does he want to jump up there?
Don't do it, homie.
No, he doesn't
Don't
want to
do
go down
it.
or anything. Yeah. That's a bit terrifying after seeing what Hades has done to your teammates. But nonetheless, being able to hold on to that op is incredible here. Now, Siphon, I think, is holding this angle. Spotted out now.
No.
Oh my god. More
Yeah,
right around the
go.
corner.
Don't do it, bro. Don't do it, bro. Don't do it. Okay, never mind. Why is that the one that he misses?
Yeah, he deserves a bit of fortune here. I mean, he has been
That's
he's
the
been
Golden
one
Nova special.
unlucky.
You hit the quick scope on the first guy. You flick across your monitor for Nikita's. You hit a jiggle peek headshot onto the player who's sitting in the headshot angle, and then you just hold the line. Yabby walks into it and you miss. Like,
That is very
Come on.
unfortunate.
it's
Yabby
Golden
had
Nova special.
grace. A guardian angel around him. Stay alive. Finally, I feel like he was the guy that got 1D through the wall on Mirage. Just deleted. So he deserves a little bit of good fortune his way. No doubt about it.
Yeah, he needs something. Ugh. Forced
He's
buy
been
from
sneaking
ENCE,
up
though.
side hall every single round. But yeah, you're right. This is a big risk here from ENCE. This could swing the tides. This could give a lead over to Copenhagen Flames.
Right. I don't even feel like it's that worth it. Roy, not again. He's double entried twice or 3 times in a row. And so I don't know why I was worried about this guy going 007 when he's now hitting shots like that, but the task is not done. His Hooksy's still very low. And in the 3-on-4, maybe they try to hit another B side. I'm not sure, but nah. With that kill coming through, you probably still try to convert into A. It's 1 for 1 in whichever direction you decide to take up, so might as well try to get those smokes down, plant the bomb right behind it, and work amongst that. But if you're ENCE, I honestly wonder if you just call it a save from this point forward. You know a couple of them are low, though. I mean, you know that Hooksy was dinked up, but what can you really do about this entire round?
Hit the brakes, the pause button just a little bit here. Spinks. That's some incredible timing there from Siphon. Doesn't even realize the gap that he's just slipped right now. Spinks is going to be blindsided here, but again, the clock, 20 seconds left, and we've seen this be a problem here. Siphon's going to soon find this flank, and that will change the tides. Okay, all is safe. Safe passage in towards A, and D-Haas sure to save here, so Copenhagen Flames, they'll be tying things up, and Roy again is helming the charge here. Once he gets activated, once he starts, it seems like ENCE just cannot seem to stop him right now. That's his second double entry in a row at the very least. You said potentially could be a third. It wouldn't be surprising.
Yeah, man, look, I just think it was a really risky forest buy, and I'm not too sure why that one was thrown out. It's not even like they were strained from success. A lot of these rounds have come down to some fairly close margins. So, it's not really like you needed something to work. But you force your hand for no reason, and the Flames have just taken that the distance. You're probably going to be giving up the lead.
Yeah, nice save there from Diha at least, but you most likely are right now. It's likely going to be Copenhagen Flames grab themselves a fifth, and those Pinnacle odds continue into favor. The Flames after their map victory. We saw a little bit of a resurgence there from ENCE as they found 4 in a row, but now with 3 answered back in the likely 4th, it seems like the Flames have found their T-side success pretty consistently.
And again, if you keep your eye on these Pinnacle odds, they're only going to continue swaying in one favor or the other. Like, right now it's 1-4, but with every extra rifle round that the Flames add into their belt on this half, especially, it's like, that's only going to keep increasing monumentally.
Lull in this default here. The Flames have been much slower here. We talked about the 2 D sides and the break in between these maps, and ENCE were so fast paced. They were always quick with it.
Yep.
You know, that first half it ended so quickly, but I mean, we've seen a couple of rounds now that the Flames have been bested by the timer alone in that chaos, since it almost bought them in that last round where they were so slow in the 2v4. Luckily, Zyphon had some great timing.
Yeah, but now, it seems like the Flames have learned their lessons from the past. Look, you gotta play passive against rounds like this. You don't want to give them these opening picks, but it's like you also can't take so long to the fact that you walk into a site which could easily be stacked with no time left on the clock. So, I was going to say a bit faster than previous pace, but the bomb is still down towards the A ramp. The first kill delivered, but again, it's like you're about to walk into an A stack. So, still, there is a very big opportunity for this round to go awry, or maybe not so much. 2-on-4. And they are adding a couple of respectable kills into the margins. The Deagles, though, it seems like they're going to start to fizzle out here shortly. Snappy still does some respectable damage. No bomb plant required for a Copenhagen 5th. Though still, that is way closer than that round ever should have gotten.
Yeah, and that's just kind of the chaos of the situation right there. I mean, well done for the Flames to have a stack towards A and have that right read of the situation, but again, when you're walking into that site with 20 seconds and you see those numbers start to drop, man, that's so scary. And it almost came back to bite them. I mean, what was that, a 2v1 that they ended up being in? And it was Dignitas that did a lot of the heavy lifting. He found the rifler, he found the deagle, he found those 2 openings. If it wasn't for him, the likelihood that they close that round out is completely different.
Yep. Especially with the angles that ENCE were holding. Like, Dignitas is a hero there in a round that he shouldn't have had to be.
No doubt. It's calling in a timeout, though, trying to figure things out, man. Snappy, look at this guy's numbers, 14 and 6.
And it's crazy that they're losing.
Yeah, I know. It is. It's absolutely wild right now.
Imagine you're doing that in a pub. Oh my god, let me tell you, my team would not be hearing the end of it.
Deserves, man. He's not only doing the calling right now, but he's leading the charge in the frag department as well. I mean, what more could you expect from the guy here? Look at this boost as well from Yabi. They're so far forward, they don't even realize.
Molly comes off with an instinctive timing, and that Molotov was not intended to go on the danger wall, but now with that 1 kill delivered, they're just going to try to take their business into the site. Nobody here to stop them. You've still got Spinks on a rotation from Guardian, but the smoke deployed forces his hand. And he's either got to go charging into what's an unknown amount of T players, or just give it up 2 for 2. And right now, there's only 1 man at the A site, and B's, well, B site combined, but with all of this presence now being taken, Roy's been able to creep all the way through into CT spawn, knowing that the rotations have been pulled. This is probably the most one-sided 2-on-2 you'll see in quite some time. Roy's angle probably not going to go cleared for, especially considering how far Madden is already. Yeah, this is just done. 1-on-2 and Snappy, he'll go for it. It's your rifle round. You need it to go your way. But it won't be very well.
Just haven't punched in those numbers just yet. Roy's repositioned nicely in towards elevator. And they're going to have Hooksy probably watch the flank.
Look at him. He's holding con. He knows about this. Roy is a god.
That's so sick right there. I mean, there's only one angle that you really need to work with. I mean, right? And that's exactly what Roy goes to. He has that big off angle and elevator, so he could even adjust if he needed to. I mean, it is just so perfect right there in the 2v2. A little bit scary if you would have seen Mad be a little quicker on that rotation, but Roy had that one in the palm of his hands in the 2v2. There was, like you said, no real losing that for Copenhagen Flames given the positions.
That's just another one of those heartbreaker type rounds where ENCE really needed the ball to start going their way. They needed something to work. But you just give up the 6th, and not only that, but a 7th right behind it. This lead is going to continue to get out of hand. And there's only really one smoke to use in this round if you're ENCE. What can you really hope to get done? And we speak of the previous round where it's like Copenhagen rely on Dignitas' heroism with the up to actually win it for them. They take that much time here, and I can't imagine it goes their way. Again, it's like ENCE are so good at adapting. Just playing slow on these rounds can potentially have a shadow advantage given up, but the headshot not able to connect. So, quick 5-on-4 might lead them into a B crunch.
Already slipping in towards elevator right now. They've got crazy positioning. Snappy seems to be somewhat aware of this. They have found out one. Dignitas was holding that angle towards Diha, and they're going to find out all of them here. Hades and Madden, too far removed from the situation at the moment, and the flank is being covered as well towards B. You're gonna see Madden.
Oh my god.
Okay, what?
That's unfortunate. My question is, when does the bleeding stop right now for ENCE? Because this, even though it is only a 3-round lead, it's like, remember, this score was 4-2. This is their 5th round in a row, and we saw a little bit of a streak like this on Mirage, where they got 5 rounds in a row before ENCE were able to respond, and then they were able to keep taking it the distance. In fact, going 8 for 1. It was super dominant for a portion of that T side on Mirage, but rather CT side, like, this is Copenhagen's map pick. And you've even got Madden back for this one. Like, you've got your full ENCE force. It's just missing. They need to stop this bleeding and end this half off with, I'd say, at least 6 rounds, 5 rounds. If they let this half go 11-4, that'd probably just be the series.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrifying right now for ENCE. They, like you said, they won a good bit of rounds in a row here. They had a really good start, but the game plan is kind of went sour. I feel like Snappy's kind of, fallen off here, and, with that, Roy stepped up in a big way. They found multi-kill after multi-kill. They've been able to uncover that A-bomb site quite a bit. That ramp control's been less and less a presence here. And on top of that, they've been entering Diha more often. They have so much going for them right now. Dignitas gonna walk right into this lane.
If he wins this duel, bro.
Oh, he's so wise.
It'd be one of the craziest op duels I would have seen won if he was, like... Especially with the stuff that he's hitting right now. Like, I don't know why. I was just expecting it to happen, too.
Look at this double boost they got going on here. Zyphon's been spotted out. He wins the fight. And they get a smoke down towards right side generator. That's going to be the site compromise. It already is. They have a player pushed nearly towards Guardian right now. That's where Yappy is.
Madden, is he expecting somebody close? He is, but only lands the dink before all is said and done. Dignitas in middle as well. Goes uncleared. So 2 on 5. ENCE probably already calling it a day. You take the save, bro. You take the L. And Hades will win the op duel, but still, at what cost? You've dropped the round. It's going to be a half converted by the Flames, regardless of what the final scoreline is now. But are you even going to be able to get away with this? Because I've just noticed that Roy's crept all the way around through ramp, and he has been here a couple of times now. You've got these weapons pinched in. If there's anybody you want to deal with right now, it's Hades. You take care of him, and your task in front of you becomes so much easier in these upcoming rounds.
I close in upon both of them here. One jumping in towards CT. Hooksy's been found out at least. Snappy been able to best him. But again, there's a lot more to deal with here. And Yavi found a quick headshot here. One more around the corner. And now it's a fast trade. Roy able to make good on Yavi's death. And there's no weapons being brought into this. And Copenhagen Flames, they just show no signs of stopping at the moment. 7 rounds in a row. That's just wild.
Yeah, this is crazy. Like, this is starting to be a landslide half. Like, I was wrong on the math, too. It was 4-1 before the Flames were able to start responding. This is their going to be 8th round in a row. Like, this is one of the biggest, like, consistent streaks of rounds we've seen all day. I don't even think we saw this from map 1 of ECSTATIC versus Tricked.
It's definitely more one-sided here, for sure. That's a lovely HE that they've just thrown down towards ramp. Still, it's not going to amount to too much, is it? They've already lost the opening pick here once again. That's been familiar territory here for ENCE, and it has not been welcoming here. Yabi might be spotted. It's still an entry for him as Diha is going to drop. And it's going to be another round here, most likely. They're covering the ladder flank, and they're not allowing anyone to create any gaps every step of the way. Every second of aggression here from ENCE is met with the Copenhagen Flames player waiting.
Dude, they waited like one more second on that nade, and it was actually just like 40 damage.
There it is. 40 damage. They always have another nade.
That was
That is nasty.
This is an F. That's all I can really say to this one. This is just an F. Oh, never mind. Damn. Alright. Somebody's a widow angry. He did not like that one.
I mean, I'd be angry too, because right now you're dropping CT side vertigo here, and this map, I mean, I have to say, it feels more and more CT sided the more I watch it, because of the ramp control and because of those A1S buffs, right? I mean, everyone's talking about how important it is to just spam down ramp with the A1Ss. You can't see the tracers, and you know, we haven't even seen too much ramp control be prioritized. Roy's obviously pushed up side hall quite a bit and has found a lot of success there, but in the grand scheme of things, that's not been the main approach for Copenhagen Flames. It's been towards B.
Yup, and mid.
That they've been finding a lot of their success.
Well, oh well. We find ourselves at what could very well be the last well put together rifle round for ENCE lead. Or that's if they don't convert, obviously. So, will you let the Flames get to double digits in the first half? Again, that would potentially be series ending right there. I mean, that's just barring, like, they get the pistol alongside it. But even already transitioning out to B. We spoke of how comfortable it was, you know, for them coming into this round. And rightfully so, because almost every time they've tried to take this site, it's literally only one person on the defense. I mean, yeah, every now and then you've got a Guardian player to worry about. But again, like, they take care of Dia, nobody else is on the site. ENCE is still yet to make an adaptation to that, but now Hades comes in with a triple. So maybe it's not the end of days just yet. Maybe there is still something left to be said, and maybe Dignitas can try to pull off this 1v3, but as the shoulders given up, he has info on every single remaining player. It's just about finding the kills, and that's a bit of an overextension and a half from Hades trying to jiggle in. Dignitas, oh, there's no way you hit the shot, bro, right? Right?
Oh, tell me not.
That'd be too dirty, bro.
It's time.
Still look to work for the picks. 20 seconds, and how low some of these members are, it's going to be next to impossible, or rather, with how low you are, it's going to be impossible. I'll just throw that out right now. Tech9 makes a desperate play, runs in, tries to get the kill, but now picking up the AWP and upgrade to a 5th round.
That was a nice round, right? But Hades had to be the X factor. And that isn't something that you can expect. You can't expect to get opened up upon B with a double entry from Yabi and close out the round because Hades pushes in behind them and is that third man. Now, you got to give him credit. It was a lovely recovery, but is that replicable, and have we seen that consistently from ENCE? The answer is no. They need to pull one last round out of the hat here. Keep Copenhagen Flames double digits. We'll see if they're able to gather that. last
of the first. The Flames trying to end it off with a smirk on their face, and Roy wants to be the man to accomplish it, but through the smoke, Snappy still lies, only good for the one so far, and Dignitas is just trying to buy some extra time for Roy to assist him, yet to even consider it, like actually committing to that angle, and that's the second time I believe we saw Zyphen not win that aim duel in middle, which has usually gone good for a round conversion right behind it, that the B site's left vacant right now. We may see another op duel encountered over in the side hall, but I doubt we see Dignitas win this one. As good as he may be sometimes, it's just unfortunate the way it pans out. The bomb is recoverable, but we're going to need to see some kills recovered by the Flames if they want to convert this round, because right now it is just Yabi. One of the stars of the show with the Flames, but Probably not big enough in this round. 53 seconds, and Hades decides to get aggressive to try to find the bomb sitting on the ramp. And just holding the line, hits the shot. 9-6. The Flames wield a 3-round gap.
There you go. I mean, they went back to that ramp control right there for the Flames, and Roy found his signature opening kill, but it was answered back with 3 from Snappy, so maybe they can replicate that success. But he ended that half with 19 kills. And you have to imagine, you know, kid, you expect your IGL to keep that same level up. Much more micromanaging on that T side as well. You're going to need to really zone in. Investments coming through. A lot of utility being brought into this one. We'll see if that can help out. They're heading in towards the ramp. They've cut noise, though. They don't want to make it too loud. They don't want to show their presence just yet.
This is a must-win round, I feel, for ENCE right now. Even though it is only 9-6, it's not like it's completely one-sided, at least in the score factor. It's like, you don't win this pistol, and that just continues to the storyline of how much isn't going ENCE's way right now and how much is for the Flames. So, 4-on-3, they've already done the heavy lifting. They're shutting down ramp control, but Dignitas isn't even considering a player to be pushed up in the side hole. We go back to a 3-on-3 with a potentially compromised ace site. Hooksy, that's a weird angle for you to take, my friend. But they still spot players over in ramp, continuing these fights, and it's uncertainty about what's happening right now, friends.
Gabby's clearing out a little bit of mid control, but now that he knows that's a little more comforting.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna turn his attention.
I thought that gap would be bigger, I'm not gonna lie. Well, that's still a pretty big kill for Yabby as they spot them coming up through side hall. Bullets come through. Hooksy, does he bother committing? I don't think he does. Pete comes in. The dualies of D are next to fall. It's 1v3. And this might be out of the pay grade of Snappy, who's slowed down since we initially pointed out his KD. The Flames elevate to double digits as ENCE are sent packing once more.
Denying that plant as well is so huge. That will leave ENCE a tough decision. Do they want to go for the force buy? The answer is yes. They're going to try their luck with the Tech 9s here. The Deagles.
Worked in the first half.
Right. See if they can bring it into this one. We've seen so many ecos all day today. I mean, why not try and keep that trend up? They definitely need something to go their way. Try and gather up a little bit of steam because, again, you know, this map kind of letting itself to the CT side now with that A ramp. Ooh, Jabi, he's going to be tested here.
He is positioned so well for this, too. His flash comes through. Nobody opts to clear it out. Even dinked up! But the FAMAS apparently isn't good enough for him at long range. Almost doubling down. Dia hits the dink on the Tech 9. Zyphon still commits to the duel. Not scared because of his HP margin. Puts him into a 2-on-4. And now it's all about buying time for Spinks, who's gone undetected in middle. The Deagle, though, should be next to fall. Still picking up one. It's respectable, but is it enough? The answer may be yes, but no. Dignitas barely sniffs away with a kill. A team ace for the Flames shuts down the force.
Oh, man, if Spinks was just able to nail one more of those Tech 9 bullets, that could have been the tide turner right there. That could have been the round. You know, at least a bomb plant going your way. But right now, those Pinnacle odds heavily favoring the Flames as they continue their advantage right now. I mean, we're seeing D-Haw invest quite a bit. But other than that, not much to be said about this one. And this should be 12, doubling that scoreline of ENCE and just walking away with his CT side already.
Ooh. Oh my god, not like this!
What?
Spinks and Snappy! The ETSs have opened up the round 3-on-5, and we saw the Flames bring back 2 of these over on Mirage. Well, this would be their first of Verdi. With that kill being delivered back from Hooksy, I wonder if ENCE decide to transition to the other side of the map. It's a full-on A-stack right now for the Flames. But I can't imagine they go info blind in this round. With that one kill coming through, you're probably going to swing back in to try to figure out what's going on. And they do it in the nick of time, too, because they see that nobody's here. But this is going to cause some panic from them, even rotating off. Hooksy's now gotten another. Snappy's still tucked into the corner. Hooksy clears out the entirety of A-ramp and side hole, spotting 2 more, though. And that's so perfectly played from him. Nate bounced in as well. He'll have time to buy for an extra rotate back, but the IGL is not only big brain just in calling the strats, but just making info plays, bringing us back to 3-on-3s and denying ENCE of rounds that they shouldn't be winning.
They're giving up a lot of space here towards A, though. Jumping up, Hooksy's able to find one through the smoke. That's a nice pickup here. Now left to deal with Snappy around the corner. Will do so swiftly. He's on for the ace. Give me one more as D-Hall looks to donate that.
Oh, and he even spotted the shoulder. Don't do it. Whoever does it is getting kicked from the Flames. That is how this works right now.
It's only fair.
Hooksy is not a fragger. You do not steal his ace.
Jump
Gotta
up on
get
there.
them
See.
eats. You are so
No.
cringe. See ya, Zyphon.
No. Why?
So lame.
I'm so sad. I wanted to see the Hooksy Ace come through, but look at the team effort that we're seeing right now from the Flames. I mean, everyone hovering between 12 to 16 kills. It's the difference between the top and bottom frag. That is such a lovely distribution of frags right there.
It's just the Flames magic. Like, this is what I was talking about coming into the series, about how everybody has the potential to be the star. And that's just why Copenhagen are such a good team when they get the ball rolling. Because in games like this, where everybody is performing, there is no gap. There isn't one player where you can try to abuse, especially against the CT side, where maybe sometimes somebody's not performing. You say, okay, let's figure out where, for example, Hooksy is, and we try to abuse that. We take him down and find a weakened site. Well, that's not a thing right now, because even he's hitting barn burners of shots. And he, like, how does Yabby find that kill? This is crazy. This is annihilation. 1v4. Sit them down, ENCE. They can't get close to a site.
Yappy just went down swinging right there. I can't believe he walked away with that kill either, man. That was the only way that make it a good out of that bad situation that he was put in right there. Roy is going to finish the job. And again, you're seeing more of this team play, this team effort and closing things down on every site. Is able to find big kills to start things off right there. And you saw it was an immediate 4v1 within seconds. I mean, we were a minute left into the round and it was a 4v1 already.
Like, it's... I want to say it's heartbreaking for ENCE, but... I mean, it's not heartbreaking for me. Like, this is just so one-sided. It's crazy. And look, you go back to Mirage and think, you know what? Yeah, maybe it's a different game if Madden's in. Maybe if Spinks wasn't feeling a bit ill. Oh, there's a ton of reasons you can attribute it to. But there's not really an excuse you could say for what could be a 16-6. Like, ENCE are battle-tested on this map. Both of these teams are battle-tested on this map. They're no newcomers to Vertigo. But it's just so one-sided.
Yeah, I think a lot of that's just huge credit to what the Flames have been putting forward. Their game plans have been so solid here, and it continues to be so. Just firing down range as Dignitas, as he gets to step up to the plate with ZWP. Give me one more. He finds the last one around the corner.
Roy!
Dude.
You're so lame!
Why? Spinks
Like,
almost found 2 aces in the first half, and he got them robbed as well. It's just all day today, man. No one's getting any aces. It's driving me nuts.
like, we're literally kicking the 2 top players of Copenhagen Flames. We're literally getting rid of Roy and Zyphon for that. Like,
Out of there. Get him out.
and you did this to yourself. I'm sure Vorborg would agree. Now,
Start again. Yabi able to pick off Dia early on towards B. We've already seen that exchange go their way before, right? With the double peak, they just keep that same game plan up. And again, an opening pick swing. Again, Roy from side hole continues that success. Just follows up on it and takes down Madden.
should just be the end here, to be completely honest with you. 2 openers already found, not a scratch on the Flames thus far, with a bunch of the utility already made about upon. Zyphon, ooh. Gets a little bit of a lucky break as the dinks connect through the wall. He's allowed to stay alive for the time being, and even more so is the fact that 1 bullet to the chest won't kill him right now. Fun fact, AK only does 27 bullets to the chest, so if he got tagged once and then delivered like a double dink, he would still be alive. Kinda like what almost happened there. Well, now you've got a couple of scraped up, bruised up players for the likes of ENCE to try to crawl this round back. It's a total of 69 HP. It's nice for ENCE, but not a round conversion behind it. 15-6 with 9 series points. The Flames are looking to become one of our most dominant series winners today.
Yeah, I mean, a 2-0 would be absolutely massive for them. Just start things off and try and really solidify themselves a playoff run. I mean, we've already seen the removal of SKADE earlier on, and we have a whole lot more Counter-Strike left to go in the Pinnacle Cup, so, I mean, this isn't all we can get. And we'll see if this is all we get out of ENCE. I mean, last chance here, potentially, with a couple of Deagles in the mix here, some Galils, early flashes towards being a B rush following suit. Yeah, he's finding 1, but not 2. Dignitas is available for the trade, though. They've been boosted up, and Dignitas missing that flick, though. And now the site's compromised here as Hades is able to find that headshot onto Zyphon as well.
2-on-2 retake, though. There's no world where you give this one up. HooXi, he almost walks away with a pick there, but still, utility to try to stall out this bomb plant. Flashes bloom in. HooXi gets all this information. And Snappy creeps close with another one blooming through as well. And he swings into absolutely everybody, so Roy knows where all the remaining players are, but what can he do about it? It's an open 2 AKs. They're tagged up, every single one of them. But he's going to have to deliver on one of these kills here before sooner or later. Nobody deciding to overextend. Smart plays by ENCE, who want to find at least one T-sided round. But eventually, Roy's got to sell the gambit and give up the peak. 2 set behind the default box as a nade bounces over. Won't connect for a kill, but it'll certainly put some damage onto the mark. Still missing that head. Roy, you're getting a bit of a shooting gallery. He really wants to walk away with it. Finally gets one of the headshots to connect, but it's too late for him to try to attempt the retake now, and it's unfortunate, but the Flames do drop a CT-sided round. They do bleed.
Yeah, no doubt. I just love how Hades immediately was like, give me that op after Madden went down right there. He's able to pick that one up, and yeah, it's one. It's one on that T side here, and the money is just so far stacked high. I even like that Roy's holding on to that AK, right? Because that's so valuable in this guy's hands. I mean, we didn't see too much one-taps out of him in the last one, but you know he's capable of it. We've already seen it before.
Look at that. The double up in play. We haven't seen this all series from the Flames, have we?
We have not, no. This is the first time.
Did we see it once from HooXi on Mirage?
You're right. Yes. Over towards the B side.
Yeah, thought maybe so. Oh, that 51 jump's going to be spotted. So, at this point, I guess it is just about getting some fast plays in. I feel like if you're ENCE, you kind of know this game is done. Might as well have a good time while you're at it. But, I mean, they are still contending here right now. Flashing it aside, although Snappy, shoulder spotted. HooXi wants the peek, wants the kill. Won't find it, but Yabby could.
He's got a chance. I think he sees a little bit through the gaps right there. Nonetheless, HooXi's going to get taken down low. Yabby's interested in peeking down towards ramp and finds the first. He's able to get out of dodge for now. There's a lot more around the corner to deal with.
Oh my god, bro, you don't want to keep swinging that. There's so many players sitting eagerly ready and waiting for the peaks to come through, but apparently not enough. As he walks in twice and gets a double with it, flash as well. But the remainder of this ENCE force is still stacked up towards the A site, smoke deployed, and they're still going to give it their all on this hold. D is starting to come close to the green peak, and he's actually able to level out. Yabby, some revenge delivered, but same with Hades as they 2 for 1 into the A site. Siphons off, misses the shot. And will they attempt the retake? Look, the only way you let ENCE back into these games is if you, like, make questionable plays like this. They are going to try to nade down the planter, though, and see if they can't work a pick or two. But it is the op attempting a retake, so what do you really hope to get done here?
I think up a bit of utility here. Siphon needs to find the kill. It's not only the op. It's
I feel
both
like
of them here.
I feel like HooXi's in there where you're like, guys, look, just stop trolling. Save the damn guns. Don't throw them away. We've got money, but quit being stupid. Take them into the next round, boys.
That's exactly what was called over. You said it word for word. You really are a Copenhagen Flames fan. You know their every move.
Yes, sir. Also, I don't know if we have chems, but if we did, you would see that HooXi is like 10 out of 10 times the winner for the room contest.
Yeah, so we've seen the rooms a couple times. They were pretty impressive. I was surprised you never mentioned it.
I love HooXi's room. It is so cozy. It is so comfy cozy, and I hope we get to see it. Like, God, man. I wanna sit in that room one day.
See if you ever get your chance here.
It won't happen.
It won't happen. Yeah, you're right.
I like making the impossible happen, but that's... Oh, jeez. Yabby, you're getting all loose with it.
It's kind of what the Flames have been doing as of recent, getting a little bit loose, and that's been opening up some gaps in the armor here. Abby, though, good for the first, just quickly traded out. Siphon's now stuck between a rock and a hard place of mid-control and that B ramp here, and he needs some support soon.
Oh! Damn, level him out. And this is a retake that you can go for. You've got a lot of utility to try to shut them down, but still, this close angle from Spinks is going to be a bit of a difficult one to try to contest against. Double nading the planter. Madden walks away on 6 HP to tell the tale. And is that a flash? No, that's just a smoke. The flash is responded upon. Right, he's got an HE, and that's going to get dumped into the corner. There's so much damage inflicted right now, but these kills need to be delivered. 2 on 3 for the retake. Clash is placed well, and Hades left all alone at the back of the site. Plays around the pillar, but as excellent as he is, that one's out of the pay grade. ENCE gets stomped out on Vertigo. The Flames fizzle out the opponent 16-6 in a quick 2-0 sweep.
I mean, that was really, really good looking right there in terms of the retake and the 3v3.
No, we didn't see. Yes!
There it is.
There it is. The big brainiac himself. It's so cozy. It's so chill in there. The vibes, they're so good. This room's cool too.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I love this room. This one was my favorite, I think, out of the Flames roster. But yeah, that was a good victory, right? That was a very clean 2-0 right there.
Just
they
blocks.
were able to deal up against the stand-in of Key, and then they followed that one up with an even better Vertigo. I mean, that was where they really showed their full force, their full prowess, and you got to be proud with that victory, right? I mean, they completely dominated over on that map, number 2.
Yeah, man, that was just a completely different Flames than what we've seen recently. Obviously, they've been looking decent as of recent. They do have some convincing results, some very good wins. Obviously, you do have that bit of a stumble over in the main Swiss against the Blue Jays. It was an 0-2, not really a result you were expecting. Against Heroic a little while back, it was also a bit shaky, but still, picking up a win here nonetheless is something you would have expected if you're the Flames, and as good as they do it, leads to think maybe they're contenders for this event.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what sort of form Vitality's heading in, but obviously they have been had their ups and downs, and I think they're utilizing this tournament to try and get back into form here, and we'll see if that's the case. But I'm with you, man, because if they could keep playing like this and come in with the set game plans, they have Roy playing very well individually alongside the rest of the team, then it's going to be a good sign.
All right, well, we have an interview with the legend himself, Yabby from the Flames, the victors of this series. Even one of the players that triumphed over ENCE, and boy, is it awesome to get to talk to you, man. Look, I've been a fan of you guys for a very long time, so it's awesome to get to pick apart your minds a little bit. And look, I'm not gonna say that you're new to the roster. You've been here for about half a year, but as of recent, maybe a bit shaky on the results. You know, you lost a little while back to Heroic. Have at least these past couple of days, or maybe even weeks, been the results you guys have been expecting?
Yeah, we have been working hard to get back to the level we was at the major. So we have been grinding a lot to reach that, and I think we can see that it paid off. Of course, that Heroic game we felt ready and actually thought that we could beat them, but they played really well. So yeah, wasn't such a big disappointed loss.
So when we look at this game today, right, it kind of highlights at least what I always think is one of the strong suits of you guys as a team in general, where you had everybody having their star plays. It's not really like anybody was lagging behind. Has this been like the Copenhagen Flames that you guys have put up with in the past couple of days? Like, has it been this consistent from all of you guys, or do you think like this is something that we're going to see going forward?
I think that we are playing pretty good at the moment. I don't think anyone is just filling through on the scoreboard, just killing 10 in a game. I did today on the Mirage, but when we just play, it feels like so smooth all the time, since we have been practicing a lot. So yeah.
Well, then I do want to ask you one final question before we wrap this up. It is going to be a bit quick. Do you think, like, is there any team you in specific want to play in this bracket, or is there any team that worries you?
Yeah, I don't want to play against SKADE.
Okay.
They are really good. But
that's it though. Like you're not worried about
vitality or anything. It could be fun to play against. Yeah, it could be fun playing against them, but yeah, I'm only worried about SKADE.
All right. Well, it was awesome talking to you for a short period of time. Good luck in the future, brother, and I hope to see more of this from you guys.
Thank you.
Boy, was that cool. Oh, God, I love watching
like a
those
kid in a
guys,
candy
man.
store right
yes,
there,
sir.
Man. It's so brilliant to watch them. Yeah, I mean, that was a great interview as well. Of course, Yabby giving the good answers there, and surprising to see his answer. I mean, he's looking to try and take on some of those heavy hitters. He's hungry to try and take on, a Vitality in the mix there. So I'm excited to see them in the future down the bracket and later down the line what they can do.
Of course, like if they keep putting up performances like this, they'd probably be contenders for the entire damn event, especially as you said, obviously the ups and downs of Vitality, who really knows what they're going to come out into this event with. But speaking of them, since we're a bit behind schedule, we'll throw it to a break before we come back, but when we do, it is that matchup, Vitality versus SKADE, very anticipated, so stick around.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pinnacle Cup 3. Now, game number 3 of the day here, which is coming on the back of a Copenhagen Flames 2-0, looking like a very strong side, like the revitalized Copenhagen Flames back from in the major, back in Stockholm. But of course, now we look towards our third matchup of the day, and arguably got one of the best teams of the day, or probably the best. Vitality take on SKADE, number 8 in the world, taking on number 18. Mine is Neo Kai, joined by the wonderful EU Retro as per usual. Brother, how are you feeling for this one?
I am very, very excited, my friend. This is one hell of a matchup. I think probably one of the bigger ones we're going to see out of this tournament already. As you said, a fairly big upset coming in the way of Copenhagen Flames, meaning Vitality, actually, one of 2 remaining invited teams. ENCE eliminated, ECSTATIC eliminated, and of course we have the Dignitas BLUEJAYS later. Basically, Vitality, the only team, well, Vitality could be one of 2 teams to make it through to the semi-finals as an invitee. Both underdog stories come through. Tricks, of course, beating ECSTATIC this morning, but it does not deduct from the stature of this matchup we have today. Vitality taking on SKADE, and well, what better way to start this matchup than to talk about Vitality. I mean, first and foremost, a legendary name to the Counter-Strike scene, individually and as a team. Vitality, of course, now revitalized with the AWP of ZywOo. And of course, let's not forget the 2 new introductions. When I say 2, it's actually 3. Zonic, of course, in the coach slot, joined by his Danish partners dupreeh and Magisk, meaning that originally all 5 Frenchmen now turn 3. Of course, we keep Masutra and Apex as a core, but having that Danish spice certainly could help Vitality push for that number 1.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this team, they don't need an introduction, do they? Especially the individuals. When you got players like ZywOo, as at one point being the best player in the world, and rightfully so, is right, a ridiculous AWPer in his own regard. Then you got, of course, the ECSTATIC duo and the coach, which I think is arguably one of the most important things about it. Zonic's brain is something that really drives the engine, right? Of course, when this team starts to find their form once further, potentially here, right? This is where we start to see Vitality looking towards the future as being one of those sides who can challenge at the top. And of course, their opponents, though, SKADE, they're no easy feat. They're a very, very strong side in their own regard. They've been one of those teams that have put up extremely consistent performances in and around that upper echelon of tier 2, kind of the lower echelon of tier 1, and they're one of those kind of sides that show consistency on a daily basis. Just grinding out games can get you to climb those rankings oh so well. The Bulgarian roster deservedly within that top 20, and they are so strong.
Let's not forget as well, both teams were in the exact same position at the beginning of this year. Obviously, Vitality bringing in dupreeh and Magisk, SKADE bringing in Bubble and Dreamer. So we've got changes for all. But of course, we talk about best of 3s. We love to talk about vetoes. And as you can see, already kicking things off, Vertigo and Ancient leaving the pool. We have Overpass map 1 picked by SKADE. Of course, the CT side for Vitality. Same again for Nuke. It is Vitality's map pick. And a decider, should we need it, of Dust 2. And that leaves us with one big question. And that is, how the hell is this best of 3 going to go? If I'm honest with you, if you were a gambling man, if you were a smart man, you'd be going for Vitality here. Through and through, I think SKADE, there's no denying this team has power, but against number 8 in the world, like, do you really see this pushing to be a SKADE victory? I personally say no. There's an entire universe in which this goes a full 3 maps. There is no doubting that. I just think for Vitality's sake, you best hope you're winning this game. 2-0 over Outsiders, a 2-0 over Sprout. Taking Fury, it's a 3 maps. The FaZe game wasn't that bad either, even though they did lose 0-2. The Mirage game was pretty close. You have a lot of experience in the tier 1 space. You cannot let SKADE get the better of you in this matchup. And so I actually think, more than playing on their minds just winning this game, it's actually the thoughts should they lose. That's going to be the thing they have to beat here. But of course, they're veterans. They know at this point what it feels like to be in the underdog and in the pole seat. These guys should have it done and dusted. I'm saying 2-0 Vitality here, Neo. What about yourself?
I want to go for 2-1 to Vitality.
Okay.
I was doing my research coming in towards this, and the maps that I was really kind of juggling on where SKADE would lean towards, it was either an Overpass or an Ancient, right? It's 2 maps which Vitality aren't too favoured on, 2 maps which Vitality don't like to posture towards, but 2 maps where SKADE have a lot of experience and a very good win percentage. Overpass 87%, Ancient 77%. So when you kind of chalk up the statistics coming towards it, it was essentially what band did Vitality go to start things off. And of course, they ban out Ancient, means Overpass gets picked. I think it's a very, very strong veto for SKADE in terms of map number 1. They get a very strong map in their own regard. With Vitality, I've played it once in the last few months with a loss. So, coming down to it, overall, I still do agree that Vitality are the favourites. I don't think it's going to be as one-sided as we've seen for the other games like our previous. We'll have to wait and see, ladies and gentlemen. we're on the way in towards map number 1 of game number 3 of a Vitality on CT side, and Apex already being deleted by ships. What a start for SKADE.
dupreeh not done just yet, though. He's going to have a look towards long, try and pounce upon these SKADE players. Fortunately, the discipline here for ZywOo himself as well, just to back away. They do not want to risk anything. You've already got the pot of gold in front of you. You've established that 5-on-4. Vitality do not want to take any more risks in losing that man advantage. So for the here and now, they are just going to back away, play defensive, post up numbers towards the sites as well. There's no aggression. Vitality want to try and punish SKADE on the execute.
Yeah, they can just hold on this tempo a little bit now. I mean, as we speak, we're making a slightly little aggressive push, looking over towards front bathrooms, trying to regain a bit of that mid control. And as we stand, it's not a bad decision. He's looking for the information, that double stacked as well. As we stand, this is a very good little push from Vitality. They're getting a good idea that most likely case, they're posturing towards that B side. And hence why this double stacking towards Con becomes so strong in terms of that rotate.
Yeah, absolutely. Magus with all that utility as well. 40 seconds left. SKADE just here to group up. Bomb in hand as well. They are just going to try and play as a 4-5.
Slow though, isn't it? Very slow in comes his utility, and this is where things pop off.
Absolutely, pushing out towards the site. Masuta in towards water. He's going to have to slay everyone. And well, Magus, aerial assistance, will find one side. Woo with a second, and somehow Vitality holding on. Masuta, the body is going to block the vision, but he still spams through to do some damage to Denny. In the meantime, Bubble appearing from short will find another, and SKADE claw back the numbers. But look at the time. There's 10 seconds left. Masuta's claimed another soul. The headhunter, the Frenchman's found a double. Unfortunately, there is just enough time to plant, and now Magus has to step up, and well, we're one tap to deliver to the head of ships.
Oh no.
Still one more to go. Bubble just about to escape sight.
Oh, Bubble, all he has to do is buy some time, wait for his opportunity, play the post-spawn oh so passively. They know they've dealt damage over towards Magic, they just don't know how much as we stand. So now it's all about this timing play. Bomb half ticked as well. Bubble looking for just to cut that clock in his favor, and I think so far it will do. There's no kit.
There's no kit and there's no armor. He's tapped it. Doesn't know he's coming from Monster. No noise will be the
No
dead
way.
giveaway. Magus finds the kill, but there is not enough time. And Magus, he can't get it done with a pistol. Cheeky stuff. SKADE somehow turn this one around. Ships 3K. SKADE with the first.
Brilliant. Really, really well played in that post plant. Bubble, all he did and all he had to do was just use the clock as his best friend. And he played it to perfection. The deep monster push, right? All it was a matter of time. It's very, very simple CSGO played at the absolute highest level. An absolute bloodbath as well into round number 1. Retro, I think we're in for an exciting one.
Oh, man. An explosive first round. SKADE's map pick of Overpass, it has gone the way they wanted to from the beginning. And well, now they reap the rewards of it, right? AKs, Galils, Mac 10s on the flip side of thing. Of course, Vitality, they do go for the force buy, but it's Deagles and a single FAMAS. They've got to try and hold on. It's a fast play towards the B site. Bubble leading the charge with the SMG. He's looking to make maximum dollar for his game. Masuta's Deagle and Magus' Deagle. They'll find one in each. And now the Galil has to turn up only for the one. Denny Slaw on the back of the site, a double. And it's a ZywOo 1-on-2.
It's all down to the Frenchman. What can he do? Holding, waiting towards Graffiti. The Molotov will keep up a momentarily, but once again, it's about SKADE just trying to get somewhat of a secure plant, which they will manage to do. Now, Dennis will post it up over towards short. The double stack is brilliant, in fact. Ships holding for the cross. It's all about timing. Double swing comes through. A 3-2-1 swing, and just like that, SKADE find themselves a second. The full investment by Vitality put right back in its place, and the Eagles unable to find too much. Take a look at those Pinnacle odds. Still in favour of Vitality, but you gotta say, SKADE so far, that's the dream start. Hence why the odds are slightly getting a little bit more even.
Yeah, I think it's quite respectable to see. Of course, this is an eco here for Vitality, so we're not expecting too much from them, I guess, is the statement to be made in this round. It's USPs, there's a couple of upgraded pistols, Masuta's picked up a Deagle. But again, SKADE going to try and reap the rewards of running that SMG investment. Bubble can go aggressive. These unkevlared opponents, quite easy to mow down. Very nicely done.
Once further, for Vitality, I think it's just a case of causing a little bit of economical damage, right? Try and find a couple of kills, potentially pick yourself up a rifle, that would be an absolute plus, but it's easier said than done. They've come in with, once again, a very minimal investment, and it should be a comfortable closeout for SKADE.
Bubble, there you go, first kill. SMG reaping said rewards. Rainwaker a second. dupreeh just going to try and pick up the Deagle. His arm's just too short, though, to reach down the stairs. In the meantime, it's a bait and switch. Bubble to go aggressive. Will cash in the extra $600 for the kill. Dreamer taps away at the head of Magisk, and it is now just Apex. Left alone, 1-on-5, finds a dink, but no kills. So SKADE, they'll get all the benefits of this round and keep all 4 AKs with them. Heading into round 4, which is going to be that Vitality buy. And as you can see, ZywOo picking up the big green.
That's the big one, isn't it? That's the scary factor now coming in towards round number 4. The big ult being picked up by ZywOo. We know what he can do with a scope in his hands. That's when things become dangerous. And where SKADE themselves may want to... They essentially have to commit to 2 sort of playstyles, right? Nice and passive, wait for the opportunities, try and bide a little bit of time and potentially avoid the orb, or just overwhelm ZywOo. That's how they're going to get past them.
And the orb of ZywOo does exactly as anticipating. Teed up perfectly for the first kill. Ships out of the equation to begin with, but we know SKADE, the Bulgarian scene, even in these 4-on-5s, they do not back down, and they will stand their ground quite nicely. Problem is, utility a little bit of an issue here.
Well, as we stand, an opening kill looking very favourable for Vitality. Bubble's got a deep amount of bathroom control, may I say, wrapping over towards long. And potentially they should be able to wrap all the way on towards site for free. As we stand, it's not a bad position for the T-side to be in. But once again, it's all about timing. And the question is, do Vitality double back?
They could do. Bubble as well, making huge progression towards long. He's going to be able to move out towards the A site. And if he gets good timing, he could find himself a vacant site. Problem is, dupreeh picked up Denny's Law, which is going to be problematic, but Bubble, able to animate himself for a first quick trade for ZywOo, second with the AWP, and all of a sudden, 2-on-4, SKADE against the odds here, and Vitality, it was a very slow start out of the gates. Probably should have won that pistol, if I'm honest with you. Didn't get it done, but by the look of things, the full buy is where they can make their resurgence.
Yeah, you know, exactly that. I mean, unsurprisingly, ZywOo with the AWP stepping up. Found a double already. Now 2 versus 4. The remaining players of SKADE have got quite the task above them. Magic's going to be good for the first. Rainwaker will fall. He's Dreamer all alone and an aid to make his life even more uncomfortable. It's the HGO Apex to close things out. As Vitality find the first round on the CT side. And of course, now SKADE is right back to the drawing board.
Yeah, beautifully done. Vitality, okay, slow start, losing the pistol. They do win the first buy. And hey, I really like this from SKADE. You lose your first round.
Agreed.
Do not want to get too ahead of yourself. Tack timeout called, that 30-second pause, give yourself the breather, talk things through. Why on earth did we lose that round? Well, probably started with ZywOo's opening AWP kill, right? Ships was out of the round very early on. Hard to get the ball rolling. And so they just want to talk about it. They cannot afford to make the mistakes. SKADE, they've just got to relax, take a step back, think things through.
Yeah, I mean, as we stand, right, we don't need to see anything too overzealous from SKADE. They've got plenty of economy to work with. It's not the end of the world in terms of they don't have their backs against the wall. They're not in kind of financial difficulty, so they can just slow things down momentarily, take a little bit of a pause, just trying to evaluate what they've seen on the first full buy from Vitality and where potentially the gaps could be. And that's where we kind of cast our minds back to, like, to Bubble, right? You got kind of that early bathroom control wrapped in towards long, and actually for the most part, long was pretty empty. Not a lot of presence there from the CT side, and that might be potentially something they want to expose.
Absolutely. And Vitality going to be looking to double dip to reset that economy, but a great nade set, actually. dupreeh caught out to 53 points of health. ZywOo, do believe, getting a bit of a run boost as well out towards the left-hand side of Monster. This would have gone undetected. So if Bubble makes his way towards short, he will not be checking the left-hand side, or will he? ZywOo peeks out, finds the first, still more to go, and ZywOo nails the second. Oh, ZywOo! The king of the B bomb site as he finds 3. Smoke on the bomb as well. And SKADE, I mean, it was a nice attempt to move towards Monster, but you cannot dethrone the king as ZywOo lines him up, shuts him down, and surely that's a second on the board for Vitality.
ZywOo doing ZywOo things. An easy 3k for him. 39 points of HP left, but he's not going to bother too much. And I think now potentially could even be that early save call made by SKADE. A 2 versus 5 where they fully invested in, and especially that AWP, they might just want to try and save it. But it's easier said than done because Apex is going hunting. He's looking for the lurk and looking to potentially find one in transition. But he's going to just slow down the tempo a little bit, play a little bit more passively.
Yeah. They don't want to risk a thing here, SKADE, and maybe even Vitality going to try and dip in after time. Their economy isn't good, do not get me wrong. It probably isn't the best idea to go for this, but if they can get the kills after time, my god, it would be impactful for that SKADE economy. Rainwaker, really nice position, going to find 1. Ooh. Apex, caught in transition, moving down the ladder. Rainwaker will scoop up a second here, so it is a 3-on-2. Problem is, you've got 18 seconds to get the bomb onto the B site and plant. SKADE know this is now impossible, and so it is just about keeping these weapons alive. Denny's Law's off, exactly. Rainwaker's AK. Let's move it forward into the next round.
Precisely. I mean, as we stand, of course, 5 seconds left on the clock. They're not even anywhere near a site or even picking up that bomb. So, yeah, just slow things down. Save what you've got. 2 versus 3. They've caused a little bit of economical damage with that double farm towards the end of the round, but realistically speaking, it's not really going to make too much of a difference towards the momentum that Vitality are now starting to find. They're looking secure. Since the full buy first came out, ZywOo started doing ZywOo things, and, well, Vitality starting to find success. 1 round in it, the deficit's only at just that single step, and, well, SKADE needs to be careful. And considering the buy they're bringing in, this one might be uncomfortable.
Yes, of course, and this whole tournament basically brought to you by Pinnacle. And, well, speaking of Pinnacle, ZywOo hitting his peaks, it seems, because it's Dennyslaw out. I'll get back to the Pinnacle in just a second, because action has kicked off left, right, and center. ZywOo 5-on-4.
Oh, look at the aggression coming forward. dupreeh pays a price for it. Rainwaker, lovely shot. So once again, bring the numbers level. An opening kill by ZywOo, no surprise, but brought back to the 4 versus 4. And Ships wants to double down on the space. He wants to get short control.
Beautifully done to establish that 4-on-4. Great trades coming out. Rainwaker, of course, picking up his first kill of the round. Meaning Vitality themselves have got a bit of work to do here. 1 minute and 5 on the clock. Going to wind down the seconds here some way or another. Vitality. In the meantime, Rainwaker going to be going for the boost. He's saying, Ships, dude, you can move along a little bit more. Don't be too hesitant. Unfortunately, Molly at your feet, ticking away. They're going to hear the noise, but Dreamer, he'll pick up one Deagle transition, but Magus finding them both. It's a beautiful double from the Danish rifler. Apex going to chime in for his second kill as well. It's lovely. It's great Counter-Strike from Vitality, and SKADE have been beaten down. That molly towards short has absolutely ruined SKADE here, and Rainwaker in a 1-on-2 scenario, unable to connect. Apex a double, moving his way up to 3 kills in the game, and 3 on the board for Vitality. And of course, as I was going to say at the beginning of last round, of course, this whole sponsor, or the whole tournament brought to you by our partners at Pinnacle. You can use code CUP22 at pinnacle.com/welcome.
Stunning stuff. Well, all tied square. What was a great start by SKADE, now brought completely back in their face. 3 versus 3 over stand. But I think the most important thing is Vitality have completely destroyed the economy of the Bulgarians. I mean, we've just got pistols to work with for the T side. They have managed to make the crossing towards Playground, but they're going to walk straight in towards Apex. He's there for the opener. Ships will fall, looking to double it down at range. We're connecting a couple of pop shots, but just needs to double back. ZywOo stepping up with the AWP, and the pistols being put right back in their place. So I say.
Very nicely done. dupreeh going to pick up another Rainwaker's Deagle, still chipping away. That's 2 kills on an eco now for the Deagles of SKADE. Dennyslaw's first, Rainwaker's second, and there could be a whole lot more where that comes from, because look at how desolate this Vitality hold is. It's Masuta on the B site to hold things down. If Dreamer gets the better of him towards Hell, this could be horrifying here. Rainwaker's taken substantial damage though. He has scooped up the bomb. Dreamer's position compromised, and well, that original scare now turns to basically nothing as Rainwaker, 19 points of health in a 1-on-3. Not going to happen here.
Yeah, lovely shot towards ZywOo with the AWP, but I think it's only going to be a consolation kill. They know exactly where he is, and it more or less should close this one out in a matter of seconds, with just 19 points of HP to work with. No real map control at all, and the CT side closing on him. This is going to be a 4th.
Unreal stuff. 30 seconds remain on the board. Vitality SKADE is only just starting to heat up here. It's really nicely done. Magisk will pick it up, and so for the first time this game, Vitality in the lead, but the question is how long they can keep a hold of that, because SKADE themselves have themselves a very nice buy. As you can see on screens right now at the bottom, MSI doing a lovely giveaway for you all at home. I do believe if you scroll down a little bit into the banner section below, there's a little banner there where you can click the MSI stuff. Takes you right to it. No problems at all. You can find your monitor, get gaming at the highest quality with MSI.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, 4 versus 3, as you mentioned, the first time we've seen a lead taken here by the CT side. And what is so far since the full buy come forward, a brilliant, flawless CT side by Vitality. They've looked so concise and so good at shutting down this aggression from the SKADE that they like to do. They like to try and take as much control as they can. Speaking of control, Magic needs to be a little bit careful. A smoke in towards short, but he could be tested momentarily.
Magisk could be the MVP of this round. He's got to line up a couple. Bubbles the first, Dreamer nearly the second, down to 9 points of health, but Vitality somehow hold.
And now, of course, if they want to double back, they'll be met by dupreeh. They're essentially forced to continue trying to take short water control, and Apex will just hold from pillar.
Absolutely, and SKADE themselves, they can take things slow, right? They've got a minute left on the clock. HP advantage is a little bit of a factor, but numbers game, they are still very, very dead set. Ship's going to be making his way forward. Masuta up close, it's about who wins the fight. Masuta, of course, the flashbang actually from Apex blinding him, but it doesn't stop him finding a first. Can't double down upon it. It's Apex on the back of the site finding two. Dupree the last, and Vitality, they play patience. The swing from Dupree from Connector will be the finishing blow, and the map pick of SKADE now starting to slip. 5-3, admittedly, Vitality on that CT side. Let's not forget, SKADE will have it at the turn of the half, so they're not out of the headlights just yet. Vitality, but it's a good start for them to keep going out.
Yeah, I mean, so far, so good, right? I mean, a 2-round lead garnered, but I think the most important thing is, as we mentioned, that momentum starting to be found by Vitality. They're a side that once they get those gears going, they're very, very hard to stop. And, well, 5 consecutive rounds in a row, and that long-term economy starting to be built up, SKADE needs to be very careful. That CT side is starting to run riot. It's Rainwaker taking the aid to kickstart things in towards round number 9, and already the pistols are being tested as they try and make their way on towards B.
This could be big, this could be huge. It's back at the site, Masuta alongside Magus, but it's Masuta's triple. It's eco heaven for Masuta, lining him up, hot knife through butter, and SKADE crumble to the M4 of Masuta. He's on for the ace. Will he be given it? Maybe Rainwaker just going to walk into the wrong hands. Magus to pinch it away, but it doesn't matter. Team efforts from the B hold as Vitality finds 6.
An easy quad, wasn't it? I mean, it was only the pistols, as we mentioned, coming forward for SKADE, but they don't even scratch the surface of the CT side. That's 6 consecutive rounds picked up now, and, well, everything looking so good in the French camp. As Vitality, they're on fire and doing, and you know, performing exactly how we expected them to, right? I mean, we look into our previous games, the underdogs were stepping forward. Not the case here. Vitality living up to the name and living up to the ranking. 6-3, 3-round lead, but once further, a 4-by-now for SKADE, and the AWP picked up by Dennis Law.
Of course, Vitality themselves, really decent opportunity, a window to exploit. The money's looking pretty good as well, so losing souls won't be the worry. They just want to keep the momentum going, and ZywOo starting it lovingly, taking care of Bubble. Bomb dropped, admittedly, a molly at his feet, which will do a fair chunk of damage. Rainwaker looking to exploit the under control as well as he comes through Connector. In the meantime, ZywOo still got eyes, do believe he knows that that was the bomb. And so Vitality, they continue to hold that setup.
The scariest thing about ZywOo for me is that he's not held one position consistently. He's been so fluid and so adapting to every situation, finding a third as well. ZywOo's causing problems. Apex comes in for support and leaves Dreamer all alone. A kill found, potentially a consolation at that, but it's a 1 versus 3. A quad clutch needed for Dreamer. And I think that may be a task too tall for this man here.
Absolutely. And listen, we know the clutch potential of a few of these SKADE players, but when you are against number 8 in the world, it is going to be damn difficult. Beautifully taken care of. Very nicely done. All in all, Vitality just going to continue to run away with this lead, right? They are a momentum-based team. We are starting to see exactly why we hit round 11. It's another, well, I was going to say half-buy, but I completely agree with SKADE. I'm surprised they didn't take a time out here to talk things through, but the deficit too much. They don't want to compromise this whole half in its entirety, so they want to keep dipping into the buys. They've got AKs, there's a hero buy for Bubble. Everyone else sort of going for the half-buy here as well. They want to do the damage, and they want to make sure they put Vitality back in their place.
Exactly, and the priority is that bomb plan, isn't it? Which they haven't been able to find O2 consistently. They found it kind of early into success, but since the full buys come forward, Vitality have been not even letting them get towards the site, and that's been the biggest issue for SKADE, and the biggest reason why, even though they got the lost bonus on their side, their economy has always been so fragile. They've never found those bomb plants, which give them just that little bit of stability. Now, of course, Magisk gonna rotate away. Crab walking their way out, and Magisk gets caught. Looking for a second, and Masuta steps up. Doubling down, looking for the third. USP pulled out. He's pistol whipping as the HE looks to clean things up. Doesn't manage to find its targets, but ship's only good for 1. ZywOo stepping forward. It's a brilliant double for Masuta to once again lock down that B side. And they're locked out the half at the very least. 8-3 means they guarantee a lead heading in towards that second half. And hence why those Pinnacle odds are looking so fruitful for Vitality at 1.22. And you can check it out at pinnacle.com/odds. Use the code COP22. Stunning stuff.
Unreal. Absolutely unbelievable to see how well Vitality are doing. They continue to surprise, they continue to perform, and for SKADE, they have got problems. 8-3 down, let's not forget. It is entirely recoverable. They are on that CT side next, and a great start from Ships in the beginning of this round. It's dupreeh sliced out of the equation. A beautiful opener here for the Rifler.
What about position to be in as well? That man advantage you mentioned, how important the speed for a lot of the success that Vitality have found. And as that smoke dissipates, they need to be more careful of the AWP of Denislaw, because he's going aggressive. He wants to find this fight.
Yeah, really does want to go and hunt a couple of these Vitality players down. He knows that Masuta Magus combo on the B site has been nothing but trouble for the Bulgarians as they look to eye up another as well. Magus seems to have a keen eye towards the sandbag position. Unfortunately, a fight with Bubble nearly the end of his life. Denislaw available from short to pick up the pieces. 3-on-3, smoke towards heaven. Apex runs right through. He's looking for a fight, takes it. Low HP, Ships to take him down. 2-on-3, the best chance SKADE have had it yet.
Making the way forward. The man advantage retaken back. Bomb will be planted. Zywoo holding for a slight overextension. The question is, will he be given it now? Utility to come forward. A flash will allow that monster control to be back in favor of the CT side and give Masuta an in. And he's looking to capitalize off the back of it, which he does oh so well. But Denislaw punishes. The AWP v AWP battle goes the way of the Bulgarian, and it's all down to Masuta. The young gun has to step up, live up to his title, and he's not going to be able to do so. Ships finds one more, and SKADE find themselves a fourth. What a way to turn things back from what was looking like a do-or-die situation. They were at a man disadvantage.
That's unbelievable. Really, really well played there for SKADE. And I said, right, they are a momentum team. If SKADE can hack at it and find themselves a way back into this game, this could actually be a very close half. Vitality need to realize they aren't just any old tier 2 team. You know, this is the best of the best when it comes to the tier 2 space right now. And SKADE, they will not be afraid to take more of these fights. They will not be afraid to show their value and to refuse to back down from a fight. As you can see, Denislaw already aggressive towards middle. Zywoo more passive, holding the angle, waiting for the approach. Unfortunately, that right eye peek favors Zywoo, and he'll pick up his 14th kill of the half. Not before Dreamer through the smoke, right through Monster finding the trade. Ships, however, going aggressive will be punished. Not before Dreamer's response as he finds a third. The monster killer, it seems, for SKADE, as the Bulgarians, another advantage in a 3-on-2. Less of a team effort, more heroics here for Dreamer.
And of course, even more importantly, Rainwaker's holding the flank. He'll catch dupreeh in transition unless he's able to clear this. A smoke would work in his favor. He does have one to use. But of course, the fuse in this situation is going to be tough without it. Holding and waiting. Finds that first. What a swing. But the trade comes forward immediately. The Zywoo all alone. He's been heralded as one of the best in the game. One of the best to touch it. But can he do anything in this situation? No, he's just going to fall away. The AWP, an expensive investment. And of course, with money not being tight, but being a priority in the latter part of this half, they're just going to keep hold of what they've got. They're going to give up a fifth over towards SKADE. And Vitality, just going to prioritize that AWP being saved across Zywoo. Testing the 1 versus 2 was not in his plans. That's SKADE, making that deficit to only 3. We mentioned money was the priority. And of course, if you want to go check out our lovely partners at AstroPay, they're an official payment service partner of Pinnacle Cup 3. Go and check them out, astropay.com.
And here we are, round 14, the penultimate round of the half, and you can start to see those CT finances dwindling. Vitality need a lifeline. They could be finding themselves back into this game if they win this round. Problem is, SKADE are continuing to run right through them. A great triple kill in the previous gives SKADE every window of opportunity, but a really nice boost to start this round. A smoke to counter the molly as well. Vitality know what they're doing with this setup. Unfortunately, no immediate short control.
Smoking towards Khan as well makes things all the more uncomfortable because the T-side of Rainwaker, they don't want to test this water. They know Vitality have liked to go aggressive previously. We look back to when the AWP of Zywoo found a triple, right? For them, it's not worth the test. They can overwhelm him, but they know what he can provide to the table. There's no point testing. Masuta, though, might want to go aggressive himself, and he may have found a window of opportunity. Oh, the spam's brilliant as well, Magist.
Wow.
The gods favor him as Denislaw falls.
That's a beautiful 5-on-4, and that's one that SKADE can't get back. You could see Bubble eager to get back into things, and the nade will only deduct to the HP bars. It's a platonic bomb towards Monster. Magus going to try and get his hands dirty as he does a bit of damage to Rainwaker. Ships has found an exploit towards Long. The jump spot's coming in from the A1S. I don't think would have spotted him, and so for dupreeh, this is unfortunate. Ships has found a way back into this round. It's a single kill. Masuta left in isolation as well, but he's not focused on the lower side because SKADE are focused towards the upper. They've found the hole. They've exploited it, and now it's a 4-on-3 in favor of the Bulgarians.
Somehow, some way, They've got the site, the post barn to be set up oh so securely, and things looking a little bit dicey. Over towards the Vitality camp, how do they make their way forward? Now Apex looking for the opening, little bit of information, a bit of a spam going to come forward too. Bobble and Dreamer low on HP. This first engagement goes the way of the Frenchman as he steps up to the plate, looking to make it 2. Just going to toy with the ideas. Magist comes in for support. And now on a 2 versus 3, damage has been dealt, but I don't think they're going to be able to deliver. Bobble and Rainwaker combine, and just like that, SKADE finds 6. We're going into half-time momentarily with 1 round left, and it could be as even as it possibly can be. Absolutely stunning as we stand. 2 rounds in it, and what was the brilliant run of form. 8 consecutive rounds from the French roster. Look where we stand now. 3 on the trot for SKADE, and they've made that deficit, that gap, to only 2.
This really could be that gap narrowed down to nothing, right? Because, as you said, it was 8 in a row from Vitality, 3-0 up, and I said momentum was the game. SKADE are absolutely running with it right now. 3 in a row, meaning the best Vitality can do at the turn of the half is 9. And that is exactly where the Bulgarians want them.
That's what's done. So far, so good. In comes the bit of an Mirage. Ships will take the initial bit of damage. And ZywOo, tunnel vision in, doesn't even expect that early aggression from the T side. Ships low on HP does not make a difference. The flash is brilliant though. And Masuta brings it level.
Really nicely done. MP9 though, that's the problem. The more that he holds on to this and can't grab hold of that rifle, the more it could cause some problems at the later stages. The Orb going aggressive, only for the single. Magisk still holding things down towards Monster. He's able to pick up his teammates' pieces. Masuta out of the round, but it doesn't deduct from the fact that the numbers are still level 3-on-3.
Of course, a slight gap over towards Monster. It's all our timing. Magic spots it. Looking away at the worst moment. He takes some damage. Swinging round pillar. Bubble comes alive. Finding a kill. And the numbers favour the T side now.
This is huge. Orb can't find the shot either. Dupree coming in from short. I said this MP9 could cause problems. But Apex finding 1 shot with the AWP. You don't see the Frenchman pick up the rifle too much. Or rather the AWP. But he somehow keeps it going. It's a 2nd kill for him. And it's all 3 for Apex. What a great round. Usually it's ZywOo to pick up the big green, but Apex showing off exactly why he can pick it up as well. And Vitality, it's heroics to give them 9.
Vitality, what a way to end that half as well. Stunning from them. Stepping up to the plate. Apex finds a triple. We always speak about ZywOo as being one of the notable names, but Apex just making a little bit of a shot towards the top and doing so well at it. 9-6 is where we stand. A nice 3-round lead, and well, so far, so good. We mentioned, of course, those Pinnacle odds were favouring Vitality, and exactly why. A comfortable gap at the half, but this pistol round becomes all the more prevalent. I guess, though. If you do believe SKADE can get back into this, go and check them out. Use the code COP22.
Crazy, crazy times. And SKADE, should they win this pistol, could be everything. You can see knife out from Denny. He was just picking up that noise. He was standing top connector, just trying to listen in. Was there anyone coming out towards the playground area? Yes, correct. He won't know exactly the number. It's 4 players from Vitality moving towards A early doors. And I do believe it is Apex in towards connector right now to hold the back. Denny Slaw could be in for some serious, serious damage. It's Bubble and Ships as well. Oh my word, if you talk about a counter strat, it could be this one right here. Denny peeking in, gets dinked though. That's a problem. Fortunately, Ships is here to assist. Do you expect a 2nd man up close? No. The trade, 4-on-4.
Ships does not care as he stands. He wants to go aggressive. The flash is brilliant. Only chip damage felt. Finds one more running out of ammo in the clock. Just about a laboured couple of taps. Finds the trade. The numbers brought back level in a 3 versus 3. And Bubble going to double down on its aggression once further. 2 CT-side players are committed over towards long. Surely they don't expect the 3rd. But it doesn't matter. They're rotating over towards B.
Unbelievable. Vitality now going to make the Cinnamon Swirl strat become even more justifiable. They don't want to run into any more players on that A site. They don't know how many, so they're going to try and make it run towards the lower. Rainwaker dropping in towards water right now. Has to find something, but it's Masuta to take his head off, and it's a Bubble 1-on-3 required. This is going to be difficult, but Bubble already finding the first. 2 more to go. No armor, no kit. That is the problem. The same problem Vitality ran into in the first pistol, where it was Bubble facing off in the 1-on-1, but this time it's Apex to take him down. It isn't Magisk to lose the round, unlike round 1, and Vitality double digits.
Surprise, surprise. Apex stepping up to the plate and clutching it out. He's been a really consistent factor, hasn't he, for Vitality? And I think the most important thing is for Vitality, who was such a momentum side, having just that little bit of stability with Apex, who's normally a very sporadic player and very aggressive in his own nature, but he's just been very decisive in the way he wants to play and reading into SKADE oh so well. And we mentioned that pistol round was so important. Well, a 10th collected here, 4-round lead built up on the T side, and well, most importantly, look at the difference in terms of firepower. Vitality should be on for a brilliant start towards half number 2. As we stand, they're going for con control.
Rainwaker going to be looking to deny it, though, at the beginning of this round. Deagle in hand, Dupree tagged up only for a little bit, down to 64 points of health. Flash coming over the top. Apex, he's going to blind up a couple of players, chuck in the nade as well towards Divider. Counter smoke thrown. SKADE just going to try and hold them back.
Well, Rainwaker just going to reposition himself a little bit more passively. I think that's probably the best way to play as we stand. As we mentioned, the lack of firepower that we're seeing the Bulgarians bringing towards round number 17, they don't need to test the waters. Wait for the mistakes and wait for the overextensions from Vitality, and that's when they can start to find their way forward. And there it is. Bubble, finding the first. Magic will fall, and that man advantage becomes even more important when you're bringing in just Eagles and that one scout. Now, what can the scout find? It's a tag. Zyri down to 26, looking to make it a second as well, and he does. Body shot supreme, and this time it's a kill. Dennis Law stepping up brilliantly for the Bulgarian, and they're walking straight in towards the hands of Ships. Will he find anything? No, he won't.
That's a big kill. Dennis Law still kicking though as he finds one more. The scout just can't be stopped. It's a 4K for Denny, but it's an even bigger accomplishment for SKADE. They topple the force by a Vitality, and it amalgamates to nothing. That previous pistol, a SKADE 7, Vitality 10, and now SKADE, the Bulgarians, can sit in the driver's seat.
For two very, very momentum-heavy sides to be picking up an eco round, that could be the change of hands, the change of the guard as we now start to see SKADE pick up themselves up a very comfortable icon forward. Yes, the Mach 10 and Scout, potentially not quite what you want to bring in, but doubled up with the M4A1S and that Galil, especially when they're going against just pistols, I'm sure they'll be more than okay. At range though, Rainwaker finds one, but just Ships for the team kill. He's going to at least bring things okay. Not going to be taking a minus kill going forward. Looking to make it a second, and he does oh so well. Technically a third if you include his teammate, looking for the quad.
He just wanted the M4, mate. Drops the Galil, picks up the M4, finding every single kill in the round, including his teammate. It's an ace from him. Admittedly, one of his teammates, but whatever goes, I guess. And so for SKADE, they will find themselves an 8th at the cost of one teammate, though. I think that is a very, very valuable trade. Ships, of course, now 15 and 14, going positive this game. The highest kill performer on the side of SKADE. The highest performer on the server, though, is Zywu, 16 and 10. But no warp in this round. It's just pistols.
Any surprises that Zyu's top of the server? I don't think so. Living up to the name oh so well. Second best last year for an exact reason. Now, Dennis will go aggressive with a Mach 10. Going for that long range P. Yes, he understands that Vitality are not going to be bringing too much to the play, but to test the waters against Eagles, and especially one that could have been picked up for the team at Vitality. Of course, they've just gone for the Glock buy, but it's a risk that they picked up in towards that first half, and should have expected the replication, but no, just looking for information now. The Mach 10 of Dennis Law rotating back in towards Connector, finding Dupree, and now, yeah, they're going to understand that it's just Glocks. Easy, clean them up. No Deagles, nothing to be scared of in terms of upgraded pistols. Just mop them up.
Yeah, Rainwaker going to be looking for a couple here, just patiently buying his time, waiting maybe from a swing towards spawn, but by the looks of things, Zywu really wants to go for it. They keep jiggling. It's good instinct here for Vitality to think that there is someone behind the wall. Rainwaker playing uber discipline though. He does not want to show face at all. Now he will. It's Zywu out of the round. Masuta trying to find it. Rainwaker second in the round. It is the Galil going to mop up all the eco frags here. On for the 4th. Apex meets his demise. Rainwaker's 4th and SKADE up to 9.
Another god kill for SKADE to find them another round on the board. One round in it as well, an ever so slight gap as we mentioned. Things looking very, very good. And of course, as you mentioned earlier, the MSI giveaway is live. Ladies and gentlemen, go and check it out. The banner below the screen, you can go and click on it, enter the MSI giveaway. There's a lot on offer as well, and exactly what you want to be to step up your game, potentially. The way SKADE are stepping up to the plate now. Only one round decides between these two. But of course, the most prevalent factor, Retro, is that we're now seeing a full buy come forward for Vitality. And most importantly, the big green by Zywu.
This game could not get any closer. And this round specifically is the one to differentiate The winning side and the losing side. If Vitality win this, they stay in front. If they lose this, SKADE themselves, they'll find themselves tie game. And Vitality back to an eco. Crazy times. Crazy, crazy times.
It
Minute
is.
and 20 on the clock. Beginning doors. ZywOo tag low as well. And the utility game for Vitality in general is very subpar.
Yeah, one thing to mention as well is ZywOo's gone for the glass cannon. So he's really banking on the back of success with just this AWP. No armor to work with. One tag and he's completely out of this round. So flawless is what we're going to need to see from the Frenchman. Easier said than done, but of course, it is ZywOo, and he does ZywOo things, so we're not going to count him out just yet. There's still, of course, 5 remaining for both sides. The only initial damage done with that Molotov early in towards the round. So far, so slow. 45 seconds to work with, and the tempo just come to a grinding halt. So I say, Magic's fine for first.
This is big. The B bomb site left open. Magus running right through them. It seems so good, but the bomb still stays towards upper. They're going to head back towards A. Rainwaker's gambled in with the Galil. He's found big damage to ZywOo. That's the glass cannon gone, and the bomb dropped as well. Rainwaker a second. No way should he be finding a third with the Galil, but he just does. It's the Rainwaker magic to give SKADE their 10th, and Magus heroics towards B to find the double entry, but it amalgamates to absolutely nothing. Because Vitality concede and SKADE will form a 10th. It's double digits, it's tie game, and it is all up in the air heading into round 21. What a triple from Rainwaker.
That's brilliant. Rainwaker, as well for Galil. I mean, my Galil doesn't work like that, then our Rainwaker's got it to work for him. Absolutely stunning. Yes, the kill on towards ZywOo, we can expect. We mentioned only glass cannon, any sort of peppering in towards anywhere was always going to end up in a kill, right? Because he was bringing in no real security. He was just going for the raw firepower. And I think it's a slightly risky buy. I can understand it, but I would have preferred to have seen him pick up that armor, pick up an AK-47, and prioritize utility because they looked a little bit lackluster in terms of that mid-round control. And SKADE exposed it so well. 3K for Rainwaker, and well, just like that once again, for the first time in a long time, we're level.
Unbelievable. 1 AK on Magus, the saved AK. Everyone else dipping into the buy. Ships to find the opener. Rainwaker looking to assist as well. It is a great start. A glamorous kill from Rainwaker as well. Ships has gone aggressive towards short. Dreamer's found another kill. Heads are rolling out towards A. And as anticipated, this eco amalgamates to nothing. Apex, last alive, half armor, AK, molly and a flash. I mean, it's possible that he could pick up a couple of kills. Even then, it seems to be too much to bargain for. SKADE in the lead.
SKADE starting to show why they picked in towards Overpass and why they were more than happy to do so. 5 rounds on the bounce for them, looking brilliant. We mentioned once again those Pinnacle odds. They were favouring the French of Vitality, but you got to say, as we stand, SKADE for me look like the side to be scared of. I mean, they're looking and putting up a brilliant, notable performance. We've already had 2 underdog victories today. Potentially could be on for a third in map number 1. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, you're going to check them out. Use the code COP22. Now ZywOo in towards his early mid control. Pop shots taken by Denison. Not going to connect on towards too much. And ZywOo giving up the control.
Somehow, SKADE in the lead. My God. I would say, you know, usually in these Pinnacle Cup tournaments, you know, we say nerves like to get the better of teams. If there was ever a team to deflect and to remove that factor of nerves, it would be Vitality. But surely something is starting to settle in that they are now behind on Overpass. Admittedly, SKADE's map pick, do not get me wrong. There is going to be something there, though. And Vitality need to cut it out immediately. This is their full buy, the one that tells all the tales. Because if SKADE win this, they're up to 12. And that tier economy fully reset once more. They've got to be cautious, Vitality. A long road ahead of them.
Well, yeah, I mean, if SKADE pick up a 12 there, Vitality have basically got 1 more buy in them. That's all they've got. 1 more opportunity to try and find, again, that stability in terms of their long-term economy. It becomes a very uncomfortable situation for Team Vitality to start to find success in the latter part of this map and this half. It's looking very uncomfortable as we stand, and this is why we're seeing the posture for, once again, a slow tempo, because they don't want to risk anything.
Absolutely, Rainwaker going to get a flash in to peek towards short, but Denny Slaw towards long, beating a ZywOo AWP fight. If that isn't a confidence boost, I don't know what is. I'd like to beat ZywOo in an AWP fight. I'll tell you that for free.
Oh, that's
but
definitely
Bubble,
a confidence boost.
in the meantime, going to be looking towards short as well. Magisk a bit timid on the approach. Dreamer towards Monster. He's found nothing. Dupree's found the opener. Low HP, though, for the Frenchman. Alongside Dupree, 8 points of health for the Dane. Denny Slaw and Ships here to mop up. Dupree, the last, can only find one. Rainwaker and Ship survive, and it is SKADE up to 12. Can't quite pick up the AWP, but they got stacks of cash. They can buy whatever. SKADE are 4 rounds away from winning map 1.
Yeah, I mean, as we stand, this is looking very dicey for Team Vitality. They picked up the pistol round. Things are looking like it was going to kickstart the second half the way they finished the first, with a lot of success in their favour. Well, how wrong we were. Momentum kings of SKADE starting to pull away, and to make matters even more uncomfortable, it's once again an eco. We mentioned that, essentially speaking, Vitality have one full proper buy left in them, and it's not going to be this round. Just the pistols coming forward. That one scout for Apex has already been chunked down by a nade, and they're just sending it forward in towards short. Dennis Law, the AWP, has reigned supreme so far multiple times. Going to be tested, but only finding a tag.
That's okay. There's an AK to support as well if they do want to move fast towards A. It would actually be the best chance they have at it. There's only 2 players here to defend, and the AWP is eliminated. It's Apex on the scout this time to open things up. A 5-on-4 established by Vitality, and instead of accelerating, they slam the brakes. They know now SKADE are the team to have to make the move. A 5-on-4 advantage, invaluable in these rounds.
That numbers game is all the more prevalent. I think the most important thing is, as we stand once further, is the control over towards long,
here we
and
go.
the scouts causing problems. Normally it's ZywOo with a scope causing the issue, but Apex living up to the title. And Rainwaker now just having to be all the more passive. They're just going to double stack over towards Transformer.
This could be big. They are going to go for this execute. They've got 4 players moving out towards short. It's a smoke towards truck, I do believe. Or no, it is towards garbage. There should be some sort of flash coming in. Counter utility tossed in. Dupree waiting for the flash. It's called. In the air, we'll find Rainwaker. Dreamer on the back of the site finding a double. ZywOo's Tech 9 to keep things alive. There's an AWP in the hands of him. At least for Ships' response, a 2-on-2. Molly thrown in towards Bank. Bomb set down towards Optimus. Magisk finds one with the scout. It's ZywOo the other.
No.
And Vitality on the eco will find themselves in 11th. This game is getting crazier and crazier and crazier. SKADE concede, and you can only think it's Apex heroics, a scout headshots, and 2 body tags on an eco for Vitality. That should not be the way Vitality win in 11th. SKADE will be kicking themselves that they lose that round.
No, they should never come up on top in that sort of situation with 1 scout and someone going to pistols. Yeah, the Tech 9 may be starting to find its form once again in terms of the current meta, but it never should be able to get away with the absolute murder that it did towards round number 23. SKADE will be kicking themselves, and that could be the round that turns the tides. You mentioned these are 2 momentum-heavy sides, and that is a blow to momentum if you're SKADE. Of course, yeah, they're going to be able to put themselves on 4-wide once again, but failure to convert here, and I think SKADE might even give up the map.
Yeah, it's super worrying to see. SKADE know there is that fine line now between winning and losing. They had themselves a decent lead, you know, 2-round advantage, plus you knew that Vitality was on the eco, but now it's all flipped on its head. Vitality have a chance to exploit and to deny SKADE of everything. So far, so good. It's slow, controlled A presence. Vitality just want to weave out these man advantages. And that is a great way to start this game, but an even better response from Dupree. 4-on-4, Denny Slaw's miss. Still every chance for Vitality here. Ships has gone aggressive towards short, though. So much information gathered. Look at this, a B stack into connector. This is the worst possible thing for Vitality. Ships will find the opener. Dupree looking to come down connector. He doesn't want to take a fight. Bubble goes aggressive, but Dupree to win the first. He will not win the second. There is a flank coming in from Asuda's AK, but it's ZywOo now to pick up the pieces. A hectic round, just when I thought it was going to plateau out. It only just begins, and it's SKADE up to 13.
Oh, that got dicey though. That got very, very uncomfortable. We saw that connector rotate come back forward, and if that flank and managed to find a little bit of success, even just a tad quicker in terms of the timing, and that could have turned the tide. That could have been Vitality finding the numbers level in a 2 versus 2 situation, making their way over towards the Baron B bomb site, and that could have really made things once again very uncomfortable for the retake for SKADE. But no, not the case. They close it out. The lovely double con control makes things all the more impressive. 13-11. A full buy coming out for Vitality, but it could be their last. Failure to find the round or a bomb plant in towards round number 25, and Vitality, their economy broken as SKADE on 14.
Unbelievable scenes. Magisk shifting out towards Monster. This is what Norbert used to do, but it's Bubble's time to shine. Vitality can't get anything started. It's a 5-on-3. And SKADE now with that 2-man lead, they can just run right with it. They don't have to worry whatsoever because SKADE look like they are not going to be stopped here on Overpass.
Rainwaker just sort of toying with the idea of going slightly aggressive over towards mid, and it might work in his favor. He spotted Masuta. This could be dicey, and it is going to be. Masuta falls. It's all left down to 2. Apex and Zywoo, a minute left on the clock. 2 versus 5, and I think the most important thing, as we already mentioned, a completely unstable economy behind them. They might even be tempted to save here, or at the very least play passive.
Yeah, they might. They might just save because there is minimal lifelines now left for Vitality. Dennyslaw caught blind, forced off the angle. Apex going to try and tap in, can't connect to the head of Rainwaker, and it's a Zywoo 1-on-5. He has found the first, but I don't think this one is going to be looking too likely. Nade deducting him to 77 points of health, 25 seconds left of the round, makes his way forward. Ships has him covered. That is SKADE up to 14. A great way now for SKADE to push off the back of this. It was an eco success for Vitality, but in the long run, SKADE just about to compose themselves, and now 2 rounds away from taking their map pick of Overpass.
Something I never would have expected. We're going to see a timeout coming forward from Vitality, and I think it's more than safe to say that this is the right call, because things are not looking good for Vitality. I already mentioned that Overpass is a very good pick for SKADE. They're more than happy to pick into either the Overpass pick or Ancient. They were giving up Overpass, and, well, they're doing exactly how we expect them to come out to it. Very aggressive in their nature, very good at taking map control, and putting the pressure really on the shoulders of Vitality. They're not finding any sort of tempo here, and that's where SKADE are very good at punishing you. So far, so good. It's becoming slightly uncomfortable, isn't it?
Just a little bit. It does feel that way. And you can see this is very much thinking time for Vitality. Interesting to see that Apex wasn't talking an awful lot at the beginning there. Obviously, as the IGL, you expect someone to talk up, but it seems more conversational than anything for Vitality, and maybe that's what they need. This buy is a bit interesting, though. We've got Apex on a scout, and listen, we've seen big things from Apex with a scout, so I'm not going to deny Zywoo, AK, everyone else in eco, but Dennyslaw's AWP looked to find the open up, flashed off the angle, and, well, Vitality given a lifeline at the beginning of round 26.
Yeah, they've gone aggressive into a short water as well. Rainwaker just toying with the idea once further of going aggressive. Leg spotted, Zywoo falls. That's a rifle out of control. Will be collected by Magisk, and he delivers brilliantly. Doesn't even need the rifle. Use the hand cannon instead. Numbers brought level.
That is really nicely done. Zywoo for Rainwaker. Rainwaker has been nothing less than instrumental in this game, so I don't blame him whatsoever. The scout, there you go. Another tag, another opportunity. Magisk has found Dreamer in the meantime. Magisk's found a double out towards B. This is worrying because the bodies might start flooding into the B bomb site. Ships is here to defend. Do they want to continue to pursue B, or do they move back towards A? They know Dennyslaw's tagged with the AWP towards the upper site, but they will progress towards the lower. The bomb is dropped outside Monster. Vitality with 50 seconds left. Dupree looking to get aggressive.
It's all about timing on the peak. The swing goes forward. Ships finds yet one more. Doesn't even take a point of damage. And now once again, we're brought level in terms of numbers. But of course, the firepower favouring the CT side. Dennyslaw, AWP in hand, trying to catch those in rotation. And essentially, it's all down to Ships. What can the hold find? He knows he's got coverage from behind. So all he has to do, post up, wait, and catch them in transition. They're going to rotate away. No. They've made the wrong call.
Oh, shit.
They've given up the site.
He's sticking around, though, just a little bit. The bomb hasn't been planted just yet. There's 15 seconds left. Ships, he's going to be able to deny if they go for the plant right now. There's smokes in, utility out. Masuta's caught off guard, and now it's an Apex 1 and 2. He has picked up an AK. He's going to try and set the bomb down. Flash comes through. He's pulled off the bomb. There's 3 seconds left. It's ring around the rosy. Apex can't find Ships, and it is a 15th on the board for SKADE. That was a big chance for Vitality, but they blow it by rotating, and it is SKADE now. 4 in a row required, or they will take map 1. This pick for them, we said it was going to be strong, and the odds are looking a lot closer over at Pinnacle now, because we know SKADE, they have a damn good chance of winning this BO3 if they can take this first map. Dust to the decider. We know Nuke's a pretty strong one for Vitality, but we'll just have to wait and see. What a spicy first map we've been treated to.
Yeah, Ships have the absolute round of a life. When needed most, the young gun steps up, the rifler does what he does best, and finds a quad kill. Absolutely stunning. 4 bites come forward for the likes of Vitality. Aside from Apex, who's prioritized utility, things looking dicey. Respoke in towards Monster. Flashing come forward. They walk straight towards Dreamer. It's a 1-for-1 trade. It's a massacre, a bloodbath over towards the Monster position. But Vitality coming on top in terms of numbers.
Vitality have a chance. It's a 3-on-2, but 2 of these players are low. Counter Molly just going to be tossed in to try and deny the plant. Fortunately, it's Apex to make it out of the flames alive. And now a 3-on-2. SKADE have got some thinking time here to work out where these remaining Vitality players will head. It's one towards Monster and a double up towards Short. They've already expended a lot of their utility. A Molly in towards Splinter will result in no additional info. Rainwaker to slip down. A counter Molly tossed in. It's not on top of the bomb, but it's to trying to deduct some information. Magus looking over the top. Rainwaker spam low. It's Apex finding the first. Looking for a second as well. Sidearm pulled out. Big damage. Rainwaker has to escape. And it's Vitality up to 12. There is still a chance. 4 down to 3. That is 3 in a row for Vitality to make it to overtime.
Brilliant. Well, they live to see another day at the very least. The question is how far can they keep this consistency up? And that's been the question. That's been the kind of real alarm signs for Vitality is there hasn't been consistency. They're yet to put a consecutive round on the board on T side. And that's where the issues have stemmed from. We mentioned already previously how they've lacked in terms of stability in their economy, primarily off the back of the lack of bomb plants. Well, consecutive rounds also cause issues. Vitality find 12, but what can they find further? The economy will at least allow them to buy once further until round number 28. They have been using AstroPay, our official partners of Pinnacle, to just secure some funds.
Smooth. We like that. We like that.
You know it. You know it.
AWP, speaking of smooth, it's going to have to be a very smooth transition to find his kill onto the side. Whoa! Missed shot!
No way.
How on earth has he missed that one? He's going to go back in for
CSGO'd.
seconds. I think it was. Maybe the blurry scope. I don't quite know. Magus go 1 for 1. But Denny's not done just yet. And Zywoo was read into it. Absolutely read like a book. Rainwaker will stand up for 1. But only the 1. He's going to back away in a 3-on-3. And well, 1 minute and 10 left on the clock. Dupree's gone aggressive. Flash over the top. Going to try and get away. But Dupree is all too smart. Knowledged off the angle. Man advantage Vitality. 10 HP though on the Rifler.
That's so unfortunate. That orb shot makes all the difference. Find that first kill, numbers advantage, the orb can double back and potentially even take another fight as well because no one's going to be able to double swing from that current position that Vitality was set up in. It's really unfortunate. He gets CSGO'd. I mean, I have no idea how he missed that, but it somehow worked really well in favor of Vitality. Swinging in towards Bank as well. Ships pays the price from behind, however. Bomb going to be denied. Dreamer finds a double. And it's all left down to 1 man. It's 1 versus 1. Molotov in towards the backhand side of sight. And Apex swinging forward. Comes out on top. It's confidence alluring from the Frenchman as Dreamer gets domed.
If there was ever someone you wanted in that situation, it just would be Apex. And Vitality given another lifeline. 13-15. SKADE starting to panic a little bit now as well. They've fluffed up the lead a little bit, so they've got to relax. A 30-second timeout. Let's breathe. Let's talk Counter-Strike. What is going wrong? And well, what can you do better? Speaking of doing better, if you think this stream in particular can do any better on anything, there's a $500 giveaway going on from, of course, the people that own the channel of CCT_EN. You can scroll down, click the banner. It's a 3-minute survey for the CCT guys. And well, you can win some cool rewards off the back of it, including some knives. So make sure to go and check it out and give us your honest feedback. We'd love to learn more.
Yeah, speaking of it as well, we also have the Pinnacle Cup Championship in London. You can go and check out tickets for that.
Yes,
It's
I'm excited, man.
8th to 11th of June. If you are around in Lund, Sweden, go and check it out. Go and buy the tickets. It's on the banner below the stream. You can scroll down. You go check out the MSI giveaway. All of that stuff is below us. Even Pinnacle, go and check them out. All the good stuff. 13-15, 2 rounds in it. Round of 29. Full buy coming out both ways, but an AWP only being picked up for Dennis Law.
And Apex running right through the monster smoke.
Oh,
and
no.
it's the nade, sort of the smoke or whatever it is, the particles that come up from the nade has blocked Apex's sight. And a 4-on-5 out of the hands of Vitality. Someone has to step up huge.
Numbers advantage in favour of SKADE as we stand, and Dream in a very strong position to find 1 more. Zywoo will fall. Apex and Zywoo, the 2 notable names that have stepped up in towards Overpass, down and out for the count immediately. And for Vitality, this is the world's worst start to round number 29 they could possibly have even asked for.
Well, here we are. The best chance SKADE will have at it. Dreamer low, but everyone else at full HP. Masuta, Magisk, and Dupree. They've got to make all the magic happen here. Really have got to step up for Vitality, for the name and for the game's sake. Losing this one gives SKADE 16 and they will take their map pick of Overpass. Masuta creeping in towards Monster. It's a great kill from Dreamer. One might be enough. Masuta low HP as well. A 2-on-4 with 30 seconds left. Utility pouring in. dupreeh still has HP. That bomb making its way forward. It will find the time of day to be planted. Nade coming in. dupreeh caught out. One man left. Masuta gone. And it is SKADE to pick up map 1. 16-13.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. SKADE step up against the number 8th ranked side in the world and the number 2 ranked player in the world. SKADE step up to the plate. They live up to the underdog stories that we've seen already today towards Pinnacle Cup 3, and well, they pick themselves up a victory. Retro, what a performance.
Yes, absolutely. We are going to go to a break. When we are back, map 2, it's Vitality's chance to respond, but SKADE's chance to steal. We find out who can take map 2. It is Vitality's map pick of Nuke up next after the break.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 1, SKADE's pick goes the way of SKADE, but it's now on to Team Vitality's pick. Nuke to try and turn the tables level. The question is, can they? And what an end it was for SKADE 2.
And well, what a start for SKADE it's been. Ships has found the opener, a great advantage established here. Vitality already down to 4, and of course, it wasn't the best of starts for them in the first map. They're looking to get it done in the second, though, to take us to a decider. Ships finding a double entry, though. Magisk's trade towards outside. Vitality trying to take things slow, but SKADE taking the fights towards them.
They're going aggressive, right? They want to sort of cut down a lot of the space and a lot of the control that they have so far. We'll have to wait and see, though. Dupree's going for a little bit of an advanced angle, trying to still make this crossover towards Secret, but will they be giving it from deep range just below heaven? Dennis causing a nuisance.
Well, tapping away. P250 of Dupree can't connect. It's Dennis Law's USP flanking in behind his bubble. Couple of missed shots, has made up for it though. Magisk gone. Dennis Law to find the last. And it will be SKADE to take the pistol here on the CT side of Nuke. A good start, but they have to continue that momentum and pace because there is no doubt Vitality will be hungry to respond.
Yeah, so far, a dream start. Confidence seems to be king for these two sides, and definitely in favour of the Bulgarians as we stand. It has been a brilliant map number 1, in which they were looking sort of down and out for the count at one point, weren't they? I mean, it was 10-6, wasn't it? And it looked potentially like off the back of a pistol round, Vitality could do more than enough to just sort of slowly close out that second half. But no, not the case. SKADE turn things round. They take a win, and a brilliant start of a pistol here kickstarts that momentum once again, and we know how momentum heavy these two sides can be.
No, absolutely. And continuing to go on, lining up the smokes. I think this is going to be diagonal smokes, if I'm not, or no, L smokes. So they are going for the outside play, probably going to run quite close to main here if they're not careful. In fact, that is probably not the best way to start this round. Over the top of the smokes. Masuta finding ships eventually, but a great double kill. Force buy here for Vitality, meaning absolutely nothing. They are trying to find some damage with the Deagles. Masuta has found himself a second, only to get denied of a hat-trick by Dreamer. All left to Dupree.
Yeah, you know, a consolation kill. He'll take that. Or 2, in fact, as he'll find a double, but yeah, Dupree all alone now, 1 versus 3, and this should be just a matter of time. It's sort of cannon fodder seconds until the second round gets on the board. And exactly that, Dreamer closes things out, the second round collected for SKADE, and well, so far, so good. This CT side, may I say, looking all the more better. Now we take a look at the Pinnacle once further. We came in towards the game, it was kind of a 1.5 in favour of Vitality and a 3.8-ish, something along those lines for SKADE. And we've completely turned. 1.51 for SKADE, 2.49 for Vitality. So far, so good. You can go check them out, pinnacle.com/odds, the code COP22 up on sign up.
So here we are. It is round 3. SKADE by Vitality Eco. Rainwaker's SMG going to be looking to make some big bucks in this round. Dennis Law tapping away towards outside. Apex to pick his first kill up of Nuke, and it is a pretty important one. M4 scooped up. It is a 4-on-5 out of the hands of SKADE, and even more damage being done. Bubble dug. Oh my god, Dupree.
No way.
He's found a kill out towards the A site. They continue to try and tap away here. Dreamer, he's narrowly missing out on the Deagle of Masuta. There's still 2 players in front of him, though. He knows he's got to find them both, and he's done a great job to line them up. It is a beautiful double. 3-on-3. All the hard work given into Vitality. The beginning of this round will mean back down to a 3-on-3. ZywOo's M4, though, going to be finding another 3-on-2 now in favour of the French side.
The MP9 at this sort of range, though, can cause significant issues as Rainwaker, if he goes hunting for information, he should be able to at least get an idea of where the T-side are posturing towards. And that's towards our side, Magisk! What a shot at range! Rainwaker barely even saw what hit him. As he gets domed out of the round, it's all down to Dreamer. 1 versus 3, and somehow, some way, the pistols of Vitality are becoming all the more of a problem. Dreamer, 1 versus 3. M4 A1S, tapping on towards ZywOo, but they're going to cross safely down towards B.
Yeah, this is worrying. Dreamer 1-on-3. It is entirely doable, though. Look at the HP bars of these remaining players. Magisk at 1 point of health. Twitch chat would love that one. ZywOo, though, gonna better that. He finds a double. It is a full eco success, and 2, in fact 3 M4s retrieve for Vitality. That is a horrific round from SKADE. They needed that one more than anything, and not only have Vitality picked up the round, they've reaped all the rewards for it afterwards as well. Rifles upon rifles upon rifles, and SKADE themselves hitting rock bottom with this investment into round 4.
Yeah, that's the sort of round which Vitality should never be able to win. And it's not a case that Vitality necessarily won it. I think SKADE lost it. They overextended and they gave too many 1v1s to Pistols. Yes, okay, that magic shot, that was one of its own, a stunner. But the rest of them were so easy. I mean, Apex jumping down from main to find a kill to kickstart things never should happen with a P250. Or because Dinosaur won't quite pull the trigger. Spot the information at the very least. Second Flash to come over as well, keeping them at bay. And Apex at range. Just testing the waters. Dinosaur gets spammed down to 55. Open hand, not going to be too much of a problem. But at the very least, Vitality, they've got a good amount of control.
Unbelievable. Smoke in the face of Magisk to start this round, but it has been a fairly desolate beginning here. SKADE not really picking up many advantages. They themselves have themselves the work cut out for them. Vitality, in the meantime, know that that's under SKADE's skill. You know, they know that that's a problem. And so it's slow. It's methodical, taking your time, expecting maybe a little bit of a push. But no, Vitality playing smart. They go with the numbers. Rainwaker has to back away. Dupree holding outside the vent. So this is going to be a B play. Fortunately for the rifle, he's turned at the right time. Bubble out of the round. Rainwaker's still alive. Not for long. Ships. What on earth? 2 kills with a 5-7. A third coming out from Dreamer. And now a 2-on-2. Vitality, just as quick as they pick up the advantages, they're quickly slipped between the fingers.
It's looking dicey now. Molotov in towards left-hand side. Dinosaur peeking. Looking for the orb to kickstart things. Apex holding a slightly more passive angle. Doesn't really want to take this fight as we stand in a 2 versus 2. Magisk, realistically speaking, nowhere to be seen. He doesn't want to take too much of a fight either. Our streamer just going to post above. It's all about this orb shot at Denstor. That's going to be the turn of the tides. As Magisk got a slight angle to work with, but from behind, Dreamer good for 1. Smoke on towards the bomb as well. Now for Magisk, this becomes all the more tough. Bomb will be tapped. Swinging it. Dreamer makes it a double. 3 kills to his name, but no kit means no rounds. The AWP falls will recollect it. Vitality tie things up, but with no one remaining alive.
Crazy. Really well played from Vitality. 4 casualties in a round. You'd be surprised to see the money to SKADE here. Absolutely rock bottom. You know, we saw an early timeout on Overpass. Could see the same here on Nuke. I don't think it would be that much of a difference maker. I think for them, this here is just going to have to be the eco. You're on a double round loss bonus anyway. Denny's Law, of course, dipping quite deep into his pockets because he wants that Kevlar. And in fact, they go for a full buy hit, SKADE. So the game plan here is not to take the more methodical choice for finances of ecoing. Instead, they're coming right for the throat of Vitality, heading into a full buy. But a fast play for the Frenchman out towards A. It's a great start for the great response. Dreamer and Bubble with the Deagle. It's still kicking here for the forced buy. Bubble's Orb coming in. And it's a 3k, or rather 2 for the Orb, 2 for the Rifle of Dreamer. And in fact, it will be a 3k for Bubble. I read into the future a full house between himself and Dreamer. And that is SKADE 3, Vitality 2.
Retro, what's the last 3 numbers? I need to know. You predicted it like a wizard, like a genie. You read it like a book, and well, so did SKADE. Brilliantly done. They cut off the momentum immediately by the T side. And most importantly, once again, the lack of a bomb plant. The same problem we saw on Overpass of Vitality. The lack of consistency, the sporadic success, causing all the more issues looking forward. And once further, they've dipped in towards that economy oh so heavily. Triple AK-47, Double Deagle, not quite where they want to be.
I doubted the buy of SKADE completely in that round, but my god, did they make it look easy. Any other situation, I think Vitality run right through them, but the Farmass up towards Heaven, you had the Deagle on site, the AWP was on quick rotate as well from Heaven. It was beautifully set up for SKADE to counter that. And well, speaking of, ships to find the opener, 5-on-4. Vitality have lost wind here on the T side.
They look like they're just sort of shocked by what has just happened. Flash towards our side, not going to find too much as we stand. Rainwaker, a one-and-done position, quite aggressive in its nature, and a flash could be all the more problem to him. But as we stand, the man advantage favours the CTs, as SKADE don't need to do anything different. A sound cue has been heard, though. That'll be relayed. Rainwaker going to fall as well. Zywoo, lightning-quick reactions as he finds the ramp position.
Beautifully done. Control established. Problem is, you've only got 2 AKs, right? So, okay, where we have this control, you're going to have to start to outsmart these SKADE players because you don't have the riflery and the power that SKADE hold in this round. And so for them, looking towards the lower site, see what you can do. Denny's Law playing passive with the AWP, does not want to overcommit to anything. Bubble towards control room, and he could be the star man of the round. Masuta will be the first man to walk into it, but Masuta will be the man to take him down. It's now Ships here to try and pick up the pieces. He will be good for the kill, but only the single, huge chunks left out of him. And so Masuta's assist, Dupree's kill, and a 2-on-3. SKADE now have to step up, Dreamer and Denny to do it.
That's a brilliant 1-for-1. Doors will be closed. I know exactly where Dreamer's coming from. And Zywoo's angle so tough to clear. The Ding gonna come forward. That's all he's going to find. It's so important. Dreamer left with a slither of HP to work with. What's remaining alive is all the more important. Magic buying time in towards backside. The double stack. Holding down this back position, and the CT side with so little information to go off and being picked apart, and it's a sumptuous Magis double, rolling back the years to the Astralis dominance as Vitality tie this one back up once again. What a round from them.
I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. This is the trade of the Force Buys. We'll have a replay brought to you by Pinnacle, of course. Magisk's double here. This is a beautiful first shot. I think he just saw Dreamer, as you saw there, right, as he turned away. So as he goes in for the repeat, the positioning, but the crosshair placement, right? Like, you either look left or you look right. In any situation, Magisk is like, no, I'm going to look in dead down the middle. And it just so happens that the rifle is placed there. That is beautiful from Magisk. And even more, orchestrating Vitality to a third. It's tied game heading into round 6, and the CT economy so low.
Oh, Dennis Law, though. With the any sort of scope weapon in hand going to cause an issue, and once further a scout finds the opener. The low buy of SKADE once further causing a problem. Now, they've converted an eco before, surely not again.
Alright mate, don't jinx it. Neo, cheers.
That's the caster's curse. That's what we do best.
Exactly, exactly. Shout at Pixels and predict the unpredictable, it seems. Minute and 9 left of this round. Bubble going to be forced off of Hut, the molly on top, meaning he has to drop away. Rainwaker taking the bait, going to try and find it. P250, won't find the kill. And I don't think Vitality will be losing out on this round, or at least they shouldn't be. That's the site control. Masuta planting towards heaven. Dreamer, oh my god, it's close, but Rainwaker, a double with a deagle. No way is this round going to be picked up by SKADE. Rainwaker's sticking it. He's got a scout of ships to hold. He's got a 10-second stick. Dupree's got to move forward. This could be it. Big fight being taken. Pulls off the bomb. Rainwaker with a 4th, and SKADE up to 3. Now turn 4. What on earth is this round? You said it, Neo. You said it. Naughty,
I'm gonna
naughty.
I'm going to apologize.
You are Vitality's curse.
I'm going to apologise. The caster's curse coming through once again. What can I say? I'm sorry, but of course, you're welcome if you're a Bulgarian fan. Brilliant from them. They somehow get away with the potluck of an eco. And speaking of potluck, you can check out the MSI giveaway. Click the button below the stream. You can get yourself some beautiful monitors on display, as you can see. And Team Vitality, with things not looking too good, they need a bit of luck on their side. Can they find it off the back of this timeout? Apollo's going to come forward. Now, it's a talking point for Vitality going through. The question is, how do they turn the tides? They found already a tad bit of success coming through, right? 3 rounds on T-side start. In the opening 7 isn't too bad when you look at the kind of broader scheme of things, isn't it? You know,
yeah.
When we cast together, a lot of the time we look towards Nuke. You know it all too well. I mention it every time. On T-side, the golden number of 6. 6 rounds on T-side should set you up at the very least somewhat stable looking forward. And for Vitality is not the worst start. 3 so far from 7 isn't the end of the world. However, as we mentioned, with how momentum heavy they are, it's not looking good in their momentum side for them.
Well, here we go. Back into the action. You can see now Vitality game faces on. They just lost out to more or less the force buy of SKADE, consisting of majoritively deagles. And well, round 8. Vitality down by 1. Admittedly, if it continues to go sort of the tradey Counter-Strike we're seeing, this still isn't a bad half from Vitality. We talked about it just a second ago. Your golden number, my golden number, everybody's golden number is 6. We'll come back to that point in a minute, because that is a missed outside smoke with a fat gap in the middle, and Chips and Denny will absolutely be using that to their advantage. How many times have you seen Vitality miss outside smokes like that?
Yeah.
And it has established a beautiful advantage. 5 on 3, and well, Vitality's mistake will be SKADE's gold, unless more of that from Dupree, as he finds himself the first of the round. Still a couple more to find himself here. Smoke's going to be tossed in. This is quite advanced possession towards outside. SKADE will be none the wiser whether they move down towards secret, move in towards main, or make the moves through. Denny, he's all too aware of it though.
Very, very close to being tunnel vision. Second time of asking. Will he find it? Spots the peak, and Masuta never going to be able to get away with that. One remaining alive is Sadazaiwu, and he gets put right back in his place. His Dreamer finds yet another kill to his already very impressive tally. We take another look once further at those Pinnacle odds, and they are getting once further in favor of SKADE. You can check them out, pinnacle.com/odds. Cup 22, the code to use. 5-3. The CT side of SKADE looking very, very good so far, and the economy of Vitality looking a little bit dire.
Yes, very much the case. Where you find 2 rounds, of course, usually that is the reset. Tenny, mighty close to the head of the outside peak. It was Apex that nearly got his head taken off. Fortunately, at the beginning of this round, though, SKADE, a lot more disciplined. They know it's against pistols. They know their luck against the pistols. They don't want to run that risk at all. And so round 9, very slow starts, humble beginnings here for SKADE. They just want to make sure they set their economy on the right foot, because they are still standing on that glass floor, right? Where Dreamer and Denny have a bit of money in the back pocket, Bubble, Rainwaker and Ships, they are going to struggle should they lose all of the rifles in this round.
Well, as we stand, you know, so far so good for SKADE in terms of the rounds. Their favour in the start too. Denislaw for a double, looking to make it 3 as the AWP becoming a problem once further. Denislaw has been a menace in the server, but it's Rainwaker and Bubble to clean up. The pistols put back in their place, and Vitality is back to the drawing board.
A beautiful, beautiful round for SKADE, as you say, to the chalkboard with the French side. Do have Zonic at the helm as well, and I was wondering, when are they going to pull that pin on the timeout? You know, I'm thinking,
yeah,
is Vitality going to call a pause here? Are we going to have to see it go later in the game? Let's not forget, I think it was only 2 pauses called for both sides together in map 1 of Overpass, right? It actually may have been 3, my mistake, but
yeah,
it's still, you have 8 pauses between both teams, not even half were used. Vitality don't need the pause, they just want to accelerate. Apex missed spray though, that is the worst possible start. Dreamer will find the opener. dupreeh has found his way behind the open vent. Problem is, SKADE's counter utility here could flush him out into the open, and Vitality's round here could be swept from underneath them.
Well, the Orb Denislaw reposition once further. Looking towards Hot, what he finding the flash in towards the open site. Dreamer finds one, but Denislaw stepping further before Masuta domes him with the AK-47, and a plant to come through now.
Nades being chucked in. SKADE's counter util looking pretty good. Oh, Masuta caught with a nade out. Bubble runs right up the vents, finding himself a first. Magisk trade. Masuta a second. It's going to have to be a Danish double for Magisk as he hides in towards Squeaky Door, tapping away. His position compromised. Rainwaker all too alert of that noise, but he's going to make some steps himself, sliding down the yellow pallet onto site. Magisk actually running forward into the open, trying to get the info. Smoke on top of the bomb. Rainwaker now the decision to go aggressive or to find the defuse, and he just goes forward, runs right at Magisk. He'll find it, and he has got plenty of time to stick that 5-second defuse, the kit to his hand, and SKADE up to 7. Great round. Denny's hold with the AWP only for a single, but it was Rainwaker's double, delivering a 7th for the Bulgarians.
SKADE, very, very much impressed me, especially when you look on paper as well, because this is a map for SKADE where we've seen success from them, but it's not kind of one of their better maps statistically speaking. They played a lot, yes, but with a 37% win rate, you kind of thought, you know, Vitality, yes, okay, their stats in the last 2 years don't look too good, but of course they play at a higher level with less games to play compared to how SKADE play a lot of these tier 2 tournaments. It looked like there should have been a free win on paper. That's not the case. Paper meaning absolutely nothing so far. Dreamer, Magic's finding a double, but Ships bring to level once further, and from behind, Rainwaker becoming the king of the mortar. As we finding one towards backside, but it's only that. What a game we are seeing so far. And Retro, I never would have thought this. You said 2-0 coming into this, but of course, I know you meant in terms of Vitality. Who would have thought? Nah, don't give me that. No. But on paper, this is the thing that is now becoming scary. I mean, on paper coming in, Vitality were the clear favourites, right? I mean,
yeah,
you're an idiot to think otherwise. Number 8th in the world, they're a very good team. But SKADE is showing how consistent games over a long period of time brings them, you know, better. I mean, they started to step forward. The double change that they made as well coming in towards the 2022 new season, looking really, really strong. And, well, it's obviously working in their favour. Overpass a very good map for them, but somehow, some way, Nuke also stepping in as one on paper, not looking great, but, you know, so far, so good. And, of course, if you put a bet on this over at Pinnacle using the code Cup22, I mean, you're eating Wagyu tonight.
Yeah, that is true. That is very, very true. You've eaten good, and you can ask our your evening meals, maybe. If they're that good, But I don't want to be seeing too.
It's not a done
stuff.
job yet, is it?
No, exactly that
thing.
as well. Exactly that as well. You know, you may go out and buy yourself a lovely steak or whatever, but you know, it's not over until SKADE hits 16 here. Vitality
Precisely.
on the T side of Nuke as well. Again, to shine some light on what has been a very interesting start, obviously being the pick of Vitality themselves. You'd expect a little bit more out of the gate, and I mean, you'd be correct in sort of assuming that, right? But Vitality themselves on the CT side of Nuke, they're not a bad team. We know they're not a bad team. They've played it twice, they've won once, lost once. They had a 16-10 over Mouse, 50% win rate on the pistols as well, but they have a 73.3% round distribution on the CT side, meaning 3 out of 4 rounds won on Nuke are on that CT side. So we know it can be so empowering. They've got to be careful here because Vitality, it's a much weaker T side than it is the CT, and so it is still that uphill battle for SKADE.
Yeah, it's not a done job just yet. But Dennis Law is being absolutely stunning. A sumptuous shot from him. Rainwaker at the tally, looking to make it yet another, but this time, not so good. And the AWP gets deleted at range.
Well, 35 seconds remain. Bubble towards the lower side. Both players low HP. Both players poised to run into the jaws of Bubble. Masuta now left alone in a 1-on-3. 42 points of health. And with 25 seconds remaining, do you count him in for this round? I, for one, don't. Bubble swings in, and it will be a double up for him. Beautifully done. SKADE now at 9. Vitality need the rest, I would say, to give them a chance. Maybe actually a little bit less than that. I do believe they have a very strong CT side, and I will bank my bottom dollar on it that they still have a chance, even if this does go 12-3. But it is going to be very, very hard. The experience comes in well for the Vitality side, but the confidence beaming for the Bulgarians.
You got to say as well, it's kind of now becoming a case. Yeah, 9-6 is the best we can see for Vitality here. Of course, the golden number is 6, but anything less than that, it becomes the question of, is it too little too late?
It could be. It could be. Start of the round. Bubble, what on earth is this? Just uncanny aggression towards lobby. Denny's Law's picked up one. Ships towards outside. Vitality falling like dominoes no matter where it is across the board. A kill towards outside. A kill towards lobby. A kill towards squeaky door. It is just time and time again. Players are dropping like flies. On round 13, it basically starts with a 4-on-2.
Not where they want to be, to say the absolute least. 2-1 advantage in favour of the CT side. Dreamer holding for a nice passive position. They do have a Molotov to clear him, but they're not going to utilise it just yet. They're trying to just play the era of surprise. We're spotted, back turn, the double swing, and it's double for a Bubble. As SKADE find 10, a 7-round lead built up by the Bulgarians, and they're 6 rounds away from closing out their opponent's map pick and the series. What a performance it has been so far. Ladies and gentlemen, the way they're playing, we could potentially be seeing SKADE at the Pinnacle Cup LAN. Of course, you can go check that out. Dates are June 8th to 11th. Click the banner below the stream. It's in Lund, Sweden, a beautiful place. I've been there myself, a stunning place. Go and check it out. Click the banner below the screen. You got that one. You got the MSI giveaway as well. All of the good stuff.
You know how it is. A Pinnacle LAN. I could not be more excited. But for Vitality, even if they want an invite, I would say they're going to have to beat SKADE here, honestly. That is a big, big ask, though. 10-3 down. Your map pick of Nuke is your only chance. And Denny's Law to slice those odds even further down. ZywOo gonna nearly get traded as well to a 5-on-3. But no, just about to hold on. SKADE 10, nearly on for 11. This CT side is beaming.
So far, so good. Man advantage once again in collective for SKADE. And I like the way they're now posturing SKADE. They're not overextending. They're playing with these crossfires set forth. And for Vitality, any kill they're going to find or any bit of space they're going to find is going to come at a cost. And that's the way that SKADE want to keep this control. Now the utility coming forward once again. We're walking through a smoke. We spoke about space creation and Bubble punishes.
That's a beautiful job, ZywOo picking up one with the AK though. So they've got to be careful of the main wrap. There's still 50 seconds on the clock for them to make this move. And Vitality know that maybe not accelerating just yet is the right play. But Rainwaker will find some great timing towards the lobby position. Dupree going 1-for-1. They know ZywOo's on the back of main and he'll get taken down by Denny's Law. And it is 11-3. SKADE are running away with this map and in turn the series. Vitality now, if they can find this last, they're still 11 forward down. The best they can do is 4 on the T side of Nuke on their map pick.
This is their map pick. And look at those Pinnacle odds. 1.24 in favour of SKADE. things looking very good for them. Pinnacle.com/. One way 2-2, in fact. He's got 22. If you think Vitality can get back into this, but it's a long road to success. As you mentioned, 4 is the best they can find heading into the final round of the half. It's dicey. And speaking of dicey, so's the buy for the T side. Double Galil, or triple Galil, may I say, it's come forward. Double AK-47 and a bit of utility to work with. It's not exactly where they want to be. Dreamer just jiggle peeking the angle. Utility will drop immediately the second he spots a pixel, but Apex, look where he is.
This is unbelievable. Bubble pulling the trigger to find the opener. It's a beautiful opener and no response for Vitality. It's Molly's towards the site. It's a last-ditched effort from Apex towards outside, and while he does come up successful shift for ships, I wouldn't be surprised to see a bubble trade, but no, he slips the net, and in the meantime, it's a ramp pop. Vitality have found some control. They could dive towards that lower site, scaling out towards ramp, but Dennyslaw knows that there's a hungry Apex coming in from lobby. The HP bars aren't favoring Vitality, and they definitely won't be favoring the numbers game as the bomb goes down. Apex, it's a game of discipline. He knows his angle might be held. Bubble as well towards the double doors. They are playing so patient here. Vitality, they have the info, and that's it. Orc drop 4-on-2, and Vitality might have just been given a lifeline to find a fourth, but a fourth on the T side of Nuke to cap the half, in my opinion, they're going to need nothing less than a miracle on that CT side.
Yeah, you know, it's a silver lining in a bad situation, isn't it? Where things aren't looking too good. Molotov in towards Cobby. The swing gonna come off the back of him. Magic's finding one. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Apex makes it a 4th round on the ball for Vitality. But as you mentioned, it's good, but it's not great. I mean, Vitality need a resurgence of the ages to get back in towards this one. And, well, that's easier said than done. At the half, 11-4 is where we stand. SKADE 5 rounds away from closing this series out 2-0 and making it a 3rd underdog victory on the bounce today.
That would be crazy. That would be crazy. It should not be happening. We put all our chips on Vitality, and so far we are not seeing that value come back to us. But round 16 really could be the term. Vitality, CT side, they statistically win 3 out of 4 rounds on the CT side. A 75% conversion rate on that CT side alone, which is a big stat line. But the question is, have I jinxed them into it, or can they uphold said stat? We'll find out. Molly onto ZywOo's feet. That's a bad start. Magus, ZywOo, and dupreeh finding a double. It ships alone 1-on-5, and that's the start the Vitality wanted.
Yeah, not exactly how they wanted to kickstart that A take, is it? An outrange, ship's been spotted out, and it's just a matter of time until he's put down to his miseries. Flawless for Team Vitality. What a pistol round from them, and what a resurgence we need. That's the dream starting towards the second half. But I think once again, it goes back towards that question. Is this deficit that they have to try and climb their way back towards a question of too little too late? We'll have to wait and see, but this double from dupreeh, stunning. Crosshair placement was immaculate, and well, they're making a 5th. Great stuff, of course. So we've got a little bit of a gap here. Check out lovely partners at AstroPay, the official payment partner of Pinnacle. Go and check them out at astropay.com.
What I don't get is how ZywOo stayed alive for so long, sitting in the molly at the close vent. I thought SKADE were going to be all over that information, but no, denied of it. As you said, right now it's a story of too little too late, but Vitality definitely can turn back the time and find themselves in front in this map, but it's going to be a very long slog to get there. And well, if there's ever a time to talk about Zonic's Law, it definitely would be in this matchup, eh? 11-4 down. Can Vitality with Zonic get it done?
Surely not. You know, we talk about Zonic's Law, and, you know, it's used here, a bit of a fabled mystery at times. No way will it come alive with Vitality needed most. We'll have to wait and see. Bunny hopping out towards Ram. Masuta going to be tested, but actually going to make the smart decision just to fall away as ZywOo finds the opener, and it's a rapid towards Apex. He's good for 1, but it's only 1. It's Bubble's team kill, in fact.
Yeah, it's still kept alive. There's an M4 in the wrong hands. Magus going to spot Dreamer coming up the vents, and that is the M4 alongside the bomb dropped. Dreamer going to walk into the M4 as ZywOo as well. And only the single casualty caused by Apex himself. Do you know what? They'll absolutely take that. Vitality up to 6. They've kept all of the M4s invested. dupreeh's got an SMG as well. But this is the full buy here for SKADE. This is their chance to respond.
And this is where they desperately need to as well, you know. Once again, Exonic's Law, we'll have to wait and see whether it comes to fruition. But at 11-6, a 2-round start for the likes of Vitality, already starting to look a lot better than what we saw on their T side, right? Because what we saw on their T side was sporadic success. It was kind of very inconsistent, and it allowed SKADE way too much control over the tempo and their own economy. Now, as we stand there, full bites come forward for the T side, and it's technically a bonus of Vitality.
Yeah, I think that playing the bonus buy here, obviously, when we say bonus buy, you think of FAMASs and MP9s, but in this sense, you've got four M4s, you know? So, okay, we'll deduct it as a bonus buy, but this is super important. Ships, did he just spot ZywOo? Did he? No, he didn't. ZywOo pounces, finds the opener. Beautiful 5-on-4. Vitality in the meantime making their way towards Secret. Magus is going to be posted up, ready and raring to go. That's the bomb, and 2 extra AKs to try and accompany it to Bodyguard to safekeep the bomb. But it's Bubble himself to swing out and find the kill. A 4-on-4. Diving down the vent goes Apex. Short to follow the second rifle as well. Bubble will find one. Dreamer out of the round. Apex could deny the bomb. His presence alone. It's Apex with a double. He's found all the kills towards the lower side. Denny Slaw's flank. He could be the man to give them a chance back in this round. Will Apex expect the response coming in? The Molly certainly will say yes, but he burns in the flames. Apex, a triple from the grave, means Rainwaker 1-on-2.
So much to do, but of course it's still very doable. A 1 versus 2, and ZywOo's taking damage. Bomb is dropped though in a less than opportune position, and it's a tough one to clear. It's all about timing on the peak, holding, waiting, won't be able to find it. ZywOo at range, steps up to the plate to find Vitality. They're 7th on the board, deficit down to only 4 rounds as we stand. And we're yet to see any success from SKADE on their T side. You know, we question Vitality's T side. It's looking equally as bad over in the Bulgarian camp. As we stand, you know, Nuke, it's more than safe to say it's a CT-sided map, but normally not this CT-sided.
So here we go. Here we go. Round 19, SKADE. Out of rifles, it's Tech 9s, it's P250s, it's whatever they can afford to keep their money decent into round 20. This one here, oh my god, I was going to say it's no chance, but there's absolutely a chance. It's Chips popping off, a double for him, Bubble second, but Apex he will deny a 2-on-2, and Masuta flanking in. That's going to be another kill in their name. Denny's got the bomb, Apex swings in and finds the last. My god, Chips. Falling Tech 9 headshot to find the opener, doubles up on ZywOo on Hut as well. My word, they had a chance, but SKADE, they find 3 kills on the eco and a chance to reinstate the rifles in round 20. But at the same time, it's 4 in a row on the CT side of Vitality.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Absolutely stunning from the CT side. They're looking all the more prevalent. Granted, it wasn't really the biggest of investments coming through from SKADE, but it's a statement round, isn't it, from Vitality. Now we see the fullback come forward once further, but no AWP to challenge that on ZywOo. And Apex, the aggression going forward, that's so much information. Flash gonna come over, spotting one, damage dealt, but Bubble just about staying alive. The nade might drop him, and it will.
That's a beautiful kill for Apex, a 5-on-4, and I mean, a little bit of chip damage here and there, but you think that's 4 M4s on the CT side that can all find the one-shot headshot potential. It is now very scary for SKADE. They will know this as well. A great nade for Apex for numerous reasons. And 1:20 left on the clock. SKADE decelerate. They want to slow things down, take their time, because Rainwaker's advanced positioning. He dove down the vents early. Vitality may not be aware of this because everyone right now towards the upper site.
Well, as we stand, so far, so slow. Tempo cut down to a grinding halt as the man advantage favours the CT side. Ships needing to charge over towards ramp, but it's Masuta. That's the tough one to clear. To left eye peak as well. The double swing a necessity. The question is, can they deliver? Masuta biding his time. No. Information game, but it's Dennis Lord to come on top. Apex will rotate in, but it will be able to find anything is the question. And they can cross safely. The flash is good as well. Allows a second to fall, and Apex unable to deny the ramp control.
ZywOo spotting the head of Rainwaker. He's got to be careful himself. Chucks in the counter molly. He knows how important it is. Reduce those seconds. Take your time. And well, 4-on-4 scenario. Every opportunity for the retake. That's a big kill. Apex, he'll spot Dreamer in transition, trying to find his way towards the rafters position. Flash going to be tossed in. In fact, a smoke for ZywOo to cover off the double door angle. Denny Slaw jumps in. He will find Apex. 3-on-3 established. AWP of ZywOo trying to find through the smoke. No! Chips doesn't find anything. It's down to 1. Rainwaker out of the round. Do they have the time for it? No! Wait, what just happened? They put the only guy without a kit on it. There is no time. Vitality! No. What's just happened?
That's rookie. That's a rookie mistake to make. Somewhat similar to their fellow Frenchman out of G2 previously in terms of a mistake defusing the bomb over towards the B side. Vitality, of all the rounds to lose as well, in that situation, they never should have fallen flat. To put the man without a kit on the defuse is not quite how you want to be able to close this one out. It's not really where you want to be. But, you know, as we stand, SKADE's got a timeout. Success found for the T side, finally. But it's also now a case of how far can they take this. We can see AK is brought up, a decent amount of utility brought forward. But of course, it's still going to be a more than comfortable full buy for Vitality, despite the round not going in their favor.
Well, a timeout called. SKADE, they are up by four rounds now. 4 rounds, that's it.
Yeah.
Big opportunities now. You know, Vitality really have opened the door. They really have given themselves a chance. Let's see if they can run with it. 12-8 the scoreline. SKADE somehow surviving by only a mistake of Vitality. They could have very easily lost that round. They've got to be careful. Round 21 here, a chance to reset that T side. But having said that, Vitality themselves, a very fine line between keeping those rifles and losing out on everything.
Well, exactly that. We'll have to wait and see. Once further in, Waker looking for a bit of aggression. Dupree just going to post him in towards top vent. Will they be aware of this is the question. If the smoke dissipates, his barrel will be spotted surely, and Rainwaker can just spam to kill. Dupree needs to be careful. Re-smoke in towards single door. Has actually tapped a little bit. That's sound cue that could be gained. Masuta, a little bit tap damage. Dreamer dinked in fact down to 9 HP.
The opportunity, Rainwaker getting spammed through the smoke though. Dupree, I'm not sure if that was a one-way or just fortune, but he's able to clip him through the corner of the smoke. A 5-on-4 established. Masuta to go aggressive. That's the VIP. The bomb carrier gone. Apex still holds on. Masuta's double dipped, and he's even looking for a third. It's a ship's 1-on-5, and there is no chance in this round that SKADE are going to be able to pick this one up. What a round, and Vitality, they've got to give a round of applause to Masuta. He continues to prove his value on ramp, somehow getting away with 2. A great flash, and it's a hat trick for Masuta. A star rifle is born, and the Frenchman giving Vitality 9. The gap is down to 3.
Just when things are looking pretty dicey, right? They were looking like they could have been potentially an overwhelming over towards that ramp position, with Masuta falling and the B side, the plant coming through once further, which, as we mentioned before, gives that stability in terms of economy. No, Masuta stepping up huge, living up to the name, and just like that, make his deficit down to only 3. We question the poor T side from Team Vitality in towards that first half, but it's not been great, and utility falling in towards lobby is not exactly how you want to start off an eco round for the likes of SKADE. Now ZywOo orb in hand, not going to connect. Second time of asking, and bobbling closer person with a deagle will do exactly that. Dreamer adds to the tally. Dupree finds a trade, but is it good enough?
No way are they going to win this round with just Eagles. It was an eco investment, but it is still a 3-on-3. They could pick up a couple of these rifles as well. ZywOo has to forfeit a deep angle towards outside. He still knows about the cross, and there has been no smokes, and there will be no smokes. He continues to back away, continues to play more passive, but actually a double vent dive coming out for the T side. They will find themselves a vacant B site for the most part. It's Apex towards ramp. He'll find one. Nade tossed in. Ships down to low as well. Still fighting for the pillar position. Ships will pick up one. ZywOo's nade trades, but Denny slaws Deagle to find another. The bomb is in ZywOo's palm, but there is every opportunity in a one-on-one here that Denny Slaw can pick up the round. He's towards the double doors, swings them open, has a look towards rafters, doesn't spot anyone, still with 40 seconds to go. He's got seconds to play with. Problem is that USP will do a vital amount of damage. It might take 2 shots, and it will take 2 because it's Denny Slaw's one-on-one, and the USP through the glass will not do enough. And so Denny's response with the A1S is just enough to pip them at the post, and another eco victory, and another round that goes SKADE's way that they had no business in winning.
They never should have been able to come on the top there. Of course, granted, ZywOo knew all too well that the low HP Dennis Slaw, the pistol should be able to allow it, but yes, at close range. That's why he was hovering over towards double door. But the rotation back in towards window, stunning. Dennis Slaw played that to perfection with the low HP. He took the battle at range. A missed shot from the orb would have been punished. The USP is not going to cause enough damage. It's stunning. The Priest Molotov, though, finding the first. They're flooding on towards the A site and into his back site. Magic's just biding time, but he's going to fall nonetheless. 2 kills go the way of the T side. Masuta's in for the rotate, but it might be too little too late.
It might be indeed. Bomb set down, 3-on-4. Vitality have got to clamber back these numbers if they want to keep themselves in the game. And Masuta will do a good job. He'll do a great job because that's even more damage extended to Dreamer. Problem is that Orp's still here for the retake. The M4's going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. And Apex just can't quite handle the heat. He backs away, moving away to save with the AWP. It's SKADE to 14. They are 2 rounds away from knocking out number 8 in the world from this tournament. In fact, they were number 5 before the start of this game. Of course, the rank refresh is happening just merely hours ago. They were number 5. They're now number 8, and they are losing to number 18, and it could be in a 2-0 fashion.
No one would have expected that. No way. I wouldn't even consider that thought process, especially a map like Nuke, which, you know, historically, there's not been a lot of success on SKADE. You know, a 37% win rate, as we mentioned, with, I think it's 19 maps played in the last 3 months. A map which is, you know, as we spoke about, historically not been too great for them or too successful. Now look at this Pinnacle odds. 1.09 in favor of SKADE, 7.64 in favor of Vitality. I mean, if you still believe Vitality got it in them, you can go and talk about it over there. Cup 22 is the code to use, but it's a tough position to be in. 49, 2 rounds away from the all-elusive 16 and closing up the series 2-0. And the Vitality is a nothing by. But speaking of nothing, it's Zywoo's AWP to find 1. Not quite the second as the MAC-10 gets right up close and personal.
Nicely done. 4 on 3. SKADE continuing to wipe with the numbers. Vitality to Eco means they are willing to go 6 in a row. And unfortunately, they will not be finding any success like SKADE on the Ecos. It's a Magisk 1 on 4. And I don't think SKADE will be losing this round, as I think he himself, Magisk, knows the best choice is to save. You've got the half armor, full 100 of it as well. So it's only 350 for the upgrade. And considering he himself went for the force buy, he's going to need a rifle to back him up in this round. And so they are just going to let him run free, save the deagle, get the half armor into the next as well, and just try and upgrade as best as he can. But that is now 6 in a row, or go bust for Vitality. Oh. Wouldn't this be such a shame if they lost in the quarters?
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? And I think the most important thing we have to reiterate once again, this will be the 3rd upset of the day. We saw Trick take down earlier, ECSTATIC, another invite team. Copenhagen Flames as well win earlier.
Against ENCE.
Against ENCE, yeah, exactly. Another invite team. And then potentially the 3rd invite team of the day also not making it through. Tier 2 rising up in the way it should. And oh, so brilliantly. 15-9 is where we stand. SKADE need one more stroke of luck or genius to be able to deliver 16. And while for Vitality, it is a long road and a perfect road necessary. And that's just for overtime.
Rounds 25. Vitality need 6. Great block. Scout Zywoo to do a bit of early damage. Ships down to 24. That is definitely the start that SKADE definitely would not have wanted, and Vitality desperately needed. Problem is, there's a Scout, there's an MP9, there's 3 M4s, unlike SKADE, who have plenty of rifles and plenty of chances to convert this final round.
Oh, they've crossed towards our side. Big nade. That's huge.
Oh, no.
Oh.
It got stuck in the
gap.
Yeah, in the gap. He won't do anything. Now it's going to be the M4 of Apex to try and do the damage. He's spotted a lot on their heads. He's got to do a lot of damage. That's the bomb. Oh, Apex. Oh, good God, Apex. The king. He cannot be dethroned. And it's a triple from the A1S. Surely that's enough. As Ships and Rainwaker 2 on 5. His head compromised. Finally goes down. Ships responding with a double. And all of a sudden, a lot more fight left in SKADE. This could be ridiculous. Scout Zywoo to find it. Spots out Rainwaker as well. And a 1 on 3 here for the AK. Not quite going to happen here, Neo.
I think it's more than safe to say this is a task 2 tour. Molotov into us double door, not going to find too much. Dupree, low on HP, but as we stand, they're more than happy to just buy a little bit of time. 30 seconds to work with, bomb dropped, and for Rainwaker, such a hard retake in terms of just finding the bomb and then the plant afterwards. I think it's more than safe to say this might be a job done and dusted already. Isolation of fight is a necessity here, and Magic's not even going to allow it. Lightning fast reactions from the Dane. I see Vitality. Double digits on the board. 5-round deficit. We said we needed a flawless run from them. Oh, that's the perfect start. Taking a look at this replay here. Brought to you by our beautiful partners at Pinnacle, but it's all down to Apex. The Predator in the server for a reason. Stepping up to the plate and oh so well. And if you swing for the king, you better not miss. Apex, well, beautiful 3K. But of course, as we mentioned, it's still a long road to recovery. 15-10 is where we stand. And a full buy both ways.
It is entirely doable. Zywoo moving close towards the outside position, close towards Silo, finds the first head, backs away. No, he's going to take another fight. The smoke will get the better of him, runs right into it, sticking out like a sore thumb, and Bubble to retrieve the kill, 4 on 4.
Well, as we stand, numbers level. A little bit of aggression coming forward from the CT side. He's been able to overextend. Apex will deliver, but once further, it's that 1-for-1 trade. Utility utilized towards our side, but it's still not a safe cross. And Dupree in a brilliant position. They've gained the numbers advantage. SKADE, this could be it.
This could be big. dupreeh towards outside. Oh, miss spray. Will correct himself on the second attempt. So down to a 2-on-2. Entirely manageable here for Vitality, but they do not have a Scooby where these last two players are. Of course, the fight towards outside Bubble would have been spotted, but will they expect Rainwaker in towards Hell by the locker rooms, moving out towards the outside? Bubble playing passive because he knows Rainwaker can do a lot of the heavy lifting in this position.
It's all about timing. The T side, they've got heavy control, and of course, more importantly, control of the bomb, but it's a question of where they want to go with it. Rainwaker's out towards A, dropping down, he does it silently. That's brilliant.
That's
genius.
so
That's the most important thing now, because Major skin towards lobby, he's not going to at all expect that hot control to come forward. He expects to have heard it, expecting to see from the ramp position, may I say. The swing is brilliant, and Magic's going to be questioning where he came from.
dupreeh 1-on-2, 20 seconds left. Molly will deny, and this man's going to have to step up to deny SKADE of 16 and to deny his side being eliminated from this tournament. Swings in. Oh, dupreeh! One bullet the difference, but it is not meant to be. And SKADE dethrone the Kings, the #1 seed. Vitality eliminated, and SKADE to the semis.
Look at their faces as well. They are so happy. They are taking down the #8 ranked team as of a couple hours ago. And probably when they were doing their preparation, the #5 ranked team, that of Vitality. A side stacked with talent, the second best player in the world. The two guys who have won multiple majors under their belt, but does not matter. The Kings of Tier 2 step up once again. And what a performance from the Bulgarians. They are loving life in the server. And it's a deserved win, you have to say. Overpass was a bloodbath, a battle right to the very end. But no, Nuke, from start to finish, it only seemed like it was going one way. Retro, we were treated to a stunner.
Yeah.
What a game that is. But I think one thing to mention that we do have to mention is that wasn't the Vitality we know and love. That wasn't the kind of secure, conclusive Vitality to bring a lot of success and determination towards games. They looked a little bit flustered to me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to give them a reason to lose that game. They definitely should have won that. No matter what, that is their game to win. And I think everyone will know this. But ever since watching them at the start of this year, this Vitality side has yet to find their ground, right? I think when you look to recent events and recent results, didn't even make it out of groups for the for EPL, right? They are going to obviously play an IEM Katowice as well. Or rather, that's already been and gone. And they didn't even make it top 10. They qualified 9th, 12th in IEM Katowice. And, you know, we look back maybe to Blast Premier at the start of this year. Okay, they came top 3 in that as well. Pretty cool to see that they moved through to the spring final. But the recent top tier events proves that they just can't get things done. Katowice, early exit. EPL, early exit. And even in a tournament like this, where realistically you're the #1 favourite, it's another early exit. Clearly they've got things to work on. And they knew that the change would bring that, right? But I think we expected the results to come a little quicker than it has. Unfortunate to see they do get eliminated here. But I'm still just as excited as I was when I saw the announcement to this project, right? I think Vitality definitely have a lot of promise. But today's not their day. SKADE are the better side. Even with the changes that SKADE have made themselves, the Bulgarian scene just continues to impress, man. We had Fiend and SKADE. Now it's SKADE just running with it. Top 20 in the world. Just dethroned top 10 in the world. 8th to 18th. That's the jump made. They faced Tricked in the semi-finals. We could have a clean sweep of invited teams getting eliminated in the quarters.
Exactly.
SKADE are the third team to do it.
Yeah, you know, for me, deserved. SKADE looked so impressive, especially on Nuke. A map in which, you know, statistically, as we spoke about, was not the greatest for them on paper in terms of a win rate. Yes, they played a lot, but mainly because it gets picked against them. And Vitality tried to counter-strat, tried to use, you know, Zonic's brain of where they do struggle, and it actually worked against them. SKADE have obviously spent a lot of time in the server making sure that what was a massive hole in their armor is actually now a secure factor, because they looked stunning. 16-10 and a 16-13. They will face Tricked in the next round, the semi-finals. Of course, that will be tomorrow. Got one more quarter-final left for you, but as he's in the dance, Dignitas taking on BLUEJAYS coming in next. Of course, Dignitas, the last of our invitee teams. And so far, 3 of the 4 invite teams have been knocked out. As we saw earlier, of course, Copenhagen Flames, 16-12 and 16-8. That one on Vertigo was a banger of a match. I was watching the end of that. It was stunning. So, as we stand, 3 out of 4 invited teams knocked out immediately. Dignitas, the last one left to try and deny all 4 being knocked out in their first game. Who would have thought?
Man, what a crazy, crazy turn of events. Pinnacle Cup 3 is the gift that keeps on giving, it seems, man.
Exactly,
because
man, honestly.
that was unbelievable. Vitality getting 2-0'd as the invite, the number 1 invite as well. I saw the matchup, and I think both of us were on Vitality's side. It was clear from the get-go, right, that we were like, Vitality, Vitality, Vitality. Those were our predictions. I said 2-0, you said 2-1. I was correct on the 2-0 part, but I had completely underestimated the side of
I'm not
SKADE.
giving you that.
And I don't think it was us doubting SKADE. It's Vitality's caliber. Individually, I would say when you compare pound for pound the success that the Vitality players have had in their time of Counter-Strike compared to SKADE, it's actually the old versus the new, right? We have 3 major winners on the side of Vitality.
Precisely.
And SKADE, I mean, they themselves, not many majors under their belts compared to that of Vitality. So, you know, when you want to compare it that way, okay, SKADE should be winning every single game. Not meant to be today, though. Not meant to be. SKADE have proven they're an unreal force to be reckoned with, and I am super excited to see this side. I think the way that they played in this event so far, testament to it, right? You come from the main Swiss stage, you wipe the floor with that, you come through to playoffs, and you continue to progress. This is it, man. This could be the next big thing. You talk about the steps of Gambit within the Tier 2 circuit. You talk about the steps of Entropiq in the Tier 2 circuit. Are SKADE the next big things to come out of this Tier 2 scene? Relog Media's events continuing to prove this is a building platform for the teams to move up. SKADE might just be the next best team, man. If they could take a 2-0 over Vitality, like, I don't know what's next for them, honestly. I really don't.
I mean, if you look in the last kind of year and a bit, right? You mentioned Gambit, I think it's a very good example. They grinded out the Tier 2 scene, and then now a prevalent factor of Tier 1. Then you look towards Entropiq, the exact same thing, with Elian at the helm, Nickelback is all stepping up, Entropiq making a name for themselves. But if you look into 2021, who played the most maps of that entire year? Entropiq, Copenhagen Flames, and SKADE. They were the 3 teams, and now the 3 teams who are stepping up. Absolutely stunning. We do have an interview. We're joined by, of course, the winners that are SKADE. Stunning stuff, and I'm joined by the lovely Bubble. First of all, how are you feeling? You just took down Vitality, the number 8th ranked team in the world, 2-0. I'm sure you're pretty happy over there.
Feels great.
How was yeah, I mean, simple answer. I've got to give you 2. Talk me through the veto, right? You know, the ban of Ancient came forward. I had the expectation that either Ancient or Overpass. Going in towards Overpass, what was the kind of plan for you guys?
We knew that they're gonna ban Ancient, and we kind of expected them to pick Inferno, but also we had as a backup plan that they're gonna pick Nuke, so we were kind of prepared about their T side. Obviously we were ready to pick Overpass. We were thinking about picking Mirage because we see that they're struggling right now. As far as you know, the people from Astralis didn't play back in the days Mirage. So I think that's the main reason right now they're struggling on Mirage, but in the end we decided to pick our comfortable map.
Yeah, and of course
Overpass.
Nuke as well. For you guys, Nuke is a map in which you play a lot, right? But it's not been the most successful map for you. You looked really strong today. I mean, more or less flawless, especially on your CT side. I'm assuming it means in the last kind of weeks, last couple of weeks, couple of days, that you're spending a lot of time in the server, because that was a new and improved SKADE on Nuke for you.
Usually, lately we're not showing our game on Nuke how we usually started at the new year. We wanted to add a lot of stuff on Nuke because we know this map is very flexible and it's not as the other maps. And there should be done a lot of fakes and stuff like different smoke walls and etc, etc. What can I say? The last month our results on Nuke were because we were adding too many things, and in the other side we just win our crush rounds, and our city set wasn't really good.
Yeah, cool. Well, I've now tricked in towards the semi-finals. How are you feeling about that one? They're, of course, a bit of an underdog, a surprise to be making their way past ECSTATIC. How are you feeling about tomorrow's game?
I mean, we are gonna join as we usually join. Always joining in the server for the win, and we'll see what happens. We faced them many times. I think we kinda know how they play and they know how we play, so it's gonna be interesting match.
Last question for you. What are you gonna do to celebrate? You've just taken down Vitality, the 8th best side in the world. What's the plan? Any celebrations today, or is it back to the server to work on them?
No, there is no time for celebration. When we finish the tournament, then we can celebrate if we have the first place.
Love it.
If not, hard
Love
work.
the mindset. Absolutely love it. Well, Bobble, thank you very much for joining me, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure. congratulations once again. Go and enjoy it, and best of luck going into tomorrow as well.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, brother.
Wow,
What a man.
what a nice guy.
What a man. I mean, I love the mindset as well. That is what we mentioned about teams like SKADE, like Entropiq, like Copenhagen Flames, right? That's that mindset of them. It's, you know, there's no time for celebration, no time for rest. It's all about the grind mentality going forward, and deservedly so. They're such a strong side, and they proved it again.
Wow, yeah, what a day. And I think actually it's really good insight from Bubble into that, right? Where he says, we know what we wanted to do for this veto. They were half prepared to pick Mirage because they knew the Vitality, the Vitality team consisted of Astrala's players that didn't play Mirage. It's actually really interesting to see that kind of thing. And his mental game there was unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yeah. I'm very happy to see that these guys move forward. Obviously for Vitality, I guess for the tournament's sake, you know, if Vitality moves through, that's a big name that can continue to put the building blocks together, right, to see if they can have what it takes to make it.
Of course.
Today, not their day though. A beautiful performance. No. And Bubble, again, really insightful interview, really nice job from SKADE. As they say, their work isn't done just yet. Their work is not done just yet. They are going to continue and continue and continue. They will only celebrate once they hit the finish line. And, well, it could be in first place, right? Because, as you said, there's Tricked in the semi-finals, another main Swiss team. And then, of course, in the grand finals, it could be Copenhagen Flames. It could be Dignitas. It could be BLUEJAYS. We don't quite know how that lower bracket is going to, or rather the lower side of the bracket is going to work out just yet. But at least for the upper side, we know they are guaranteed top 4. And that's a big thing for them.
Absolutely huge. Deservedly so. And, of course, that concludes the 3rd out of 4th quarterfinals game. There's one more left. BLUEJAYS will take on Dignitas, the last of our invite teams. The question is, can any of the invite teams find a victory? We'll have to wait and see. It's been an absolute pleasure. 2-0 to SKADE. They take down the Kings, the Titans of Vitality. Retro, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for joining me once again, brother. What a game that was. I'll be back alongside M&J in a shortish break. We'll be back in about 40-ish minutes for the last quarterfinal game of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, go get a snack, go get something to eat, rest up before the last game of the day. We'll see you all very, very soon. Peace out.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The final game of the day, Dignitas, got a somewhat of a tough task against them because, as we've seen so far, all of the invite teams have been knocked out. Vitality, 2-0, they lose to SKADE. And of course, well, for Dignitas, not an easy task. BLUEJAYS is who they face coming up next. But, of course, I'm joined by the lovely M&J. Mate, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm excited to be here. Obviously, it's my first game on the Pinnacle Cup 3. I've kind of sat this one out a little bit, but going in right where the action's starting. And to be honest, normally, like, we go back like a year, I'd be like, oh my god, no way, all of the invited teams have been knocked out. But this is what happened. It's Pinnacle Cup. That's what happens at every single tournament. The invite teams come in, everybody thinks, whoa, Vitality, ENCE, the big names, the favourites. Yeah. And the upsets come in. The tier 2, tier 3 teams kind of show them what they're made of. And you love to see it, yeah? That's what these tournaments are all about. And of course, BLUEJAYS facing up against Dignitas. Now, funnily enough, BLUEJAYS are actually the favourites going into this one, and I don't blame them at all. I was covering these guys in the playoffs of the Pinnacle Winter Series. They made it like the semi-finals. They ended up coming third, fourth. They beat like Endpoint and Entropiq. It was completely mental. csgo was playing out of his mind. He's definitely the man to watch today. Of course, on the rest of the roster, you've got Kixan, Danny, Necrogenesis, and AidKit. But as I say, csgo is an absolute beast. And those matches, and in that tournament especially, I think a lot of people were thinking that was maybe a little bit of a fluke. It was a little bit of a kind of god run, you know. We haven't seen them perform at that kind of level before, or at least not in a long time. But coming into this tournament, again, they've beat 00 Nation, they've beat Mal's NXT, they've 2-0'd Copenhagen Flames in the main Swiss stage to go 3-0. So these guys are on fire right now. They could beat anybody.
And it was that result in particular that I wanted to bring up. You know, on the back of it, a 3-win streak as we speak, with a 2-0 over Copenhagen Flames. The most recent game for Dignitas is a 2-0 loss to Copenhagen Flames. So this has already started to spark a couple of question marks looking forward, where, in fact, potentially on paper, Blue Jays are the favourites for good reason. You know, we kind of normally expect the invite teams to be the favourites, but in this case, it's not the case. But look towards Dignitas, right? A team stocked full of talent and stocked full of experience, more importantly. You got, you know, Freiburg and Forest, Lecro, these guys who, you know, have been dotted around the scene for such a long time. As we look towards Forest and Freiburg, part of that 87-0 NIP team way back when. Then you got Horzerg and Heat, the two young guns coming forward. I mean, it's a really stacked roster with Peter at the helm, the coach. It's actually a very good team. Despite being kind of one of the oldest in terms of an average age, they've still continuously put up fantastic performances. And when you look at ranking sake as well, they come in as the higher ranked team, that of 36th in the world. They're just shy of that top 30. And the way they've been performing and kind of just couples 2022, it's been some fairly decent performance.
Absolutely, yeah. Big fan of these new Dignitas jerseys as well. They look very cool, yeah. But, you know, Lecro, Forest, Freiburg, no matter where they go, I always see them as ninjas. Yeah, they're ninjas in my eyes. They're ninjas in my eyes. But yeah, I mean, just to touch upon the fact that you said that the last time Dignitas played Copenhagen Flames, which was literally a week ago, that they got 2-0'd, that doesn't really do it justice, right? It was a 2-0, it was a 16-1 and a 16-5. It was a brutal 2-0. So in terms of like the form and things like that, yeah, Blue Jays absolutely should be feeling comfortable coming into this one. As we jump into the vetoes, though, we'll see what maps they end up playing.
Yeah, I guess the vetoes are quite interesting because I think on Dignitas side especially, they have a slightly deeper map pool, but of course, how do they counter-attack Blue Jays? I think is the big tough thing for me. Vertigo is where we go towards, though. For Blue Jays, do they go for a slightly puggier map? Yes, they do. Inferno pick going to come forward. I think that's a smart decision. I think Inferno is a map which both of these sides are good on in their own regards, but you need to go puggy if you want to try and kind of play into the Blue Jay style, and if we get there, our decider will be Overpass. So an interesting veto. You got kind of Vertigo, one of the highest kind of in terms of the puggy maps, with very, very strat heavy. Then you got Inferno on the flip side, very, very puggy in its nature. A lot of quick tempos going to come forward, and Overpass, kind of a perfect blend of both.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Blue Jays have won this map pool a little bit, or this map veto a little bit. They absolutely love Inferno. Really, really solid results on Inferno. They've been beating some top-level teams there as well. If they can cause a bit of an upset on Vertigo, which is a map that they do play and they are decent on, so it's definitely a chance that they can cause an upset on Vertigo, then we could definitely be in for a 2-0. If not, worst-case scenario, comes down to Overpass, and it's a map that both teams play quite a lot as well, and they're pretty comfortable with too. So there's no kind of like major swing in this one. It's not like, oh, wow, this particular team really suck on this map, so it should swing this way or anything like that. It's a pretty balanced veto. I think Blue Jays just a little bit on the winning side of that one. But yeah, as we were saying before, in terms of individual skill, in terms of like the trophy cabinet behind them, Dignitas are obviously on top here. Yeah, you've got some absolute legends in this roster, world ranking wise, they're on top as well. But yeah, when you go off of just raw form right now, Blue Jays have been really unstoppable. So I think this is going to be a really, really exciting match, and I expect us to go to 3 maps, to be honest.
I do, but I also do think that Vertigo potentially could be the win factor. I think if Blue Jays are able to cause some of an upset on Vertigo, that could actually start to pull this in a 2-0 in favor of them, because we know how dominant they can be on Inferno. We know it's a map in which they consistently put up very, very strong performances on. So for me, Vertigo is the most important one, and of course perfectly for it. It's map number 1 coming in. For Dignitas, they need to kickstart things so strong coming forward. If they don't, I think they might actually start to struggle in terms of just the general momentum of this series itself. So yeah, Vertigo becomes all the more important. I guess luckily for Blue Jays as well, they do start on that CT side, which is very good for them in terms of just kind of keeping a good stronghold on tempo, which is something that Dignitas like to control.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was going to say sort of exactly the same thing. Even though Vertigo isn't inherently CT-sided, I think when you're going into a best of 3, it's your first match of the day as well. Starting off on that CT side, it's always just a little bit more comfortable, isn't it? You can kind of get your groove going. You don't have to sort of instantly find that form. When you're playing on that T side, there has to be instant cohesion, yeah? And especially on a map like Vertigo, Dignitas might take a little while to get the ball rolling, and that will be that opening that Blue Jays will snatch all day long. And if, as you say, if they win Vertigo, it can be a bit of a win condition, because I really don't see them losing Inferno.
Yeah, no, I'm absolutely spot on with you there. Well, of course, I'm going to get your predictions. What are you thinking? Who's taking this? And is it a 2-1, a 2-0? What are you thinking?
Oh, man. Okay, well, I think Blue Jays. I think it's going to... right on the spot, right on the spot. I'm going to let my guys down. I love the Dignitas guys. But no, Blue Jays. I'm going to go with Blue Jays. I'm going to say 2-1. I think it's harsh to say 2-0. I could see it happening if they do end up taking Vertigo. Like, I absolutely see a path where they could take it 2-0. But I think the Dignitas will definitely have some fight in them, whether it comes in the first map or the second. I think we will end up going to that third. But yeah, I think overall Blue Jays should be able to take it, especially if Casanito delivers, because yeah, he's the star to watch.
He's brilliant. I mean, he's absolutely stunning, isn't he? If Casanito starts getting the gears going, he can be unstoppable. If he starts to find his form, Dignitas are going to struggle. But the same thing has to be said for Heap as well. I think Heap is a real big win factor for Dignitas. Kind of that, we go back to the young gun for them. But if he starts to find his form, especially when he starts to play those lurk roles, he's very good in information positions and very good at just bringing the numbers in their favor. That's where I think things will play in their side. But of course, about to get underway, Vertigo is map number 1 of the day for us. The pick of Dignitas and arguably the win factor of the series. Well, it's a CT side start for Blue Jays, and those Pinnacle odds ever so slightly in favor of Blue Jays.
Ooh, yeah, even going into this first map, which isn't their pick, so that's interesting. Utility are plenty over on this Dignitas side. Freiburg and Lecro are the ones holding it, and as aid kit feels around for the information. Oh, maybe a little bit over-aggressive there in mid, but Casanito will be able to trade it. Big mistake from Forest, and now aid kit's got the information.
Yeah, Forrest just didn't even expect anything of that sort to be so aggressive, right? He's going to fall immediately. It's a 1-for-1 trade. What little mid control they had is immediately brought back null. And of course, Dignitas now starts to make a slight rotation over towards his B site. Bomb in hand. Freiburg not going to make the initial peak with it. Utility is still in hand for the CT side. A smoke to work with and a kit too.
This could be huge as the execution comes in. Bomb in hand. Danny needs to stay alive here, though. If he drops instantly, there's problems. And, oh, he's just swung wide. I think he was fully expecting to be cleared. And whilst Aidkit finds one elsewhere, it is going to be a 3-on-3 retake. And they've no longer got that smoke in play. Kicksan with no armor as well. He's got that kit. They're running down this clock. They're definitely going to go for this, though. They're just waiting to get him to position. Wait for that flank to come into play.
It was a beautiful kind of 1-2 with a Molotov and a flash to come through. It was unfortunate. Danny into his backside, swinging in. Kicksan, a good 1-for-1. Casanito a 4. Kicksan follows. It's all down to A-Kit. They know exactly where he's coming on from. A 1 versus 2. No kit to work with. Doesn't have the armor, but it does not make a difference. Freiburg drops them out of contention, and Dignitas on their map pick. The Dream Star to bomb plant. All 5 kills found and around in their favor. It's exactly how Dignitas wants to kickstart things here.
Absolutely, yeah. Talking in the pre-game about getting the ball rolling, about having that instant cohesion, and we saw it right there from Dignitas. A little bit of a messy start with Forrest dropping in mid, but either way, the 1-for-1, it's not too bad. He's got the information as well. And yeah, brilliant stuff there from Dignitas. Felt like Blue Jays were a little bit slow on that retake. I think sometimes that's a luxury that having a kit gives you, but as soon as that kit's out of play, then it's panic stations. Then you're kind of rushing in, and it gets a little bit messy. Full eco, though. Staying around that 2k mark. We will see a buy up from Blue Jays in the next, but a good opportunity for Dignitas to put some damage control into play. Make sure that nobody drops these rifles. Let that Mac 10 have a bit of a field day. See if he can rack up some cash. Slow stuff for now, though. Minute 20 on the clock.
Very slow tempo, and I think this is quite smart from Dignitas, right? Because they don't want to overextend, and more importantly, they don't want to just push their way into a completely gamble stack site. So just biding their time, looking for information plays, looking to just try and find an early pathway in towards a site. And Freiburg don't do exactly that over towards ramp, but they just try and prioritize that mid control once further. Forrest made a mistake in towards the pistol round, this time a little bit more cautious.
Well, this time we won't see him hunting for USPs off the floor. He's the one with the premium weapon. It looks like he's about to be in a bit of trouble. 3 players, all they're looking the wrong way. This is perfect for Forrest. A little bit messy, but he cleans it up. Heap there to support as well. I don't think these pistols will be able to do all too much here.
Yeah, it's an easy kind of spray down in towards mid. Should be a comfortable cleanup, but it is slightly laboured spray from Heap, but he finds his second kill nonetheless. It's 2 for Heap, 2 for Forrest, 1 for Horzek. And just like that, it's a 2-0 start for Dignitas. On the T side, we mentioned kind of Vertigo as a map is not inherently one-sided. When you look towards maps like, you know, your Nuke or your Ancient, for example, it's very clear to say that they're CT-sided. But it's not really the case with Vertigo. I think it's very team-dependent, right? And so far, to get 2 rounds on your T side, just to kickstart a bit of momentum for the Swedes, that's exactly where they want to be.
Absolutely, yeah. It sometimes even comes down to just a bit of a preference on a team. I love CT side Vertigo. I'm an absolute B demon. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Over to them stairs, that's where you hold it down.
Yeah, I'm crazy, man. I'm crazy. But a team like Dignitas, they practice Vertigo a lot. We see them play Vertigo a lot, and their T-side seems to be pretty coordinated. Nice opening pick, though, going the way of the Blue Jays. going to be Kickstand to open things up, and Freiburg, a pretty important piece to the puzzle, now gone. I like the Blue Jays are playing this nice and slow too, off the back of finding that pick. They don't want to overextend, and Aid Kit's here to support in sandbags.
It's a very smart way to play, of course. The Molotov are forced in an early bit of aggression. Casanito in closer personal, finds a double. Also looking for the trade at the very least. What can the AWP do from this position? Well, what he can do is delete Heap out of their own. I'll leave Horzuk all alone now. Nate's come forward, but it won't be able enough to find a kill. Ooh. Yes, it will, in fact. Lands right at the feet, so the perfect place for it. Horzuk makes it a 1 versus 2 and does make it doable.
Oh, no.
Finds the first, tapping away to try and deliver, but running out of ammo. Finds Blue Jays their first round, but only just. It's an expensive first round on the board, and the Blue Jays, they're going to struggle to find a cohesive buy until round number 4.
I mean, they'll just be happy that they've taken it. That came far too close for comfort. I do like the little bait play that they went for there, with Casanito hugging that close wall as soon as they took contact. He just swings while they're reloading. I mean, there's no way Lekro can find that second kill right there, especially after being dinked. But we find ourselves in another situation with a fairly even buy, to be honest. Dignitas know they've done a lot of damage that round. Okay, they haven't got a bomb plant, but they've still got cash to go for these rifles. And they know that Blue Jays are going to have these FAMASs. They'll probably have an SMG in play, so there's not much of a firepower advantage right now, despite the fact they won the last round. That AK on Necrogenesis, though, could seriously do some damage here in mid.
Well, once again, it's all about timing. The slight kind of dicey buy for the CT side with the MP9 coming forward, the AK tapping away, Necrogenesis down to 20 points of HP. Might be tempted to kind of swap with Danny, potentially, because, of course, he does have a little bit of a better standing in terms of HP. 20 points is what we see left for Necrogenesis. He's just going to double back. We see a double tack over towards B, potentially a third going to make that rotation over. The A site looking slightly barren, and that's exactly where Dignitas are posturing towards.
Aid Kit, oh,
brilliant.
Cheeky. Right through the smoke, and all of that early damage that they've taken, giving Dignitas this advantage, it's all negated, because now they've got the man advantage. They can play the trading game, they can fall away. And with 40 seconds on this clock, there's a lot of pressure on Dignitas now to make a move and open up some space, because to be honest, they haven't really got any map control right here.
No, I mean, as we stand, it's really not the most comfortable position, is it, for Blue Jays? I mean, over Dignitas, may I say, it's, as you mentioned, the lack of control, and of course the clock ticking against them. It's not their best friend as we stand. 25 seconds left to work with, and they're making that commitment over towards B. Can they hold it down like M&J? We'll have to wait and see. Danny in close and personal. Being out of this range is oh so prevalent, and he finds a third. It's actually Necrogenesis, but Danny finally makes it that 3K with the USP stepping up. 2-2, we're all square, and Dignitas is back to the drawing board because that economy is in the bin. We saw those Pinnacle odds looking oh so even, and so is the scoreline. But of course, you can never to Pinnacle. Use the code CUP22 for all your betting needs.
They've got a big tournament coming up soon as well in Sweden.
They do.
Yeah, I got a message this morning.
It's a beautiful place.
Very, very cool.
8th to 11th of June. Be there, be square.
As well, exactly. It's
Banner below.
You know that
London's a beautiful place.
I've never actually been.
Yeah, it's nice. I recommend it. It's by the beach. It's a very lovely place. It's cold though, of course. I mean, I wouldn't recommend swimming.
Yeah, it's Sweden.
Exactly. I actually want a bit of frostbite.
I'd rather not.
Look at the buy as well. Dignitas. Just the Glocks. They're not going to make any sort of investment here. It's essentially like a tactical pause, isn't it? We're actually calling a attack pause. No investment being made here. Cutting down the clock ever so slightly, and it's this kind of gamble rush over towards B, into his back pillar. Daddy good for 2, but only. In comes the rotation, and we get another. Didn't gonna come forward. The clock's causing problems. Heap with an AK-47. Not the weapon you want to drop across to someone like him. With the bomb being dropped now, and the last player being spotted. A laboured spray, and the nades are good enough. Gets peppered at range. The HEs and Blue Jays for the first time find a lead. What a resurgence.
It's not a bad attempt there from Dignitas, to be honest. Just with the Glocks, they found their way onto the B site. They found 2 kills. They almost got a bomb plant. So, yeah, I think you can shrug that off. You can be relatively happy with that. The only issue is of course, this is their map pick, and Blue Jays have just bitten right back after losing the pistol round. Won 3 on the trot. Now they've got the cash behind them. They've got a good buy. They've got an AWP on Aid Kit. And Dignitas, in these buy rounds, are struggling to find their form. Back towards this default. Look at that deep smoke that they're playing. Kickstand can just dance around it. Whilst Heap's on the tight angle, the flash takes him right off. And look how much control he can gain.
It's a really nice position for them to be in, because as we stand, they can just double stack this alley position. They don't need to overextend, as we already spoken about. But if the concept has come forward, a double swing can come through. It's actually really genius as we stand. Cassidy does need to be careful, though. Spamming through. Going to just about manage to escape safely. Nade will come forward. They heard the sound cue. He's being peppered down, but it does not matter. He comes out on top.
That's a massive headshot for him to hit. So much pressure with the HE and the molly right at his feet. But he hits the head, gets out of there, low on health, but the man advantage is more important. And Lecro still with this lurk play over towards B, just waiting to see if there's any aggression, and he's just maintaining that B stairs control. If you have no presence there at all, there's always this threat that a CT can wriggle their way down, and then it's so hard to clear. But with Lecro sitting there the whole round, they know that it's free, they know that they can execute onto this B site, and with that headshot, they should be able to take it.
You know, AK holding, or at range. Trying to spot one in the cross. Castanito takes damage. The flash will come over towards site, but they don't make the commit to the cross just yet. The orb's still holding, and the orb delivering. That's bomb dropped. Less than 30 seconds to work with. Second time of asking as well. AK not going to be able to connect. Damage has been dealt, and the M4NS has to step forward, but unable to do so. Now, with the bomb going to go down with just a shred of HP to work with, I think this more or less confirms that Castanito has to do God's work to turn this round in favor of Blue Jays. In a 3 versus 1, a respoke coming in, it may just be a case of pick up the orb and save.
This felt really messy from Dignitas, to be honest. When they were trying to get onto that site, they had 2 smoke grenades. They could have just smoked that cross and secured the bomb plant, and instead they were taking these needless fights. If Fade Kit's AWP would have connected a couple more shots, which it very easily could have, yeah, he just whiffed a couple of shots there, but that could have completely dictated the outcome of the round.
Of course, yeah.
And we could have seen this go horribly wrong, but Dignitas do hold their own. They take the site. They'll be happy they're keeping 3 players alive as well. That will get that economy bolstered up a little bit. Especially with Holzerk's AWP. 3-3 though, all tied up. Blue Jays will have enough to go for a buy here, I think. I assume Casanito drops one. We'll see either Aid Kit or Danny down to like an MP9 or something like that, but I'm pretty sure we'll see an investment. It's been close stuff so far though.
No, yeah, it's been so far so good. I'm seeing some kind of really nice CS being played from both sides. I think for Blue Jays, they've got slightly caught off guard by the step up in tempo. But Dignitas, what we've seen so far is a slow tempo from them, generally speaking. They just kind of buy down the clock. They bail out a lot of that CT utility and then go for that pop play, which I think for the most part is very good. We see a lot of the CIS teams utilize the same style, but it's risky at times, right? Because they're, making that execute like 25 seconds, a couple of Molotovs on a HE, and they're done and dusted.
You know, Neo, I have some Blue Jays stickers that I've had for years.
Really?
And I have no idea where I got them.
What roster was that back then as well? Because, I mean, this Blue Jays side has only been around for about a year, if a little bit less.
I think it would have been the Germans.
Ooh, I can't even remember who was on that Blue Jays roster.
Neither can I.
Yeah, where did you get him as well?
Could have been, I don't know, just some event I went to. They
just
were
look
being
behind there. Just a little Hasbulla in the background.
Oh, I love it.
Brilliant. Life size as well. It's brilliant stuff. As we stand, so far, so good. Of course, we are in a tech pause though. We see, I think we have just slightly, packet loss, ping problems, standard online CS. So hopefully this all gets sorted momentarily. This is over on the Dignitas side. We can get this one back on the way. But while we do though, you can go and check out a lovely giveaway over at MSI. Go and click the banner below the stream. Just scroll down. You should be able to see it. There's a beautiful little giveaway being done by the beautiful partners over at MSI. There's a couple of monitors up for grabs, some few other bits and bobs. Go check it out. Some good stuff. And of course, you can also, if you want to win some skins, check out the survey by the beautiful people over here at CCT_EN. Answer all the questions. You can win yourself. I think there's a StatTrack Shadow Daggers. There's an AUG Bengal Tiger, a Navajo Knife Urban Mars Factory New. So some decent stuff on regards. Yeah, just scroll down, go click the banners, and you can go check out all the good stuff.
That's some big skins. You know what I got the other day, Neo?
Tell me.
It's one of those skins that you just don't see anymore. Yeah. I got a Hydrophonic. It's so big.
Ooh, I'm a fan of that.
I'm such a big fan of the Hydrophonic. You just don't see them anymore at all.
No, not at all. They're a very nice skin. I mean, what case was that even part of? I can't even remember. It's an old one, wasn't it? Though?
Rising Sun collection, I think.
Wow. So yeah, a long time ago that one was about.
Yeah. So yeah, it's big. I can't even remember what it was. It's not a case. It was like a collection.
Operation, right? Was it not one of the old operations?
Something like that. Yeah. I don't even know how you got it. I think you just used to get them in drops, like in an old operation, Wildfire or something. I don't know. But they're wicked.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think for me, my big throwback skin that I've always been a fan of, never picked one up, but always wanted to, is the M4A4 Daybreak. I don't know
yeah.
why. Always loved it, but the A4 is just not the weapon to use at the moment. So I'll go for a M4A1S Hot Rod.
If you want one, now's the time. M4A4 prices crashed.
True, actually.
Since the A1S nerf, I'm sure it will be nerfed again, or the A1S buff, and I'm sure it will be nerfed again at some point. I'm sure.
I'll have to check it out. You know, gonna.
They can't just make the A4 redundant forever, surely.
Yes, exactly right. I mean, surely not. But I'll have to wait and see. I'll have to pick one up though. Hopefully, we get this game back on the way momentarily. We just have we've lost Heap. I think he's got a packet loss problem, so probably just a quick restart and then back underway towards the game. But so far, so good. 3-3, may I say, is where we stand so far. Bit of a kind of uncomfortable situation, both sides in terms of the long-term economy, right? Freiburg and Lecro are okay, but I do kind of bring in this sort of glass floor analogy where there's no stability in the economy. Yes, they can pick up buys going forward, but, you know, for the T side, it's very reliant on bomb plants, for example, and over towards the CTs is, you know, they have to survive with, you know, at least 3 or 4 remaining alive, or else they won't find that consistency.
Yeah, it can sometimes be difficult to get that economy stabilized as well. You look at the cash right now, even though they won that last round. Yeah, they're on thin ice, as you say. I mean, Holzerk, $750 in the bank. Freiburg's yet to buy, but he can't really afford to, so I presume Lecro drops him something. I'm not sure how much money Heap's got before he disconnected. I didn't quite catch it, but yeah, neither team have got any loss bonus right now. So it's a dangerous game. You need to be very, very careful here. I think BLUEJAYS are pretty lucky that Casanito was able to survive last round and carry that weapon across and carry some money with it. Otherwise, they would be in trouble here, but hopefully this technical pause is sorted out swiftly. When we saw the cams, it looked like Dignitas were having some fun, even though it's 3-3. Sometimes you see teams super serious. They almost look angry at the camera. But
yeah, I mean, at the very least, it shows they look a little bit confident, and I kind of deservedly as well. So far, I think it's been actually a very solid T-side start from them. They're looking confident in their own game, and we hope to get one back on the way. The only thing with an extended tech pause like this is when we talk about things like momentum, for example. You know, Dignitas look so far like they're in control of it to a degree, and with a tech pause coming forward, it kind of just cools the jets of everybody. It completely resets the tempo, doesn't it? So, you know, going forward, I think this next round number 7, is a very important one in terms of taking a bit of long-term success going forward and a bit of consecutive rounds on the board, because it's kind of right back to a neutral reset with no kind of thoughts, of the previous. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I think we may potentially be coming back to our center of break, because we are yet to get Heap back in the server. He is struggling to reconnect. We could dilly-dally about skins all day long. Oh no, hang on. Potentially. He may have just joined, but of course they're getting this one back on the way. Not the one to do. We'll have to wait and see. Anyway, we are coming back to us. It's just still that tech pause until we get back on the way in towards the game itself. Unfortunately, you hate to see it.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about like momentum and stuff. It always affects the T side, I think, more than the CTs, doesn't it? But yeah, like getting back into this, they should be all right. We're talking about confidence as well. Confidence is such a big thing, isn't it? Especially in like online CS.
Sure.
That's how I plan to win Insomnia. Just full confidence. Just go with the mindset of like, we're gonna do this.
Exactly. I love it.
No matter what the odds say, it's like you've got this. Dignitas maybe a little bit more chance than I have, but you know, confidence is just key. And when you're going into a game and like you're already a little bit frustrated, obviously they haven't had the best of starts here on Vertigo, let's be honest. That last round was a little bit better, but Vertigo hasn't gone great for them so far. But kind of keeping your head held high, keeping that confidence, keeping the morale up is just so important in CS. And I hope to continue to see that. Sometimes I feel like the cams are almost a little bit disheartening when you switch to the players and they look a little bit out of it. Sounds like it's a little bit of a bigger problem than we thought, though. So we're going to cut to a break, and we'll be back as soon as things are fixed. Hopefully it won't take too long, so stick with us, folks.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You'll be glad to hear that finally we are done with the tech issues. New server, new everything, and we're back underway. Round number 7, score is tied 3 apiece. MJ, we're back.
Let's go. Well, AWP on both sides to get things back rolling, and Holzerk, look at that. Big opening pick. Only 30 seconds into the round as well, not even. And 8 kits all out of the picture. Nice bit of control being gained here by Dignitas as well. It's felt like in some rounds they've been a little bit scared to kind of work their way up Ivy. Now with that opening pick, they really feel like they can do so. Heat playing just nice and cautiously around this smoke though. Wary of that boost as well.
Yeah, I mean, as we stand, so far so good. Dignitas got the man advantage to work with, and of course even further, a decent amount of control over towards ramp. The only thing that I need to now start to be careful of is of course that flank, but Lekro holding, waiting for it. All about timing as Danny and Necrogenesis are making their way forward and they're walking straight in towards the Viper's trap. Or so I say. Danny, brilliant shot, bring to numbers, level of smoke to come forward as well. It's all about now just playing a nuisance into all the backlines.
Oh, just clearing out these places methodically. The issue is the timer. 35 seconds on this clock. They do really have to commit to A now. They're going for this utility. There's not really enough time to backtrack, especially with no one looking over towards that B side of things. So I think Blue Jays can pretty comfortably confirm that this is going to be the final destination for the Dignitas side. A lot of damage being peppered through this smoke. And as the C4's being tapped down, Danny already on the fast flank. Holzerk checking for it. Is he going to clear wide enough?
Oh, no.
This could be the demise of them right now. They're not expecting him behind. This could cause so many problems. It's a bit of a whiff, but he only finds one.
Yeah, Holzerk coming in with a pistol. Bringing things back level 3 versus 3. The post plant set up so securely, or so I say. Necrogenesis is good for the first. Into a Sunbax. Freiburg steps up the IGL, finding one. With its Giggs and Casanito double down, one apiece. And just like that, Blue Jays, the CT side, regain that lead. It's a tentative 1-round lead, but one nonetheless. Brilliantly played by the CT side. Ever so slightly again. As I mentioned, we go back towards kind of this glass floor analogy, and this is the most prevalent factor over towards the T side. Yes, a full buy could potentially come through for the likes of Dignitas, where they're going to fully invest in, but failing to convert it, failing to find a bomb plant, they have no economy to work with.
It's a bit of a rough one. I think they did get the bomb down, no?
Yeah, no, but into this run, no bomb plant will leave them with no economy. I mean, they've all got more or less 150, 550 is the most money they've got left. No bomb plant and no round means that no buy.
Of course. No, they've not got a lot of money behind them, as you say. A weak investment here in the 8th. And they've not had a great time in that last round, have they? They found that opening pick.
Agreed.
They've taken a site. They've got the bomb down. You shouldn't really be losing those scenarios. They just kind of crumbled in the post plant right now. They're struggling to even get up ramp because Kicksan and Casanito are fighting it with their lives. Good flash. And that smoke gives him some space. Forrest does find himself one. But Kicksan so close. Beautiful gap. That's huge. Oh, and a third.
Wow. Kicksan stepping up huge. The play leaving Forrest all alone. Now to 1 versus 4. I think it's more than safe to say this is just going to be the safe call. Keep hold of what he's got with 40 points of HP. And as we mentioned even further, that very lackluster long-term economy for the T side, it has to be the safe call made here. Just keep hold of an AK-47. It's sort of better than nothing. It's a silver lining in a bad situation, because as we stand, things aren't looking too good for the Dignitas camp. It's going to be a 5-3 scoreline, a 2-round lead for the CTs. And what should potentially be made something along the lines of kind of 6-7 rounds in their favour. Forrest will find one more, takes another decent amount of chip damage, but a second kill collected nonetheless.
I was going to say, surely Blue Jays don't go hunting, bearing in mind they haven't got a lot of cash, but they do want to find this kill right now. They know that it's kind of the difference between getting a freebie in the next and Dignitas actually maybe having some teeth behind them. So
yeah,
stacking up on this bomb, just anticipating maybe Forrest getting a little bit aggressive, trying to do a little bit of damage later in the round. I'm not sure if they really realise that he's on 14 points of health, so he will get away with this. He'll carry that AK into the next, but there's not going to be a lot around it. And the thing is they actually have to buy around this now. Despite the fact they've only got $2,400, Forrest hasn't got any loss bonus from that round. So yeah, I feel like they do kind of have to go for a force here. Otherwise, Forrest is going to be in a little bit of trouble. The odds shifting further in Blue Jays' favour as they've taken the lead. They've extended that gap a little bit further too. They're looking really good right now. We said in the pre-game that Vertigo was a bit of a win condition, and yeah, Blue Jays do seem to be delivering.
They do. So far, so good. Vertigo one of the most important maps, or probably the most important map in terms of this series, because if Dignitas, as we already mentioned, failure to find this, I don't see them being able to take down a side like BLUEJAYS on Inferno. And of course, this could be 4 out of 4 in terms of the invite teams not making it through to the next stage. Double stacking towards mid here, Casanito in towards the lower angle, holding, waiting. It's all about this peek from Forest. The only rifle into this round, this has to be the turning factor. Friberg jumping for information, flash will come through, but it's Casanito for double. Make that a third as well as Lecro follows suit. Stunning. As Dignitas are too stunned to speak now in a 2 versus 4. The Eagles making their way up towards B, but Danny rotates at the absolute perfect time to just deny all of this control back over towards the T side. The flash will come through, won't quite connect with anything. And Danny going to keep pushing his way forward. The question is, will he clear in towards close left? And yes, he does. Brilliantly. 2 for him and 3 for Casanito as BLUEJAYS find 6. And I think the most important thing is they're starting to find a notable lead, may I say, over Dignitas.
Such quick reactions there from Danny. And the thing is we're now seeing the repercussions of Forrest saving that AK-47, yeah? Nobody bought around him. He had to be the star player in that round, the catalyst to get something going, and instead they've all just walked into the Casanito blender in mid. Yeah. He does have enough now. Of course, they've got this sort of max loss bonus, maybe? Or did they have 2,900? I think they might have had 2,900. But either way, just about can afford an AK and armor, so not complaining too heavily, but definitely a lack of utility here for the T-side as they try and take ramp control once again. Tiny gap in the smoke, though, and Kicksan's going to abuse it all day long as he has been.
Stunning. Casanito good for 1. Neko Genesis coming in for support as well as Forrest on 4. Spamming through yellow top. Ball Heap will at least make things somewhat doable. Nearly taking off the silencer. Became a little bit dicey there, but Kicksan does recover in time. Spamming towards the legs. Finds a bit of damage towards Lecro, and I'm pretty sure they're more than aware of where he is. He's just sort of playing the Neo position here, but I see the USP of Kicksan to clean things up. BLUEJAYS find 7. And this tech pause working very much in favor of the BLUEJAYS side. It's a 4-on lead.
Bit of a BM play there, isn't it? I know it wasn't intentional. Take the silencer off. Yeah, come on. Come my way.
Like tempting them in.
Yeah. Well, I'm seeing a bit of a recurring pattern here in these last few rounds. Of course, BLUEJAYS starting to find a bit of consistency. They're on a bit of a roll, 4 in a row. And I think they've really worked out how to play this CT side ramp as well. Previously, they were kind of giving up that control. They were trying to play from sandbags. They were trying to kind of play like 1 sandbags, 1 crane and things like that. And it gets a little bit complicated. Whereas you just put a kit on this AWP or even when he's on a rifle over towards that Ivy position, you have the support just towards crane and it's perfect. They've just been playing so aggressive and they've been taking the kills, taking the control every time.
No, absolutely. You're spot on as we stand. So far, it's a very, very solid CT hold. I mean, you cannot complain the way in which BLUEJAYS are taking a lot of this control over towards ramp, but of course, the more importantly, gaining the information thus far from it. It's so far, so good. And for Dignitas, they consistently put themselves in very tough spots. And I think it's coming off the back of that opening kill. By losing that man advantage more or less immediately, round in, round out, it makes things all the more difficult. But the utility's going to come forward over towards ramp. The AWP going to try and find a gap to work with, but it's Friberg who steps up huge, finding himself 1. The AK, the only rifle for Dignitas, making things a 4 versus 3.
Kicksan's still in sandbags as well, and there's no molly, there's no HE to clear him. They need to hard clear it with the weapons, and Holzerk's looking the wrong way, and that's going to be his demise. Now they know where Kicksan is, but he's got the support from Casanito. There's still no nades to clear him. Arguably didn't need to peek there, but it doesn't matter. It's still a 1-on-3. There's surely no chance for Heat. 30 seconds on the clock. Big hit, big 1 dig, and all of a sudden this becomes doable. 40 HP, he's tapped the bomb. Danny's not going to fall for it, though. Will he fall for the second? Heap desperate for someone to face him. Back to the Deagle. Looking the wrong way, though. Just needs the timing. Danny is still not peeking. 10 seconds left. Danny has no idea what's going on. Surely here's these sound cues as Heap darts towards B. I'm not sure if he's got time, though. 4, 3. No, he hasn't got it. Oh, it's such a shame.
Oh, that's rookie. That's a kind of rookie mistake to make off the back of what was a sumptuous 3K before that as well, right? I mean, that Deagle shot just after the AWP was brilliant. That looked like it could have been turning the tides in their favour, but no, not going to be the case. And just like that, we're going to see Dignitas call for their first tactical pause coming forward. I do not blame the BLUEJAYS. Guarantee themselves a lead heading into the second half, but you should probably expect them to, at the very least, extend it further. You saw those Pinnacle odds very much in their favour. We'll have to wait and see. We give a shout out to our partners at AstroPay, the official payment partner of the Pinnacle Cup number 3. Go and check them out, astropay.com. So far, so good. 8-3, 5-round lead, and that's unfortunate to lose in that sort of manner. Half a second on the clock, and Heap gets that.
Yeah, it's a real shame, and you can see the disappointment now. Dignitas looked like they were having a good time before. Now, maybe not so much. I mean, you can't put too much pressure on Lekro there, let's be honest. At a 1 versus 4, finding 3 kills and saving the AWP is still a pretty good outcome, but that definitely could have been their ticket back in. Yeah, if he wins that clutch, then it's 7-4. They've got some money and some momentum behind them, and maybe they can claw it back. They do still have cash, though. That's the one thing that's going for them. With this max loss bonus, there's still that AWP, there's still that AK. They've got some decent utility behind it. They just need to work out how to crack this A bomb site, because they've really been struggling.
Yeah, precisely. Now we'll have to wait and see. AWP in hand. As Horzek's all about this peak. Horzek so quick. Lightning fast reactions come to the top, and that's that man advantage we were hoping Dignitas were able to find at some point. Well, there it is. Now, 5 versus 4. How do they capitalize off the back of it?
Yeah, bit of Pika's advantage, and Holzerk finds the man with it. Freiburg actually playing with the sound cues there as well. Jumps up as that smoke blooms. I'm not sure if that would have been heard here. And look at that, just waltzing right onto the B-bomb site. Danny's still none the wiser. Not going to be expected to jump up from mid. Still quick enough to hit the headshot, though, but he will die to the molly. And I think Dignitas should be able to comfortably take this one, too. They're on the B site. They've got the bomb down. They've got the man advantage. I really don't see Blue Jays getting much done here.
No, not as we stand. I mean, they're completely shut out of the side. This should be more or less one way, or so I say. Castanito good for the first. The retake at least finding a little bit of footing. Also still holding a range with the AWP, and once further proving his lightning fast reactions. Castanito finds a double, but it's the AWP of...
Oh no.
Well, I was going to say Horzo's going to be the problem, but the spam through the smoke, Castanito's causing issues once further. The smoke diffuses a Prozone fake. Well, how about a HE to the feet? Does not matter. It's all about timing. He can't find the bomb, can't find the kit. Is he going to have enough time? It's going to be extremely close.
I think he's just about got it, Neo. There we go.
He
Blue
does.
Jays 9-3. I'll be honest, I was downplaying that at the start because I actually thought they were saving. They were so out of position. They were like aggressive in ramp as they have been like on a lot of these rounds. They were miles away from that retake. The only player that was even remotely close was Casanito. I thought he was going to wait for the rotations or they'd just fall away and save. And instead, he's just bombed it in. He's taken the fights into his own hands. He's found the 2 entries. He's banged one right through the smoke. I mean, this is just criminal onto Holzerk. Wow, they're pretty unstoppable right now. 9-3. This was a close game not so long ago.
I know. That tech pause has made all the difference. As we stand, so far so good. Spamming through. Kicksands allowed to cross, and Heap delivers. The wallbang will come on the top. Freiburg gone aggressive and found yet one more. Man advantage remains, may I say, in favour of the T side, but a Molotov should at the very least just cut that tempo a little bit.
17-6 this man currently sits. He has been a real star here in this map once again. A 3-man stack over towards the A-bomb site. The 3 remaining players that they have on this CT side. And with Dignitas not really moving a muscle, now they're potentially in trouble. The double swing, they do find the kills though, and it's all on Casanito. 1 on 3. To be honest, if there's anyone I'd want in this situation, it would be this man.
You bigged him up.
Yeah, we've picked him up. We've picked him up big time, but...
What? He's 17-6 though. He's living up to your praise so far. You've predicted very, very well. 17-6. What a start for him.
Absolutely. Now a 1 on 3 to try and clutch up though. I'm surprised Dignitas still haven't moved here. They've got the bomb. It's a 3 versus 1. They know, well, they knew of Casanito's position not too long ago. Playing it real slow and methodical, I suppose, but Casanito's read them like a book.
It's such a passive execute, isn't it? Because he once might be dropped in. Horzek going a little bit high. Shadow being spotted. It does not matter. Horzek's no scope comes out on top. And well, that's Dignitas finding a 4th off the back of a flying AWP shot through the sky. Horzek, a winged prey there to find a 4th round on the board. And at the very least, finally chipping away that deficit.
That's an unreal shot from Horzek. Casanito had a big advantage there, seeing the shadow as it dropped down, but... no, Horzek doesn't miss those apparently. Massive, massive shot to connect. And he's actually having a really good game too. He's 13-9 right now. He's actually sort of second fragging on the server, despite the fact that they're not having the best of times on the round count. Lekro lacking behind. So's Freiburg. They've not really been able to find their footing at all here in this map so far. But it was a much better start. They've kind of countered the utility over towards that ramp area. They managed to find aid kit straight away. In fact, it wasn't aid kit, it was Kicksound that they managed to find straight away towards short. That was a really big kill. And yeah, they've just kind of pushed right through it. Rather than having this super passive early approach, they're saying, right, well, they're killing us with aggression, so let's kind of give them a taste of their own medicine, and it works quite well. 9-4, and despite the fact that we've actually seen 6 rounds in a row for Blue Jays, because they've been so close, their economy's broken. 2 Deagles in play here instead of rifles.
Yeah, I mean, slightly dicey buy for Blue Jays. I mean, they've gone for the full investment, so it's kind of the high risk, high reward play. They're going to bank off the back of just the double swings coming through. We see the early HEs coming in as well. Won't cause as much damage as potentially intended, and of course gives away a lot of information over towards the CT side. Blue Jays going aggressive while Dignitas are just playing ever so passive. Orb shot centimeters above, with the flash is brilliant. Heat good for the first. Dancing around the box, kicks and trades. The smoke will keep the AWP at bay. At the very least, the smoke isn't the bomb collection isn't a problem, may I say, but going to dance back over towards B.
Oh, Danny creeps through just as the molly comes in. They're not going to be expecting him on the close angle. Apparently they do. Freiberg with a big headshot. And now in the 4 versus 2, Casanito called upon, but he's not going to deliver. It all falls onto Kicksan's shoulders. I don't think he can really fall away and save here. He's going to try and do some economic damage before he does, and he's not able to connect that one. So it will be 9-5. Dignitas kind of clawing their way back into this one, aren't they? They do not want to be losing this half. 11-4, 10-5. They do want that 9-6 scoreline. I think that's really what they need to keep this one competitive.
For sure, for sure.
Now they've got the money behind them to go into that final round as well. And Blue Jays don't. Blue Jays will have a very bad buy going into this final round of the half. So I think we are staring down the barrel of a 9-6 right here.
You got to say as well, kind of as we stand, the priority basically is to kind of deny double digits, because I think if Blue Jays find 10, I'm not going to say it more or less closes things out, but it makes it very tough. Not impossible, but improbable is how I like to put it, because, you know, a 9-6 half, one good pistol round from Dignitas coming in towards the CT side, and they will start to more or less find enough rounds in the board, or at least kickstart things in terms of closing that gap. You know, a pistol round, normally the T's will force by afterwards. You know, the odds are against them. You'd expect things to go the way of the slightly better firepower of whoever wins the pistol round. So, you know, a pistol round is kind of doable with a 3-round gap, but 4, I think, makes it all the more tougher, and of course gives Blue Jays just that air of confidence with such a big gap. We'll have to wait and see. 9-5 is where we go, and as you mentioned, yeah, not the greatest buy. Blue Jays, a scout, and then 4 ENCE and some Deagles. Not really where they want to be in the final round of the half.
Well, we'll see what Kicksan can do with it. Of course, he saved it from that last. He's been quite an impactful player here towards ramp. Interesting smoke as well. Gives Holzerk a nice little kind of one way around it. Just playing around the edges. I love little plays like that. For now, though, no one's going to face into him. Instead, prioritizing mid control. No one's been playing in that close left corner so far, but it's never too late to check it. Heap here with the molly will force kicks him back as well. So just slow stuff. Obviously they know they're against a weak buy. They don't want to be bombing it in just in case they run into a stack or something like that. I think Dignitas are playing this quite well.
Slow, methodical, cutting that tempo and just biding their time. Of course, they obviously understand as well that for Blue Jays, that buy is going to be a little bit dicey. They expect somewhat of a force, which means utility is going to be limited. And that's why they're just playing things slow. I mean, that's how they like to play it. Bay out a lot of CT utility. And the fact that they haven't really been tested does give them slight confidence that they're coming in with the advanced firepower.
Kicksan's been super passive with this M4. Kind of went for a bit of a prod earlier, but didn't want to commit to any fights, so fell away. Now it's time to re-aggress. Of course, there's that smoke. They certainly won't expect him to play through it. There's a tiny gap there as well. They're spamming, but they don't know he's here. They're just anticipating it. As he sees the shadow, will be good for at least one. Heap will trade. The AWP now unretrievable. And Aidkit needs to go big with this scout, or the Deagles need to hit their shots. And there it goes.
What a shot with the scout there. Lekra at least good for one in return. Horzek stepping up in towards Ali. Forrest will trade. Aidkit falling, leaves Danny all alone in a 1 versus 2. But timing was on their side. We mentioned that Dignitas, when they leave things too little too late, it doesn't give them time for an execute to work in their favor. And once again, another example of exactly that. Dignitas waited to the last 20 seconds to make an execute work, and one scout shot more or less confirmed the deal. Bomb dropped, not able to get down on the site in time, and well, there we go. Double digits collected, and a 5-round lead built up now. This could be more than enough. And it starts to beg the question of the other side, M&J. Is it too little too late?
We'll see. I think they really need a bomb plant right now. I was not focusing on the clock in the closing stages of that round at the start. I praised them for running it down.
Yeah.
But obviously they run it down too much. Yeah, that is a big old mistake, especially when they're executing in 1 by 1 too. This pistol round is so important right now for Dignitas. Freiburg on a pixel tight angle needs to hit this shot, and as they swing together, all the timing. You'll see them, but he won't be able to fire off any bullets, and just like that, he's taken out of the picture.
Decent little opening shot there for Danny, finding the first Freiburg before the IGL now has to lead from the back lines. What can he find? Casanito being tested though in rotation. Needs to be careful of the flag, but it's kick sounding good for one more. Horzek at least brings the numbers to within 1, but the bomb will be planted, post plant to be set up, and numbers favouring the T side now. How do Dignitas make their way forward in towards Gen? They're going for the peak and heap. What a shot that is. Danny will fall. Neko Genesis will test one. Looking for the second, but Forrest lightning fast reactions, finding one more. It's all down to a 1 versus 1. P250 versus USPS. A smoke on the side, the P250 will tag. Bomb's going to be tapped. It's not going to be held, or is it going to be held? Tapping through the smoke, kicks and comes on the top nonetheless. Blue Jays live to see another day once further, and we mentioned a pistol round would have turned the tides of Dignitas, and not finding it might be the end of their days.
I'm not sure what Forrest was doing there. He got on the bomb, he started holding it, and then he sort of second-guessed himself, came off of it, and went straight into the spam as well. He was sort of off-center there towards the left, so I think if he'd have committed to that, he actually would have had a decent chance of getting that done. But as soon as he second-guesses himself, P250 spams in, and he's got no chance there at all. That was a really key round that I feel like they had to win, and they've let it slip. Come very close, though, and they have got a force bite. Off of the back of finding 4 kills. They do need to bite back here, though. Otherwise, they're in trouble.
Eagle from above. Lecro gets away with murder. Never should be able to even find a first kill. He's traded. What a shot from Forrest. The Eagles causing problems. The hand cannons living up to their name. And as we stand, all the more uncomfortable. The Molotov is ticking. Danny finds a double, but Horzek scouts. Finding the wallbang. It's a 2 versus 2, and the eco buy of Dignitas is becoming significantly more problematic.
These situations are where it gets tricky, though. These Deagles are powerful up close when they're executing, when they're running into you. Now on the retake against these MAC-10s, they could be in trouble. A couple of crispy shots required here. And as they walk into the MAC-10, so much damage dealt. And it's Casanito that needs to find both. Clatters away at Holzerk, and he just can't get that re-peek in. The scout is not the weapon you want there in that scenario, and he just can't connect. 12-5, another round that comes painstakingly close. But yeah, 4 away from the finish line, and unfortunately for Dignitas, they've not got any money to work with here. This is rough.
Not what I want to be. Not in a good situation at the very least. Only 1 remaining alive for Blue Jays, but as you mentioned, it doesn't really make too much of a difference because, yeah, that was a full investment by Dignitas. Nothing left for them. What we can mention now, of course, is go and check out that MSI giveaway. Monitors up for grabs. Click the banner below the stream. Find something. Just like that MAC-10 found an opener. He goes for the boost and boosts his way closer to heaven as he gets domed out of the round. The Deagle of Forest good for 1 more, though. Neko Genesis causing problems with a double, and it leaves it all down to 2. The USPS. The Deagle, and it's only the Deagle left to work with. Lecro, it's a sumptuous shot, but is it good enough for the 1 versus 4?
Lecro is historically unreal with the hand cannon, but not today. Only good for 1 in that round. 13-5. I like the ambition on the boost, you know? Like, in a round like that, you've not got anything to work with. You say, yeah, let's go for the 3-man boost. Sometimes it's really powerful, but such a good read. I don't know if they've actually heard him jump up there. I think it's possible that AidKit heard him jump up on top of on that boost.
Yeah.
But either way, brilliant stuff to find that opening. Farming the money with the MAC-10 as well. Remember, $600 a piece for those SMG kills. Anything except a P90. That's why we don't use it. It's rubbish, and you don't get the kill reward. Get it out of the game. But
precisely.
Now's the time for the big guns.
Yeah, speaking of course, AK's making their way deep into towards ramp. AK's going to post up by the smoke. It's a waiting game as they're waiting to find a bit of an entry. Sound cues have been made at the very least, hence why the spam and the HGs will come forward when it causes too much damage. Well, AK down to 77. Not really how the T-side wants to start things off here. But I think one thing to focus attention is just the vast gap that Blue Jays have built up here. I mean, it's now, once again, it's not impossible, but it's improbable. I mean, Dignitas are so far behind and they're really lacking in terms of control. Is it a case of just too little too late?
Well, it certainly will be if they lose this round. We've seen comebacks like this, though. 13-5 isn't unwinnable. When you're leaving the B site open, though, it becomes questionable. Big kill from Lecro, but Necrogenesis goes stellar. And the site open. Surely closed here as well, as Dignitas do not want to be going for this retake. It's very important that they keep some economy going into this next. Holzert's got that AWP as well, which isn't really the weapon you want in these scenarios. But Blue Jays are going to push themselves onto 14, and that's the problem with playing a super passive B defense. At times it can work, but if you let someone creep through, you don't catch them, they get to generator, you get a nasty surprise.
Precisely. Exactly that. I think, again, you know, for Dignitas, I like the idea of what they're trying to pull off there, but it requires as well mistakes from the T side, and Blue Jays so far a well-oiled machine. And we mentioned the individual, didn't we? You know, for Casanito, if he steps off, if those gears start to turn, he can become unstoppable. And so far, it's been a very good performance from him, but it's been a very good performance from Blue Jays overall. I mean, 20-10 is where he stands, but the rest of the team step up as well. Kicksuns look stunning. In towards the T side, Necrogenesis start to step up in his own regard. It was a slow start from him, but looking brilliant so far. 4 consecutive rounds to the T side. And we look over towards the CT buy of Dignitas. It's more or less the last full buy we're going to see if they're unable to convert this. This is the last chance for them. Failure to convert here, the glass floor breaks, and Dignitas lose map number 1, their pick. It's do or die, hence why those Pinnacle odds were looking very favourable towards Blue Jays. Of course, you can use the code COP22 over at Pinnacle.
Spams through this smoke heap. Trying to do what we saw AidKit and Kicksam doing in the first half, you know?
Yeah.
Spamming through those smokes time and time again. Dignitas were caught out in those common spam positions. They took a lot of damage early. Blue Jays not making that same mistake, though. You can't catch them out with their own strategies. Holzerk in mid with this AWP might be able to catch one out. Danny, if he boosts one up, this could be absolutely massive. Instead, I think he's just going to deploy that smoke grenade and they'll try and cross round to B.
Well, it's all about this Holzerk peak, isn't it? In comes the utility. What will he be able to find? The smoke going to be Plume. And now Holzerk, all he has to do is drop Molotov and fall away. Mid-control in favour, and it's Kickstand to kickstart things brilliantly. The AWP of Holzerk at least stepping forward, and maybe a slightly overzealous peak there, as the smoke hadn't quite popped. Now, the man of ours is taken back in favour of the CT side as we stand. Things looking dicey, and even further so. Bomb dropped. AidKit got a tough task ahead of him, as Holzerk and Forrest are doing God's work to find the success. And it's a near flawless round for Dignitas, only losing Lecro. 4 remain alive. You mentioned it was the last buy potentially for Dignitas. Well, it works in their favour.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Holzerk's even allowed to stay alive for as long as he does there. He throws the Molotov, yeah? They know that he's on this angle. He's unscoped. He's thrown a molly. They know he's in CT. And surely he's going to be wrapping around and trying to hold that jump-up angle. But no pre-fire comes in. He's able to find 2 kills, then fall behind that smoke and get that support from his teammates. So going into round number 21, Blue Jays still with Cash behind them. Holzerk going for a crazy flick. Doesn't connect it. But yeah, there's a chance for Dignitas to break their opponent's bank here. And even though that's not a ticket back into the game, it's a ticket to maybe close a couple of extra rounds, make this scoreline a little tighter.
As we stand, aggressive control taken here. They're forcing the CT side into a slightly more passive position as they're just aggressively bombarding over towards his A site. Ramp control in favour of the T side. Freiburg just playing ever so slow, just peeking for information. As we stand so far, not so good. It's all about biding time. In comes the utility. This will allow them somewhat control over towards the A side. Necrogenesis trying to find the entry. Swinging in the AWP. We tested, flashed off the angle. Freiburg finding one, looking for the second, which he delivers on the Molotov, chipping him down low, but it does not matter. He comes out on top, and it's a 2 versus 3. Lecro Heat both taking damage, but the numbers favour the CTs.
AidKit's flash there seemed to blind everybody on the server, including his teammates. Are they going to expect Forrest in on this flank, though? 3 versus 2, bomb down, still very winnable, but with Kicktown losing that fight, AidKit is now in a world of trouble. Does anticipate that Forrest might be behind, does a lot of damage, but 2 players surviving on 12 HP. Dignitas keep 3 rolling into the next, and it's going to be 7 for them. That bomb plant will give Blue Jays a little bit of extra cash, but I don't think it will instigate much of a buy.
No, I can't expect it to. I think for Blue Jays, for them, they just need to mentally reset a little bit. They've tried to go aggressive, and it's not really been working. They're trying to sort of step up that tempo. to kind of force Dignitas into a little bit more of a passive position, of course, and try to overwhelm Dignitas. But the Swedes are starting to learn. They're understanding the way in which Blue Jays are playing this, and they're just giving them all that room because they know they can't find their way successfully on towards the site. Reset going to come forward here. Just the low buy coming out. Aside from that, Danny got an AK-47 to work with. A bit of a hero rifle round for them. But you shouldn't expect too much. I probably should see a relatively comfortable Dignitas 8th on the board here unless they really fluff their lines.
I feel like this hero AK is a little bit questionable, to be honest. No money behind him, $200. So
yeah, agreed.
Going into this next, he's not going to have much cash to work with. He's kind of banking on either him finding a couple of kills here or Necrogenesis racking some money with that Mac-10. It's a bit of a weird one, but we'll see. We'll see how this one goes. Of course, they have got some firepower behind them. It's not like he's gone for a hero AK around a full eco. They try and take some mid-control, kick sand, spam through the smoke. Not an ideal start as Holzak gets the information but doesn't hit the shot.
Already in towards mid. The Mac-10 somehow staying alive for as long as it did. Heat, but at the very least, put it back in its place. 3 versus 5. The numbers favouring Dignitas now all the more prevalently, and as we stand, this should, as we mentioned, be that comfortable clear. The rifle is still in play, or so I say. Danny, domed out of the equation, will be collected. Gasnita now all alone. 1 versus 5. Finds himself 1, looking to make it a second, but he's not even going to be given the chance. Horza takes a slight bit of damage, but that's all he's going to find. 14-8. Blue Jays now finally call for that timeout. As you mentioned, they just need to reset. I think they're kind of so confident that they can close this game out, they're not giving themselves enough time to think. Just passively take a step away, rethink, reevaluate, and go back in towards the next round with at least somewhat of a formulated plan. But of course, while we do, we can once again mention the lovely tournament, the Pinnacle Cup, that's happening in Lund, Sweden, June 8th to 11th. Go and check that one out. Banner is below the stream. You can check the MSI giveaway as well. Also, banner below the stream. Go and click it. All of that good stuff.
And you are carrying these sponsor callouts today, bro.
What can I say?
Haven't
what can I
done
say?
any.
Throw them in. Throw them in.
Yeah, Blue Jays seem to be struggling a little bit here on their T side. Obviously, they took those first few rounds off the back of winning the pistol, which came super close. Remember, that was a 1 versus 1.
Course,
but
yeah.
now like the proper rounds are in play, and they do actually have to face up against guns. Yeah, they're really struggling to find some control. Danny now down to a Deagle as well. I feel like it's a bit of a kind of hindsight stab to make, because I'd probably be praising him if he carried the last round and won it for them. But yeah, that Deagle investment really kind of punishing him here, as they now don't have a huge amount to work with. Not even a lot of utility. No HEs, couple of mollies, but really flashbangs and a couple of smokes is all they have to work with. Kickdown works his way up. It's Freiburg to find first blood, though.
That first kill makes a difference, as we mentioned, especially when you take into consideration what Blue Jays are bringing to the table. Just that the Eagles sported by double AK-1 Galil, not exactly the most comfortable of buys. As we stand, the tempo slowed right down. Blue Jays are completely shut out of this A site.
Not ideal. Less than a minute on this clock as well, and all they're really doing is sticking around on A and spamming through smokes. They don't have any control elsewhere. If you still had someone towards B stairs or something, then there's a secondary option to go for. Instead, ooh, okay. They get a bit of luck on their side, and Kicksam finds one while fully blinded.
Oh, the Molotov tick as well. That's Soundcue's gain. The orb only finding a tag. Horzerk is extremely unfortunate to fall away with a kill there. Numbers level as we stand. Molotov should be able to deny the plant. Not going to be the case. Tap's going to come forward. Freiburg with a double. The IGL stepping up to the plate brilliantly. The orb of Freiburg causing further issues. And it's Forrest on cleanup duties. The NIP duo stepping up massively. The 87 days back in full force as Dignitas find their 9th and a 1 away from double digits. And ever closer, actually, to chipping this deficit away. What should have and could have been a very comfortable cleanup for Blue Jays in the latter part of this second half. They're actually now very much being tested on their T side. Nothing seems to be working.
For a second there, I thought Kickstand should have gone and bought a lottery ticket. He got a kill while fully blinded and then peeked right into an AWPer, and somehow Holzek didn't miss the shot, but kind of overflicked a little bit and ended up hitting him through the box. They didn't kill him. But no, they didn't win the round anyway. I hate to put any blame on anybody because, like, especially on Casanito, because he's been fantastic, but he's really slowed down. Going into the second half, since they've kind of been on this losing streak of rounds, he hasn't been able to find any kills whatsoever. Remember, he was ending that first half, sort of 17, 18 to 6, something like that. Hasn't had much impact since that point. Dignitas have really had the reins here. And once again, they're up against a weak pistol buy, and Blue Jays aren't leaving themselves with tons of cash. They've got enough to invest into the next round, but yeah, they haven't been able to pull out an AWP at all on this T side, and they're really running it thin on the cash.
Yeah, no, they are. As we stand. So far, I mean, for Blue Jays, it's not the easiest to be in. They're actually sending it forward all the way towards ramp, back 10, trying to test Freiburg. He finds a double, looking to make it further in his favour, and he does brilliantly. The IGL, Freiburg stepping up brilliantly. Lovely triple kill going his way, and now what's left of Blue Jays should be more or less put in their place momentarily. Freiburg finding yet one more. Was on for the ace, a quad kill for him, and it's all down to one man. Casanito, 1 versus 4, and I think it's more than safe to say this should be a 10th on the board for Dignitas.
I really wanted that Mac 10 flashbang to work, but no one was there. No one was facing. They're playing nice and disciplined right now. Dignitas, obviously a 4 versus 1, just up against this Tech 9, and they play it beautifully as well. Not even over-facing. They call for the flash from Holzerk. They triple peek it. There's no way that Casanito can get anything done. And I think it's really difficult to justify going for these buys when you're just getting rolled as hard as they are in some of those rounds. What a play from Forest on the bomb site. Unfortunately, we see another technical pause. This is not good. Last time we had one of these at the start of the game, it was Dignitas that were having the connection problems. And it actually lasted quite a while. So hopefully...
Yeah, and it was Heat we lost as well, and we've lost them again.
Oh,
That's
no.
unfortunate.
Yeah, that is
Hopefully, we can get him back in. Heap has crashed, apparently.
Okay. All right. That's
we
fine.
could have, yeah. At least it's not, lost problems or anything like that, or like kind of routing issues or anything along those lines. Hopefully, we get him back in momentarily. So far, though, Dignitas, since coming in towards the second half, are completely revitalized Dignitas. I mean, we looked towards the first half at a 10-5 finish, and then the pistol round and 4 consecutive rounds off the back of the T side. It looked like Blue Jays were on a very comfortable road to kind of cleanly finding this in their favor. At one point they were sitting, like 13-5 along those lines. But look where we stand now. It's getting all the more even. Double digits have been found by the Dignitas side, and they're cutting this tempo away. We're seeing the Blue Jays side trying to hype themselves up a little bit, and they need to.
Yeah, to be honest, this pause could be a good opportunity for them to kind of try and get that morale flowing a little bit once again, because obviously it's going to be low. It's going to be low right now, having lost so many rounds in a row. Yeah. There we go. Heat back in the server, so hopefully we should be back underway momentarily. But yeah, I mean, to be honest, by no means has this been a good game from Dignitas. No matter what happens here, this is their map pick. On paper, they're the better side. Even if they do end up pulling this all the way back and take it 16-14, it's still been a ropey game.
Of course, yeah.
But the fact that they've pulled it back, even if they do end up crumbling towards the end, it gives them a little bit of momentum, yeah? This isn't a best of 1. This is a best of 3. They still need to play 1, potentially even 2 more maps after this. So had they have just got completely demolished with like a 16-5 scoreline, which when it was 14-5, that was very much looking like that was going to be the case.
Of course,
I think they would have been in a different kind of headspace going into map number 2. But right now, they do look charged up. They have been looking much better in these last few rounds, and they are starting to find their form.
We'll have to we'll wait and see, right? As we say. 14-10. Full buy coming out both ways. No AWP for the T side, but not too problematic as we stand. They're going over towards, for the first time in a long time, this B side. The nade will come in, but it won't really cause too much of an issue. Making sure priority one's further. The question is, what can they find at the back of it? It's posturing like it should be a B split.
Something they haven't tried in a little while. We saw it in the early rounds. We saw it with pistols, but now they've got the big rifles in hand. They might be able to do some more damage with it. An extra Genesis selling actually quite a convincing fake here over towards A, keeping 2 players busy on ramp. It all comes down to how much space Danny can gain here, though, and whether the entries come in. Legro needs to double down, and he can't. 3v3. And the trades, they do go back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, that was a laboured spray. Problematic. Big-Ten low on HP at the very least. Now, of course, as we stand, still something to work with. do need to be careful about that flank. Heap is holding and waiting for it. They've got all the information. They know they're committing.
Danny's so passive. Not made any noise, not shown himself at all so far this round. The worry is Necrogenesis actually got one right behind him. The Molly's being dropped back. I don't think he realizes that Heap's so close, but he is anticipating it. This is Danny's chance to make a move. A big headshot. That's massive. He needed that.
The AWP, though, at range, letting him across, in fact. Is the bomb spotted? But, of course, are they going to be able to deny? Yes, they do.
There's no time.
No time. 3.5 seconds. No,
man.
Not able to get it. Exact replica of what we saw twice from Dignitas in that first half on the T side. Not able to get the bomb down. And precisely once again, BLUEJAYS replicate it. And by half a second as well. That's so unfortunate. A lovely swing. It's all down to that Heap flank. Holding, waiting, not giving away the position, not giving away the ruse. And BLUEJAYS just didn't even think that it was a possibility. That's 6 rounds in a row now that we see picked out by Dignitas. Really well played. The resurgence immaculate. I'm going to see the third tactical pause called by BLUEJAYS because they really do not have control of this game anymore.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, it's a bit of a mistake to be planting for stairs without anybody watching it. Yeah, but I mean, Holzek's played that brilliantly. He's not fired off the shot. He's kind of drawn the attention away. Exactly. And then, to be honest, I really don't think BLUEJAYS are expecting anyone on a fast flank. Bearing in mind, Necrogenesis was periodically checking their flank before they pushed up. So yeah, I feel like they feel pretty hard done by there, that they've just been sort of mega timinged. The reality is that Heap just played that brilliantly. Didn't show himself at all, waited for the execution actually to come through on the site, waited for the call from Holzek that they'd crossed, and then he started to creep his way up. Knowing that there was such little time on the clock, all he had to do was deny that plant and stay alive, and he's played that role beautifully. They're really close now. 3 away from tying this one up and actually making this comeback happen. There's Lecro. Oh, the nade doesn't do any damage. I thought that would do a little bit, but no, it's done hardly anything.
Yeah, I mean, I expected a significantly more damage. I mean, Necrogenesis takes quite literally 1 point. As we stand, though, so far, so slow. I mean, and in the server, it's definitely momentum favouring the CT side, but at the very least, Necrogenesis is now looking for a bit of an aggro peak. What can he find? Back pillar is going to be the priority. They need to have to clear that position. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Lecro good for the first. But the instant trade from Kicks and Molotov are coming towards the site. It's all about buying time for the rotation. 2 coming over now. And the rotation has been made by the CT side, but they still haven't got complete control of the site.
The lack of utility is really worrying here. They're finding the kills, but there is nothing to work with. They now need to cross onto this site, and Holzek's right on the angle. Aid Kit doesn't think it's safe to plant the bomb. He knows that they need to find one more and gain a bit of backside control before they can commit, and that's what they've done. They've forced Holzek back. Hits a beautiful flick, though, and now they're back in the equation.
Well, numbers in their favour. And once again, Heap in that flank. Will they even expect it? I don't think so. Aid gets in close and personal towards Gen. Man. Heap finding one. He has to go aggressive. He has to isolate the fight, but he's only good for the first. With 2 remaining alive, Dignitas going to find themselves a 12th on the ball. The deficit down to only 2 rounds. And BLUEJAYS, who at one point were sitting at, what, 13-5? Are now 14-12. What a resurgence we are seeing here from the CT side. That's 7 rounds on the bounce. And look at those Pinnacle odds. They're at one point so stacked in favour of BLUEJAYS, and now significantly more even. But of course, you can go to pinnacle.com/odds, use the code CUP22.
That's such a shame there. You can see what Danny was going for, playing towards that white box. Knew that he needed to support his teammate in case the Dignitas side double swung Gen. But once again, they've neglected that flank and Heap on this AWP. We haven't seen it so far. He had the ramp spawn, so Holzek said, have a crack at it, my friend. And he's delivered. What a beautiful opening shot to give them that man advantage. Now it's back in the hands of the beast that is Holzek. 21-15 right now. He's had a really good second half. And a nice little off angle for it as well.
Yeah, it is. I mean, so far, Heap has been that win factor. He's been so strong. Those constant flanks, information gathering, and of course, finding very important kills in terms of utility. Freiburg, 1-2, looking for 3, not able to connect the third time of asking. Casanito trades, but still the numbers favour the CT side. Danny, he snuck his way over towards B. It's a completely barren site, but the bomber got a treacherous journey to make its way all the way there. And Forrest holding and waiting and lying. in the shrubbery, and he'll find it all the more easily. Bomb will fall down the elevator shaft, and just like that, Danny, all alone. 1 versus 4, and I think it's more than safe to say this probably should be a safe call.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? I mean, it's so well played once again from Dignitas. Lecro, I'm not sure what you're doing there, my friend. But yeah, the fact that Forest has gone aggro, he probably wouldn't have done that had they have not spotted the bomb. But because they knew that the bomb was towards ramp, they'd seen Casanito with it, he'd actually taken an engagement. They were able to, yeah, just aggress and say, right, well, we've trapped him in. Yeah, even if we lose B control, even if Danny kind of lurks elsewhere, gets onto the B site, Casanito has to fall back with that bomb. And there's no way that's happening because Forest was on a brilliant off angle.
Yeah.
Well, 14-12, about to be made 14-13 as Dignitas are now 1 away from leveling this up. I really can't believe this. We were at 14-5 at one stage, and Blue Jays are really showing their Achilles heel. They're really showing that they are, in fact, mortal. And if they do end up letting this slip, and yeah, they let this one slip away, end up losing 16-14, or even losing in overtime, I think that's really going to bash their confidence going into Inferno, you know?
And it goes back to what we were saying at the beginning of the series, right? When we were kind of in the pre-game segment, we said Vertigo is the win factor. And we never even expected to even contend the idea of a comeback for Dignitas the way they were starting things out. You know, with 4 consecutive rounds to the T side, it more or less looked like it was a done job. Well, no, not the case. Danny gets absolutely decimated by a HE grenade out to 45. The lone rifle in this round, not having the best start, he might be tempted to drop over towards Casanito.
You know, though, after watching this Dignitas CT side, just seeing how rock solid it is, and even the versatility as well. Holzak on that AWP, sometimes playing passive mid, sometimes playing aggro, sometimes he's going for a pick towards A. He's all over the place. He's unstoppable, yeah? I am really starting to understand why Dignitas picked Vertigo. You know, in that first half, you sort of start scratching your head saying, why have they picked this map? Like, they're very clearly struggling here with that 10-5 first half. But yeah, it's very clear that they were confident that no matter what happens, they'll be able to claw it back on their defense. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. Casanito had an opportunity there, but he's let it slip. And now it's a 5 versus 2, and his teammates have only got pistols.
There should be more or less a comfortable clean-up for Dignitas. And of course, the most important thing is time this game up. 14-14. Playing for the full regulation unless Blue Jays can do something special here. So I'm going to come forward. A HE, more importantly, finding one. A bomb plot will come through. It's a silver lining in a bad situation. But it's safe to say this is a bad situation. Make it on 4 points of HP and just biding a little bit of time. Will he be able to find anything? Is the big ask. And no!
Okay.
It's Holzerk with a team kill. Collateral.
Now that counts as
this
his
game
kill. That counts as his kill.
Yeah, exactly.
Add it to his
It was all about baiting them in.
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but it's probably something that they'll laugh off at this point. They've got sort of 10, 12k in the bank. It really doesn't matter. But yeah, 14-14. The big guns will come back out for Blue Jays, but oh, they're looking shaky. And it really does make you question that round where they were in the 2 versus 1. They got that bomb plant half a second too late. What if that had gone their way? Would they have closed it out right there? Would they be on 15 right now and not have as much weight on their shoulders, knowing that it's still losable in regulation? This is a key round, and if they lose it, I think they're probably out of this match. Aid kit smoked off, won't be able to find anything early as Holzerk. We've seen him previously going for some aggressive picks. This time he reels it in a little bit.
Well, as we stand, it gives the only bit of utility. So far, for the Blue Jays side, this is their win factor, and this is the round that matters most to them. They struggled all the way through their T side, but failed to convert here. They're left with basically no economy to work with, and Dignitas should be able to find 16-14. Regulation, at the very least on the cards, is now more of a question of in what way. Is it 16-14 in favour of Dig, in favour of Blue Jays, or will we go into OT? We'll have to wait and see. Also, brilliant start for him, make it all 4. That's the AWP of the T side out of the equation.
8kid's had a really bad game as well. It feels like every time he's pulled out that AWP, he's just not really been able to do anything with it. I think that's why we haven't seen it come out much on this T side, because it's just had such little impact. And oh my goodness, the utility damage, the spam damage. I think this is over for Blue Jays before it's even got started. 40 seconds on this clock. They're yet to even decide where they're going to go for the execute. I think it's going to be A, but with such little health and the man disadvantage, I'm really not sure what they can do here. Dignitas should be good for 15 if they play their cards right. And Blue Jays will have no money left in the bank. This is scary. Someone needs to turn up. We need a hero play right now.
Heroes needed. Will they find it? We'll have to wait and see. With Necrogenesis as a kick taking damage and the flank being also brilliant. Freiburg again, step it up, finding a double. You know, really slow start to this game, but it's been an emphatic finish. As Dignitas find 15, they break the economy, or to a degree, once further for Blue Jays. Fortunately for them, they have a loss bonus to work with, but once further, that is a silver lining in a bad situation. Danny can barely afford. A-Kit can barely afford. So it's going to be a double max and a piece for them. Triple A-K to support, and look at those Pinnacle odds flipped once further. 1.59 in favor of Dignitas now. Oh, how the tides have changed. Things looking all the better. As we're into the final round. Round number 30. Is it OT or is Dignitas taking their map pick?
Oh, almost catching Holzerk on the cross there. That would have been huge. Either way, they do finish him off. Danny running at him with the Mac 10. This might have been the magic recipe that they needed this whole time. Just run at them. Run at them with guns. Hold W and hold mouse 1. But it's so messy. And Holzerk. It's not Holzerk. It's Lekro to find the kill. I think this is done. I think this is going to be 16-14.
In doubt. Or so I say. Necrogenesis and Casanito causing issues, but no longer for Casanito. Necrogenesis has to be the Grim Reaper here in a 1 versus 2. A 3k clutch necessary. So much to do with so little to work with. Bomb needs to be collected. So many angles to clear and, well, at the very least a minute to work with on the clock. Bomb collected. Now the rotation being made back over towards the B site. And Freiburg actually just completely given up bomb control because they're relying off the back of the AWP of Heap to step up.
As he taps that bomb, knows that he has a chance against the AWP, but Heap just plays that so well, reads him like a book, and they should be a little bit happier than they're looking right now. 16-14 off of a 14-5 comeback, Neo. That is unreal. And what a horrible game for Blue Jays to lose. That is not what you want. They are going to be pretty heartbroken right now.
Yeah, that's one to really knock the confidence. I'll have to take a look and see in towards Inferno how they return. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw it on to an ever so slight break. We'll see you all in just a moment.
Paying online with AstroPay is really simple. From the merchant site, choose AstroPay as your payment option. Then, type your mobile number, enter the confirmation code, and select your preferred payment method. If you choose to pay with AstroPay Wallet, good for you, select it and you are ready. If you choose another payment option, follow the steps on screen. Your online payment is completed. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.
and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2 on the cards. Advantage in favour of Dignitas, presenting to the map pick of BLUEJAYS. Inferno up on the cards for us. Potentially posturing towards map number 3, MJ.
I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. I mean, we said that BLUEJAYS should be taking Inferno here. It's really unfortunate the way in which they lost Vertigo. I think that's definitely going to be playing on their minds. Whether or not that'll dictate the outcome of this game or not, it's another question, but we'll have to wait and see. Necrogenesis, the lurker, over towards Banana, tucked behind logs. I love the Julies from Heap. Not sure if we'll see much action from them. There's Holzerk, what a crisp shot. That drops the bomb, so much info gained here.
Trying to find one more as well, tapping down mid. We're able to connect in towards Mexi, only a pixel to work with and getting ever so close. Takes a bit of chip damage, but will remain vigilant in this hold. A beautiful flash as well catches him, but the double crossfire from Forest in for support is oh so strong. Over towards the A side, it looks like they're just going to make that pounce, jumping back down. It's Forest good for one, looks to make a second, which he does, alongside Heap and Freiburg. It's all down to one man as Kicksan in a 1 versus 5, but it's a flawless round for Dignitas. What a start for the CT side.
Yeah, team ace as well. Everybody getting a piece of the pie. I like that. That was crisp. Great start from Holzerk. So disciplined as well to find that pick and not overextend. It's so sort of tempting in those scenarios, I suppose, to kind of reaggress, to try and find that second kill or anything like that. But no, finds a shot, falls out of boiler, takes an engagement bottom mid, and then just gets out of there. Once he's kind of whiffed those first couple of shots, it's like, right, I'm just going to stay alive. We've got the man advantage. I've got the support from my teammates. Now they've got a good advantage. MP9's out, and MP5, not something you see every day from Forest, and Lecro with that one hero rifle. This is a good opportunity for them to rack up some cash, knowing that BLUEJAYS surely can't be on a buy here because they didn't get any kills or a bomb plant.
Well, as we stand, MP9 going aggressive down Banana, trying to get a little bit of control. Won't be able to find too much thus far. Again, all about timing in the server. And the T-side of BLUEJAYS posturing over towards a long take here. We'll be able to find anything. MP9, good for one, looks to make it a second. This time, though, not able to convert the Glocks, causing problems, but so is the MP5. You mentioned, how often you see it work. Well, Forest doing so oh so brilliantly, and Freiburg finds a free kill. AK not even looking.
I never pick up the MP5 in competitive games, or even in matchmaking or anything. But it is a beast in Danger Zone. Do you play Danger Zone? I was going to say,
Danger Zone's all the time. Me and my mates, if we have kind of a 5-10 minutes spare, Danger Zone's where we go. And it's actually very good.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a Danger Zone demon, and the MP5 is, like, really good in Danger Zone. So, maybe it's more applicable here for competitive games. Maybe we see people like Forest pull it out, and all of a sudden, people realise its potential. I don't know, but... yeah, BLUEJAYS pulling out a decent investment here. Kicksan down to that Mac 10 so that he can have full util, but everybody else on rifles, and they're going to bomb it towards B. But there is a 3-man stack here from the CT side, and the molly forces them right back. Causes BLUEJAYS to second guess this strategy.
Yeah, that tempo just cut immediately. That one Molotov, they didn't want to take any sort of extra damage they didn't need to. They're making their way over towards what's looking like short now. A slight gap in that smoke, not thrown in the way they wanted it to. Flash will come forward. Dink and a kill for Forest. Danny 1-for-1 trade. And what is essentially a bonus buy for Dignitas. Just the guns they had prior. So far, so good. Lecco just biding a little bit of time. Flash will come in towards long. We'll spot anything towards short as well. It's actually a very nice hold from the Dignitas side. Very slow, very passive, and thus far getting a lot of information. But they're wrapping back over towards B, and it's only one man there. That a Heap.
He needs to be careful. Good molly will keep things at bay for a moment or two. Fantastic HG as well onto the players setting up the smokes. And now he's got the information. They're stepping in, but he's biding time. Just throws that smoke, stays alive, chips away further damage. This has been so well played from Heap, and he's bought enough time for the rotations to come in as well from his teammates. It's perfect from Freiburg as he pushes through, finds another, might be able to finish off Danny here and get the trio. Danny surely can't even plant in this scenario. What a disaster for BLUEJAYS.
It is bomb drop now. Danny 1 versus 3. Sliver of HP to work with as well. That's 7 points. It's a done or deal. He might potentially be able to get some timing in terms of picking up a bomb or a kill, but the trade will come through more or less immediately. Sound cues be made. Trying to get that bomb down. The MP9 from behind. Freiburg cleans things up. It's been a brilliant start from him and a brilliant series, in fact. Normally when you look at aside of Dignitas, I don't want to kind of throw any shade, but Freiberg's not normally the fragger, is he? I mean, he's the IGL. He does a lot of the pulling the strings from behind the scene, but he doesn't normally step up in terms of the kills. With a very good previous map number 1 and a 6-0 start in terms of KD as we speak in towards map number 2. So far, so good. The C-side of Dignitas looking ever prevalent.
Yeah, back down to the pistols. I mean, they've got this loss bonus, so they can justify kind of dropping down to like this $1,200-$1,500 mark. Necrogenesis maybe cutting it a bit fine. Only $900 left behind him, but they need to do some damage. They need to find some kills. They need to try and get a bomb plant. It's something they haven't been able to do yet. And just look at this confidence right now. Heap walking through the smoke, spraying through the other. I mean, no respect right now at all. They're carrying this momentum across from Vertigo, and Blue Jays just don't seem to have their heads in the game whatsoever.
No, not at all. They look completely, flabbergasted by the sheer aggression coming forward, running through a smoke from Heap. It's starting Flash will catch Freiberg, but he's looking for even more, and he'll find it. All 5 for Heap, the ace. Eco ace, but nonetheless, it's all 5. Dignitas making a flawless 4th on the board. What a start for them. On their CT side, on their opponent's map pick, the Pug is Paradise of Inferno, and Dignitas, the Swedes, stepping up to the plate. Oh, true, yeah.
I was muted. It was I was just saying, it wasn't even an eco. There were Deagles, there were Tech 9s, there was a decent investment, and it's given them absolutely nothing. Blue Jays didn't find a single kill. Dignitas take another flawless round. I mean, Heap's going to be happy to kind of stat pad a little bit there, another ace for the HLTV profile. But
Exactly.
But yeah, I mean, this is real domination right now in these opening rounds here of Inferno. Blue Jays need a ticket back in. Maybe this round's the one. They've got the rifles behind them. They've got some control here towards brackets.
Well, as we stand, so far, so good. Smoke going to come in towards front pit. Spam it through as well. Forrest, that's genius. Finding the first kicks, and unfortunate to fall, but it's just the way of life. Dinkle coming at the very least. Holzerk one for one more as well. Flash will come in, gives them a bit of time to work with. It's Lekko in towards the backside, dropping the bomb. Biding time for the rotation to come through. Necrogenesis trying to make a way forward. Finding a 1-for-1 trade alongside that of Forest, but it's Lekro from range. A 3K to his name, continues the flawless streak, and once further, Blue Jays back to the drawing board. The full buy of the Blue Jays side is immediately put back in their faces. Absolutely stunning stuff from them. Look at those Pinnacle odds as well. They were so even all the way through map number 1. Not the case in towards map number 2. 1.2 in favour. 1.19 in fact, just updated. In favour, get to pinnacle.com/odds. Use the code CUP22 for all of your betting needs. Blue Jays timeout.
These reads from Dignitas have been unreal, when you kind of break it down round by round. Anytime we've seen any kind of early presence towards B from Blue Jays, you've got 3 Dignitas members contesting top banana control. Yeah, you've got these nade stacks, you've got mollies galore. This time round, they take the brackets control. Dignitas go for that hard gamble stack. They know that Blue Jays haven't been going for any fakes or anything like that in these kind of plays. It's either a full commitment or they'll leave like one lurker elsewhere and then just try and sort of pressure control towards a bomb site. So they go for the 4-man stack on the site. And once again, you see Blue Jays find those 2 opening picks. They think that the site's empty, and that's not the case. Lekro's still lingering, and he's good for 3. 5-0. Blue Jays back down to the pistols, trying to go for the silent jump across, but I think Danny's just made noise.
Yeah, he tries to make it silent, but I think kind of a slight ruse of where they're making their way towards. Lekro holding, playing anti-flash as well. Doesn't really want to make it over his LSP, especially with the Molotov and the utility that Lekro, that Forest may I say, has to work with, as Lekro just goes slightly more aggressive off the back of it. Now the smoke in his face, he just played right in front of it. All about this slight gap. Necrogenesis will drop a bit of utility. Will he be able to deny anything? Lekro hasn't been checked. Onto his backside. Forrest and Freiberg combine. It's a brilliant shutout. The old NIP player is stepping up brilliantly, delivering in the way we expect them to do so, and he will close things out. 6-0 for Dignitas. The flawless streak remains as 6 on the board, and this is showing exactly the polar kind of a response to what we saw on the CT side of Vertigo. This is exactly the way in which Dignitas were playing. Calm, collected, and composed.
And how many of these 6 rounds have been flawless rounds as well here from Dignitas?
Exactly.
I mean, we're going into round 7, and collectively they have 5 deaths. That's unbelievable.
Insane.
That is unbelievable. Blue Jays just not really having any impact here whatsoever. Not phasing Dignitas at all. Casanito has managed to creep his way through the smoke, but instantly, Molly at his feet. Somehow doesn't do any damage. What the hell is that? That was right at his feet.
There's got to have been something in the way there, surely, like a wall just to deny the shrapnel making its way forward. Well, who knows? As we stand, Forrest in a slight off angle in towards apartments. He will hear a lot of that information from the utility. Could potentially net himself one, but he's making the smart decision not to overextend. Does he go for the peak? Yes, he does. Spots the feet. Not going to make the peaks. Doesn't give away the position. It's all about timing now. He has to be careful.
It's unfortunate he doesn't quite catch it there, Forrest, but he's played this really well to not pull the trigger, and now they don't expect him, and it pays off. It pays off all day long. The trigger discipline merits him too, and now they've got that 2-man advantage, less than a minute on the clock. They know where the bomb is. It's actually fallen into second mid as well, so it's not even really retrievable here by Blue Jays. Casanito finds a big headshot, but Forrest is still wreaking havoc.
Oh, that's brilliant. I mean, Forrest is absolutely stunning. Comfortably finding kills left, right, and centre. And now as we stand, I mean, also good in the server for them, with only Casanito left to work with here. AK-47, 1 HE. Not really the nicest position to be in. At the very least, though, doming Freiburg in the jiggle peak brings things to a 1 versus 3 now.
I'm not sure if this is too winnable. Oh,
Hang on.
okay, it is. If Lecro's looking the wrong way, I can't believe he's actually managed to do as much damage as he has there. That was really messy from Casanito, but might merit him a bomb plant. He's out in the open. What's he doing? Oh, man. Needed a little bit more cover there, but I don't think there was a lot of time on the clock, and he just wanted to get that bomb down as quickly as possible. 7-0, though. Little bit of economic damage taken there by Dignitas. It's all on Casanito, finding a couple of kills there. In fact, he found 3 in that round. But yeah, Kickstand rocking the 007 aid kit near enough there. He's got a couple of assists, but still no kills to his name. Dignitas are absolutely rolling this. And our predictions might be right out of the window, Neo. This might actually be a 2-0 Dignitas, despite the fact that Blue Jays were 14-5 up in map 1. They were looking fantastic.
That's going to be just their biggest nightmare. There's no forgetting that sort of result. Swinging into a short. Forrest wants a bit of information. Takes a tag at the very least. Gives away the ruse of where he is. Going to drop a Molotov in. Doesn't want to take that fight as we stand. Well, now, of course, that's a double back. Doesn't want to be too aggressive, overzealous. And, of course, going to give up this controller towards top mid. A Freiburg holding from Library. There's now a waiting game with the smoke just keeping the T's out of bay. It's a question about how the Blue Jays want to play this. They got 1 rifle to work with, a MAC-10, and a couple of upgraded pistols. Rotating back over towards the B side.
Casanito leading the pack here with this AK, knowing that he needs to be the man to do dirty work. And look at this. Snake formation. They're all behind him. All 5. Walking their way up banana. They haven't got any util, so they have to just take contact. And there's the contact they're asking for. Holzek hits the shot. Doesn't find the kill, but he doubles down. Holzek with the repeat. Punished for it. And, well, that was looking messy for a second, but Freiburg gets back.
Yeah, Freiburg at range as well, finding yet another multi-kill in his favour. But it's a 1 versus 2 now. And all has been cut to Necro. Genesis is going to try and use the scope to his advantage. He does so well. Necro walks right into it, looking for the second time round of asking. Doesn't quite connect, though. A couple of laboured shots, and it makes it all the more doable for Forrest. He crosses back over towards the left-hand side. And the question is now, does Necro Genesis even realise? Here comes the slow push. The utility in towards Coffins as well. An aid to follow suit, potentially. But no, Forrest. That clock is ticking, and so is that bomb. He needs to make a decision. Nade will come forward. Actually going to nade himself. The Tech 9 pulled out. Sticking the defuse. But it's good enough. He got it.
Oh,
no
man,
way.
What a play.
How? Oh, Necro Genesis. If, of course, throwing a 14-5 lead isn't going to haunt him, that one will.
Oh, that is heartbreak. I mean, he found the kill literally as the bomb was defused. That was such a great play there, though. To just say, do you know what? I'm going to smoke it. I'm going to drop a HE and I'm just going to commit to this. And whether or not he's on low HP or whatever, it's such a difficult fight to commit to, especially when you've got an AWP. So you have to swap to that Tech 9 for that close range duel. It gets scary. It gets seriously scary. 8-0. Blue Jays still don't have a ticket back into this. That bomb plant and 4 kills does give them a little bit of extra money, and given the tools that they had to work with, it's actually a pretty good round, but they've been looking to win it.
Yeah, no, they are. They're looking to. csgo, though, at the very least, for the first time, potentially what we've seen kind of all map number 2 is they found an opening kill and a beauty of an aid as well on towards Freiburg. Not going to buy my Bloodlines Law, though. Holzer keeps hold of it unto good measure. Can he do anything with it? Holding. Pixel peeking. Unspotted. Oh, so aware and delivering brilliantly. Molotov in towards front sight. Needs to try and fall away, and he does so excellently. Actually got the space to re-peek, and he delivers. csgo will drop, and Holzer, a beast in the server and living up to the name. Forest potentially going for a rotate, but actually making the smart decision to double back towards A.
Wow, Holzek had a bit of a rough time in the round prior, but that certainly makes up for it. Whiffed a couple of shots earlier, but yeah, brings it right back there. 2 beautiful connections. Lecro, perfect timing on the molly as well. Necrogenesis has to throw that flash out to support his teammate on short. It's not going to do a whole lot though. Forest tucked in at the back of sight. It's so difficult to flash anybody off that angle because there's just so many boxes and pillars to cover your way.
Oh, stunning.
And just like that, it's closed out beautifully. Dignitas make it 9. They don't even want to pick up the secondary AWP. The AKs are more powerful to them at this point because they've got so much cash behind them. Blue Jays are going to call another timeout. It needs to do something. I don't even know what to say. Like, something needs to change here. This is the turning point. 9-6 is a respectable half. It's a half that you can bring back. 10-5s even within that category. But as soon as it gets a little further out of control, as soon as it goes 11, 12, that's when it's in my mind, past the point of no return. Maybe I'm speaking too soon. We saw a 14-5 comeback last game. Maybe I should be more open-minded.
I don't know. I think it already may be past the point where it's 9-0. More than anything, yeah, okay, 9 rounds is a steep hill to climb. It's the mental game, though. Blue Jays just don't even look here. They look a shadow of their former selves. And, well, with what we've seen from thus far this series, might I say, is that their T sides are just a clear, distinct weakness from them.
Yeah, having to start off on this T side of Inferno after such a rough T side on Vertigo is actually pretty brutal. If they could have got back onto their defense to kind of kick things off, it would have been better. Or even just winning that opening pistol round as well. I think had they have won the pistol round, it might have even sort of reset that morale a little bit. But just getting demolished in it. Remember, Dignitas had a flawless round in that pistol. I think really kind of rubbed salt in the wound of that Vertigo comeback. Lecro ready for the flash. Heap's going to play off the back of it, and there it is. He'll actually use it to escape, though, after taking csgo down.
So far, so good. Danny in towards that Gap's position. Gun barrel spotted. Horzek knows all too well. And delivers also brilliantly. A-Kit will fall. Another distinct advantage in terms of the numbers taken for the CT side. And Blue Jays backs against the walls once further. 3 versus 5 is where we stand. Bombing towards mid allows them that rotation back over towards B, but they can't even get any sort of control thus far. I mean, it's all just information plays from them, and well, they're not finding too much as we speak. Necrogenesis is making the slow walk over towards brackets. A tough kill to find in terms of Lecro will deliver. Down he falls. This allows him now to wrap over towards B, something which Dignitas can be all too aware of.
Yeah, I mean, Heap and Freiburg aren't in exposed positions. That wraparound always works if there's someone playing in CT or someone oblivious in coffins or something like that.
Yeah.
But they're so aware right now. Just 2 on each site. They're playing good crossfires. They're playing kind of good positions to not only complement each other, but to not be exposed from these angles that they know they don't have control of. Massive headshot from Forest onto Necrogenesis, and it looks like it's crumbling once again here for the Blue Jays.
And it is. Forest cleans it up. It's only a consolation kill. On towards Lecro, that's all they're able to find, just the one. And well, just like that, 10-0. Now, if you kind of put me on the spot and try to make me predict how this map number 2 will be going, the pick of Blue Jays, never would I even have considered 10-0 in favor of Dignitas. Yes, they come off the back of a map under their belt. It's a confidence play for them, but this is just a shocking result in terms of Blue Jays. Still not able to find a single round, and of course, round number 11 not looking too fruitful either. It's just one singular rifle for them to work with.
And this is just tier 2 CS in a nutshell, isn't it? We talked in the pregame about the fact that BLUEJAYS have recently just beat Copenhagen Flames 2-0. This is in the last week. And Dignitas got absolutely demolished by them, 16-1 and 16-5.
Yeah.
And when you kind of go off of those results, you think, okay, BLUEJAYS should have this. And that's just not the case whatsoever. This is such a crazy turn of events. And as I say, it's just tier 2 CS in a nutshell. There's so many upsets. It's so back and forth. It's so difficult to predict at times. And that's what makes these tournaments so exciting, to be honest. 5 versus 3, only the pistols to work with once again. This is for Dignitas to get on to 11. And as I say, BLUEJAYS really needed to start finding, I was going to say a second wind, but there needs to be a first wind for there to be a second one, doesn't there? So
precisely, yeah.
They needed to kind of get their foot on the board a few rounds ago, I feel, to really make this viable.
I'll have to wait and see. Now, utility deep over towards CT. They've got a Molotov to work with. No sound cues made as of yet, so Friberg just going to keep it cocked and ready. Jiggle peeking information. It's all relying off the back of that one rifle in the hands of Kixan. He has to find a bit of success, but it's easier said than done as the smoke comes forward. A double spray down good. Friberg makes it 3. And the IGL, the XNP man, stepping up huge once again. Brilliant to make it 11-0. Look at those Pinnacle odds, 1.03. Oh, so good, and oh, so correct as well. Get to pinnacle.com/odds. Use the code CUP22 for all your betting needs. But so far, so good. Once again, mention as well the beautiful MSI giveaway. Go and click on that banner below the stream. You can go check out all the beautiful stuff the MSI giving away. Got some monitors up for grabs. Go and check it out.
Man, they are smurfing on them. No one here on Dignitas even kind of pulling ahead either. They're all just kind of pulling their weight. BLUEJAYS, you've still got Aid Kit and Kickstand 0 to 11. I feel like this is what it would look like if we tried to play Dignitas. I'll be honest. This is rough. Aid Kit does find the opening pick though, and just as I say that he hasn't found a kill yet, he actually puts himself on the board. So now 1 to 11. Finally,
you see Aid Kit step up. Could that be the catalyst to success looking forward? We'll have to wait and see. The tempo slowed right down once again. They don't want to kind of make any sort of overzealous push. They've got a slight bit of success to work with, but they've been in this position once before and failed to convert. Now, committing over towards A. Lekra will peek forward, won't spot out too much. Going to commit over towards the short play to double stack, in fact, with Horzerk. The AWP in hand. Molotov will go away. He can get a free peek. It's all about timing. Oh, wow.
Big kill from down 8. This might be their first on the board. Lekro does respond and actually somehow gets away. Tiny gap being watched. Big kill from Lekro again. As Aid Kit does trade one back, but somehow we find ourselves in a 2-on-2 despite the early 2-man advantage.
Smoke being dropped in as well. Heap, a 1-for-1 training. That's where the last is. Aid Kit on for the quad. But it's Heap to try and deny. Smoke coming towards Moto, at least giving AK a little bit of room to work with. But the rap's being made over towards Shaw. Well, they can't even expect it. Surely he has to. Bomb going to be planted. Nice and open as well. It's all about timing. No. And from behind, it's a one-tap. Heap, oh so good. He's more than happy to give up that bomb plant to guarantee Dignitas remaining flawless. 12-0. BLUEJAYS, for the love of God, please, my brothers in Christ, call attack pause, because it ain't going well. Oh, thank you. I need it. It is not going well over in the BLUEJAYS camp. Things aren't looking good. Yes, they get a bomb plant. Yes, only one remain alive for the likes of Dignitas, but it's still not good enough. 12-0 is where we stand. And, well, of course, if they want to be going to that Pinnacle Cup in Lund, Sweden on June 8th to 11th, they need to start stepping up. But, of course, if you want to go check out the tickets. Click the banner below.
And they look a little bit checked out of this one. To be honest, it was a good attempt there from Aid Kit. He's actually had a good crack at that round, finding 3 kills. But yeah, it's just unfortunate. He's so decisive in that 1 versus 1. The only way that you lose those situations as a CT is when you kind of second guess it. Yeah, when you think, oh, I'm going to go short, and then you wait a little bit too long. And in that scenario, Aid Kit kind of watched long, and then he'd start to question whether the short wraparound had come through, sort of thing. But Heap was so decisive, just going short instantly, that Aid Kit just didn't even think he could be there that fast. Yeah, he's completely exposed to short because he just doesn't anticipate it whatsoever. Forrest now, he's confident. You can tell. Walking straight into mid, he wants to try and go for an aggressive play.
So I'm going to do the smoke as well. Forrest. Ooh. Spotted out by Kicktan towards Mexico. Not the start they wanted, and Danny finding one more. For the first time in a long time, Dignitas actually being tested. In comes the smoke in towards front sight. First orange as well. Friberg more or less falling without a competition, but so's the bomb.
No CT smoke? Even when these kills come through, it feels like there's just gaps in it. And that crow boosted up almost denies the plant. He actually does deny it, but a 1 versus 4 for Holzerk. I don't think there's much chance of this one. But any economic damage would be good. They've got enough money to buy out for the rest of the half, so
for sure, yeah,
he can justify kind of having a crack at this.
Yeah, he may as well, right? I mean, he's got more than enough to work with. I mean, Heap's sitting on 11.9k. They can definitely let this orb just try and a couple of picks. Sparrow spotted, kill found, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. It's, you know, better than nothing. Finally, Blue Jays off the back of a pause get around on the board. I asked them to do it, and they deliver. First round collect for the T side will be the first of many, or any. We'll have to wait and see as we head into the penultimate round of the half. Round number 14, a 12-1 lead, 11-round deficit. At the very least, finally some success for the T side.
Unfortunately, I can't help but feel that that round was really just a product of, like, over-aggression and overconfidence there from Dignitas. Because they're 12-0 up, you've got Forest kind of walking into mid. I'm not sure who it was on B, but taking, like, an aggressive banana fight. That's not the sort of stuff you do when you're in a close game, but when you're winning like this, you just go for it. And as soon as it's cost them and they've lost the round, they just go back to their default winning ways, and it works beautifully. Look at that. Forest, no aggression in mid. Instead, he plays under Balk, and he finds 2 kills for it.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely spotting the nail on the head. It's just because they know they're in such a strong position. And Lekro adding more to the tally. Of course, they have utility to work with the CT side, but so far, not even going to attempt to use it. Lekro's going to hold on to what he's got, all peeking in. Horzek, oh, too quick, and it's Casanito all alone. 1 versus 4 with so much to do, so little to work off, but Heap on at least 4. Going to find that kill and actually double back all the way over towards A. The question is going to be met in towards mid. The bomb dropped. How does he want to play this? The rotate coming back forward. Horzek goes so aware. Missed shot, though. Also takes a slight bit of tag damage, but the all remains alive, and that's what matters most. Molotov dropped. 50 seconds to work with, and I think as we stand, I think has done more than enough to close out this round, unless Casanito can pull off the most ridiculous quad clutch.
He's walking straight into a crossfire, though. I mean, Dignitas have made that unlosable, haven't they? Not only have they got a crossfire, but they've also got a second player on, like, elevation. Anyone that sort of does, like, aim trading knows that's just impossible. Yeah, exactly. Transferring your crosshair 180 degrees and then a further sort of 45 upwards. Nah, no chance. No chance you're getting away with that.
Look at those odds as well, 1.01. They're confident over at Pinnacle. I'm feeling pretty confident right now. Dignitas going to close one out 2-0. It has been one-sided, to say the least. But we'll have to wait and see. Horzek open towards mid, peeking. Oh, so confidently as well. He wants to actively take this fight. I think he's also aware there's not going to be too much of a buy, but Aid Kit with the AK-47 coming out supreme. Opening kill going the way of the Blue Jays, but they failed to convert numerous times from this position.
Unfortunate Holzek hasn't got away with that one, but I like the way that they just kind of take a step back here. They're like, okay, we're a man down, but that's not caused us problems in the past, and we're not going to let it cause us problems now. We'll just take a step back from this. We'll play this 2-2 setup that we played earlier on that worked quite well for them. They're actually rotating another man over, though. Freiburg committing to this A site. It's a good read, because that does look like it's going to be the destination here for Blue Jays. As Freiburg sits in library and waits for the contact.
Ooh, finding 1-2 as well. Double spray down good, not quite able to connect towards the third. Forest going aggressive, spotting one in transition, and delivering a beautiful transfer over towards Necrogenesis. He barely even expected it. They've rotated back over towards B, and Forest, he's all too aware of it. He knows that was that player in transition. They're rotating back over towards the B site, hence why we see Heap just playing oh so passively. Smoke to be dropped, 35 seconds left on the clock to work with. It's now all about biding just a little bit of time. And he's going to play oh so deep. He's relying completely off the aim here. And you look over towards that T side, 1 flash, 1 HE. That's all they have to work with. Surely for Dignitas, it's unlosable.
It's got to be. Heap's in such a powerful position here. And with 10 seconds left, all he needs to do is deny the plant. He doesn't even need to take these aggressive fights. He'll just swing out. Oh, that's messy. Okay, we say unlosable, but it's definitely losable if you do that. Swings out wide to try and trade, and Kicksan's there for him. 2 HP on Danny, though. C4 does go down, but he's looking the wrong way. And the 2v1 now for Kicksan. Backside, 2 kills to his name. He's not had a great game so far. Now's his time to try and shine and give them a second here in the half.
Okay, fine. Swinging in for the first in from Nubox. Looking for a second, but it's not going to be the case. Lekro steps up to make it a 12th kill on the board for him. And of course, more importantly, a 14th round. At a 15 play, Dignitas find 14 in the first half. what a performance from them on CT side. A absolutely flabbergasting performance from them. Spectacular, stunning, sumptuous from the Dignitas side. And, well, I mean, it needs a monumental resurgence over from Blue Jays to come back in towards this one. It's asking a lot, and I think it may just be a tad too tough of a task for them. We'll have to wait and see. But of course, while we do have a slight gap, you can check out our beautiful partners at AstroPay, the official payout partner of the Pinnacle Cup 3.
You know, Neo, since Dignitas were a little bit asleep at the wheel, they were 14-5 down on Vertigo. Since that point, they've won 25 of the last 26 rounds. If we take that anomaly out, they've just been on fire. They've not dropped anything. Julie's going huge for Necrogenesis, though.
Oh, no.
The Glock's a little bit messy, but Forest doubles down. Either way, Blue Jays do come out on top, but definitely winnable here for the T-side. Oh, no, the
bomb dropped, though. Yeah, that does make things all the more difficult. Bomb dropped. Damage dealt towards Necrogenesis and Casanito. Lecro, back turned. Shots not quite connecting for A-Kit. The two remaining T-side players going to just try and make a slight bit of an apps play. The full rotation and committance has been made over towards out of A. It's realistically all down to Lecro in towards apps. Can he find anything from Boiler? Reload will come forward. They know exactly where he is. It's all about timing. In comes the flash. Not going to find too much. Double swings come through. A-Kit falling. Lecro good for only one. But Blue Jays in for the trade and a second round on the board. Is this the start of success? Potentially. Are we going to see a 14-1.5 from the likes of Blue Jays? We'll have to wait and see.
I said it in the first half, you've got to be open-minded. Yeah, we saw a 14-5 comeback over on Vertigo. Actually, for Dignitas to win it in regulation, 16-14. So definitely anything's doable right here. It's very clear that Blue Jays are better on their CT side. That's been very prevalent throughout this half. 14-2 is a tall order, though, as you say. It's a very, very difficult one to bring back. Right now, Dignitas, they've still got all of the weight behind them. They've got all of the confidence, and they're bombing it into B with these Tech 9s. Casanito with a big entry, though. Headshot into second mid.
Flash can come over. Kicks on 2. Looking for 3. We'll find it. Make it a 4th as well. Kicks-on. Quad kill to his name. Blue Jays comfortably, confidently find a 3rd. Well, just like that, potentially could start to kickstart things. Pinnacle doesn't agree. 1.01 for Dignitas. 48.68 over towards Blue Jays. Of course, if you believe Blue Jays still got it in the locker, pinnacle.com/odds. Cup22 is the code to use.
I don't necessarily disagree with the odds, I'll be honest.
I'm gonna agree with you. Yeah.
Don't want to be too cynical, but I do understand them. I see where they're coming from. Decent buy here, though, for Blue Jays. And at the end of the day, not that it means a lot. Obviously, there's no lower bracket or anything like that, so round difference doesn't make any difference. But just from, like, a morale perspective as a team and sort of coming away from this tournament, getting a few extra rounds here, they'll be happy. Yeah, they don't want to be losing 16-3 in their quarterfinals match. They want to be putting up a bit of a fight here. And yeah, that's what they're trying to do in this second half. Lecro does find that opening pick, but tons and tons of damage being dealt. I think Blue Jays should be able to farm this one with these SMGs.
I'm going to have to agree. I mean, there's sort of a very lackluster buy coming in for the T side with just a couple of upgraded pistols. It's more about chip damage, if they can even find that. Potentially kind of trying to guarantee a bomb plant, but that is the priority, and it's not the most likely of positions for them to be in. Once again, sort of just biding their time, looking to find even just a little bit of success going forward. The bomb making its way slowly over towards A, but it's a nice little crossfire. One towards long, one towards short, and, well, I should be able to close this one out. The aggressive banana control is the most important thing for Kicksan as well. He knows they're not making their way over towards B.
I mean, I can't believe how slow this has been. Bearing in mind, this is effectively an eco. They're really taking their time with this. I think they might even be using it as a bit of an opportunity to discuss future plans as they walk straight into the blender of the crossfire in top mid. Kicksan's able to find himself one with that MP9, so a little bit of extra cash comes in there. And yeah, I mean, look at this, sort of 5-6k in the bank for some of these players. They should be able to upgrade into an investment. You don't want to be going bonus here. That's kind of the one thing that you want to be keeping an eye on if you're Blue Jays. There's no point in going for a bonus. You absolutely have to win every round from this point forward. You can't afford to kind of toy with the economy. Up against a decent investment here, though, from Dignitas. No AWP in play. Holzer can't afford it. I think he maybe could have had one if he didn't have that utility, but either way, wants the 5 AK setup, wants the full util behind them, and it's a luxury that they'll have.
You know, one of the scenarios where for Blue Jays, There's no kind of playing the long game anymore. They're still 10 rounds behind, even though they found a bit of success on towards the CT side. And Dignitas are 2 rounds away from closing out not only the map, but the series itself. There's no room for error. There's no room for playing things slowly and passively. They have to fully invest in, and that's exactly what they've done. But Freiburg, what a start. Finding one. Nades will rain down, but won't really cause too many problems. The opening kill going the way of the T side. And what a dream start towards round number 19 for Dignitas.
Well, this might be Dignitas' chance to close this one out before there's any further complications. Big opening pick, of course, from Freiburg. Bit of an overzealous peak there as well, obviously, towards top banana. Heap creeping his way up. Is he going to expect the boost in play here? Danny and Casanito with a really good setup. And, yeah, they walk straight into it. Actually merits them both kills. Danny on the wider angle. He goes massive.
Poor Lecker, nice shot as well. Molotov will keep him at bay momentarily. Forrest trying to clear his way forward, jumping up on top. The orb just stunned as Forrest flies through the air. And in a matter of seconds, the bomb to be planted. Man advantage in favour of the T side, and what a hold they've got so far. This post-spawn, oh so prevalent. And the question is, will it be successful? Trying to tap away Forrest, not going to quite connect first time of asking. Swinging forward though, delivering second time as Freiburg stepping up to the plate, and Forrest cleans things up brilliantly. What a round for Dignitas, and what a resurgence from them. Looking in towards what could potentially be the final round of not only this map, but the series itself. 15-4 is where we stand, and that's one better than the resurgence that we saw of Dignitas in that opening map of Vertigo. And I think this may just be a task too tall for Blue Jays. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, what a round there as well. I mean, you said it, as soon as they set up that post-plant sort of setup, 3 players, impenetrable. There's no way you get into that. Beautiful crossfires, exactly, yeah. And yeah, it's just completely shut down. Weak buy here from Blue Jay. In fact, I say weak buy. There's 4 M4s. They've got some utility. It's not a bad investment. Good nade damage as well onto Heap. Forrest creeping up, though. Aid kit playing anti. He's got Casanito on the corner, and it actually works out quite nicely for them.
It does, in fact. I mean, as we stand, so far, so good for the Blue Jays side. They've had an opening kill, no real kind of trade coming forward or any sort of significant damage. And for the CT side, actually a strong position for them to hold. Of course, Lecker trying to make his way out of shore. Won't spot anything too much as we speak. Smoking towards Bulk as well. He got a slight kind of inkling that could be someone posted up there, but no, it's actually a double stack over towards Long. A slight off angle for Blue Jays.
Tucked behind this smoke. I want to see a boost. Here it is. Fleck Crow decides to creep out. He surely doesn't anticipate a boost over this long smoke. It's not something you see very often. Oh, they start to question it though. They make the noise dropping off. Information now gained. But still the man advantage here for the Blue Jays. With 30 seconds left on this clock, Dignitas definitely needs to speed this up.
They're trying to. Probably going to get punished for doing exactly that. Lecro gonna fall, A-Kit finding 1, Horzok's AWP, and the Molotov, good for 2. Just like that, they bring things within 1 in terms of the numbers. Are flashing towards Core Zero, catch Necrogenesis. Has to be careful. Trying to swing their way forward, but he's good for the first, to make a second. The AWP Horzok delivering brilliantly. Bomb to be planted as well. And he's gonna get all the sound cues of the rotations coming through shore. Smoke to come through. Nade might cause all the damage necessary, and yes, it will. He is top-pulled out of this round as this now going to be a 15-5. 10 rounds in it. Flawless 10 necessary, but, you know, it's not impossible. Improbable, yes, but not impossible.
Dangerous game there to be stomping up short in that scenario. 2 versus 1, it's very losable, but I suppose with the nade right in, it was pretty perfect there from Blue Jays. Either way, 15-5, 10 chances still to close here for Dignitas. With that bomb plant, it does give them a little bit of extra money moving into this one. Whether or not they go for a buy is another question. But the fact that no one's invested yet, I assume that we'll see. Oh no, it's because they're calling a timeout. Okay. 91-1. Some pretty crazy odds. If you fancy Blue Jays' chances, then you know where to go. But yeah, I think we'll definitely see like pistols and armor at the very least here. Bearing in mind they've got such a massive gap, I think they could definitely justify going for an investment in this one. Like there's kind of no reason not to. Yeah. But we'll see.
Give it a go, right?
Yeah, why not?
I mean, you know, with 10 rounds in the locker for them, I'm not going to say this is a done or deal, but you can start to test the waters slightly, try to make something work that you potentially wouldn't want to risk if it was all tied square, right? Kind of look for just building on the experience that they've already got with, you know, the wealth of experience they have. Like, you know, you look towards your Forest, your Lecros, your Freiburgs, those guys who have been in the scene for such a long time. Try something new and try and utilize a humongous CSGO IQ. Well, round of 21, 15-5 is the score. 10-round deficit. Blue just have to try and chip away. And as you mentioned, yeah, that full investment coming in for the T side.
A lot of early presence here towards Banana. You hear all of the flashbangs popping off. And they've taken the control, but Kixan waiting on the other end of it. Heap punished for trying to go for that pick. Aid Kid as well, dealing the same kind of pressure over towards the other side of things in the apartments. Not a great start here for Dignitas. Of course, they did go for the punt. They did go for the force buy, despite the fact that they didn't have tons of money behind them. And so far, it's not gone all too well, but I'm not sure if that's because of the ill-advised force buy or what. Oh, that's messy. Lucky the flash comes to save him.
Thought for a second we're going to see a little bit of a 4x3 moment, but no, not the case. Lekra does fall as well, like his fallen brethren. Leaves Freiburg all alone now. 1 versus 5. With just a Mach 10. I think it's probably more than safe to say this might be a done or deal. Swinging in, or so I say. Mach 10 at range, like a little bit of a sniper rifle, finding a double dink, but it's going to be the HE of Necrogenesis. As Blue Jays live to see another day, the lifeline extended. I think it's just now a question of how long it can be extended for.
That felt like a really bad round from Dignitas. Just kind of, I don't know, complacency. I don't know. They just went for like this default, and they were just taking these 1-by-1 fights. There was no support, there was no utility or anything like that. And yeah, they just kind of crumbled. But I mean, it's 15-6. They've got enough rounds to fall back on. They'll drop on to a bit of a half buy here. They'll have an investment going into the next. But yeah, I feel like that one was a little bit of a waste of that weaponry. Kixan takes some damage early, does fall away. Freiburg also in a similar boat though, tanked down to 47. It looks like it's going to be an A hit. And they've actually got the utility to go for a pretty solid A execution. 3 smokes and God knows how many... In fact, 4 smokes and a plethora of flashbangs. So they can definitely get this done.
Yeah, I mean, an Apps die fear like an A-pop will be very, very dicey. In comes the utility. They're flooding their way forward. They're just going to try and get this early short control. Necrogenesis trying to buy a little bit of time. But he's being peppered. In comes the Tech 9. But it's AK with the USP stepping up. Looking for even more, but it's... Trays galore, 3 found each way, the bomb to be planted, and a low buy, an eco buy. That is the priority, to find at the very least a bomb plant coming forward. It gives you a bit of longevity in terms of the economy. Resmoking towards Moto, swinging in. Horser good for one more, surely not like this. Of all the ways to convert, and of all the ways to find 16, with just Tech 9s and a couple of smokes and flashes, surely this isn't going to be the way in which they deliver it. The post-spawn set up, Horzerk and Lekro holding, waiting, pop shots through the long smoke, with the post-spawn oh so deep. What can Danny do? He's been spotted out, and now it's just a matter of timing. The peak, dancing with the idea, toying with it. In fact, a Lekro delivering, stunning, as Dignitas stun us all to decimate, absolutely decimate Blue Jays on their map pick, may I say, 16-6, 10-round lead. They destroy Blue Jays on their map pick to take the series 2-0, and of course be the only invite team to make their way towards the next stage. They're 1 of 4 of the invite teams to make their way on towards tomorrow's semi-finals. But what a game that was.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a ridiculous round to finish it off as well. The Tech 9s just bombing it into the A site. We almost were predicting it, weren't we? When they had all the flashbangs and stuff, it's like, you know, this could actually work. But yeah, just fantastic stuff. A fantastic performance from Dignitas overall. And as you say, yeah, I mean, they should be giving themselves a pat on the back right now. They're the only invite team to actually make it through. And I feel like they were on the bottom end of the invite teams. I don't want to be kind of too harsh, but when you look at like the other matches, they definitely looked a little bit more clear-cut. This was the only one where actually the invite team weren't the favourites, and it was Blue Jays at the start of this game that, in terms of the bookies and the statistics and stuff, were actually the favourites to win it. So not only have Dignitas kind of held their invite spot and made it to the next round, but actually they've caused a bit of an upset with it.
No, you're absolutely spot on. You look towards the first matchup, Tricked versus ECSTATIC. ECSTATIC on one of the best run of forms I've seen in a long time. One of the best tier 2 scenes, you know, sides we've seen in the scene for such a long time. You look towards Vitality as well, losing. The number 8th ranked team as of a few hours ago, but coming in towards the matchup, they were 5th ranked in the world. losing to 18th ranked in the world, that is SKADE. You look towards ENCE as well, never expected them to lose, but it was 2-0 against Copenhagen Flames. I mean, yeah, they were, you know, Dignitas, it's safe to say, the lower side of the rankings, but it's one of those situations. They were the only side who, as you mentioned, the bookies, not predicted to win, but they performed well above kind of the ratings coming in. It was a stunning showing from Dignitas. Yeah, that, you know, resurgence on map number 1 was brilliant, but I mean, that 16-6 was absolutely ridiculous, wasn't it? I mean, how one-sided. Take a look at the bracket as well, as you mentioned earlier, with Copenhagen Flames taking out ENCE in a 2-0 fashion. That 16-8 being on Vertigo as well. A very, very good game from Copenhagen Flames there. They take on Dignitas tomorrow in this other one side of the bracket. Over on the other side as well, we mentioned that Tricked, an upset victory for them. And of course, what we saw earlier with SKADE taking down Vitality, that'll be the other semi-final matchup. So the big names being dropped out, MJ.
Yeah, absolutely. And a couple of teams that we saw on fantastic form previously kind of dropping off a little bit. Mouse NXT, a side that were absolutely on fire. I think they've lost a lot of firepower with Torzi gone, don't get me wrong. I think that there's...
And JDC as well, yeah.
Yeah, of course, yeah, JDC was announced moving up as well. So yeah, they've lost a lot of firepower there, and I think that's really showing. Go back a couple of months, I think they definitely would have been beating SKADE. But yeah, just kind of like an interesting turn of events in this bracket. Tricked making it through is kind of a crazy one. Vitality choking as hard as they did against SKADE. I mean, they're two pretty convincing games, 16-10 and a 16-13. Vitality are going to be disappointed with that result. But yeah, it's been a really interesting bracket so far. As I say, just kind of really typical of the Pinnacle Cup and
yeah, exactly.
Like, all of the Pinnacle tournaments, to be honest, for the main Swiss teams to upset the playoff invite teams. It's a recurring theme at this point.
And I think it shows as well that, of course, you know, consistent game time is key. The grand finals, that is tomorrow at 7 CET, if I'm right in saying, is going to be one of Copenhagen Flames, Dignitas, SKADE, or Tricked tomorrow in the evening. The question is, of course, who will be the team to make it that far, and who will be the team to win the Pinnacle Cup 3? It's all to play for. We will momentarily, hopefully, be having an interview coming through, but you got to say, you know, if Dignitas keep up that sort of solid performance, the way they played on Inferno, going in towards tomorrow's game, yeah, I would say, arguably, in my opinion, Copenhagen Flames, as of late, are a more formidable opponent than BLUEJAYS. But with that sort of performance, I think they can do it.
Absolutely. Yeah. If they turn up like they did today, then they can beat anybody, can't they? I mean, that Inferno performance was fantastic. The second half of Vertigo was really strong as well. I don't think that Vertigo is going to be something that they necessarily float as their map pick tomorrow. We'll see. Maybe they'll have some time to work on their T side tonight and then reintroduce it tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see how that one goes. But yeah, they play very, very well.
Exactly. I think I'm right in saying we do have the interview ready for you. Lekro, if I'm right in saying, will be the one joining us. We get to pick in towards the brains. Lekro, thank you very much for joining me. First of all, congratulations. Hey. I've got to talk you through map number 2. That looked like a walk in the park for you guys. That looks so good. How does it feel?
Yeah, I think it was really nice. It was vacation all through, so I think we just flowed. Like, we had a good ending to the comeback on Ego, so I think that's why.
Yeah, I was going to did you think, you know, you were kind of 14-5 down at one point. It did look like Vertigo was going to be done in a matter of seconds. I mean, what a comeback that was. Was that the momentum that you brought in towards Inferno? Was that kind of the reason you guys started so strong?
Yeah, I think so. I think like going from that comeback, and I think we're getting really comfortable, and I think that's what kept us going in Inferno with a great start with a pistol, of course.
Of course, that always does help. Now, we look towards tomorrow. You've got Copenhagen Flames as your semi-final matchup. I've got to say, quite a tough game. They looked very, very good earlier as well with a 16-8. It's a 2-0 their series. What's the preparation looking like for you guys kind of tonight and tomorrow morning before that game?
I'm not sure exactly how we're going to do before that, because we've had a pretty rough time against them before. So I think maybe we'll prepare a little bit different than usually and see how it goes. Because last time we played, I don't think we really played that well. They kind of crushed us.
That is them to a degree. They're a very good side. But at least you know, though, Inferno, it's a map in which you can float going forward. For you guys, I mean, it's a map that you've played occasionally, but not too often. Is that one that's maybe going to become kind of slightly more part of your map pool? You looked very good on it.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've been really good on it before. I think our T sides are usually what shines for us, but today it was actually our CT side that looked even stronger. So maybe next game we'll see our T sides earlier instead.
Exactly. Of course, the kind of the last question I wanted to ask for you guys: what would it mean to kind of win the Pinnacle Cup? You've had such a good performance so far in terms of today as one of the invite teams. You're actually the only invite team to make it through. All the other 3 got knocked out. So, what would it mean to you guys to win it?
I think it's going to be really important for us. I think we've lost a bit in the rankings, and it kind of hurts when you don't get like invited to everything and stuff like that. So I think definitely winning this gets you some momentum with the team. I think it's going to be very important for us.
I'd love to say it. Well, mate, I'm going to say congratulations once again. Best of luck going in towards tomorrow. I'll be watching with a keen eye, and hopefully, if you make it, I'll see you there in the grand finals.
Yeah, thank you very much.
See you, man. Well, that's it. Copenhagen Flames. It's been a tough game before, but of course, as we mentioned, if they can pull off that sort of performance on Inferno, I generally think they can push that Flames team the distance. They're a very good side in their own regard, but Dignitas, they look scary today.
They really did, yeah. I mean, Lecro's not going to give up the secret, right? But I reckon when they're 14-5 down, Freiburg does some, like, remedy, custom kind of spell or something, and, like, bam, that's it. They're in the game, and that's it. They're unstoppable. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll see. We'll see tomorrow. We'll see tomorrow if they can pull it out against Copenhagen Flames. But, yeah, a hell of a matchup. I think that rounds us off for today. That's the final series of today. And, yeah, we've had a blast bringing it to you. Everybody, thank you so much for watching. We'll be back tomorrow with more semi-finals action. Well, we'll see who takes that grand final spot and who is crowned the Pinnacle Cup 3 champions. We'll see you all very soon. Good night, folks.
Withdrawing with AstroPay is really simple. Go to your favorite site and choose AstroPay as withdrawal method. Then type the amount that you want to withdraw, type your mobile number, and click on the Confirm button. Now, enter your wallet with your usual credentials and your money is available in your wallet now. Decide if you want to extract money or buy on your favorite sites. Get the app in your favorite store or visit us at www.astropay.com.